capitalist guy, brilliant guy. And he was telling me that there's a ton of active cults right now in California.
Oh, yeah.
That are functioning. Like, you only hear about the ones that wind up getting in shootouts with the feds. There's a bunch of them that actually function somehow or another. They keep it together. You know, people leave. They tell the horror stories, and some people join.
Right.
But, like, Wild Wild Country is a great example. That Netflix documentary.
Right. Yeah.
The crazy thing is, in the beginning, it looks so fun.
Yeah, it looked completely fucking doable.
So doable.
You know, our leader's got really nice fucking cars. Look.
Yeah.
How can he be wrong?
He can't be wrong. He's got 20 Rolls Royces. There's so many of them. It's like whatever the way that we evolved in tribal society to listen to the chief, we all have this like strange desire to either be the chief or listen to the chief.
Sure.
You know, either be the alpha or listen to the alpha. And someone could pretend to be the chief. They could pretend to be the chief with magical insight. And you know what the most fucked up thing about that documentary is, the thing that still fucks with my head, is that guy would do this thing to these people called the knowing, where he would, and they would orgasm. They would just have like, they would literally meet God. To this day, they all say that it was real, that thing actually did happen. Like the power of suggestion, the fact that he kept it from them for so long, and then the one day, or this is your coming of age ceremony, which is the one day you're going to get the knowing, and he would put his hands on them, and they would really experience something. And they said it was like they were experiencing God, like it was the most bliss they had ever felt in their life, and that they never felt it again. So the circumstances and the ritual activated this innate part of our consciousness that's always there. This ability to talk to God, the ability to communicate with God, which is probably what every religion is trying to do. It's all like this whisper of the truth that's out there in the ether, and everybody knows that it's out there. There's something there. I just have to figure out how to. And this guy, it's crazy, gay porn star, hypnotist, butt fucking all these dudes. Still, even this guy was able to touch these people, and they were able to access that part of their brain. And they were in. They were like, oh, we're in, man. I'm following this guy everywhere. This guy really is like connected to God.
Well, you know, I think that that prayer, I'll start with that, just with prayer, is a physical thing, not a spiritual thing. And that's why it works for anybody. You know, I believe it's a way to channel energy, and it changes the way you feel, but it doesn't matter what you're praying to, that it's a physical transfer of energy.
Right.
Not a spiritual thing. And because anybody can do it. And also hypnosis is so powerful when it's done correctly. And I know that because I've experienced hypnosis done well. And so, boy, if you have both of those things, you know, you could have power over anybody that's stupid enough to fucking lie.
That's the problem. That was what they did during the Manson family and MK Ultra during those days. This is part of the Chaos book by Tom O'Neill. It's about the Manson family murders. And one of the things that they went into is the fact that this guy who worked for the CIA at the time was part of MK Ultra. His name was Jolly West. And Jolly West is this figure all throughout the counterculture resistance movement that the federal government had sort of concocted. And part of what he was doing was teaching people how to manipulate people with LSD. And he was teaching Charlie Manson in jail. Like this guy visited Manson in jail. Then Manson would get out of jail, and Manson would get in trouble, get arrested, and then get released. And the sheriffs all say, it's over my pay grade. They were all told to let him go. And so he was implicated in murders, violent crimes, and they always let him go. They always had to let him go. And he was getting acid. And he had sophisticated methods of manipulating minds. It wasn't as simple as like, this is a charismatic dude and they all want to cut a baby out of fucking Sharon Tate's stomach. No, it was way crazier than that. It was sophisticated mind control from MK Ultra. And they wanted to see if they could get people to become homicidal maniacs. And they were right. They could. They knew how to do it. They used it. And they got Manson to do it, and it threw water on this whole anti-war hippie movement. All that peace, love shit. Whoosh. Now hippies are murderers. Now hippies are Charles Manson. Now, you know, your kid wants to just like fucking paint flowers and show up at Grateful Dead shows. No, your kid's a murderer. Your kid's a fucking... All the hippies are suspects now. It worked. It was a fascinating thing they did. Like the way they threw water on this movement that was happening, like in 1970, just threw it down and put Schedule 1 on everything. If the Nixon administration hadn't done that in 1970, who knows what the world looks like today? Like, who knows? Who knows if you can get ibogaine and ayahuasca in America, if psilocybin had stayed legal? It was made illegal in 1970. All that stuff.
70.
Yep. All that stuff became Schedule 1 in 1970. Marijuana was always illegal. It was illegal from like the 30s. And that was because it was a textile, and that was because it was a commodity. It had almost nothing to do with the drug itself. They were trying to outlaw hemp. They were worried because they had come out with a new way to process hemp fiber. It's called a decorticator. They invented this thing, this big thing. Popular Science magazine, hemp, the new billion-dollar crop. It was like they were saying, we're all going to use hemp now because now there's an effective way to process the fibers, and they're superior to everything else. Make superior paper, superior cloth, superior everything.
Right. Everything.
Much better plan. And William Randolph Hearst was like, fuck that. So William Randolph Hearst starts publishing stories in his newspapers about how blacks and Mexicans are taking this new drug called marijuana. They invented the name. It was a wild Mexican tobacco. That's what marijuana used to be. It was slang for a wild Mexican tobacco. So they put that name on cannabis, something that people had had forever. People have been smoking it forever. It was literally the origin of the term canvas.
Comes from cannabis?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It's all hemp. Well, if you go like the Mona Lisa, those are all painted on hemp. The first draft of the Declaration of Independence was written on hemp. Hemp was a far superior paper. It's really difficult to tear. It's a crazy fiber.
Hey, can we put this on pause for a second?
Huh? You got a piss?
Can we put it on pause for a second?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whew. So, ladies and gentlemen, Ron White had a moment there where he, the cold came back, the sickness came back, and yeah,
that was a moment. That was a moment. I don't know what that was.
Well, I was over here blabbing about the illegalization of weed and how crazy it is, and we were talking about ayahuasca and all those things, and all of a sudden you just got a little pale.
Yeah, I got a little pale and started sweating. I don't know what it is. I just got a little sick. I feel a little better now. I had a nice yak, and
this is how long has this sickness been with you?
I felt fine all day. I felt fine yesterday. I played golf. I had,
That's great. So has this happened before though, or it just comes on out of nowhere?
No, this would be the first time.
So maybe it's another thing, like a food poisoning thing or something.
Fuck, I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Wow. And you had a couple IVs, right?
I had 2 last week, and I'll go home and get another one. I'm sure I'll be fine in just a little bit.
Damn.
I'm sure I'll be cool.
Damn. And you played golf.
Yeah, played golf with my son. Had a great time.
It's a nice day to play golf too.
Absolutely.
One of the things we have out here in Texas is real weather. I love it when it rains and everything's so green and pretty. And
you need to go down to Costa Rica.
I do need to go down to Costa Rica.
Stay in your neighbor's place.
I do need to.
It's the sweetest thing
Yeah.
that I've ever seen.
Yeah.
My big pet peeve is when people say it's the best thing you've ever seen. I'm like, this is the
How
best
do you
thing
know,
you've
bitch?
ever seen,
Yeah.
buddy. I've seen some shit. I've seen some shit.
Exactly. Like, what are you saying? I've seen so many things.
But that place down there, it's another driftwood, or kind of like driftwood.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
it is fucking gorgeous.
I heard that driftwood place is amazing. Place out here.
It's the best, man. It's so pretty right now because all of they blow in a bunch of wildflowers all over it, and it's just fucking gorgeous. It's a great golf course.
I almost wish I played golf.
it's a waste of time and money.
Yeah,
You don't have you don't. I know you don't have time, so
I would love it. I'm sure. But so we should probably wrap this up because you're not feeling that good, right?
I feel a little better.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm
okay. Keep rolling a little.
A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's just when someone gets sick like that, you don't know what to do. Like,
fuck yeah, I don't know what to do, but I swear I feel better. I don't feel hot anymore.
Weird. So weird. Like, what is that?
I just need to get something out of my stomach real quick. I think crazy. Quickest way to do it.
It's just crazy that something's been like, you have a little invader in your body.
Yeah.
That you're fighting off. That's what we're doing all the time, fighting off these invaders.
Yeah, I'm still coming to the club tonight.
Okay.
I'm gonna get a drip and come do a set.
Of course. This will be fun tonight. It's Cam Patterson's show tonight.
Oh, good. Fun. Good.
It's an exciting time. It really is. And the world is so chaotic right now, which is great for comedy. Whenever the world's fucked up, the comedy is at its best. Gaza, Palestine, and it's fucking Ukraine and the tariffs. It's great to come out and do some comedy.
Yeah. You know what I stay away from all of it.
Good.
And of that subject matter, any politics or anything like that. And the reason is, I know my crowd. I know what they want, and they want to laugh really hard, and they want to. And I think that I've always taken the position as I'm just not going to bring that into it. I'm going to let us do something. I love it when other people do that are really good at it, and it's fun to watch and it's entertaining as fuck. But I just decided a long time ago that I'm just gonna go out there and make them laugh as hard as I can make them laugh, and let them have some time off from tragedy or whatever. And I'm not that good at it anyway. So I've never been a political commentator, right? So why be one now? And
well, the problem with politics is you're going to alienate percent of the crowd.
It'd be dead split.
Yeah,
dead split.
And if you're one of those people that takes a stand on stage, you're like, okay, great,
right?
Now you're taking a stand.
Yeah.
Okay, but just let's have fun.
It's silly
unless what you have to say is so good that you can make someone laugh.
Oh, if you're good enough.
Yeah.
If you're good enough.
Right.
I saw people try to take on 9/11 right after 9/11, but I only saw like one person that was really, if you're good enough to write about that, then write about it. But if you're not good enough to write about it, leave it the fuck alone.
Leave it the fuck alone. That's some black belt material.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to be
skill level, whatever.
Yeah. Mitzi Shore wouldn't let Brian Holtzman on stage for 2 weeks after 9/11.
No, I didn't know that.
She's like, no way. Keep him off the stage. Holtzman couldn't wait to say something fucking completely outrageous. Whatever that demon inside of him that comes out when he's on stage.
Yeah, I don't understand him. I really don't. I love him to death, but he's such an original character and
the most.
Yeah,
he's from a different time. It's like he was brought here from another dimension. He's like a different thing. Even the way he dresses, it's like he's from the 50s.
Right.
And he's like my age. Like he's not. He was like that when I met him. He was from a different era when I met him in '94. I was like,
oh, you've known him that long?
Yeah, I'm like, where's this fucking guy from? Like, you're from a different time.
People fucking love him, though, man.
He's got a crowd now.
Yeah, he does.
And that's the difference between the way he was treated at the store. Unfortunately, he fell into this through nobody's fault. But it was like everybody waited till the end and Holtzman would go up. But, like, why have him on in the end? It's like, have him on when the crowd's hot.
Right.
Like, don't put him on at 1 a.m. Put him on at 10. Let's see when the crowd is like popping, like let him cook when the crowd's popping, and now he sells out. People come to see him.
Right.
In the headlines, it's like people get excited. He's a maniac, and he's got a crowd now. He's got like a legitimate draw.
They get it.
Yeah, they get it.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's fun. And, that's also the difference between when a comedy club is run by a comic. Because Holtzman has always been a comic for comics. We all would go to see Holtzman at the end of the night when he was doing these insane sets for 15 people in the main room.
Right.
But now, like, we're running the shows. Like, give them a fucking weekend. Like, let's go. Give them a Thursday night. Let's go. Let's have some fun.
Right.
Especially
He does a lot
10
of
p.m. shows.
Right. He does a lot of Thursday.
Yeah, especially 10 p.m. shows. That's
Right.
the best time to see him. When it's late, you've had a couple of cocktails.
Right.
You feel a little crazy about the world.
Yeah.
Let that guy loose.
You understand it's a joke.
Yeah, you get jokes. You get someone saying something that he doesn't really mean.
Right.
It's completely ridiculous to say. Yeah, that's part of the fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he acts like he means it, and you buy into it. No, it's a joke still.
Every now and then he'll show you behind the curtain. Every now and then to give you a little peek, and you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
This is an act. He's having fun.
He is. He's having a good time. And he loves Austin, too. I see him walking around downtown almost every time I drive through the city. He's just...
Yeah, it was a big getting him here. It was a big get because we wanted to bring a lot of there was some magic that was trapped in the town of the Comedy Store. It was magic. And some of it wasn't being utilized correctly. And Holtzman's the best example of that.
But what a fun hang it was,
What a fun hang.
Yeah, it was great.
I had some of my favorite times in my life in that back bar.
Yeah.
Just laughing. We would be back there just laughing. That was a great thing the Comedy Store did when they put together that bar. And that it had Mitzi's actual bar from her house was the bar there.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that bar didn't used to be there. Like, so the early days, that was like a storage room. And so at one point in time when the store was like really killing it, they decided like we should turn this into a bar. And I don't know what year was that. I feel like that was like 2014-ish, which is right when I came back. And the store was killing it. And we all were like, oh yeah, we'll have our own bar. This is incredible. And you had to go through the kitchen to get to it, like a scene from Goodfellas.
Right.
And you get back there and you could only be back there if you were cool. Like you couldn't buy a ticket.
It was police.
Yeah. Yeah, you had to have a friend. You had to know somebody to get back there. But we would be hanging with some of the coolest people in the world.
That was my favorite place to drink.
It was so fun. There'd be musicians back there.
Smoke pot back there.
And everybody was just chilling the drinks for free.
Yeah.
It was crazy. It was so fun. The store was a magical place, man. A magical place. And there's something about the fact that, it had this insane history to it that you felt like, wow, I can't believe I'm even here.
Right. Standing on the stage, same stages of Pryor and
Kinnison. Yeah. Right. And you're in the belly of the beast on Sunset in Hollywood, like right in the middle of everything.
Right.
The middle of everything. Where everybody, I remember when I was a kid in 1988, when I first started doing stand-up, they would talk about the Comedy Store like it was Mecca.
Right.
Like you had to make your pilgrimage to the store. And some guys would say they went there, but they bombed. I tried to do some meetings. I did a set at the store. I bombed. I fucked that place. Like,
yeah, my first trip out to LA, I was trying to get on at the Improv. I couldn't get on, and I was like, oh man, I went to the Comedy Store, and I told them my story. It was Monday night, and they put me up first, which wasn't a really good spot, and I ate it, and but they did put me on stage. Yeah, there it is, right there. There were about 10 people in there or whatever, nobody, and it was a horrible experience. But I always look back at it fondly, because they did it.
Yeah,
they said, yeah, go get on stage.
First time I ever came out to the store, I was out in LA to do some pilot thing for MTV, and I was staying at a hotel, and I knew where the store was. I was like, I got to get there. I just got to see what it's like. And they let me in because I said, hey, I'm a comedian from New York. Can I just come in and watch the show? And they're like, yeah, sure. They just let me right in. And then I sat in the back of the room. There's like 19 people in there, and they were all like, the comics that were on stage were terrible. They were all like boat acts. They're like people that and then I realized years later that what had happened was a lot of these scenes, they go in these peaks and valleys. And I caught it when it was at a valley. And before it was at a peak, like the Kinnison years, it was a giant peak. When people would come it was the wild place. Kinnison was there. They all come at midnight and watch him, and celebrities would be all there. And he had died in like 92, I think. And I got there in 94. So there's this absence.
Lull, right?
There was a real lull. There's a lot of leftovers, people that were in the 80s that didn't make it,
right?
But they were still around. They're still doing stand up and hoping that something was going to happen. But they had tired acts. They were just tired. It hadn't happened for them. They were out there doing pilot season. They didn't want to be at the store, because if you're at the store, there's no agents. There's no executive. No one comes to see you at the store at that time. They would go to the Improv. They would go to the Laugh Factory. That's where the industry was. So if you really have an actual career, you wouldn't be at the store.
And you had to do sets from Bud Friedman going, language, watch your language.
Yeah, there's a lot of that back then, right? The TV days. Everybody thought you had to
go back to the store. It was in its heyday. You were running the podcast, and the fucking place was packed to the rafters, and the comics were solid as fuck.
We had a magical run.
Yeah,
it was a magical run,
and we're having one now.
Yeah.
So
it's the same thing. I mean, it's basically, but it's our version of it, the new version of it. But it's the same thing. It's just it's a beautiful thing when, that term artist is very pretentious. So I'll just say comics. Realize that we're all doing this thing together, and there's not a lot of us, and it's fun to hang out together and enjoy each other's company and appreciate each other and appreciate the ride. We're all on this wild ride together.
That's right. And it is quite a ride.
It's a beautiful ride.
Quite a ride.
Yeah, we're very lucky, Ron White. And I say it all the time, but it's true. You're patient zero.
All right, man. I'll take the title. I'll take the title.
You're really patient zero because you just threw up. Imagine if you have some fucking new COVID, picked up some new COVID in Vegas that kills us all.
Yeah.
I love you, brother.
I love you too,
man.
Thanks
for being here.
Oh, you got. Thanks for having me on.
Goodbye.
See you guys.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What's up, Ben?
Hey, thanks so much for having me.
My pleasure. Very nice to meet you, man. So, why don't you, instead of me, why don't you explain to people what you do?
So I'm the CEO and co-founder of a company called Colossal Biosciences. We're the world's first de-extinction and species preservation company.
Yeah, and that is a wild thing. This is essentially, literally wild. This is essentially real life Jurassic Park.
Yeah, we get the
Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What's up, Ben?
Hey, thanks so much for having me.
My pleasure. Very nice to meet you, man. So, why don't you, instead of me, why don't you explain to people what you do?
So I'm the CEO and co-founder of a company called Colossal Biosciences. We're the world's first de-extinction and species preservation company.
Yeah, and that is a wild thing. This is essentially, literally wild. This is essentially real life Jurassic Park.
Yeah, we get the Jurassic Park occasionally. Believe it or not, we get that.
Of course.
I gotta drop my hydrogen tablet in.
Oh, you do those, the Gary Brecker ones, right?
I'm all
those are great.
Yeah, so
yeah, I love those.
I just didn't want you to think we're going a different direction.
How did you get started even thinking about doing something like this?
So I kind of fell into it. I didn't wake up and say, I saw Jurassic Park. I'm super stoked. I love animals. I want to go work on this. I'm just a weirdly curious person. So there's this guy named George Church. If you don't know George, you should look him up. He's the father of synthetic biology. He's at Harvard University. He's 6'7" with narcolepsy. He's just the best, right? So if you ever had him on, he may fall asleep during the podcast, but he's the absolute best. He's a genius. And I thought my background's in software and just building teams of people that are smarter than me, right? And so I was interested in synthetic biology, this idea that we could engineer life and that we could use AI and compute to make it even better. Like, how do we do directed evolution and how that can apply to crops and animals and all kinds of stuff. So I get on the phone with George and I ask him my questions. He answers them in like 6 seconds because he's a genius. And then I start asking about all the other weird stuff that's coming out of his lab. In that process, he's like, I've also been working on mammoths and other things. I was like, wait, what? And I was like, if you have one project, what is it, this mammoth project? And then he went down this whole path about how he'd bring back mammoths, reintroduce them in the Arctic, help the ecosystem, use those technologies for conservation, use those technologies for human healthcare. And I kind of thought it was a fucking joke. I literally thought that like the smartest man I've ever met and been on the phone with was a joke. Well, then I stayed up all night just Googling George, and there was this weird mammoth through line, whether it was in 60 Minutes or, Stephen Colbert, whatever. And there was this weird mammoth through line, just obsessed with these mammoths. Everyone kind of wanted him to do this. So I called him back the next day. 7 days later, I'm in his lab, and we were off to the races on, okay, we're going to try to go build a company to bring back extinct species.
So how do you decide what to start with?
So we started with the mammoth first, right? Because George, had been working on it for 8 years. We needed his core technologies. We thought that there was a huge application to elephant conservation. There was some ecological modeling that had been done to show that the reintroduction of mammoths back into the wild could actually have a net benefit to the ecosystem. And so that was an easy place to start. After we launched the company, it went crazy viral, and all these other folks from de-extinction research started calling us, like folks from like the Thylacine or Tasmanian tiger, which looks like a mythical creature. It's awesome.
Yeah.
The best ship here with the dodo, everyone just started calling us, and then we just started expanding, our entire set.
So how does one do this? It's like, before we get to what you showed me earlier, which is fucking amazing. Before that, how does one do this? Like, from what I understand, you have to take the gene of an Indian elephant, which is the closest thing to a mammoth.
Yeah, let me walk through the whole process.
Yeah.
So first you have to find ancient DNA, which is pretty shitty on a good day. So the minute we take DNA out of our bodies or out of anything, it starts to degrade at an insanely rapid rate. So we definitely need to find a lot of samples. So we actually have about 109 mammoth samples ranging from 3,000 years old to 1.2 million years old, which is awesome.
Wow.
But it's also fragmented. It's like a shitty jigsaw puzzle that you don't know what the box is, and someone's stolen part of the puzzle, and then, oh, by the way, people have taken other puzzle pieces and put them in there. So there's all kinds of problems with that. So this is really an AI and compute problem. It's not as much a human problem. So you have to get a lot of samples first, and then you have to start mapping them to their closest living relative. And genotyping allows us to understand that that's Asian elephants, right? So Asian elephants are 99.6% the same as mammoths. They're actually closer related to mammoths than they are to African elephants.
Really?
Yeah, which always blows people's mind. That and the fact that mammoths were alive when we were building the pyramids, or aliens or whoever was building the pyramids. Like literally, like humans were building the pyramids while mammoths existed. And sometimes that blows people's mind because they always think of them as this like weird, like prehistoric, like 65 million years old dinosaur.
When did they go extinct?
So the last one went extinct about 4,000 years ago.
Really?
On Wrangel Island. Yeah.
Wow.
So they've been a while. They were around for a long time.
4,000 years ago.
I know, they weren't. I mean, now they appeared about 2.5 million years ago, as far as we understand. They were mostly a Pleistocene species. But as we moved into the Holocene and kind of the period that we're in right now, they existed. They existed all the way up until they had this like small genetic bottleneck on Wrangel Island.
Wow. And where's Wrangel Island?
It's northeast of Siberia.
Whoa. And was it a small island? They just ran out of resources there? Like, what happened?
Well, there's a couple of different theories, right? One of the theories with Wrangel Island is that they actually, there's lots of inbreeding. So there's lots of like genetic bottleneck, which happened because there's not enough different species there.
How large is Wrangel Island?
I'm not quite sure.
Can you give me a photo again, Jamie? Okay.
And so essentially, though, Wrangel Island, and then there's another island called St. Paul Island, which is also between Alaska and Russia. Also is where they were. Those are kind of the last two places that we know mammoths existed today.
And they died out 4,000 years ago.
Yeah,
so
and now some actually
small.
There is actually another working hypothesis that they actually ran out of water. They ran out of access to fresh water on the island.
Oh wow!
So some combination of genetic bottleneck and that occurred.
Wow, 4,000 years is so recent.
I know, it's crazy recent, right?
Jamie, can you please pull up a photo of an Asian elephant versus a African elephant?
And they're actually mammoths, because there's mammoths themselves. Yeah. mammoths themselves are close related to the Asian elephant.
Which is on the left?
Yeah, which is on the left. So they have that dome cranium. They have the small ears. They have a little bit of a hump structure. Mammoths, because they have these massive, massive tusks, right? And, you've talked to lots of folks in kind of the mammoth world. They actually, move their heads quite slowly. They had to, have this entire ridge of extra muscle in order to do that. But one of the things that's awesome also about the Asian elephants is some Asian elephants, some of the ones that are born actually they're not mammoth-like, but they have a lot of fur on them, and they kind of lose it over time.
Wow. So are those the ones that you would find like in Thailand?
Yes, and Thailand, and then parts of different parts of India and the Indian
I
subcontinent.
actually rode one of those once with my family.
Oh, did you
I
go
don't
to
recommend it.
Did you go to one of those places that you take care of them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to like get a relationship with them. So you feed them sugar cane and you wash them and you play nice with them for like a while.
Yeah.
Like a couple hours. It was like at least an hour. You're just hanging out with them, petting them, and then once they decide you're cool,
Then
they
they'll
let you ride them.
Yeah.
But my whole family rode them, and I was like totally opposed to it. I was like, I'm doing it just because you guys want to do it. I just want to feed them.
Yeah, hang out with them. Yeah,
it just felt weird. My daughter fell off, I think twice. My youngest daughter fell off once at least, and I was like, "Do we know that this elephant wants us riding?"
Yeah,
like, you know what I mean. It's kind of a weird thing.
It's a weird thing, right? Yeah.
And then afterwards, you get in the water and you wash them.
Yeah,
and everything, and I just kind of hung out with them.
I'd be cool.
They're very sweet.
I don't think I'd want to ride one. I like being, around them.
I think there's a video on my Instagram of it. Yeah, there is. There definitely is, because she was eating a log. I was like, oh, why are you eating a log?
Yeah,
it's just weird. They're so enormous, but they're really like peaceful and chill.
Incredibly smart, and they have incredible pack dynamics, right? So they live in a herd. They've even had all these different examples where they also adopt other animals. I don't know if you've seen any of these videos. But
so here it is. So this is a few years ago in Thailand, and this is an Asian elephant just chilling with this elephant. Yeah, 2018. Okay, there it is. It was really cool.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It's just cool to be around them. They're just a fascinating animal. Just the biodiversity of Earth, the fact that thing exists. This enormous
thing with this like robotic prehensile arm. Yeah, it's crazy.
As long as you're cool to them, they're cool to you.
Yeah, they sense it, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we see that in nature with a lot of animals, right? If you sense it and they don't feel like they're being backed into a corner or fearful, then they're not going to be around that. So some of our animals I've been around, and they're starting to get quite large, which I'm sure we'll talk about at some point.
Yes.
At some point though, you're still kind of like, they are wild animals, so you have to maintain some level of healthy distance.
Yeah. So let's just get right to it.
You want to finish the process?
Yeah, please.
So we have the ancient genome, so you have to collect and assemble.
Right.
And that's, a lot of people just think of us in the lab, like just a bunch of people in the lab, but that's like some Indiana Jones shit. Like we're literally going into the permafrost and like collecting dead samples from the permafrost, which, you've had, John Reeves on here. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
It smells like death. It literally, I guess it is death. It's just over time piled up death. And
have you visited John?
Yeah, I visited John.
You went to the boneyard?
Yeah, I went to the boneyard.
What's it like there?
It's crazy. It's exactly what you'd expect. I didn't know John. So I'm on the board of trustees of the Explorers Club. So we take these expeditions. We did an expedition to Alaska to do mammoth retrieval, and then we're also doing some cultural studies with some of the indigenous people groups around mammoths. Like, do you want mammoths back? This is a good idea, right? Because we try to be pretty inclusive. And they're like, oh, we got to meet the biggest landowner in Alaska, John. And I was like, okay, great. I'm excited. So go meet him. We pull up. He's in a different car, and he's like, and I think he wanted us to follow him. He's like, get in. I was like, okay, and he's a big dude.
He's enormous.
Yeah, I'm not that big of a dude, right?
No,
especially
giant.
Especially after Gary Breck has been working on me. I'm a smaller dude, right? And so, like, I literally get in. I get in the car. There's a bunch of stickers, and there's one that has butterflies on it that says "Give 0 fucks." And I was like, and he's like, just move the gun over. So I moved the gun over, and he goes, listen. And this is the first words out of his mouth to me. If I stop short, you hand me that gun. And I was like, I didn't even ask a follow-up question because, like, what do you do when you get in the car with John and he says, you hand me that gun? If I stop quick and I say, hand me that gun, you hand me that gun. I was like, That's awesome. He showed me around the.
What kind of gun was it?
It was just some type of rifle.
So it was grizzlies.
I assume it was for grizzlies, yeah, or bears, or something large.
Yeah.
But then he showed me around the boneyard and showed me his collection, and he was completely. I mean, he didn't know us from anybody. He just opened up everything to us, right? And he's like, "Let me show you all this." Showed us his skull. He actually has a warehouse. I don't know if he ever discloses where it is, but he has a warehouse where he has some of the greatest specimens ever.
Yeah.
So it's cool. You should go. It's cool.
I do want to go. He's an amazing guy.
He's a cool guy. And then, being in the mammoth researcher business, we're like, oh, we'd love to, use some of your samples. Can we take them? And he's like, no. And he was very honest. And he told us, and that's like before your podcast with him, we kind of learned that story, right? And so that's what sucks, is how like some people can ruin it for everybody.
Yeah.
Because he's, outside of Fairbanks, it's not the easiest place to build a, biocontainment level 3 lab.
Right.
But he was open. He's like, you build a lab here, you can use whatever you want. But he's like, the bones stay here. So he's very consistent with his messaging.
Well, the whole deal with the Museum of Natural History, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I totally believe it. Well,
it's a fact now. They found these bones in the East River exactly where they told them to drop it off. They have steppe bison fragments and
I've seen it.
woolly mammoth fragments, so they know that they're there.
Yeah, and you've built a relationship with John. He's just a normal, no bullshit kind of guy.
Yeah.
He's like, you stole this stuff, give it back.
Yeah.
Or he's also like, hey, if you want to come work on it, come on. Like, he's very collaborative.
It's like, what do you guys have? Like, why are you keeping that shit in a basement? Like, what is that?
I mean, when we do work, outside of the expeditions of collecting ancient DNA, when we do work, we also work with museums, right? And so we go to like the catacombs of the museums, and it's exactly what you think of as like the Vatican archives, right? You go down to like sub-basement 4 of the Smithsonian, and it's just rows and rows and rows of taxidermy animals that you've never seen. It's got like little drawers and boxes, and they're like, oh, this is giant sloth poop. And I was like, I didn't know there was giant sloth poop. They're like, yes, and we think there's DNA in it. I was like, well, this is like, the card catalog of like all like dead species, but it's not on display for the public. It's just in a basement.
And is it extensively archived? They know where everything is, or is there some stuff down there?
I mean,
I don't know what it is.
I wouldn't say that they are at least any museum. I think they have a lot more than they know. I don't see it in like massive computer systems, because we ask for inventory lists, and like what's the shopping list?
It's been over 100 years they've been doing
this.
So people have come and gone.
Oh, they'll pull out drawers that have like Darwin's name on it and stuff like that.
Whoa.
I mean, that's how we did the thylacine. We actually found in a cup about this size, we actually found we call it the miracle pup, where they shot the mother, they took the 3 joeys, the babies, killed the 3 pups, and they put one of them in formaldehyde, and we got a 98% complete genome from the first sample of that pup.
Wow.
But they didn't even know they had it. They also, on the thylacine, which I'm sure we'll talk about more later, they also found a head in a bucket. They didn't even, it was the mom's head. So we could actually look at the genetic relation between the two. And they didn't know they had the head in the bucket. They just had a head in the bucket. They opened it up as marked thylacine. They opened it up, and there was a full thylacine skull in there. There's pictures of it online and everything. And we used that to get to a 99.9% complete genome, because we also had the ancestry of the pup and mother.
Wow.
Yeah. So there's probably treasure troves in some of these museums that aren't being fully utilized.
So if you have 98% or you have 99%, what's the process of going from that? So here,
there's the head in the bucket. So Andrew Pask, who leads our in partnership with the University of Melbourne, leads our thylacine work. And that's the head and bucket. I mean, there's soft tissue, there's teeth, there's petrous bones, which we'll talk about.
Do you buy into any of these sightings?
No, I did. So Andrew Pask, for years, he's been working on it for 15 years. He's amazing. He's awesome. He's been working on it like a shoestring, and that's part of the problem. He's put real capital into it now, and he's been working on it for 15 years, and he's had people send him, poop, clippings from, hair, and all this stuff over the years. So he just send it to him, and then he loves the thylacine so much, he just sequences it, and he's like, no, it's a dog. You sent me more dog shit. Thanks. I mean, it's demoralizing. But like when I got into thylacine, we met Andrew. We did a partnership with him. We actually made the largest investment in marsupial research, more than the Australian government. We made the largest investment in research for marsupial development of anyone. So we do this, And then you get into the myth of it, right? So you start reading it, right? I start reading all the books on the thylacine. I get obsessive about projects. And so I'm pretty obsessed about extinction right now. And so got super deep in it. And then I started calling Pascal's like, hey, I've been watching these YouTube videos and I kind of think they're still there. And Pascal's like, no, stop it. Don't go down that rabbit hole. So I don't believe.
But why did he say that?
Well, because he's been testing for the last 15 years all over Tasmania, right? So not just Southern Australia, but all over Tasmania.
So samples, poop,
samples,
like
just
that.
everything, using camera traps. And nobody's... I think that they officially say that the thylacine went extinct in 1936. Mm-hmm. But probably into the late 40s and early 50s, they still existed. But, I mean, I think it's very unlikely that one still exists. It'd make our lives a lot easier.
Forrest really believes in it.
He does. He thinks they're in Papua New Guinea.
And because of sightings.
Yeah, he said he thinks in the western part of Papua New Guinea in the mountains.
And also incredibly remote.
Yeah.
Very difficult.
And the separation of that topography separates the Papua New Guinea singing dogs, which could be competitive for them for predator prey, from where the thylacine sightings were.
What's a singing dog?
It's just another large canid that has a unique howl.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it
sound?
still exists. Well, I'm sure Jamie can find a video.
I want to hear that. I've never heard of this.
Yeah.
Singing dog.
Yeah.
Wow.
Papua New Guinea singing dogs.
By the way, folks, we're teasing you because this is not just theoretical.
Yeah, so
this is what's going to get crazy.
Yeah, it's going to get weirder.
This podcast is going to blow your fucking mind. Go ahead, Jamie.
Opera singers look.
That's what
These rare animals have a knack for holding a tune, even to an exact key.
Opera singers love these.
Oh, they're so cute.
Yeah.
They're so cute. Do people keep them as pets? That looks like a dog.
Yeah, that looks like a dog.
That looks like a dog.
They're wild. They're wild dogs in Papua New Guinea, but I'm sure people have domesticated them.
Wow. Pretty fucking cool dogs. And hanging out with a fox.
So once you have enough of that DNA, right, from all these different samples, and you can assemble it, you then have to build comparative genomic models to its closest living relatives. In the case of the mammoth, the Asian elephant. But I'm from software, so I just assume there's like the Google cloud of DNA. Like we backed up, like we've all done 23andMe before it went bankrupt, right? So we should assume that the government or someone backed up and had kind of like the 23andMe of all species.
Right.
That doesn't exist.
Wow.
Which is insane. So there's no backup. There's no like Noah's Ark bio vault for life, like kind of like the seed vaults. That doesn't exist. And so we're actually petitioning the U.S. government to help put a massive project together to help biobank it. It's starting with just American megafauna and keystone species. So that doesn't exist at all. And so then Colossal had to go out and go build reference genomes for all the species, like the closest living relatives for all the species that we're working on.
So this is the question. If you have, say, let's go to woolly mammoth. Huh? So if you have woolly mammoth and you have 99%, how do you bridge that gap? How do you create?
That's synthetic biology. So you never have to get to 100%, right? You need to get to probably
synthetic biology.
That's where you are using all of these different genetic tools. Probably heard of CRISPR, all these other things. Genetics, which is it breaks the DNA. It's not always the best tool. We can now actually make individual edits to, when you think of the DNA double helix, right, in those rungs of the ladder, those individuals are called nucleotides. We can change the letters. Like, that's how precise we can be. We can say at spot 4,000,008, I need to change that letter. And so you change that letter. And then other times you actually synthesize big blocks of DNA. So when you notice that in the mammoth and in the Asian elephant, there's a difference. And if it's in these certain like protein coding regions, in all these different regions of the genome that drive phenotypes or physical like attributes, like curved tusk, dome cranium, small ears, the subcutaneous fat layer, and then hair and coat color, you can actually then engineer that into the Asian elephant, right? Because you're only really looking at that 0.4% difference, right? It's still a lot of numbers. You're only looking at that, and so the better you can be at software, and the better you can be using AI and computer models, the less edits you have to make, right? Because you're really just trying to target those core phenotypes.
Right. Are there specific genes that regulate size? Because they're larger.
All right, well,
yesterday I was fucking drunk. Drank cold night, today I'm having a hangover.
Well, get some water in your body.
Yeah, I did it. What
All right.
about you? Like, you woke up so early.
Now I've been up all night.
Yeah. You don't need sleep.
Yeah, I sleep.
So that's good. Your body needs rest, yeah.
Word Mockingbird.
So
Would you
what's going on? What's happening?
just watch Joe Rogan? They have the CEO from COSIO of Colossal Bioscientific. They're talking about de-extinction, essentially using the DNA of the woolly mammoth to impregnate Asian elephants and
What?
and
Okay.
reintroduce them to the Arctic Circle. It's baller.
Lots of stuff going on. And what's on big field? Anything interesting?
What's on what?
On big.
On deck? I'm
Yeah.
just creating robots. That's what I've got going. Just robot after robot. How about you? What's in your night? What's going on in your world?
I'm sure. It was boring. Job and that's it. Nothing pretty much going on. Like, people are unhappy because of democracy. People are here. You know where I'm from, right? So,
No.
you
Remind me.
remember?
Nepal?
Yeah. So here people want king, like constitution monarchy.
Yeah.
And people think that we were progressive when king was there, and right now there are lots of corruption cases coming up, and human trafficking from homeless servers. That kind of shit is coming up, so people are really frustrated. So I hope like something good will happen. Our system will change. That's it, man. Nothing pretty much.
Do you know anyone from the Sherpa people?
I hope, yeah.
That's baller. Okay, can I tell you something about them?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so a lot of people think that, at least like in English, when you refer to a Sherpa, you're talking about someone who's carrying a bunch of stuff up a mountain, but that's not correct. The Sherpa are a people. One of their common careers is being what you would call a more like a portager, someone who takes something from one place to another. But just because someone's a Sherpa does not mean that they're carrying stuff. That's a group of people. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's totally correct. And Serpa is also cast over here. I don't know much history, so I don't want to dig in over there, but I had a friend who's Serpa, and he doesn't climb Mount Everest. Like, he does business over here in Ghana.
Exactly. But
So,
like, if you refer to someone like, oh, that person's a Sherpa, in English, a lot of times people just assume, oh, that person's like carry stuff, and that's untrue. It just so happens that a lot of people from that community carry stuff, but that they're portagers. Some are portagers, but some are not. Just like your friend.
totally. And Serpa, one of the strongest here in the world. Like, they have like really good gems, you know? They don't really get like gold and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're really like immune to shit.
You know who the most probably I would say the most famous Nepalese person is?
Like, who did they?
I mean, who would you say it is?
I don't really know. Like, who do you think? I guess it's good to know from you guys outside.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. This is just my opinion, and it's it's debatable whether was born in Nepal or Tibet, but it would be Tenzing Norgay. Do you know who that is?
Oh yeah, of course.
But let me look it up. Who's the most famous Nepalese person ever? Um, Siddhartha Gautama, the Buddha. Okay, I guess, but that doesn't really count. They say Tenzing Norgay. I'm in agreement with that. And there's an entrepreneur and philanthropist, Binod Shudahari.
Yeah, he's a billionaire.
Yeah, dog. And
Yeah,
then
but not that famous, but yeah, as a billionaire, he's famous.
you've got Kathmandu. Do you know the song Kathmandu by Bob Seger?
Yeah,
That's amazing, man.
that's quite famous.
That's your favorite song?
One of my favorite, bro.
Dude, I love that song. It's how I found out about Kathmandu. Kathmandu. Really, really where I'm going to. If I ever get out of here, I'm going to Kathmandu. Yeah, I love that song, man. It's a great song. What else do I know about Nepal? Well, you guys are kind of in a border dispute with China, and
Yeah,
and
we are dealing with it.
they're kind of
Both
aggressive,
China and India both.
right?
Like we're like, we are in middle, so we are not big country. We don't have rockets and other shit. We always like have to,
Right.
how do you say that? But I don't know. Nowadays it's kind of fine because India and Pakistan, right?
Yeah.
So China too wants to get close with us, and India too doesn't want to get hated. So India is always like a good ally.
So there's
Nepal is always a good ally for India.
so there is some kind of thing. This is more an India-China thing, but you're in the middle. That there's some kind of treaty. They can only fight with like sticks. Do you know about this?
No.
Okay. Yeah. So China and India have never had or have had multiple border skirmishes where troops use sticks and rocks instead of firearms, adhering to a 1996 agreement that prohibits the use of guns and explosives within 2 kilometers of the line of actual control. One notable clash occurred in 2021 in where Indian and Chinese troops fought with makeshift weapons such as sticks, metal pipes, bricks, and stones. These confrontations are part of an ongoing territorial dispute between the two nations, particularly in the Himalayan region.
That's a new thing for me. I didn't know.
Isn't that interesting though? It's the only normally like you just shoot the other side, but like they're really strict about not using explosives or firearms, and so they use sticks and pipes and things and bricks. I just found that to be really interesting, and I've seen them fight. Actually, somebody had some footage of it, and it's like they're pretty serious about it. I mean, but like nobody dies, or generally, like I don't know of anybody. But I mean, that's great because they're the two most populated countries in the world, and there could be a lot of casualties if they were using like real weapons.
Yeah. Totally.
Oh,
They use like pebbles and stones. That's also kind of fun.
yeah. So I found some footage of it. So this happened like within the last year. I'm just seeing what happens. So it's like just it's combat footage. They're just like basically like you'd be with your friends, and then they just start wailing on each other, beating on each other with sticks and rocks and stuff. Like very interesting that these countries could literally destroy each other, and then this is sad though. So what was happening? The Chinese side like gave a handshake and faked it, and then and then started attacking. So it was like kind of mean of them.
Yeah.
Wild shit. Anyway,
But
That-
China, like, they just want to, control border in India. They even name some parts of India as their name, and they are waiting. They are waiting. I guess they are waiting because Pakistan and India war has been closed. It has an end, I guess. So yeah, they are waiting for the right time to attack.
yeah, and at least like they're like at least China is really into maps, and like on all their maps they like make sure that Mount Everest, like the very top of it, is in Chinese, and because like if you control the highest point on Earth, that's like a very key area to control. Though as a kid, I always knew it to be in Nepal, but I guess China has taken that over. If you ask me, I always think of it as being in Nepal, but
You always what? Sorry, I didn't get it.
that's okay. Like if you were to ask me, like as a kid growing up, I've always thought of Mount Everest to be in Nepal, but I guess it's like half of it's in Nepal and half of it's in China.
Wait a second, again. The rain is coming out of the.
Sure thing. You know what's really interesting about Nepal as well? The well, there are a lot of things, but like um, Kathmandu's airport is the highest airport in the world.
So mammoths were about the same size. They're a little bit bigger than Asian elephants, a little bit smaller than African elephants.
Oh.
So there were 11. Everyone argues over the definition of speciation because it's a stupid concept that humans made, not nature made. And so there are 11 different types of mammoths out there that evolved in different ways, and some of them were larger. But the woolly mammoth, one that we were pursuing, that has that woolly phenotype, it was about the size of Asian elephant. But there, to your question on size, it's actually a cluster of genes. We're finding more and more about how different genes also map across all species as well.
And so there's specific characteristics that these animals have, one of them being the big furry coats. But you guys, what did you do with mice?
We made woolly mice.
See if you can find that.
The only like unintended consequences was they were cute as fuck. Like people lost their minds, right? Like I was on the phone recently with a moderately aggressive journalist, and it was going quite poorly as some calls go.
Moderately aggressive? They were being aggressive in what way? Like,
Some
why
people,
are you doing this?
Some people, yeah, everyone likes.
Look how
it.
cute!
Yeah. So
my daughter actually found this online and wants one.
Yeah, so we get that a lot
She wants a woolly
kids.
mouse.
So every week, I don't have my laptop actually.
Look how cute!
But every week,
oh my god, they're adorable.
So these woolly mice aren't just adorable. We basically said, look, what are the core genes that drive the hair phenotype or physical attribute of a mammoth? from an Asian elephant to a mammoth. And then because we want to do this in the most ethical way as possible, there's about 200 million years of genetic divergence between mice and elephants. We didn't just want to ram mammoth DNA in there and see what happens. So we looked for the mouse equivalent, right? So we look for, like, all of us have similar genes. So we can try to look for those genes and then edit those genes with the data we got from the mammoth, so that we're then not just putting random genes in there that could either hurt the animal or kill them, right? Or they may not even be compatible with life, right? So we try to be really, really thoughtful about it. And the woolly mice went like, it went insane. There's people that are like making t-shirts, a meme coin. And so we made 36 mice. They're all healthy. There's 36 mice that we made. And what was crazy about it is we're excited about it because it shows that the end-to-end process of taking data from an ancient DNA, comparing it to a living animal, making those changes, doing it with 100% efficiency. And that's really important and really hard. So we did it with 100% efficiency. Yeah, that's the
difference.
Well, so the
one of them, if it was in a trap, you'd be so sad.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
The little guy on the left, if he was in a trap, I'd be like, oh, look what we killed. Isn't that funny? Just a little bit of fur.
Yeah,
makes you love them.
And that's the color that we think most mammoths were. So,
really? They were like a blonde.
They were like a golden brown color, right? Because when we pull them out of the permafrost, they've been sitting in mud for quite some time. But as you see, very fresh mammoths, like from Siberia and whatnot, like in Yakuts and other places in northern Siberia, that they actually have pretty well preserved mammoths. They actually have kind of a dirty blonde gold meets brown fur.
Wow.
And so we did that, and now there's people that are making T-shirts that aren't us, and pillows. They're like legalized woolly mice. I'm like, they're not illegal. And then there's a meme account for the guy that did the CRISPR babies, that went in trouble for making edited babies in China. Yeah. A meme account.
Oh wow, so that's mammoth fur.
Yeah,
wow.
A meme account though actually said on X that these are a bioweapon. And that Colossal's made a bio. So the weirdness of the woolly mouse went crazy viral. What we were trying to show is that we used our multiplex editing tools, meaning that we edited all of those genes at the same time. Most people edit one gene, let that mouse live. From the second lineage, they'll do one more gene, let that mouse live, and then they'll stack those edits over multiple generations. We've developed a system so that we can deliver all of those edits at one time, all over the genome, get exactly what we want. And then we have this what's called monoclonal screening, where we're screening the cells at the end, sequencing all of the cells, which is expensive and sounds like overkill. But then we know that none of them have unintended consequences or off-target effects in the genome, so that we know the mice that we then do cloning with, we know that they'll be healthy. And so we try to spend a lot of time, on that, because we're certified by American Humane Society. It's the oldest humane organization in the world. And if you've seen the film, that's like no animals were harmed in the making of this film. That's those guys. Right. So we've ended up. So we really care about kind of not just the de-extinction efforts, the genome engineering efforts, but ensuring that the animals are healthy when they come out. And so the woolly mouse was a really interesting proof of concept. It shows that the edits that we are working on are working right, and we're getting exactly what we predicted.
Is there any plans to sell those?
No, everyone keeps asking us that. But you know what? Museums actually are now calling us saying, and zoos are calling us saying, can we display the woolly mice? They're like, it'll drive so much value. It'll teach people about, genetics and whatnot. So, it's not our business model to sell our animals or to sell, woolly mice, but it's kind of gone crazy.
Is it dangerous, though, to leave these mice in the hands of someone, even at a zoo, who decides, I want more of these?
Yeah, if we ever put them, I think more likely we'd put them in a museum that needs to be free, like the Smithsonian or something like that, from an education perspective, versus something that's more attraction based. I think we do it more in the case of a museum.
Do you plan on keeping this batch alive?
Yeah, they're going to live out their normal lives, but
you're not going to make new ones.
We may make new ones.
What
with
if they breed?
These won't. They're all separated. They're all separated by sex. So we're not gonna have like a Jurassic Park moment where they change. They're all separated by sex. If Jamie finds a picture of their habitats, they actually live. They live a couple years, but they don't live like traditional lab mice that live in like a small little cage and all on top of each other. They actually live in pretty sweet digs that we made for them. They're all we spared no expense.
Cool little house.
Yeah, and they're big, and we put fun stuff in them to play with like this. And what's been crazy is we only named 2 of them, and we named him Chip and Dale because people were asking me what the names were, and I was like, Chip and is the only thing that I could think of at the moment. And now even on X, people are like, we need pictures of Chip. Where is Chip? We've only seen pictures of Dale. And there's like these incredible internet sleuths that are like, that's not Chip, that's Dale. We need a picture of Chip.
So get involved.
Yeah. So we've just
don't get involved with those people.
We've not leaned in. Yeah.
You cannot.
We're excited. They're excited, but we just can't.
Yeah,
we're busy.
So this is a new thing. The woolly mouse is a new thing. Is there any talk about doing other kind of new things?
So it's more of a proof of technology. I think that the mouse model, because it's a 20-day gestation versus 22 months in elephants, it's a great way to test phenotypes. Because with a mammoth, you have 3 ways to test if you got the edits right. 1, you can do molecular tests. You can do DNA sequencing to see if it worked. 2, I guess there's 4. 2, you could grow a mammoth and see if it looks like it. But that's a lot of work in 22 months, like a lot of gestational time, a lot of money. I think there's a lot of risk in that. The third, and this is a little weird, we created what's called induced pluripotent stem cells. So we created cells that you can then turn into any type of tissue. So we actually do have mammoth hair follicles growing in a lab. So we have hair growing in petri dishes in the lab, which is pretty cool. If you come see the lab, you'll get the whole Willy Wonka tour, which is pretty cool. And then the fourth way is mice, right? Because it's like if we can then engineer them into mice, we can see immediately within 20 days if the edits were working, if there were any unintended consequences that would be detrimental to the animal.
Wow.
So we'll probably make more iterations of the woolly mice. The thylacines' closest living relative is the fat-tailed dunart, which is a mouse-sized marsupial. And it actually gestates in 13.5 days versus 20 days. So there's no reason to do it in mice when you can do it immediately in the model species.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay.
So how did you make the decision to do what you ultimately did, what you showed me before the show?
We're working on the mammoth, the Tasmanian tiger, and the dodo for different reasons. We work with a lot of different private landowners, governments, and indigenous people groups. And a project that we announced through our Colossal Foundation about 2.5 years ago is doing a population genomics map. We talked about biobanking a little bit. So we want to understand from the bison that are still here in America, what's genetic diversity, what's been lost, what's the number of inbreeding. So we go through this whole process to try to understand, and then we were giving a report back to MHA Nation. German Fox, it's one of the largest indigenous people groups in the United States, one of the largest tribes based in North Dakota. So we're giving them a report out on this. We went to their nation, wanted to hear this, and then so we said, what other projects would you work on if we could do that's helpful outside of helping bison? And they said that we needed to help with wolf conservation. They brought up that. They said that we needed to help with more bison conservation. They said if we could do stuff around eagles and fish. And so we kind of got that feedback. And when Chairman Fox was walking me through their cultural heritage museum, he actually stopped on this incredible picture of a white wolf. And he said, that's the great wolf. And he talked about the ancestral knowledge that was passed down and that's been lost, and how many people believed that it could have even been a dire wolf. Game of Thrones, that's cool. I love the show. That's interesting. So I did that. We talked about that. And then 3 months later, I was in North Carolina, and understanding that for a completely different meeting around financing. And in that meeting, the Red Wolf program came up. I don't know if you know anything about the Red Wolf, but it's kind of a disaster.
Yeah.
It's the only endemic wolf to America. It's only endemic to America. It's a red wolf. It's beautiful. And there's like 15 left in the wild. With massive loss of genetic diversity, massive bottleneck. And I was like, wait, we're supposed to be this country of innovation. We can't save our own. When you think of like the American West, right? You think of wolves. You think of like eagle soaring, you think of like trout, bears catching trout, you think of bison. The thought that we could lose one of these amazing icons, we're like, we have to do something about this. We have to figure something out. So we put that kind of on the list. And then in a weird series of events, we've had all of these kids over the last 3 years and teachers and parents sending us pictures of woolly mammoths or dodos or thylacines. Like we get like boxes of this every single week, which is pretty cool. So we're going to make a Colossal Kids Corner at our new labs. And in that, we've had some Hollywood talent, like, Tom Brady, others that have invested in the business. They're just excited about it. Most of them learned about it through their kids, kind of like with the woolly mouse with you. And so everyone's excited about it. And then we talked again to MHA Nation. They brought dire wolf again. And so we thought, maybe there was an opportunity to bring back an American species, because direwolves were only found in the U.S., a little in North America, but predominantly in the United States, coastal United States. And we thought if we could do something that could bring back the direwolf, also help wolf conservation and bring people from like sci-fi, fantasy, and kids more into science and into the conversation around conservation, we thought it was a cool idea, but we had no idea if we could pull it off.
Is there dead direwolves that were trapped in permafrost, or is
No, most of the direwolf skulls out there, there's thousands of them in La Brea tar pits. So if you go there, they have this beautiful wall, but because of heat and acidification, there isn't anything that's protected. Like there's nothing you can get from that. But about 6 years ago, a group, including Beth Shapiro, our chief science officer, sequenced a tooth that was found in a cave, just a single tooth, right? And in that tooth, they actually found they actually got 0.15x or coverage of the genome, so they got about 15% of the genome. But that's not really enough. You need to get up to about 10x, meaning that you can read the entire genome about 10 different times, so that even if there are gaps, you understand enough of the core kind of coding regions that you could bring back that animal.
Is this done by AI?
It's done by AI and software, yeah. So we built, part of our business model is building technologies to solve these really complicated problems. They're much harder to solve than just solving them for existing species, open sourcing that for conservation for free, but then also taking those technologies that we can monetize for humans and spinning them out. So our first computational analysis company was called FormBio, and we actually spun it out of the business.
So you have this tooth, you have 1.5.
Yeah, 1.5, so 15% of the genome.
Okay.
And so I went to Beth, who was only an advisor at the time, and said, could you resample the tooth? And she's like, it's like, half an inch long. She's like, it's destructive sampling. Like, it's going to ruin us. Well, could we scour the other museums and see if it's even possible? So we lucked out, and that tooth's 13,000 years old. The skull itself is 73,000 years old. Not exactly sure. But it was found in a riverbed. And it wasn't found in a riverbed at the mouth of a cave. So it wasn't found like in the permafrost, but it also wasn't found in like heat and acidification. So there's a bone in all of us called the petrous bone, which is insanely dense, and it doesn't change a lot from after you're born. It's a great DNA storage, better than teeth, better than anything. It's like in the inner ear kind of head area. And so we got permission from the museum to very carefully drill into the underside of the skull and remove the petrous bone to see if we could get DNA. And we got really lucky between resampling the first and we ended up getting about 13 to 14x coverage. So that's more than we needed to potentially bring back the direwolves.
And then what'd you do?
Well, and then we got a knock on the door. And so we took that DNA.
Can I ask before we even start with this?
Yeah.
The aggressive reporters, is it you're playing God? How do you have the right to do this?
So it's been a journey. Okay. So the journey that we've had is, when we started this, we didn't have any scientists. We didn't, right? They're like, this is tech bros wanting to see cool animals, and they've only got $16 million of funding and they don't have any scientists. Haha. So that was phase one.
Right.
And then we're like, as an entrepreneur, my job is to hire much smarter people than me.
You smoke cigars?
I do not. Gary's got me on quite a kick. So
health kick?
Yeah. So yeah, I mean,
cigars aren't bad for you.
Well, I'm not saying they're bad for you. I'm just saying that
allegedly.
Yeah.
I don't care. This is the last of the things that I partake in that are probably bad for you.
Yeah, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Everyone's got their vices.
I like a little cigar. So my question, if I was going to grill you, if I was a reporter, it'd be like, what do you have to invade the natural process of nature and to inject your curiosity and your ability to create new life?
I think that we've become the apex predator on this planet, and we inject our curiosity and choices every day that we overfish the ocean, we overhunt something. In the case of the thylacine, the Australian government put a bounty on its head and killed it off, right? And every time we cut down the rainforest, every time we drink hydrogenated water, we are, playing God on some level, right? Humans are very good at changing the natural flow of things. Mm-hmm. Now, the good news is that there's been a lot of work around ecology and understanding what the impacts to rewilding can be. And so it's been really, really helpful for us to understand, one of the most successful rewilding programs of all times was reintroducing of 14 or 15 wolves back into Yellowstone.
Right.
And looking at how the ecology of the system completely changed. Like, it changed the shape of rivers, because the elk population were just, they're getting fat, they were getting lazy, they weren't migrating. The sick and the old and the weak weren't getting killed off.
Right.
They were spreading disease. They were eating all of the willows and everything along the banks. So therefore the beavers went away. Beavers are like the most super, climate impact animals that probably exist, because they make wetlands. They make they cause the rivers and ponds to get deeper, so it allows different types of fish and different types of animals. So you have this thing called trophic downgrading, and you have this trophic cascading effect when you reintroduce these species.
That documentary is fascinating.
It's so fascinating.
How wolves change rivers.
Yeah.
I know people that lived in Montana before the wolf reintroduction, and a lot of people don't like that the wolves are there, but most of them are elk hunters that were used to something that's just outrageously overpopulated. That's the reality of it.
Yeah.
But they were telling me that they had so many elk that were living, they had such a large population versus the actual resources that were available, that they had all these crazy hunts that were available over the counter. Like, you can hunt cows in the snow. So in the middle of the winter, where they can't move good, you just pick them off in the snow, because they were just trying to cull the population. They were trying to diminish them.
And that's not good for the elk population.
No, it's
not only good for the ecosystem, it's not good for the elk population itself.
Right. I have a good friend who lives in Colorado. He has a ranch in Colorado, and we were at his place approximately 2 weeks after they reintroduced wolves. So they actually reintroduced wolves on his property.
Oh yeah.
And he didn't know it was going to before it happened. And all the people around there are ranchers.
Yeah.
So already these 5 wolves that they've reintroduced, he said, killed over a dozen cows and calves. So the problem is they've killed elk as well.
Yeah.
In fact, I took a photo of an elk leg that we found on the ground that the wolves had killed. I'm not a big fan of people getting to vote on whether or not to do something with wildlife. I'm a big fan on having real wildlife biologists assess situations. In the case of Colorado obviously borders Wyoming, and wolves were making into Colorado already, and they are protected. The problem with reintroducing, you're essentially asking a wolf that doesn't know the territory to start killing things in that territory,
or to stop at a imaginary border. It doesn't exist.
There's no border. They go hundreds and hundreds of miles. Exactly. But the idea that you're doing this, and you're doing this where there's ranches, is crazy. And in Colorado, particularly stupid, because the first batch were literally animals that they had captured because they were killing wildlife.
Yeah.
So they moved them from Oregon to Colorado, where they started killing wildlife. They're killing. Excuse me, I'm saying wildlife. What I really meant to say was animals, agriculture. Mm-hmm. They're killing domesticated cows. They're killing these calves, and they're having a real fucking problem with that.
And it is something that needs to be continually monitored. That shouldn't just be on some random vote of how you feel about it, right?
You just can't let people vote on that. Too many people live in these high population areas.
I couldn't agree more, right? And so, we as humanity, if you look at the third leading cause of death of elephants, it's human-elephant conflict, right?
Mm-hmm.
we have to figure these things out.
Yes.
We don't want degraded ecosystems. We don't want to lose species, but you have to do this in a very thoughtful and measured way, right?
Yeah.
Like with Yellowstone, they're like, this is big enough ecological preserve. We're tagging the animals.
Yeah.
We're going to walk and measure it. I don't think that it's safe or smart to put any, not just predators, but also large herbivores in these heavy population dense areas. We have to understand that some of these areas not are lost, but have already been changed for a different reason.
Yes, and they've achieved homeostasis. They've achieved the balance, right? Which is the big issue with Colorado right now. And it's going to be the big issue whenever you reintroduce an animal that used to be there and is no longer there. Mm-hmm. And I think in the case of Montana, I think you're right. And I think that there is an argument that maybe the wolves being there is better. Obviously not if you're a rancher.
The Colorado stuff is completely going to destroy all of the stats. So pre-Colorado, right? So I'm talking about reintroduction into Montana, reintroduction into parts of Canada, reintroduction into Yellowstone, the red wolf, which is a very small population in North Carolina. There's been less than 5 confirmed fatalities in all of North America in the last 100 years.
You mean humans?
Humans.
Right, and are most of them in Alaska?
Most of them are in Alaska or in Canada, and then it's before Colorado. So I'm not saying I don't know if the data has. I don't think it has the latest from Colorado, but it represents 0.02% on deaths associated with wolves and cattle, livestock, right? And all livestock, not just cattle. And so the problem is when you go out there and you have a maintained balance that people can understand, and governments actually give subsidies to the ranchers when they get killed by wolves. So that I think that is a good program because you have to be fair to the people that are actually ranching. But the problem is when you're not as thoughtful with the rewilding program and you're not as measured as like what they did in Yellowstone, and they start encroaching in these areas, then the stats are going to go crazy. And when the stat goes crazy, then you're going to start looking to the animals that are the problem, but it's not the animals that are the problem. It was the decision that we gave that power to the masses that were really not informed to make that decision.
Exactly. The problem is people just have these ideas like wolves are beautiful. They're amazing. We all love wolves. It's an incredible animal. I'm so happy it exists. Don't put it near where there's a ranch.
Exactly.
You can't vote on that if you live in Denver. That's crazy.
Yeah, if it doesn't affect your livelihood, it doesn't affect the risk to your animals or your family, you have to be mindful of that.
There's also getting a very skewed perspective because there's really interested in it. Husband is really interested in it. His husband apparently is the one who really wanted it to happen. And you have a mandate, so you have to get wolves out by a certain time. And when you're doing it, the only wolves available are wolves that kill livestock. So you're like, fuck it.
Yeah, it's just not. You have a lot of that. So the project that we'll probably eventually talk about is. We brought in a lot of the teams, so many people that have been on your show that know how to do the rewilding the right way over time.
Okay, so this is what we'll just get to it. You made a fucking dire wolf.
I didn't. Our team, our incredible team, made 3 dire wolves so far.
Let's see the photos. Jamie, bust out some photos. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourself because this is truly fucking crazy.
Yeah,
that's the pup.
Yeah, so this is so that's actually Romulus. So we have 2 boys, Romulus and Remus, founders from, and then we have Khaleesi, who's the new girl. So this is Romulus and Remus. So funny story about this. So Peter Jackson from Lord of the Rings, Peter Jackson from Lord of the Rings was actually one of our investors, and he has this huge museum in Wellington that he's building for all these movie props, and he's like. I was sitting in Peter's house with he and his partner Fran, and I was like, I showed him the video of them howling. He started tearing up. He goes, "This is the first time I've heard a dire wolf, or anyone's heard a dire wolf in 10,000 years." He physically, emotionally got chills and started crying. And then he's like, "Well, I do have the throne." I was like, "What do you mean?" He goes, "I bought the throne last week at auction. It's at a private auction from like Sotheby's or someone, right?" And so he did, and. It just happened to be where the wolves were doing their vet checkup. Like, talk about cosmic coincidence. Incredible, right? And so what you don't see in this photo is you don't see the fact that we have American Humane Society there. We had 3 veterinary people. We had 6 people from our animal care
When you
team.
say checkup, you don't vaccinate these little guys, do you?
They do because of viruses that they can get from the soil. At 8 weeks, they do get basic virus. They do get basic vaccines.
Oh, were you concerned about that? I mean, you have this animal that you're just...
Yeah, so these are staying on, these are not going back into the wild, right?
Not yet.
Right now, they're on a 2,000-acre secure, expansive ecological reserve with 24/7 care. We have an animal hospital that we built.
Wow.
People always are like, "You guys raise so much money." And I was like, well, we didn't just spend it on the labs. You have to spend it on the animal care, the facilities. And whatnot.
Let's see the photo of the actual grown ones because they're fucking nuts.
So this is Romulus and Remus playing in the snow on the preserve when they are 3 months old.
So 3 months, how big are they?
3 months, they were north of 45 pounds.
Wow.
So
look at that face. God, they're so beautiful.
they just get like, as they've aged, they've just got more and more beautiful.
So let's go to the adults, because the adults have crazy characteristics.
so-
you were saying that you didn't even know that
We didn't know, right? And so we ended up getting a.
Is this a full-grown one?
They're still 5 months old, so they're 80 pounds at 5 months. So wolves typically grow 12 to 14 months, so they're not full grown yet.
Wow. And how big is it already?
80 pounds, about 5.5 feet.
In the mane.
Yeah, and so a couple things about the wolves, James, if you go back, yeah. So we didn't know this, right? We knew that they were a Pleistocene wolf. We knew that they existed and went extinct about 12,000 years ago, when a lot of megafauna went extinct, like during kind of that younger dryas kind of cooling period. They went extinct as well, right? And we know, because all we have is we don't have frozen dire wolves or frozen samples. We literally just know from skeletal remains that they were 20 to 25% larger. They were stockier. They probably weren't as fast based on kind of their body weight as a normal wolf would be. But we knew that they had thicker skulls, larger cranium, and whatnot. And we assumed that they're and we did find this out in the genome, which is pretty cool, that they were white, because there's like this misconception for a while that they were red, because some scientists wanted to make a paper and assume that they were red so they get their paper.
Doesn't it make sense for natural selection?
Yeah.
They're an Arctic hunting animal.
Yeah, and they have this beautiful, we didn't know this, they have this beautiful like mane-like quality to them. And when they're babies, you saw a couple of pictures, their fur almost feels like polar bears. It's crazy.
What? Oh.
Is
it like polar bears and it's hollow, or is it not?
Yeah, it's not. It's like typical wolves, but it's incredibly thick. It grows in kind of these clumps. But then as they've grown in, they've started to get this kind of like mane to them, which is
the
incredible.
females as well.
Well, the female, she's only 6 weeks old, so it's too soon as well. So
So
if you keep going through a couple other photos,
wow.
yeah, I mean they're just beautiful, and I mean. It's funny. Someone actually said on our team was like they almost look like Shetland pony wolves at some point, right?
Right.
But
They're so stocky.
They're stocky. They're thicker. They are. I mean, they're absolutely beautiful. So this is Khaleesi. So looks like a baby, and we nailed it. We named her.
Can we hear it? Can we hear it?
We named Khaleesi for George R. R. Martin, obviously.
Obviously.
Who's best friend Colossal?
Oh wow. Oh. Nature's cute little murderers.
Well, everything in nature murders something, right?
Yeah.
Like we murder.
Well, cows murder grass.
Yeah. And people are now saying you can hear grass and other plants like scream.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, they scream.
yeah. So I guess we all are bad. So,
Life eats life.
Yeah.
This is. I mean, that's the reason why plants have chemicals to dissuade us from eating them. What are they eating there?
so they love to chew on horns, and in this so we have different phases of. We built a 145-page animal guide. These are actually different horns from different elk and other species that we're putting out there.
And they chew on it like
they just love
like a dog does.
like a dog does, right?
So are you letting these animals kill things, or are you feeding them?
So we're feeding them still. So they eat a combination of bison meat, horse meat, and
Do you plan on letting them kill things?
So we're
eventually?
just about to introduce carcasses to them. So giving them part of a carcass, letting them feed, building in that dynamic between the two brothers for now, and then and they are starting to exhibit some hunting behavior.
Are you going to let them hunt?
I mean, they are on a seemingly wild 2,000-acre preserve with just them, so they do have the ability to hunt on that preserve, but they're not doing it yet. They're starting to exhibit the original, the first inklings that it will trend toward that. But we want them to live. We want them, and we're going to probably make 2 or 3 more. We want a solid little social pack that we can monitor, that can live a seemingly wild life, that we can understand more about them.
Wow.
That's cool. But the other thing that's equally cool to it, going back to the Red Wolf story, can you...
Which is crazy to me that you have reignited these 10,000-year-old hunting genes.
Yeah.
That they're starting
including
to
size. We understand more about, like, we looked at what genes made really a direwolf, like what was separated. And the beautiful thing for us is that we had a 13,000-year-old tooth and a 73,000-year-old skull, so we could actually understand the genetic distance. With that much genetic distance between them, we could actually understand what truly was fixed and conserved in the direwolf genome and what wasn't just population genomics, right? If you and I are 50,000 years apart, there's a lot of different mutations in that time period. But if we can then really say, okay, what made Ben and what made Joe Joe? Oh, here's the overlaps. It allowed us to really understand that.
Wow.
Awesome. And
it's just fascinating that the behavior characteristics are kind of baked into
They're
those
baked in,
genes,
yeah.
and they just were dormant for 10,000 years, and now these things are waking up.
And so I was in, because I bottle fed Romulus.
Wow.
And Romulus was partly raised with me. I could go out to the preserve. I'd check on him quite frequently. It's in the northern United States where we don't say where it is, but mainly because we're for not just the animal's health, but for human health. Ever since we launched the woolly mouse, we've had very excited people just show up at our labs are not open to the public, and we've had lots of people just show up wanting to see the mice, and so. Showing people too much of the preserve, we're always very, very nervous about. We scrub all the videos and whatnot to ensure that no one can pick it out, because we assume people will be moderately excited.
Oh yeah. Oh, the internet sleuths will try to find you.
Yeah. So we've done. I'm not trying to challenge them, but we've done everything we can to protect it.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, you have to. Some dude from Saudi Arabia wants a wolf.
Yeah, exactly.
Somebody wants a dire wolf.
We already get a lot of weird calls. But the other,
I bet you.
The other thing though,
someone with deep pockets.
Oh, we
make me a dire wolf, my friend. I have everything.
They have
in my collection.
We get a lot of weird calls.
Yeah,
from people that are like
those people that have private zoos.
Oh yeah,
enormous.
In India. Yeah. They have that family has like the largest private zoo and preserve.
Which is so wild.
It's so crazy.
Yeah. Well, Texas is history with animals, right?
Yeah.
There's more tigers in captivity in private collections
in Texas than in the wild.
Than in the wild of the world. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. But I was in so we of the 2,000 acres, we have a subsection of it that's about 6.5 acres, where we have an animal hospital, a storm rescue shelter. We have a couple of natural dens that we've built for them, as well as an animal husbandry area. So that way, when we want to take photos of them or videos of them or do blood tests, they're in a seemingly more contained area. And it's funny, 2 weeks ago, I was up there and I was actually sitting on those logs in one of those pictures, and Remus came, Romulus, who I spent the most amount of time with. Remus came pretty close, and I was able to touch him again. But I thought at that moment, and he kind of skiddished away. I was like, "That's the last time I'm touching Remus. Like, what am I doing?" And I mean, don't get me wrong. I had our animal. I have animal care teams there and everything, and they have been there's some level of habituation between the care team. They really know and love the care team, but they're still wild animals, right? And so
they probably hunted humans.
We don't know, right? But the rise of kind of going back to their extinct, the rise of the change in kind of this younger Dryas period, and the massive, some of the stuff that there's like several different prevailing theories, one of which is human predation, right? That like the rise of humans led to the extinction of the megafauna. That's kind of, I think the answer is probably a combination. Could have there been an astrological event? There's starting to be more and more data around that.
I'm sure you've seen Randall Carlson talk about it.
I've seen Randall Carlson talk about it. Graham Hancock talked about it. And they just got the shit beat out of them.
Yeah, but not anymore.
Yeah, now it's starting to
impact theory is well respected now.
It happened. Yeah, and it definitely also happened in kind of a regional sense, right? Because you see different, which also tracks to the theory, right? So not only do you have these different layers that you can prove from a sedimentation perspective, but there was also a massive glacial lake, and some of the glaciers up there that got rapidly liquefied, right, and then dumped in the ocean that also changed ocean patterns. So you went from a period, in that kind of transition from Pleistocene to Holocene, there was this period of insanely accelerated cooling.
Do you know how Randall came up with that idea before it was brought to? Like, his idea is that it was an instantaneous melting of these caps for some sort of immense cosmic event, and millions and millions of trillions of gallons of water at an insane rate ran through the land and just carved deep gouges into the earth. He was on acid. And this idea came to him. He was looking out over a ridge. He was looking at this enormous gorge, and he realized the gorge was formed by water rushing at an insane rate of speed. And then he started noticing that there's these huge boulders that are just out in the middle of nowhere that were just moved by this immense amount of water. And then the way the ground, the features of the ground looks like the features that you see on sandy beaches when the tide rolls in and out. It's like, this is great, and it all tracks. It tracks all over the world.
It's like those. It reminds me of those stories where they show people like the side of the Sphinx, and they're like, "Oh man, that's a lot of water erosion." And then they like flip the photo, and then you see the head of the Sphinx. Like, that's not water erosion.
It's like, Dr. Robert Schoch from Boston University. I've interviewed him. He was the first guy to propose this. He's like, this is thousands of years of rainfall, and we know that the last time there was rainfall like that in the Nile Valley was 9,000 years ago.
Yeah.
So the whole thing is really screwy in terms of like, what is the timeline that this stuff was actually built, and are we just assuming because we've decided that it's 2,500 BC that that's it forever, and no one wants to let that go?
Well, that I'm not a scientist, but and I don't come from academia. I'm just an entrepreneur that knows how to build teams of smarter people than me, and I find cool shit interesting, and I try to work on it, right? And what's crazy to me is the academic system. You know, once again, non-academic. I'm sure I'll get crucified for this, but I don't read the comments. So
don't read the comments.
I don't read the comments. I don't trust me. I don't read the comments.
Good for you.
I sleep quite well.
Nice.
But you know, the academics. So we have 95 of the top scientific advisors in the world, Nobel laureates and whatnot. We fund 17 academic universities, right, all over the world. We fund 40 postdocs, right, all over the world, right, and they're doing this. So we're very integrated with different ideas from academia and these scholars. And our top people that were at Colossal came from academia. So I think we try to be very academically friendly, but they live in this world, this super kind of like fortune and glory world where it's like, it's a popularity contest. If someone has a paper, because their entire motivation is publish or perish. So one of the other things that people bitch about us is they're like, you guys don't write scientific papers for every single thing you do. It's like, we're not an academic university. We're not allowed. I don't have to write a paper on anything ever. We do a couple here and there because we want to share our knowledge with the community, right? But we get this feedback of like, if we wrote a scientific paper for every single thing that we did that went through peer review, like, we 3,000 scientific papers and no mammoths ever, right? We'd just be sitting around writing fucking papers on this.
It's interesting because they want to impose the of what you're supposed to and not supposed to do.
Well, they want to impose their idea that they've already established in any change to that establishment. So in addition to the public scientific advisors, and these are the top women and men in the world that fall on all sides of the political spectrum, so every single spectrum out there, we have another probably 40 advisors. They're like, you can't say anything because if I submit it, we know these other people don't like me. If I submit a paper, and we totally agree with you and we'll help you. But if we submit a paper, they judge my paper, it gets rejected, then I don't get my grant, so then I can't continue my research. I have to fire my postdocs. So it's a complete scam of a system, right? And so we went through this phase where it's like we didn't have enough scientists, we didn't have labs, we didn't have money, we weren't doing anything for conservation. So we went through this whole like philosophical perspective of all these things that people threw at us from the scientific community. And some of our biggest people that hate us are people that we denied their funding.
Of course. Well, the problem is not the scientific community. The problem is weak men. It's this what you see in these squabbles, these like ultra personal squabbles, where like horrible vitriolic statements made about people, like
they're just not happy people.
Exactly. It's the same problem with all of life. It's these bitchy little people, these bitchy little monsters, and they have taken over something that's incredibly important in their work. These bitchy little people, their work is incredibly important.
Yes.
But at the core of their being, they're a bitchy little person.
And they can't, and that is why we don't have flying cars, we don't have mammoths, and until Elon, we were not going to live on Mars, right? And so, like, we didn't have, like, I think
it takes time.
But it doesn't come, but also academia is really focused on point solutions, not full systems, right? So if you want to go to Mars or you want to bring back a mammoth, you have to design the entire system and you have to innovate across everything. Right. Whereas in academia, you are only incentivized to get that piece of paper and get that approved.
Well, it's also, you're dealing with grants and enormous amounts of money that gets donated and given to these institutions, along with a whole ideology. Like, it's not just as simple as let's follow data. It's all got to be attached to this very left-leaning almost preposterous in some aspects ideology.
Yeah.
And everyone has to say things as a fucking scientist that you know is not true.
You should just follow the scientific method. I'm not a scientist, but we should just, and guess what? When new data shows up that, changes your old data, you shouldn't get mad about that. You should celebrate it.
Exactly. Well, also you have to look at all data. Like I don't want to get into this, but like if you have academics who are legitimate scientists and have published papers who are telling you that a man can be a woman, and which is fine in terms of like who you are. But now when you're having them compete with women in sports, you've entered into nonsense land, and you're the person we're counting on to be the most intelligent person on the subject. You're trapped by an ideology that you're now ignoring biology in favor of sociology.
I just wish we could get philosophy. We separate like philosophical perspectives from science. One of the things that we fight about all the time, because it's like once we got the scientists and once we got the money and once we proved that we are the most advanced, synthetic biology company in the world, once InQtel, which is the funding arm of the CIA and other governments, started investing in Colossal because of our technologies, and once we started proof points, the last arguments that we have against some of those scientists are philosophical. Right? It's not a mammoth.
Right.
It's not a direwolf. And it's like this concept of speciation is a human construct that we are trying to impose on nature that flows more like a river than a rock. And
so are they saying that it's not because it didn't come straight from nature? It's something you've recreated by piecing this together with that? Like, what are the genes that you had to use to create a direwolf? We didn't totally explain this.
Yeah.
So you have CRISPR, you have these gene editing tools, you have a good sample of DNA. How do you turn that into a wolf?
So you map them next to it, and there was a study that came out about, and once again this goes back to the status quo of scientists, of academic scientists. There was a paper that came out a few years ago because they didn't have much data. They said that direwolves weren't closer related to wolves. They were closer related to jackals, and that's because at the time they only had 0.15% of the genome, right? They just didn't have all the data. That's not a negative. They just didn't have all the data. Now we know that they actually were close related to wolves because we have more data.
Which wolves?
Gray wolves, or the precursor to gray wolves, right? So they were closer to the wolf ancestry line in kind of the broader canid group and gamma group. And so what we found is, so once you do that, we start looking at all these genes and we start to understand what the difference is, and we start to see that in certain parts of the genome that are responsible for size, for muscle, for craniofacial, that there's differences, right? So we can start to map and say, okay, where are the differences between gray wolves and where are the differences between gray wolves and dire wolves? And then with those, we have a lot of different tools that we use to make those changes from the dire wolves in a gray wolf cell line. And so, and then once you go through that process, we didn't talk about this earlier, you do the same process called somatic cell nuclear transfer, which is effectively cloning, where you take the nucleus of one cell, you put that into another egg cell, and then you take that embryo and you insert it into a surrogate.
And is this a 100% dire wolf, or is this a new thing?
So this goes into the philosophical thing,
right?
So if you look at speciation, right, there's basically, the scientists don't agree on how you classify a species. So you've got certain people that'll say, well, if a species is dictated by something that can't breed. That's literally a definition. If this animal can't breed this animal, then that's its own species. Then you have other people, you have the paleontologists, and some of them love us, like Kenneth Lacavara, who's arguably the number one paleontologist in the world that loves us. But then you have other paleontologists who just hate us. And they do it based solely on tooth morphology because they argue that's the only thing that is going to be persistent over time. And I asked a paleontologist recently that hates us. I said, if I made a mammoth with that was giant with pink curly fur and it had the right tooth morphology, you're saying that based on your scientific papers that you would say that's a mammoth. And she's like, yes, but that doesn't matter. And I'm like, well, we do it. And so but then
why does she hate you?
Because why does anyone, anytime you do anything in this world now that's moderately bold or polarizing, people give you pushback.
But this is heavily bold. I wouldn't say this is moderately bold. You made 3 fucking dire wolves. That's not moderately bold. It's really kind of one of the craziest things that a human being's ever done.
It's definitely in the realm.
This is right up there with inventing the internet.
So when you see, and we have more stuff to come that I think
I know.
is equally interesting.
There's people out there. Did you worry that someone is going to get, because this falls into religious realms.
Well, there's philosophical and religious, and so
Yeah.
like back on speciation, polar bears and brown bears are two different species,
Right.
but they mate and produce viable offspring all the time. And a bear expert will tell you that a polar bear is just a aquatic adapted, cold adapted bear, right?
Right.
And so I always ask people that
Their offspring, or they can have children.
Yes,
Right?
yes.
It's not like a donkey.
yeah, exactly. So there's different ways to characterize these.
Making a mule.
Yeah, but there's different ways to say something, right? And so, we are not the same, right? If I don't know what percent, you probably from 23andMe or something have some percentage Neanderthal. You don't
Yeah.
say that you're an admixture or a hybrid. You just say you don't really.
Right, but that's a good point, though, because Neanderthal, if you want to talk about a different species, just because they could breed with us, God, they're so different.
But that's it. But like I said, there's 6 different ways. There's actually a species definition that's based solely on geographics, and there's a funny paper out there around one species of toad. They built a road through, and the same toads live on 2 sides of the street, and they're different species, and they're the same fucking toad.
Just because there's a road.
Just because we as humans changed. It's called geographic isolation of speciation. So it's just crazy. And so the only arguments that we now have is, but is it a mammoth? And it's like, well, then don't call it a mammoth. I was like, I asked people, I was like, did you see Jurassic Park? And they're like, yeah. I was like, what was Jurassic Park? To your question, what do you think? What was Jurassic Park about to you?
Me?
Yeah. If you're going to take your kids to see Jurassic Park, what is the movie about?
Dinosaurs.
Is it because they took ancient DNA and they mixed it with a bunch of other stuff? Are they dinosaurs, or are they genetically modified animals, GMOs, genetically modified organisms that have inserted genes from lots of different things? Or are they dinosaurs? If they serve the ecological function, this is what's called functional de-extinction. If they serve the ecological function and they have the lost biodiversity and phenotypes that made that animal unique, like the polar and a bear, they're just that animal. So this starts the whole religious and philosophical debates, where it's funny because the scientists who should not fall into these philosophical debates, when they don't like what you're doing, that's where they go to.
So what was the argument? How did they present it?
Oh, it's just like by their own definition, they're like, well, it doesn't have enough DNA. So I was like, if I said, but the second direwolf that we have, or the second genome that we have from the tooth has less of the same DNA than the skull. Does that mean that it wasn't a direwolf? And it just turns into you're missing the point conversation. It's like, I'm just asking a question.
I would like to know the point, though. What is her point?
Their point.
What is her overall argument?
The general point of the people is that they want to pick one speciation definition and adhere us to that. And if you do that, no animal, including our animals, will fall into one species, right? It's just people that are using the framework that they set that isn't consistent, kind of against based on the argument that they want to make.
Interesting. So the species is just something.
It's a human construct. It's not,
and it's just a thing if it can breed with another thing.
Well, I mean, that is one definition. There is another definition saying that it's only a species if it can't breed with another thing. Oh. So if I genetically modify them to make it where they can't breed with wolves, does that mean they're on species? Like, it just gets into this dumb philosophical perspective because we made up this construct.
Right. But as a person who studies biology, which this person is, right, I could kind of understand her perspective where she's like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? How is this group of people with a bunch of money and a bunch of eggheads, how are these geniuses allowed to get together, splice some genes up, and serve up a direwolf? I could see it from her perspective.
Yeah, 100%, right? But I think that if we don't do big, bold things, it's important. One of the things we should definitely show is
this is just like the guy in Jurassic Park.
But we should
basically the same conversation.
Yeah, but John Hammond. I don't think that they were really focused on conservation unless there was a subplot that didn't make it to final cut. We actually
want to make an attraction.
Yeah, so if we could show the red wolf, I think that'd be amazing because all the technologies that we made on the path to bring back the direwolf, we make available to conservation.
Well, let's explain the red wolf to people because you were saying before I didn't even know how few of them there are.
Yeah, so if you go to the one more, so this is a red wolf. That's Hope. That's the world's first cloned red wolf. So I've actually made more red wolves than I've made dire wolves. So I've made 4 red wolves, 1 female.
Are you just releasing these fuckers?
No, they're in an ecological reserve as well. And so, but you're gonna You're going to die when you hear what I went through on this. So I found out that, we try to pair every de-extinction project with a species preservation project outside of making all of our technology for free, right? Everything that we make that has an application to conservation, anyone in the world can use to help save animals. They don't pay us a dime. It's all open source. It's all free. We have 48 conservation partners. The team that's running the Northern White Rhino Project, we're their exclusive genetic rescue partner. We're working elephants in Botswana, working elephants in Kenya. So anybody can use our technologies for free, right? We're working on chytrid, a terrible fungus in Australia. And so if that's not enough, I found out that, that there's only 15 of those of red wolves back in the wild in North Carolina. So I met with the upcoming governor.
Are they in other states as well? Or
no, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. So they're only recognized by U.S. Fish and Wildlife there. But this incredible woman from Princeton, top of her field, she's one of the top wolf geneticists in the world, Bridget Von Holt, identified a population of wolves in Louisiana that have red wolf-like characteristics. So she started darting them, taking samples, and what she found is they actually have more quote-unquote red wolf in them than the red wolves that are being identified in North Carolina.
And is it part of the problem they're inbreeding with coyotes?
But they've all been, like these guys, the ones in North Carolina have all bred with coyotes. All the red wolves have some coyote in them because
they look like coyotes.
Well, because the ones in North Carolina even look more like coyotes.
Really?
And because the reality is every single species is what's called an admixture. Everything is inbreeding with everything on some level, right? So everything in life is an admixture. Nothing goes back to the Neanderthal.
So this binary idea that we have is silly.
It's a humanized construct, right? And it's insane. So I went to some folks from the last administration, right? And I took some data with me, and I said, hey, we really want to help this red wolf program. We don't need any money. We open source all of our technologies, and we've used a technology that's non-invasive for cloning, where we actually take a vial of blood, we isolate what's called endothelial progenitor cells, basically the inner lining of your blood vessel, right? Because there's no nucleus in blood cells. So we catch those, and when we catch those, we then isolate them, we grow them, and we clone from them, right? Which is amazing because if you think about typical cloning from an animal welfare perspective, a lot of times you have to anesthetize the animal, you have to take ear punches, skin biopsies. It's actually pretty invasive, terrible process to do cloning. We can simply do it. Every single zoo takes blood from their animals to check certain levels and whatnot. We give blood all the time. And so it's a very non-invasive, it's about as non-invasive as you can get, right? And so we found a way, which we're open sourcing on Tuesday, is open sourcing this model of how you go clone from blood, which is a game changer for biobanking, because now you don't have to go hurt an animal, take pieces of the animal, anesthetize the animal. We can just take bloods and put them in freezers and be able to bring them back or clone them if there's a lack of genetic diversity using the same. So I went out to Washington with my team. I showed them Hope as a baby and little videos of, and you may have videos of Hope, Jamie. I don't know if it's in the folder. I showed them videos of Hope, and I said, hey, there's only a handful of, we made these 4 wolves from 3 different genetic lines. We made these from 3 different genetic lines, right? So there's actually more genetic diversity in these wolves than what's alive in the population. And we said, we'd like for you to help protect the work that's being done in Louisiana. And then how many wolves would you like us to make using that population, as well as frozen samples that are dead? And we'll just give them to you. There's no cost. Here was the feedback. We need to spend 5 to 6 years on an internal study and spend $22 million to see if it's possible to clone wolves. And I was blown away. I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. I wasn't very clear. This is a cloned wolf. Like, here, you can fly with me to the preserve. You have to sign an NDA, but you fly with me, sir. And they're like, we need to spend 5 to 6 years and $20+ million to go understand this. To understand this. I was like, we'll give you all of the technology, and if you tell me you want 100 wolves, I'll just make you 100 wolves, and we'll even engineer in more genetic diversity for you. And the response was, we'll get back to you. We tried to have 3 other meetings, no showed and canceled every time. So when we flew there, I just got back from meeting with the Department of Interior, which Fish and Wildlife rolls up to, and they're very, very focused on innovation, not regulation, which has been pretty amazing.
That's great.
And immediately they said, we celebrate, and Doug Burgum, the Secretary of Interior there, who we met with, said, we celebrate. He's a huge conservationist, huge Teddy Roosevelt guy, member of the Explorers Club, and he's like that. We do not have a celebration when animals come off the endangered species list. Only about 3% ever come off, and we're really good at putting them on, and we celebrate putting them on. So we have to do something about this. And if you're saying that we could productionize species, and as long as we have the right support to rewild them, people can use your technologies for free to make more of these different species that are critically endangered, while also biobanking the samples along the way. He's like, why wouldn't we do this? And I was like, why about the previous folks? And they said that we need, 5 years and 20 million. That they were going to spend it internally. They weren't going to make us to do the feasibility study. They were going to spend it internally on this. And we're like, we'll just do it for free. And he's like, we will completely support the initiative, and we're going to help get you plugged in so you can help biobank our species and also help us support, red wolf conservation.
So when will you start reintroducing these?
So we just had that meeting last week.
Soulless red wolves from hell that you've created in a lab. They're gonna start eating people.
And so we're gonna we just met with them last week. So
it's they're beautiful. God, they're so beautiful.
Well, it's just like, why we shouldn't be afraid of innovation, right?
No, but the real question is, where do you stop?
Yeah,
because 90% of all animals that have ever existed, all species are extinct.
Yeah,
like where are we gonna?
I think you focus on the species that are critically endangered and are keystone species, meaning the environment needs them.
Right, but
the ones that we drove
back.
But the ones that we drove to extinction, right?
Okay.
So
it's debatable whether or not we drove dire wolves to extinction. We don't really know what happened 10,000 years ago. I'm inclined to think that when you see the death of 65% of North American megafauna that happened really quickly. Yeah, I'm inclined to think that these scientists that believe it was an asteroid or a comet impact are correct.
I think it's most likely it's a combination. We do know that when early that anthropologic effects from humans, that when early man went onto a landmass at scale, that we start to see that. We see that in Australia and other places. But to your point, it's much slower. It's much slower.
This is a different thing.
Yeah.
Are you going to bring back saber-toothed tigers?
Everyone seems to have their favorite animal for us to save, right? Like
dire wolves would be my favorite.
Yeah,
that would be my favorite.
Yeah, dire wolves. You got to come. Maybe at some point you see them, but
I want to.
They're amazing. I mean, they're just beautiful animals.
Yeah.
So saber-tooth tiger is a class. So we put that as a class. Most commonly, people think of the Smilodon as the saber-tooth tiger. There's not, to date, been really great Smilodon DNA. There is great Homotherium DNA, which is another type of saber-tooth cat.
Oh, I didn't know there was more than one type of saber-tooth.
They classify them differently, based on it. But
obviously, you've been studying this, so you're thinking about doing it.
I'm not. I mean, we like to study ancient DNA, right? Like one of the things where I think that John Reeves is 100% right is people say there were no saber-tooth tigers in Alaska. That's just an incorrect statement. There were probably no Smilodons there, but there are Homotheriums, which are a saber-tooth cat.
Yeah, he's found things that were not supposed to be there.
I've held things in his. I've held a direwolf skull in his. I hope he's fine with me saying that, in his facility.
Yeah, I think he's talked about that. Yeah. But they found cave bears, short-faced bears. Wow.
Yeah, so Homotherium is still a saber-toothed cat. But what happens is, this goes back to that philosophical perspective. They think that so if you look up Smilodon in comparison.
So this has shorter saber teeth, but still. Can you give me that CGI image of it again, Jamie, on the left? That's so fucking cool.
Yeah, and I don't think
I don't think you should bring something like that back, but if you do, I'm going to visit it. I mean, I want to see that one take down a bite. Look at his paws.
There was wait till you see the direwolf paws.
Bro, but that would be so crazy. Now all of a sudden I want you to do it. Now, give me another large picture of it, Jamie. There's some other pictures of those. So Smilodon's the one that has the largest teeth?
It has the largest known teeth. But when people think of saber-tooth tiger, this is what, or saber-tooth cat.
That's crazy.
This is what they think of.
Those are crazy. I wonder why nature wanted you to have that.
I mean, probably having to pierce things like mammoth hides, and they're quite thick.
It has to be, right? Something where there's a genetic advantage.
And their jaw hinges.
Look at that one on the right, lower right, Jamie. Below that to the right. There. Yeah, right there. Click on that. Look at that, man. Yeah.
And
CGI is so
I
incredible.
love because we don't. You know what's amazing? We don't have the DNA from it, so we have no idea what the color pattern is.
Right.
Which you can see here, right? It's got a short tail, it's got a long tail, it's got a leopard, it's got stripes, right?
Right. We don't even know if they had long
We
tail.
don't
or
even know
short
if
tail.
they could have been white.
Wow, that would be wild.
So we do have there have been some really well preserved pups and others in the permafrost of Homotherium.
Whoa.
Have you ever
And
seen, have you
Homotherium,
seen
we know, has that kind of coloration to it.
We don't. I don't want to say we do or don't. We have not done the analysis on that Homotherium yet.
Look at that little guy.
We do have the genome of it though.
Wow.
Not that we're going to work on
so
it.
that has brown hair.
Have you seen the American short face bear?
Yes.
That's the thing I'm
Many
probably
times.
the most scared of.
Yeah, you can't bring that back.
17 or 18-foot
You
giant
can't
bear.
bring that back.
We're not working on it. I'm just saying.
But somebody might. That's the problem. There might be some fucking crackhead out there that's got $40 billion that's out of his mind.
Well, I also think that
like some crazy dude who's just got the resources
that's
to do
insane.
that.
That to me is megalodon scary. That's
Made a lot of money.
That's a man.
Yeah.
That's a land megalodon.
Well, that is an enormous animal, and they think that's one of the animals that probably prevented people from crossing the Bering Strait. More
I read that.
Yeah. It's a theory, but it's a pretty good one.
Yeah,
if you
knew there was a
out there,
lineage of like super, polar bears were out there, I would go near it.
It is essentially a super polar bear,
Yeah.
which is really scary because polar bears
Are terrifying.
and completely carnivorous.
And they don't care. They'll just walk right up to you and kill you.
Oh yeah, there's a great video of these guys that are behind a fence.
Yeah.
That was somebody sent it to me yesterday. Oh fuck, I'll find it. I know where it is. Someone sent it to me yesterday of these guys that are right behind a fence while this polar bear is trying to get through the fence.
Right.
There's 3 of them, and they're like, "Hey, big guy, you can't come in here. Hey, fella."
And it's just common walk towards like, I'm gonna get in there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Polar bears scare me.
very spooky. Well, they're spooky because they don't eat anything but meat. So we're on the menu.
Yeah.
All humans are on the menu. Anything that walks and breathes is on the menu. I got it here. Where is it? Shit. It'll take me a few minutes. Sorry. Jamie, pause for a second. Let me find this because it's good. Okay. I just sent it to you. So, looks like they're in, I don't know where they are. I think it'll say on the video. So these guys, here, give me some volume. Polar bears, that's an oil rig. So it's probably Canada. Look at these guys. That's sound.
Yeah.
They're just trying to eat you. Look at this.
2 more behind it.
Yep. Hey. Go on.
Go on.
Go on.
Probably not gonna work.
They're just trying to figure out how to get in to eat you.
Hey, sweetheart. Hey.
Sweetheart. Sweetheart wants to rip your liver out.
Hey. Go on.
They're so beautiful.
They are beautiful.
It's interesting that they're the most dangerous ones because they're the ones we use for Coca-Cola and Klondike bars.
Yeah.
Isn't that wild, though?
You have them just like playing around in the snow, but they're actually terrifying.
Yeah, you were saying the younger dryas is really interesting. It's very, very interesting because it's a fairly new theory and explains a lot, and especially when you look at the mass extinction that did take place during that time. I would love to have seen what it looked like when all those animals were around. Like what was we kind of have a sense of what, because of safaris and videos, we know what it looks like when lions are interacting with wildebeest in Africa. Like, what did it look like in Kansas?
Like
15,000 years ago. Yeah, like what was it like?
There's a extinct bison species that is the bison latifrons. Have you seen those guys?
Yeah.
They have like 8-foot long Texas Longhorns.
Crazy.
on like super HGH like bison.
Yeah, our bison are small compared to the extinct bisons, right? Were they the largest of the North American bisons?
Yeah, the bison latifrons ones.
See if we can get a photo of that. Yeah. I didn't know about them until a few years ago.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that was a thing. There were so many different things. Giant sloths. There's the saber-toothed tiger, the American lion, which is
there's an
bigger than
American
the African
cheetah.
lion. Yes.
The American cheetah is, we actually have a full genome of it. And then there was a There was also one of my favorite animals, which is kind of a weird one, probably on the list since we're talking about dire wolves and saber-tooth tigers. Have you seen the Steller sea cow?
No. What is that?
Think of like a manatee or dugong, right? That's the size of like a large whale.
What?
Yeah. And the sad thing is, it died. It actually died off before. It died off, and yeah,
Whoa.
it died off though within 100 years of its discovery.
When was that?
Uh,
We killed them all, huh?
yeah, we
Turned them into candles or
yeah,
something.
yeah, or
Lipstick.
burn their fat. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but it was actually really
Largest
important. The
Serenian to ever exist. Let's see if we can get a photo of that. Yeah. I didn't know about them until a few years ago.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that was a thing. I mean, there were so many giant sloths. There's the saber-toothed tiger, the American lion, which is
There's
the
American cheetah.
Yes.
The American cheetah. You know, we actually have a full genome of it. And then there was also one of my favorite animals, which is kind of a weird one, probably on the list since we're talking about dire wolves and saber-tooth tigers. Have you seen the Steller sea cow?
No. What is that?
Think of like a manatee or dugong.
Sound.
Yeah.
They're just trying to eat you. Look at this.
Two more behind it.
Yep.
Go on. Go on.
Go on.
Probably not gonna work.
They're just trying to figure out how to get in to eat you.
Hey, sweetheart. Hey.
Sweetheart. Sweetheart wants to rip your liver out.
Hey. Go on.
They're so beautiful.
They are beautiful.
It's interesting that they're the most dangerous ones because they're the ones we use for Coca-Cola and Klondike bars.
Yeah.
Isn't that wild, though?
You have them just like playing around in the snow, but they're actually terrifying.
Yeah, you were saying the younger gyrus is really interesting. It's very, very interesting because it's a fairly new theory and explains a lot, and especially when you look at the mass extinction that did take place during that time. I would love to have seen what it looked like when all those animals were around. Like what was we kind of have a sense of what, because of safaris and videos, we know what it looks like when lions are interacting with wildebeest in Africa. Like, what did it look like in Kansas?
Like
15,000 years ago. Yeah, like what was it like?
You know, there's a extinct bison species that is the bison latifrons. Have you seen those guys?
Yeah.
They have like 8 foot long Texas Longhorns.
Crazy.
on like super HGH like bison.
Yeah, our bison are small compared to the extinct bisons, right? Were they the largest of the North American bisons?
Yeah, the bison latifrons ones.
Let's see if we can get a photo of that. Yeah. I didn't know about them until a few years ago.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that was a thing. There were so many different things. Giant sloths. There's the saber-toothed tiger, the American lion, which is
there's an American cheetah.
Yes.
The American cheetah is, we actually have a full genome of it. And then there was also one of my favorite animals, which is kind of a weird one, probably on the list since we're talking about dire wolves and saber-tooth tigers. Have you seen the Steller sea cow?
No. What is that?
Think of like a manatee or dugong, right? That's the size of like a large whale.
What?
Yeah. And the sad thing is, it died. It actually died off before. It died off, and it died off though within 100 years of its discovery.
When was that? We killed them all, huh?
Yeah, we
probably turned them into candles or something.
Yeah, or
lipstick,
burn their fat. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but it was actually really
largest
Serenian
to ever exist. This hunted extinction only 30 years after being described in the 18th century. Wow.
Yeah, and we actually have
a fuckheads.
We have a full genome species that is the bison latifrons.
Yeah.
They have like 8 foot long Texas Longhorns.
Crazy.
on like super HGH like bison.
Yeah. The mass extinction that did take place during that time. I would love to have seen what it looked like when all those animals were around. Like what was we kind of have a sense of what, because of safaris and video, we know what it looks like when lion interacted
Right.
with wildebeest in Africa. Like, what did it look like in Kansas?
Like a
15,000 years ago. Yeah, like what was it like?
There's a extinct bison species that
Yeah.
is the bison latifrons. Have you seen those guys?
Yeah.
They're like they have like 8 foot long Texas Longhorns
crazy.
on like super HGH like bison.
Yeah, our bison are small compared to the extinct bisons,
Yeah.
right? Were they the largest of the North American bisons?
Yeah, the bison latifrons ones.
See if we can get a photo of that. Yeah. I didn't know about them until a few years ago.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that was a thing. There were so many different things. Giant sloths. There's the saber-toothed tiger, the American lion, which is
There's an
bigger than
American
the
cheetah.
African lion. Yes.
The American cheetah is, we actually have a full genome of it. And then there was also one of my favorite animals, which is kind of a weird one, probably on the list since we're talking about dire wolves and saber-toothed tigers. Have you seen the Steller sea cow?
No. What is that?
Think of like a manatee or dugong, right? That's the size of like a large whale.
What?
Yeah. And the sad thing is it died. It actually died off before. It died off. And yeah,
Whoa.
it died off though within 100 years of its discovery.
When was that? We killed them all, huh?
Yeah, we
They probably turned them into candles or something.
Yeah, or
Lipstick.
burn their fat. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but it was actually really
Largest
this
Saurinian to ever exist is hunted to extinction only 30 years after being described in the 18th century. Wow.
Yeah, and we actually have a full genome of this too.
You gonna bring it back?
We can't I would bring this back in a heartbeat. It was hugely important to the kelp forests of the Pacific Northwest. It was great. It's not scary. It's huge. It's like
right, but then
another
if you bring that back, why wouldn't you bring back a megalodon?
There is no megalodon DNA.
There's none?
No. I will say that the CEO of the largest, the president and CEO of the largest free museum in America, really wants me to do megalodon, but he's like, I can't.
I just outed him.
Yeah, but there's a lot of museums. I could be wrong on the size. Yeah, whatever. He's great though. But there is no DNA.
But you have to eat a lot.
But
already killed everything in the ocean.
So one of the things that's weird and interesting that we're also working on is artificial wombs at Colossal, because if you want to get to this world where you could productionize endangered species like northern white rhinos instead of having to use surrogates for an animal welfare perspective, if you can get to the point that you can engineer genetic diversity into 200 northern white rhinos, grow them in labs and bags, and then you can control that population very, very well. You could then reintroduce them, with folks in the field that are the rewilding experts, right? And so we were really not focusing on we kind of rely on third parties on the rewilding modeling, and all of our 48 conservation partners. We are really just kind of focused on the core science that supports their initiatives. But if we are successful with our artificial wombs, and we are quite far on that project, that I would not be surprised if eventually you see we have to get a mouse first. But if a mouse
have you guys had these conversations where you sit down and you go, how does this scale outward? What does this look like? This technology in 100 years? Did we just fuck up?
No, I think that if you look at the birthing crisis that we're in, and kind of population decline crisis, I think that you look at global, people having women having kids later, IVF clinics, people freezing their embryos, all of that's massively on the increase. It's all going up to the right? And we also know that globally, sperm and fertility and others is going down to the right? So it's not a good look for the future of humanity in general. And so I think, though, especially, and then we also have philosophical and you have religious, you have philosophical, and then you have socio issues, right? That people have different perspectives on, having kids, same-sex couples, get all these things. So we at Colossal have kind of made this mandate that we're not going to work on humans, right? Because it gets too weird. We get asked the Neanderthal and the dinosaur question every fucking day. So we're just not going to bridge that gap. What we'll do is spin out those technologies. But I do think it is harder to grow a rhino in a artificial womb or exogenous development system than it is a human. Not ethically or through an FDA process, but it is scientifically harder to gestate some of the animals we're trying to gestate ex utero. So I do think that some of those technologies could make it eventually into the human population.
But that's where it gets really weird, right? Like you could create a child with no mother or father.
I do think that, I think it's about optionality, right? I think that there are certain situations where that would be a blessing. I just had my first kid. So we did not grow up in an artificial womb.
Yeah, but I mean, the people that are skeptical about this stuff, this is what they point to. It's like, what is involved in creation of life? Well, it's been people having sex, and then a sperm fertilizes the egg. A child is born. They raise the child. It gets some of their behavior characteristics. It gets the genetics, and then we integrate it into a community, and there's life. But if you could just make life without any of that, what is that? Where's that? You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, it's a great philosophy.
How much of the child's development is taking place while it's in the mother,
and getting
sharing
that experience, the hormonal cues and whatnot.
Yes.
I wouldn't have a child.
Right. What if you're making a sociopath? Like, what if you're making a completely
because there's no
empathy,
there's no connection,
to people. They come out of the gate, Ted Kaczynski, all fucked up. Like, really?
It's a fair point.
We don't know what the process is while a baby is inside of a woman's body.
And there's people that are working on this technology specifically for humans. Like right now, we're focusing on it for extinct species and endangered animals.
But the question was, when this scales out, when you scale out 100 years from now, like, what did you just do?
Well, I mean, my biggest thing that I think would be helpful is if we had a world where we if Colossal gets ultimate success, I would say that we've successfully rewilded animals back into their natural habitat. We've revitalized these mosaic ecosystems that, include your picture of what did the Arctic look like back in the day. Like, how do we have that? Because that was actually a crazy. If you look at the work that's been done in Pleistocene Park by Sergei and Nikita Zimov, they've actually shown that rewilding northern Siberia with cold-tolerant megafauna actually can revitalize the ecosystem. It can add more biodiversity. It can actually keep the ground temperatures colder in the winter, so it sequesters more carbon. So I think this idea of nature-based and living with nature in an ecological model is something that I hope that we are successful at, and I hope that Colossal is also successful at removing animals from the endangered species list.
So what you were talking about mammoths specifically, the study that showed that it would help.
But they've already done it with like muskox, horses, and a few other species up there. So they're doing it right now. They've been doing it for over 20 years.
And there was some talk about eventually doing this with mammoths and then releasing those mammoths into Siberia.
Yeah, that was something that Larry or that Sergei Nikita Zimov wanted to do.
How long before some Russian oligarch hunts a mammoth?
Yeah, I mean, look, given the geopolitical, we see, going back to your wolf example, we see boundaries and geopolitical lines, right? The animals don't, right? And so we will probably not rewild our first mammoths in Siberia for many reasons.
But you think you will rewild a mammoth?
Yeah, I think, our goal, like, not to, if you look at colossal.com/Tasmania, for example, we actually build working groups with folks around, like, everyone from academia to private landowners to indigenous people groups, governments, to understand, like we don't have a thylacine. I think we'll have a thylacine in the next 8 years. I really do. I think based on where we are, our current course and speed, there's 70 million years of genetic divergence between a fat-tailed dunart, which is like a mouse-sized marsupial, and a wolf in this, right? But we actually, if you just kind of scroll through into the people.
So it's a wolf-like marsupial.
Yeah.
Does it actually have a pouch that
it does. It actually also has a backward pouch. So most pouches, other than like the wombat, are forward facing. Mm-hmm. It has a backwards because it was a burrowing animal.
Oh,
so that's
so
you
to
weren't
protect
like just
the babies.
Yeah, like absolutely suffocate them.
God, nature's fascinating.
But if you scroll down a little bit further, you'll see, and just like if you just do a quick scroll, you'll see that we actually have gone out and partnered with all these different groups. Even though we don't have thylacines, we have quarterly meetings in Tasmania around rewilding the thylacine. With in one of the groups that we have involved in it is the Logging Commission. It's going back to your how do we live with nature, kind of like with your example with the cattlemen and the ranchers. Well, the biggest economic driver right now in Tasmania is actually the Logging Commission. So if you think that you're going to reintroduce an animal back without them or their lobbyists having into the forest, without them having a perspective, then I think that's just a naive way to look at the world. And so we, going back like the thylacine and mammoths and others, we try to build these working groups ahead of time so that people can get excited about, what are the challenges? What are the unintended consequences? And that's not our job to persuade them. It's just our job to kind of listen to them and then figure it out. And, that approach of like listening to our critics and listening and being inclusive in these communities has helped us, I think, dramatically think through what our rewilding strategies are.
So when you have a rewilding strategy, what experts do you bring in to have this discussion of what kind of an impact this could be? I mean, you haven't done any rewilding. Let's be clear to everybody.
Yes.
They're not releasing dire wolves.
And the wolf mice are not getting released.
Right.
Yes.
So this is all theoretical.
Yes.
But if you do have one, what would you look at specifically? How do you take into account all the different species? Do you take into account, like with a thylacine particularly, because it's a large predator, the amount of animals it's going to eat?
Right.
These animals are not conditioned. They haven't evolved to be around this thing. It's been almost 100 years since the last one was there.
So on the evolve part, this is actually kind of weird. So you do ecological field studies. So you work with ecologists, conservationists, predator experts, like people that understand predation, people that understand the land. So you have to work with these kind of big working groups. We have a project going on right now in central Tasmania, which is amazing. And this, the old school like Looney Tunes, like Wile E. Coyote, where he's like, and he like goes through a wall and there's like a hole, or the Kool-Aid Man, right? If you had that cutout, we made cutouts and painted them of thylacines, but also of cats and dogs and other things, and wolves and other things. And we put them out near camera traps in central Tasmania. And when we reviewed the data, you'll have like a quoll or a wombat or one of these animals kind of walking through, or even a wallaby kind of walking through, and they'll see a cat, and they'll kind of look at it. When they see, and remember, to your point, this is for them is multiple generations, right? Because these animals don't live hundreds of years. And so when they see the cutout and shape and the coloration and size of a thylacine, they freeze, they absolutely freak out.
Wow.
Yeah. So we've been collecting this data for 18 months. We're publishing a paper on it.
That is so cool.
There's like generational trauma that is baked in to their DNA to avoid a thylacine.
It's the only way they survive. I mean, without a language to pass down information. It makes you wonder, like, how much of that is in us? Like, when people have ophidiophobia, or arachnophobia, fear of snakes and spiders, like, what is that from? Like, because it's crippling. I've seen people that have crippling fear of spiders, where it doesn't even make any sense. Well, somebody got almost killed by a spider, and that's inside of them, right? Those genes passed on, and then you get spiders. They freak out, man. When I was doing Fear Factor, if we found out that someone had a fear of spiders or a fear of snakes, guess what?
That was on the show.
That's on the show.
Yeah, that's like me in Heights. It's like every episode you had back in the day of Heights.
That's because you're smart.
Yeah. It's like fucking terrifying. I'm like,
terrifying. Yeah. Whenever I'm in a fucking hotel and I'm on like the 50th floor, why?
Yeah.
Why?
Like, so I don't have like road noise. I'm like, it's gonna be really hard to get out of here.
It's so sketchy. Yeah. It's so scary. It's just like the building moves a little bit. It's windy.
Yeah.
Fuck all this. Toilet water shit. Another day.
No. Here?
Jamie he lives way up high. Jamie sent pictures from his house. I freak out. Like, no,
I can't. No, I'm not. I wouldn't.
I like to be on the ground. I like to be on the ground.
Well, I hate flying too, which sucks because I fly. Yeah, I fly all the time.
I'm just counting on these fucking screws and bolts and shit.
Yeah. Because like the worst is like when you're sitting there, and there's now been like these renders of planes that have like glass or plexiglass. I'm like, I don't want to see that.
Yeah.
I get mad if I get on a plane and the people don't shut the window size. Like I'm in the bowl. I'm in the tube.
Yeah,
it's lit on fire. wake up. Yeah, I get
Just
because if
land
you
me.
think about the point where you're sitting in a chair and then you look down and you have a floor, you're like that's not. There's not that much. There's like 10,000 feet, 3,000 feet below me. It's
When
kinda
you see something like the one that happened in Canada where the plane flipped upside down too, you just like that. You can't get that one out of your
a
head.
Delta Airlines flight.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't like
Whoopsies.
crazy
Yeah.
airline you'd never heard of.
It was a person who was not that good at flying and kind of recent.
Yeah.
Like, hey,
Yeah.
hire someone better.
Yeah,
This
and I
is crazy.
go to DC a decent amount, and so like the whole DC thing like absolutely freaked me out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because sometimes I stay at some of those hotels that are right on the river, and you see the choppers fly. You see the choppers fly. You see the
Right.
choppers fly.
That the
An
DC
earthquake,
one.
but look how much the water is shaking at this pool.
Oh yeah. Did you see the one in Thailand?
This is where it was.
Oh, did you see the water that's flying off the roofs?
Yeah,
in Thailand?
in the
Flying off the roofs where you see like from the ground, it looks like it's raining. It's crazy.
Anyways.
Yeah. Well, that would be the last day I would spend in that fucking room.
yeah, you're out.
Like that's it.
It's like if I
done.
saw-
Bye bye.
If I saw a ghost, I'm like, all right, I'm moving.
Yeah. Bye
So,
bye. Maybe the ghost is cool. I'm not totally scared of ghosts because I don't think ghosts ever kill anybody. I'm scared of thylacines.
I'm not scared of thylacines.
I'm not.
They start off the size of a grain of rice.
I'm not.
It's gotta be
scared.
really nice to them.
So does everything.
It's kind of like AI. You gotta be really nice to it.
Yes.
I saw a great gift. I saw this great image on X the other day that is like it's got all the robots lining up to kill humans, and it's like no, not this one. It said thank you in its request.
Oh boy.
So I was like, I'm gonna be very nice on all of my requests on Croc.
Well, I have a weird situation going on at my house because I have chickens, but I eat chicken, and I don't eat the chickens that I have. I eat their eggs.
Yeah.
But they're cute. I'm like, hey girls, what's up, ladies?
Yeah.
Like I have no desire to harm them. I
Yeah.
try to protect them. If I'm driving on the driveway and one of them is in the middle of the driveway, I have to be very slow and let her cross. But I eat chicken.
Did you see that study that came out a couple weeks ago that having 2 eggs? So I'm going to get the numbers wrong, but you have 2 eggs. If you have at least 2 eggs a week, that it lowers the probability of Alzheimer's like 47%.
Yeah. It turns out Alzheimer's connect to a lot of stuff that's in
Or
our
inflammation. Yeah.
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 Unfortunately.
They're saying that Gary said it was. I think it was Gary that was telling me that he thought it was like it's now becoming a more popular belief that it's diabetes type 3.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that,
So,
which is really weird to think of it that way. But it's just so much. I mean, obviously you know this now because you're on a health path.
Yeah.
And you feel much better.
I feel incredible. I mean, I just.
Isn't it nuts?
Yeah,
People are just running around out there feeling like shit.
Well, I was. I mean, part of the reason I started law school, I mean, I told you the story about how I got with George, but before that, I built a handful of different technology companies. My last software and defense company, and building it, running it, and this was in late 2019 or 2020. I had to be in Tokyo and I had to be in Shanghai. So I came back. I went to CES, the big consumer electronics show in Vegas. Saw everyone in the world, right? That's there. It's stupid big. A week and a half later, I'm in NASA Marshall with the director there because we were doing some work for NASA at the time at my last company. And I was with one of my number two of the company, this guy named Craig, who's our chief strategy officer. He was coughing, he wasn't feeling well. We both were kind of feeling like shit. I was like, oh, we've been on the road a lot. We've been drinking. We came back. On a Friday night, we were going back on Slack on talking about aliens and shit. And then the next day, I got a call from my wife and a sudden cardiac event. And so that for me was a big wake up call because I got really sick with COVID. Like I was on that early strain of COVID. There's definitely multiple strains. Like what anyone tells you, there's definitely multiple strains. And so I got super sick. And I now rarely drink. I rarely have caffeine. I've kind of tried to cut out stuff. I exercise regularly. And looking at all these things,
Tell me about Project
or that used to be weirder alternative, like a dry sauna, a cold plunge, red light. I do that every day. That's awesome. You're lifting weights too. Yeah.
I gotta watch.
On a regimen, everything.
That's so important. Yeah. So important. And I tell people it's not even a vanity thing. Don't do it because you want big muscles. preserve your tissue,
Yeah.
preserve your bone mass.
Well, I don't want to be like I now have a 9-month-old son, right? And he like wants to hang out, and he's gonna get bigger. And if I can't pick him up, that's a sad day, And I kind of got in this mindset of like, I see people that are older that are in wheelchairs or can't walk. It's kind of a blessing to walk.
It is.
So like, why would I squander that blessing? Why would I not like lean into it and make sure that when I'm 90, I can walk?
It's a blessing to be healthy. It's a blessing.
Today, it's my privilege to host
we're
this
so
program on a little known
concerned about our
area in
day-to-day
law enforcement
existence
that
that we lose track
to
of
every
this
small
big picture.
community and
Yeah.
every
You
large
have
city across
the
our vast
opportunity
country.
to do
It's
something
the
that
area
if
of
it wasn't
satanic
possible,
cult.
you
Kids
would
were
wish it was
railroaded
possible,
because
and
of their
that is
mothers.
get healthier.
Dark
Like if it
cult
wasn't
and
possible, if we
fascination
just
with the
existed
occult.
in a state, whatever that state was, there's no medicine that can fix
And it
it,
did.
there's no exercise that can fix it, diet doesn't change it. This is just who you are as a being, and it goes away. But that's not even remotely true. It's actually the opposite. There's friends that I have that are my age, and they look like they're my dad.
In their
Yeah,
mid-30s
and that's
today.
because they've been drinking and smoking and sleeping late and fucking off their whole life and no exercise at all. And your body deteriorates.
Yeah, and I'm not like I'm on the journey. I'm not at the end, right? It is a constant journey.
I'm on the journey. We're all on the
But
journey.
like
There's no
since I
end.
started working with Gary, like I did. You've seen this function test. Have you done a function test?
What is the function test?
It's like function health. It's just a suit. It's just all. If you go to your doctor, like I do quarterly blood work, but then I also then do this the function test, which is just a massively all-encompassing type of blood. It's like 2 tests twice a year, and so I do that test, and after working with Gary for a while, now my biological age, actual age is 43. My biological age is 35.
That's amazing.
But it's been working for a year with Gary taking the right supplements.
truth to them. Let's pray that churches
Yeah,
across the nation will
I buy,
rise
and you can actually
expose
taste
this
it, right? Like if you go to the store and get steak,
I know him.
It's like free range and all that shit. It tastes great. It tastes better than like something that's terrible at a store. But when you go to some of these like true Amish places and places that have actually like grown the food like completely natural, that is just a fake pre-purchased certified organic. You can taste the difference. It's insane.
Have you had a lot of wild game?
Yeah, so that's what I order now. So I order a bunch of. So I do elk steaks. I do a lot of steaks from that Gary recommended to me.
Is it bison? Do they have
They do
bison?
have bison too. Yeah, it's part of pasture. They're just like when I have a steak from these guys. Like it's been, like you can taste it. I've had like my brother-in-law and my father-in-law had friends and no, we're gonna try these steaks out of the freezer. And I was like, we're actually gonna buy something. It looks different. Yeah, it looks like color.
You get a pink steak from the grocery store,
Yeah.
which is fine. You cook it, it tastes great. But if you get a grass-fed, grass-finished steak, like
Grass-finished, 100%.
a lot of ranches out here, Texas is a great place. There's a lot of ranches out here. There's regenerative agriculture, and they sell the animals that they kill, and it's like a dark red meat.
Yeah, it looks completely different, but
Yeah,
the
it tastes different.
you want to eat more of it. Like I feel full, but I want to finish it, and I also feel like my body likes this because it's getting shit that it hasn't.
And you feel better when you eat it. Like you literally feel energized.
Yeah.
I've given people elk before, and one of the things they say, dude, I
I
have so
actually
much
see
energy.
where
I'm like,
you're coming
yes.
from there.
welcome to my
Sounds
world.
a bit
It's awesome.
Yeah,
It is so great. But that was in the early days of Colossal. That was one of the things that we got asked by like heads of state, like not by like just random people. Random people on the internet do it. Mostly like some people at large at different locations. They're like,
alongside is my co-host, certainly a man
can
who
we eat
is
a man?
guided by
What's it
his
taste
own
like?
moral
That was like
compass,
that
and who
question
always
came up
chose
faster
chaotic
than we
action
thought.
as his
And this was
charismatic
I know
alignment
that was in the
when he
first.
played Dungeons and
They
Dragons.
like they just it reminded. I
I
remember.
really want to eat something that's been extinct for 10,000 years. You just bring it back.
And that's what,
Not even yet.
Yeah, and that was the first question.
Can I eat
Don't forget who won
Yeah.
that game of
I
Dungeons
won't
and
believe
Dragons, John.
I'm a
None other than
steak, my friend.
Cardinals
It was
Brooke
also
Lord
domestic.
himself.
The question. That was domestic.
Oh, domestic.
Yeah, like people in psychos. Yeah, I know.
Too much money.
Yeah,
Fucking psychos.
Yeah,
It's just like when I
it's
played.
it's
Go buy a car, you retards.
My character was a chaotic neutral.
It's
I want to eat a mammoth.
I
That's so crazy.
tell you, I was a
We
level
get the dime.
60 heavy hitting
Get
sword
that.
style.
We get
Never got
so
laid.
many weird questions.
Every time
Well,
I
the
think I
dinosaur question,
realize the
but
peak
probably
of
the
your
number one
dorkiness as
question
a
we
kid,
get is
I'm reminded that there
is the
are always
dinosaur
Do
higher
you think if they
levels.
brought,
Does
if
you mind the
Jurassic
classes
Park,
again,
if
mean
Spielberg
he's
did it today, they'd have
dream
feathers?
geek?
we know that some dinosaurs had feathers. We know some had
That's about
hair,
to become a
like hair, like
disembodied
kind of
Try and
precursor to
flesh
feathers,
bucket.
and we know some that weren't just scale. We have preserved them. We can see in the fossil record whether they had it, right?
Have you seen the one that's in the Montana University? There's a university in Bozeman that has a museum.
No,
Isn't
I
the
booked a few
university?
gigs.
It might just be a
Career
museum.
is taking off.
But when I was
Unless I'm
visiting there a
around
few
you
years
two
back,
snake-bitten
they have
time sucks, the better off I
like a
am.
raptor, and
Says so
one
here
side
in
of the
tape number
raptor
8
is
of unlocking
feathered,
your
and the
true
other side
comedic
is like
potential.
in Jurassic
A
Park.
guide
which
to
is
not
alien.
letting the meat sacks in
And
your life
you know,
hold
you
you
look at it,
back.
you go, oh,
Hosted by Alan
it's
Tom
just
Allen.
like, oh, that's a fucking.
I still
It's a
think
bird.
there's something
Yeah.
weird
Now it
about
makes
this tape
sense.
set.
Like, makes more
Anyway,
sense.
see,
Yeah,
but
it's little
I'm
stupid
confused.
arms.
When you took
Like,
us through
makes
some
more
of the
sense.
I mean,
jokes,
if
they
bird.
were
have you seen a
literally
Watson?
awful. When
No.
you weren't insulting
Can we-
the
can
audience,
we
you were
pull up
threatening
Watson?
them, and
So
none
this
of
is a
it was
bird that
funny.
lives today
How
in
did
the
you
Amazon,
pull kids off?
and it
There's
is
no
it's
accounting
called
for
a
taste in
hoax.
this
I think it's
business.
I don't know how you
Unless
spell
I
it. It's like
remind you of some of your
HOA
one-star reviews.
TZEN or something like that. We can find it.
There's
Yeah.
only a few
Apparently, it
of
also
us.
smells terrible. But if you click, if you type in, it's the Hudson, and then if you click in and find a baby
Well,
picture,
they did book
it's
me,
got these little
but
creepy
yeah,
hands.
I have some
It
new
looks
stuff.
like kind
Want
of
me
like
to
a
lay one
bird,
on
like
you?
that's
Okay,
we
here
did the
it
genome on
goes.
this for fun.
This homeless
So,
guy
you
asked
see,
me
it's
for
like
money the other
it
day.
climbs.
I was
So
about
before
to
it
give it
flies,
to
it
him,
actually
and then I
climbs
thought
up
he was
everything.
going to
Well,
use
and
it
you
on
look at
drugs or
Eagle's
alcohol.
talon. You're like,
And then I
what
thought,
the hell is
hey,
that?
that's what
And
I'm
then it
going to
evolves,
use it
like
on.
if you
You saw that. That's an old Frank Giraldo
the
joke.
first
No,
kind
I
of like
didn't.
quote unquote
Greg,
dinosaur bird out
Don't
there.
know what you're talking
It
about.
actually,
Okay,
yeah,
here's
it
another.
crawls. It
Since
crawls
you're
like
so sensitive,
it doesn't fly.
you know how
most
you can
birds
tell
just
how
sit
pretty
there
a
with their
white woman
little
is?
like wing
You look at
nuts
her
and
and
just
then
don't
you
do
wonder
anything.
how long
These
they would
guys
look for
actually
her if
climb.
she was missing.
What about terror birds?
Oh yeah, this is scary.
Well, that's a crazy.
You're just
Yeah,
stealing
what the hell was that?
Yeah,
And that was, what was that? How many
stuff belong to them, right? Like, it
years
doesn't
ago
go
did those
away
things
with
go
shot.
extinct?
Oh, there's
Of course, I
millions.
know
Millions,
that.
right?
Yeah, so
I'm not
the oldest
stupid.
DNA
This
that
is
we
all
have
original
is
material.
1.5 million.
Now go
That's
introduce
it?
your
Yeah.
guest.
So
I'll be right back.
So
I
you
have to go to
can.
the bathroom
A
or
guy you should talk
something.
to about not that, but that's interesting is Kenneth Locavara. He discovered
We do have guests
four
tonight.
largest dinosaurs of all time,
Yeah,
including Dreadnought, which
more,
is just
more than enough to
it's
shake
the
a stick
craziest
at,
thing
one
ever.
might say.
And going back to Dreadnought, and going back to the issues that
What is
Yeah,
Dreadnought?
I've got a
Oh,
button
Dreadnought is
under
the
the
music.
shaking up,
So,
shaking.
I don't know.
Whoa!
That's what he
what-
did.
imagine
I've
that
got
did-
a button
yeah, go
under
to that.
the
What
desk
cool
over
colors?
here.
Yeah,
It was, so it's the
First,
planet.
let's get
yes,
this one
yeah,
out of
it's
the way.
planning
It's
to
the size of a fucking 737.
But
It's
going
almost
back,
as big as a
going
737.
back
It's so
Due to
crazy.
scheduling
going back to this
redundancy and
crazy
bad handwriting, welcome back to the show.
museums, he found in
What about you
Argentina.
guys? Glad
And
one of the
he-
points on this
he's amazing.
pentagram.
Kenneth Locavara is amazing. He found it in Argentina, discovered the species, named the species, and
just realized that
he brought it. He brought it to New Jersey to do all the modeling and all that. The government changed, and they yanked it back. You know the old school, like the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark. That's where it is. It's basically in a warehouse, so it's on display for people in the museum. It's literally this goes back to some of these governments and these museums. It's literally like not on. It's in a bunch of crates in Western Argentina.
Really?
Yeah, and it's like the coolest thing ever. This is, yeah, so yeah, that's Locavara's lab. And so, but it's truly, truly amazing.
So with these, like that's what dinosaurs in museums. A lot of them, they've artificial bones to fill in the
Yeah.
blanks.
Still, a lot of like sometimes they'll get like a jawbone, and they're like, and here's the reconstruction.
Right. It's weird because you go to see it, and you think you're going to see a dinosaur.
And it's only a percentage complete.
Yeah, and sometimes they're real clever, and sometimes they're not. Like sometimes it'll be different colors for the real bone.
Yeah.
Versus, and you're like, how much of this do you have?
And they're like,
How did you get?
Thank you.
This
Thanks
is
for
what it
having me.
looked
It's a
like.
pleasure to be here.
And a lot of the images, like of like the soft tissue overlay, like when they take the bones and then they create an animal out of it. Like, if you're seeing like what like rabbits look like if you take away their.
Yeah, they did this with like whales and stuff. They look absolutely. If you look at them, they look like the scariest things ever. And then you put a whale,
I
and
just
you're
think
like,
it's amazing
that's
all
not
the way
the
over
worst.
in Fort
Yeah,
Wayne,
for
Indiana.
whales,
It sounds like
you
you're
see
right
them
next
and you
to
look at them like, oh, they're sweet,
I like
Yeah.
to think that I am the
just
bottom
chilling in the water.
and
But
most
if you see them with
important
the
point in this
teeth and everything,
pentagram,
just the
I'm
skeleton,
It just got. It looks like a
monster.
alien monster.
Yeah, yeah, monster.
Yeah.
So I wonder what we
Yeah,
were
it's
looking
not,
at.
it's not
There was
as much
one species that we don't have DNA for. That'd be amazing to bring back because the ecological benefits. There was a giant beaver.
Is satanic panic?
Yeah.
Well, let's first define
A
it.
giant
I think I
beaver
saw it in
sounds
the liquor
amazing
store
and
last
stupid.
night.
When did that thing die
It's
off?
cinnamon flavor.
I don't know. It'd probably have to be.
Wait a minute, we're in Chicago.
It
Like,
would probably
are
be in the
we
late
not here to
Pleistocene.
talk
One
about
of the things I
play this
learned
year
through
of
Manila is
Chicago
that
Blackhawks,
the
Great Wing
founding of this
Richard
country in the early days,
Dick
the
Panic.
richest man in the
Huge
world
Dick
was selling
Panic.
beaver pelts.
Oh, really?
Was
Yeah,
it
it was the richest guy in the world.
Yeah.
horribly unprepared?
I had a bad
During
case
the
of
Pleistocene.
Wasn't there
Well,
also
on the dinosaur
So
boat,
this beaver, giant beaver, enormous, bear-sized beaver that lived in North America during the Pleistocene.
Yeah, but afterwards.
Wow. So when did these die
Welcome
off?
back
What
to your
year?
NHL Live.
What was the
on your house.
Pleistocene officially?
And don't, I'm not 100%
It's about
certain of this. but I'd
13,000
say
years ago.
in the 85
Oh,
to
wow.
90%
So it
range
probably
that,
died off
during that same
American
era.
lion,
Yeah.
all the
All
other
right,
stuff.
so let's
You know,
define what
the
satanic panic
pronghorn.
is. So we're
You
talking
know the
about a
story
period
of
of
that,
the
yeah, that's why they're
70s
so
to the
fast.
early to mid-90s.
Oh, for
Where
because
there
of
was
American lion.
massive
No, American
hysteria.
cheetah.
American cheetah.
Like they're the last of these animals. They're a bizarre animal. Have you ever seen one in real
I've
life?
never seen one in real life.
I've only seen it through binoculars. I've never seen one, on the ground real close. I've only seen it from a few hundred yards away. But when you look at images
it was also
of them,
referred
they
to
have
as
insane
satanic ritual
eyesight.
abuse. And I'll tell
They
you
have
this, friends,
almost
I haven't
360-degree
researched a story that
vision.
is
Their
used
eyes
the
are on the
very
side
name
of their
this
head.
Yeah,
show.
I've seen the
Literally,
pictures.
and they can
You're
run
exactly right.
55 miles an hour.
Everyone
And the
knows
reason why they can run so
satanic
fast is
hysteria.
they were getting chased by cheetahs that don't exist
Hysteria.
anymore.
Yeah.
So the cheetahs
This
died
is the first time
off in the Younger Dryas impact
Yeah.
or whatever happened.
More like
But
42. And it was the first
these
time that
pronghorn
panic
antelopes
was
remain,
sweep
and
this
they
country.
are-
I'm sure, unfortunately,
There's nothing like them in terms of speed. Like it's really bizarre because they're a remnant of an older past, right? Where they had to be that fast to avoid the predators. But the predators are gone; they remain.
Yes, so how do you catch them now?
Geographic area. And this actually
Once they're done, like
some
once
of
they're
the
grown,
same,
good
the same
fucking luck.
elements of the same.
They have insane eyesight.
Reared their
But you know, one of the ways
during the
is that
satanic
people hunt them, they're really
So
dumb.
things came
One of the
to
ways
a
people
head
hunt them is
in the
on
80s, and
horseback.
it's not that
Like
big
that
of a
dog
shocker
has
because
zero chance. But the cheetah,
Wall Street,
cheetahs were chasing these motherfuckers down.
Miami Vice.
So it's like another, different kind of
The
antelope.
decade of Schwarzenegger and Stallone.
But a super fast. They're quite a bit faster, I
It's
bet,
also
than these
Paul
antelope.
Hogan.
They're crazy fast. There's like nothing like them in North America.
It's
awesome.
The
But
Cold
the
War.
vision
They
that these things have.
constantly
Give me a
talk
photo of one of their
That's
heads.
not a knife. This is the knife.
Pronghorn's
That's
eyes.
not
They're
devil.
so
This is the
weird
devil.
looking. They
So
look
basically, the good
archaic.
old days is what you're saying.
If you
Exactly.
see their
Remember
face,
men.
they don't look
Yeah.
like. It looks like they're from another time.
Star Wars.
Yeah. They look like they're from another time. And they are.
They're literally on the side of that.
Yeah, this is what would have been so amazing to like look at what the Earth looked like, 12,000 years ago.
It is cool, like
America.
Like to your point, when you travel, you go to these different places where you have they're truly more remote, right? And I'm not just talking about like Yellowstone, but like when you said like going to Kruger National Park or looking at some of these places in Africa, when you go to Central Tasmania, it's almost like a weird Disney movie. Like at dusk, you've got like echidnas running around, you've got wallabies jumping through, and they all just come through, and you're like. It's like that scene in like Ace Ventura, right, where he sings like everything fucking comes to him. And I remember the first, I was like, this isn't real. Like, are these animatronic? Like, there's no way there's this much life in biodiversity. And it was all just like, echidnas running, wallabies are jumping. You got like wombats, like kind of scurrying along. And you're just like, there's all these weird dumb animals that are just excited. And they're so strange to us, right, in terms of like how we think about them, because you never see them. But then there's just like this insane plethora. There's just so many. It's crazy.
Well, I wonder what would be different had the thylacine survived.
So they say
that was kind of the only thing
it was the only apex predator for Tasmania and Lower Australia. And have you seen a Tasmanian devil in person?
Not in person.
They're awesome.
They look cool as shit.
They're cool as shit. They're also they eat in these little packs. And the reason why they call them Tasmanian devils is because they make the weirdest. I mean, they make sound. If I heard the sounds that they make, if you're out in the woods, you hear that sound, you're like, this is Sasquatch.
They're crazy.
Well, yeah, Gary Spann was still the mayor of Cincinnati back then. Yeah, but all they had to talk about was the devil.
You find them eating, they just sound terrible.
Find Tasmanian tiger noises.
Literally, and sometimes they have crossover
Or,
episodes.
excuse me,
The devil
Tasmanian
is
devil
Princess
noises.
I
Sorry.
wish you would all die.
Sorry. Not.
Have you seen this video?
Damn, no, and
I
he's
have.
still
Yeah.
bad. We call it
We can go to that in a second. I just want
As I
to
was saying, the media, and so the prosecuting
Look at
attorney
that
was
fucker.
someone did something bad. Chances are the devil was involved. They just brought out a whole
And so they're part of the reason why they're that isn't terrifying. You know, they do that.
testimony on what was satanic.
Yeah,
and what
that's what I'm
wasn't.
saying.
Yeah.
And many of the researchers in Tasmania and Australia think that if the thylacine is there, because this is where people
Like
get
I
wolves
remember
and thylacines and predators
just
bad.
being
They go up to the
there's
there's an energy saturation, right? They're not just sitting there grazing. They're not being sedentary. They have to go make the kill. They have to decide, I'm going to go kill stuff. So they kill the young, so they're thinning out the weakest. They kill the old, and they kill the sick. An environment that has the right balance of predator and prey is a healthier ecosystem, including for those prey species. And all data that we've seen on the thylacine suggests that they actually eat kind of that mezzanine level of marsupials. So many people believe that the facial tumor disease would not, if you see it, I don't know if you know, it's disgusting. It's pretty gross. Yeah. But that facial,
I made that.
Oh, feeding frenzy.
The horse
Oh,
in my house.
yeah. Give me some volume.
Maybe
He's doing it right in front of people, too.
Oh, yeah.
I fed them like this. It's crazy.
They're just not scared.
You just, they're like piranhas.
I think they're south of
Tasmanian devils, the only carnivorous marsupial we have ever featured on camera. And next to Tasmanian,
It's so cool that they're not
Is that coyote?
remotely scared
I
of
remember
people.
it rearing its ugly head left and right, and I was
Yeah,
very
they
active
don't
in the
even know
church
shit.
at
It's
that time.
crazy.
And
So if you
a friend
feed
of mine
them
was
like
actually
this,
the
if you put
guitarist
a
in my band
a
had
piece
this
of
Whose
wall
video is
Grateful
this,
Dead
Jim?
necklace. He probably got
Yeah,
it
it's
or something.
Oh,
And I would just go to the church telling
Look
him,
at these little
that's me.
fuckers.
and then they
You
just
need
make
to
these
take it
sounds,
off.
but they often
You need
get
to get
into
rid of it.
fights, and that
Oh,
fighting
yeah,
He gave it
is
to
when
me.
they that's when
So
they
apparently
do the transmission.
it's not gonna-
I already go to hell.
That's fun.
That's why you
No, I
wanted
mean,
to
like-
take it off, right? Was to give it to you.
But they literally scratch and bite each other, and then they
Put it
transmit this.
put it
It's
where
the
it
only
belongs, around the
transmissible
neck of
cancer
my
that we know
I
of.
remember being
So
on
it latches onto the next phase
buddy,
through biting. And
he was
the
listening
thyroid,
to
and if you see an
Appetite
animal
for
that Tasmanian devil with facial tumor
and
disease,
I'm like, I'm
you
not allowed
see
to listen to
them
this.
like
I'm gonna
they
go to
can't
hell
walk
if I
well,
listen
they
to
can't
this.
see well.
And then
Those
I
are the
kept
animals that would be picked
listening.
up by
And
predators.
first time I was over, I had like
And so
fingers in my
they
ears.
so there's
No, yeah, I
a
can't
big
listen to this.
movement
And then
in
like the second
Tasmania
time, like, it's
in
really good.
lower Australia,
And
southern
I
Australia,
really like
that
this.
if we
And so then I went
introduce
out
a predator
and,
being the
like,
thylacine,
or whatever.
it would eat.
Ugh.
I can't.
And
Oh, God.
yeah,
We're
it
looking
took
for
away
people
from me.
listening. We're
But
looking
do they
at
let you keep
tumors
the night
on
train?
Tasmanian devil's faces. Yeah, which is
I
terrible.
had already
But
drank
that was a
the night train,
perfect
so you guys remember
inspiration for a
Poison
comic
cover
book
with,
character
like, the
or for a
long
cartoon.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Tasmanian devil. Yeah, I mean they're like they'll be sitting there not making the sounds. They start eating or they get threatened and they make those death sounds. You're it is a terror because if you've never heard it before in person, it just catches you by surprise and it like blows you away. So it's a pretty weird experience for something like that.
That's such a cool little animal. So the idea of ultimately eventually releasing thylacines,
they make things like
how would that be done and what kind of studies would have to be done? Because you're talking about all these animals that come out. Look at all the animals. That probably won't be
things in your household.
the case if you reintroduce thylacines. They'll start thinning it out and it'll achieve a balance.
Yeah, it'll achieve
So
a
they've
balance.
done a lot. Let's just like keep people up to date on Australia. Most people don't know they've introduced cats. So how
you find out that's all BS later on.
Cats.
That's just S.C. Johnson and Wax.
they introduced house cats, like just feral house cats in Australia to combat certain species. And they start decimating all the other species around us.
It's literally the worst. It's literally the number one mammalian extinction rate in Australia.
Right, and it's because it's an invasive species. Would that be a problem? Would there be a similar problem if you reintroduced a Tasmanian tiger?
Wait, you
Would
knew
there
her too?
be potentially, would you have to reintroduce other species if they make them extinct? So this is a good cascade.
The good news about the Tasmanian and the Southern Australia ecosystems is they're mostly impacted, right? Hopefully they eat the cats. If you talk to most people in Australia, they hate cats. Outside of the cats that they actually own, they actually hate cats because of what they're doing to the small marsupials. They're actually looking at technologies like gene drives and others to get rid of their fully eradicated cats. They're wild, non-domestic cats.
Yeah, people hunt them.
Yeah, people hunt them.
Like you have, I have a good buddy of mine, Adam Greentree, and they have this magazine. It's like a bow hunter magazine in Australia. And he gave me a copy of it. I was reading on a plane. This guy's holding up a dead cat. He shot with a bow and arrow. Hey, man, like, what the fuck? They hold them up like trophies.
Well, because it's a huge problem, right? It goes back to the invasive species. One of the projects that we're working on with the thylacine, because we like to pair every de-extinction with the species preservation, is have you ever seen a northern quoll?
No, what is that?
Northern quoll. It kind of looks like a mink or like a ferret, but way prettier. It's amazing. How do you spell it? Quoll. They're absolutely beautiful. They're absolutely beautiful. But they're another type of permanent predator marsupial. But 100 years ago or so, we as humanity introduced cane toads. Have you ever seen cane toad? It's like the Jabba the Hutt. I mean, it looks fun to eat, right? They're monsters. And so we as humanity introduced cane toads into Australia. And they have a neurotoxin. Well, guess what? Most quolls and small marsupials love to eat frogs and toads. And so this is actually, I think, about our work. This actually is about our work. And so, actually, I think this is part of it. And what we've done is, if you go back to your point about co-evolving and evolution, if you go back to Southern Australia, to South America, where cane toads evolved amongst snakes and mice and other small mammals, they eat cane toads all day long. And they don't die of the neurotoxin. They don't completely stroke out and die, which is what happens in Northern Australia. And so cane toads they reproduce in an insane rate. They're having thousands of babies, making more and more of those. Guess what? More and more quolls and other cane toads and die. So what we did is we actually did a study where we understood what are the genes in the mammals and snakes in South America that make them cane toad toxin resistant. And here's what we found. This is amazing. One letter in 3.5 billion base pairs. So one letter change conferred, had no other deterioration, had no other effects that were negative. And it created a 5,000 times resistance to cane toad. So because quolls are endangered and we don't want to work in endangered species first you want to start with more model species. We worked in fat-tailed dunart, which is our model species for thylacine, and we engineered dunarts and dunart cells in dunarts that can eat cane toad tissues and have zero effect, on where we typically kill them. And so now we're in the next phase of trials showing that we'd like to engineer in this one edit into quolls, because if quolls would most likely do this concept of conversion evolution. If you were to put the quoll next to the cane toad, they would co-evolve together. They probably would have had that resistance already built into them through nature. Wow. And so that's showing the power of this concept of genetic engineering in biotech in conservation. And so then you can make these super quolls that eat the cane toads. And then not only does that help the population, lower the population of cane toads, it can help the population of quolls. It also has a halo effect on all these other marsupials that we don't know how many are dying from eating cane toads.
Yeah.
I hope you don't have to bring in.
There's this book that came out this year called Paperbacks from Hell.
You see them about you know what I'm saying? You see those toads and frogs that latch out and they'll eat anything in front of them. There was a giant one of those toads back in I don't know, thousands of years ago. How big was it? I don't know. I've seen a 3D render of it, and it grabs cars and stuff. It's crazy.
Well, we played videos of toads eating mice. I had no idea. Yeah. Before I saw those videos, only a few years ago, I had no idea toads would just eat mice. Yeah, it's crazy. They put them in this bin with a bunch of mice, and this toad is just going ham, just snatching mice up and swallowing.
And it'll just, and you think that they're sitting there docile, and they just absolutely.
Victim Michelle Smith.
You throw their whole
When they
body.
sit there, they have the creepiest dead eyes. They're just machines. Yeah. You ever seen them fight with each other? That's pretty wild too. They bite each other's heads and they throw each other through the air.
Yeah, I've seen them toss each other.
Imagine fighting with a dude and he literally bites half your torso and throws you through the air, and they don't even look like it bothers them.
Yeah, that's just part of the fight. That's totally like within the rules.
That's what creeps me out about reptiles. There's this lack of emotions. Like at least a wolf has emotions. You know, it's like there's something going on there. There's intelligence. There's something really creepy about getting eaten by something stupid,
like a crocodile.
Yeah, like a crocodile or like a toad. There's a thing about crocodiles that people were suspecting, but it turns out to not be true. That they would lie on their back and put their arms in the air and simulate drowning.
Yeah, I saw that video.
Apparently that's not what they're doing. Apparently that's a normal characteristic that they do.
But from a natural selection perspective, stupid people are like, I have to save
Yeah, I gotta save that dude.
And then we credit the crocodile for being super smart, but in reality, it just got a free meal.
Yeah, well, you would think though, if they have gotten those meals before, that would be a learned behavior. I mean, it just makes sense. They do have some learned behavior. I have a friend, his name is Jim Shockey. He's a professional hunter, and he was actually hired to go into Africa and hunt crocodiles that were killing all these people in this village. Like they're actively targeting people in this village. Yeah. When he went to the village, everybody was like, missing a foot, a chunk taken out of their leg. And while he was there, a crocodile took a woman who was washing clothes. So what they had done was they'd set up this area by the water where they had driven these stakes in the ground that would prevent the crocodiles from getting in the water and getting really close to the edge. You know, because you can't see them in the water, and then they just explode out and snatch you up. These fucking crocodiles went around the fence. They walked around the fence and slid into the water. So they figured out that these people are in this area that they can't get to. So they hunt people.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And it's weird how some of those. It's very strange as we start to study, because like one of the things that Colossus is doing is we're studying a lot of what's called non-model species. So we're learning a lot of weird things that we just didn't know. There's some things that are known, like elephants get cancer a fraction of what they should due to an overexpression of a gene called P53. So there's this thing called Pettis paradox, where based on age and body weight, both blue whales and elephants get cancer a fraction of what they probably should, based on how old they get and like their body sizes. And that actually makes our lives very difficult, and that's why we had to create stem cells for elephants. Because anytime we had to figure out how to regulate P53, because anytime you go to edit that one cell, it just looks like a mutation, could be cancer, kill cell, right? It's like programmed. So we have to be able to turn that down. So we're in the editing phase on the Mammoth project, right? So there's about 85 genes.
If you turn that down, that makes it more susceptible to cancer.
And so you got to turn it back up after you do that. So these are the things that we are learning about.
That lady doctor, that lady scientist, you guys are doing something you shouldn't be doing.
No, we're learning about things, right? We're learning about things.
I'm kidding, but I'm not kidding. If I was her, I would probably have the same opinion. Yeah, I'd probably say, especially if I found out you guys weren't really scientists. What are you doing? Yeah, why are you doing this?
Well, I mean, the good news about Colossal is that, outside of our 17 academic partners and our 95 scientific advisors, 90% of the company scientists, there's very few. I fall in the very few.
I'm kind of kidding about you outside scientists, but I'm not kidding about the technology getting into someone else's hands. Yeah, this is where it's weird. Like China, Russia,
it is getting weird. Like CRISPR and engineering tools are outside of they're out. It's like the genius level, right? It's like it's out there. You can't put it back in. I think that more people in other countries are going to be doing things with these technologies for humans. That's why Colossal just said we will never do it for humans. If someone else wants to use our technologies for humans, we'll evaluate it.
It's so weird, right? Like the China story. Can you explain to people what they did? They said they were inoculating them from HIV, which is
They actually were engineering
another big name
babies in editing their embryos to confer resistance to HIV. Now, still to this day, so they were putting them, and then they were genetically modifying them. And so they're doing lots of things there's a general moratorium in the world on some of these things around humans. Anything that's considered a germline edit. So anything that could be passed on to the next generation, right? So things. So if you engineer something into the genome, the fear is from a germ line. So all your cells in your body are somatic cells, except for your like egg or sperm. Those are germ cells. So anything that could be affected into the germ line, so that you pass it on to the next generation, that can be like
a bunch of shit in his version of a satanic
umbrella
Bible
corporation type
that
moment, right?
Right.
We don't want that.
The scary thing was they didn't just do that. They also edited something that would allow the child to have much higher intelligence.
Well, so that part's like that part's quote under debate. There's people that say that happened. There's people that say it doesn't happen. If you look at BGI or Beijing Genomics Institute, right? They did this thing that, from a nefarious perspective, was brilliant. From a nefarious perspective, it's also terrifying. During COVID, they're like, "We'll do all the COVID testing for free. We'll do all this COVID testing for free. No worries. Just send us your data. We'll do it all for you. You just want to help the world, right? We'll work with the World Health Organization. Just send us all your samples, all your countries, everything." And publicly, the CEO of BGI has said, which is funded by the CCP, has said that they are looking at genes with humans. They are looking at what makes humans more intelligent. They don't shy away from this. This is not like some conspiracy. Like you're like, is it a Sasquatch or is it a man? And this is something that is very real. They are openly saying we are sequencing as much as we can of the world population, looking for genes for intelligence, and we will act on them. Like that's not a hidden thing. So that is the problem.
Supposedly did these children. How old are these kids now?
I mean, that would have when that happened.
They found where
Yeah,
some
so
of
they're
this
like
sacrifice
6 or 7.
Are they already getting chess championships?
Yeah, so I'm
We should
not.
find out.
Yeah,
We should find out what Magnus is probably in a lab somewhere with a headset on.
Yeah, I
Teach them how to be
I
psychic.
don't know how public it's like. It was also one of those weird things that was like he's in trouble. He's going to jail.
Yeah,
and then he's like, and then he's out.
All
is
is
forgotten.
forgotten.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, if you go to jail in China, you fucking vanish.
Different
Forever.
situations.
Yeah,
yeah, except for this guy.
You're
This guy,
making iPhones until you drop dead of starvation.
yeah, it's 100% true. And so it is weird that like he got in trouble for a few months.
Right, and you got in trouble for something.
That's exactly correct.
They funded his lab. His lab was funded by the,
And this is what we found out about. I guarantee you,
Oh, yeah.
this shit is somewhere that we haven't found out about yet. And if you were going to do something with human beings and create a super soldier, we know that
that's what
Russia,
That's
what Russia was attempting to do during, was it World War I or World War II? They were trying to make a chimpanzee human hybrid for war.
Oh, I saw that. I read about
War.
that.
Yeah, human hybrid for war.
There's been a recent publication out of Japan where they're allowing Japanese scientists to edit human cells and embryos with mammalian genes. With other mammalian genes.
What kind of genes? Like,
I know what genes a person.
Yeah.
No, we are not doing that. People ask us if we can solve hair loss with willing babies.
That would be the first thing people want.
Yeah.
Hair loss, next thing, bigger dicks.
These are consistent
We can't engineer once a person's already born, right? With the current technology, like so being able to send stuff to specific gene therapies and targeting it, being able to deliver specifically to the cell is an area that we're getting better at. I think one of the projects is the first is around like sickle cell anemia. It's a single CRISPR knockout, right? So it's a single knockout. It's not multiplex editing, and now it's about can you target that at all the tissue types that are the most affected, and over time, how do you deliver that gene therapy? And you could do that to a person who's already born.
To someone that's already born, it's obviously much easier to do it at the embryo stage.
Could you envision a world where the gene editing technology becomes so powerful that you can do it to a person who is already fully formed?
Yes.
Whoa.
Not just opening up.
This is what I predicted. Everyone's going to look like Thor. It's going to be a bunch of Chris Hemsworth and Jason Momoas and No more people look like you and me.
Wait, so Chris is one of our investors, and I always think we look just like each other.
Oh yeah.
So he invited, Luke invited me to go to
Fires from another planet.
Primetime specials.
Yeah, they invited me to go to Byron Bay and go surfing with them. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go take my shirt off next to you nerds. That's exactly what's never gonna happen. And I just made up an excuse of why I couldn't go because they're like, we want to go surfing. I was like, yeah, I'm not going surfing with you two.
Measure cocks too.
Yeah, I'm going as far away from you with my shirt off as possible.
But you gotta imagine if that becomes a reality. Like what we're doing today, just with plastic surgery. Yeah, right. Like let's take GLP-1 for example. Yeah, GLP-1, but that's achievable, right? What GLP-1s are doing is achievable through hard work.
Yeah, but
like what they're doing in South Korea with eye surgery, like it's ubiquitous. Like so many people are getting this weird surgery where they have these K-pop eyes.
Yeah,
you know,
it's a strange thing.
It's a strange thing, and if that's just primitive cutting and sewing tissue artistically, right? But if people can decide what they're going to look like, what their intelligence is going to be like,
yeah, it's a eugenics world.
Really?
No, that's playing God to another level, right? And that's this eugenics world where we know, right? Like, I just had a child, and typically, or I'd say, if you go through the IVF process, which we went through, you typically can test for certain types of issues, like along the pregnancy, right? And when they put the embryo in, they look at kind of the morphological grade. Well, now there's new tests, new companies out there, one of which I use, which after I used it, I started invested in it, called Orchid Health. And they actually take cells from the developing embryo on the very outer derm, right, on this thing that doesn't affect the embryo development. They culture those cells, and then they're doing full genome sequences, right? And so we had a handful of embryos, and so we're not selecting. They don't let you just select for like eye color or height or anything. But outside of the kind of the core, is there a mental issue or is it compatible with life, which is what most people test for, you can now ethically and transparently go figure out does it have any predispositions to certain things, right? So like if diabetes or cancer, types of cancers or Alzheimer's related in your family, you can now get a lot of that's environmental, but you can still get a distribution score so you can understand like what are the genetic factors in that. So that's today. So that's not like 20 years in the future. That's not Gattaca. That's today. And I mean, we did that. We did that because I found out during that sick period that I have a gene mutation which affects the Titan gene. I created truncated protein, so I am more susceptible to diseases, including the first true round of COVID that was allowed that attacked my heart. And so I didn't want to be able to pass that on, so we screened for that, right? That's not a standard thing. So, but that's a today thing. Like 2 years ago, that technology existed and is now prevalent. People are using it.
So you understand the technology better than most. Conceivably, what could be done that would, in the future, allow people to change their very shape and it literally like change everything about them, change their intelligence, change everything.
I think it starts with neural enhancers, and I think and this is the biological perspective. This is not even the computer brain interfaces merging with AI, that whole world, which I think that world has a lot of traction. It's scarily getting a lot of traction quickly. But I think it starts with things health span, like the very vain stuff. So like skin elasticity, hair, all of that, eye color. I think all of that is changeable and not like there's a company right now, I read the name of it, that's run out of Harvard that is making patches using microneedling patches that you can even feel the needles, right? And delivering a custom stem cell for you that can help like replace your melanocytes for hair and for skin. So you can have 30-year-old looking skin, 85 years old.
What?
So, and the same thing for hair, right? The reason why
that's going to be real soon.
That's the speed of which I think the two biggest barriers for healthcare around genetics and longevity is the FDA process and not the technology. I think it'll be a process problem. We saw that with Operation Warp Drive. We saw how fast things could move if we really wanted them to. So I think that's number one. And I think that you're going to have the
number beasts. Yeah,
So regulatory like all those hurdles for knowledge exist.
Yeah. Well, the biggest thing, and this is kind of for the folks that are deep in longevity, their biggest they'll tell you the biggest issue with longevity is that it's not currently classified as a disease state.
Right.
It's a bit. Not getting they're getting all that fucking going out of random stuff. But people aren't focused on longevity. That's why you've got, like, you've seen anything like Bob Nelson's done. Bob started Arch Ventures. He's like arguably the number one biotech in the world, and he's working on epigenetic resets, or resetting your clocks at a cellular level. That's what Jeff Bezos and them have. They're doing it at Altos Labs. George Church is another company called Rejuvenate Bio. They're doing the same thing. They're smart. They did it in dogs first because people love dogs, and they can also collect a lot of data that they can then apply to clinical trials.
Yeah, I know. There's a lot of people cloning dogs.
There's people that are cloning their dogs. They can do it easier now with this.
Yeah, I didn't bring Marshall to the studio.
We did clone just one
The
person's dog.
entirety of all music that
I
could be
love him too
defined as
much.
that.
I couldn't do it. I would feel so weird around this fake Marshall.
And the
Yeah.
shit that they
I wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah, and that's how people feel about it. Some
Dogs are unique little creatures. They have their own little personalities.
I know, I've got two, and they're amazing. And, you know, my wife is closer to one, and so I did full disclosure, we did do a blood sample on that one, because I just don't know what the meltdown should look like. So, but the other one we haven't, and so, because you're right, you have environmental factors, you have personalities, we don't understand all of that, right? But I won't say who it is, but someone that's very well known in the world. When I was showing him some of our direwolf back devastated dog playing game, and they didn't want to put her in any harm. They didn't want to one of these dog cloning companies and do like ear. They didn't want to put her to sleep. They didn't think she'd wake back up. So we did a blood draw. He called me over Christmas, or before Christmas last year, and told me that that they think dogs got days to live.
So anyway, it all started with James
and we did it for him. We're not in that business. That's not our business. But he was just happy because his choice wasn't. He didn't want this other dog, or Shane didn't want another dog. His biggest issue was they couldn't let go of that dog. Number one, and number two, but they didn't want that dog to suffer. They didn't want to say for our selfish needs, you're already suffering. We want you to go be put to sleep and have pieces taken out, like Frankenstein pieces. So the fact that we could just take a blood draw, the dog didn't even notice we took the blood draw. I was like totally awake, just sitting right there while we did it, and he was happy with it. So I think these dogs
to Michigan State
to a higher level of existence. You stop it and put it on this
So that's not exactly our business.
You know what I'm saying?
I do.
We don't really exactly know what life is.
No, we don't. We definitely don't know what life. And here's one thing that his assistant told my chief of staff. He said to her, he's like, you know what's weird? I didn't think it was the same dog at all. And it's definitely not the same dog. He's like, he goes and sits in the same place, which isn't like, it's not like in front of a window on its bed, right? I don't know the exact place, but he always goes sit in the exact same place. So there's weird stuff we don't understand.
That would creep me out. Because Marshall has very specific places where he sleeps.
And if that happens,
that would creep me out. Yeah, so I've had other dogs stay at my house, and my older daughter's dog stay at my house, and that dog didn't go to that same spot. It's not like this is one spot that's warmer or cooler.
Yeah, like it's the same thing. It's like my dog Ken. If he like gets on, like he only wants to sleep on my feet. If I fall asleep on the couch, he's cool. He wants to sleep on my feet. He just wants to sleep on my feet, and that's not comfortable for him. Because I'm like kicking him and everything, but that's just where he wants to sleep.
They want to be in contact. Yeah, my dog watches TV with me.
Yeah, it's awesome. Put them in a line.
I taught. And we didn't even teach it this, but when we say security at our house, our dog just loses, like Ken just loses his mind. He just runs the door. He runs the front door, runs the back door, runs the side door. Yeah, what kind of dog? They're just mutts. So I have Barbie and Ken. They're just two little weird mutts.
Dog we named them before the movie. It's just a weird thing to take that dog and. I think also for kids, like the thing is, like kids, the loss is so devastating.
Yeah, but it's also good to teach them these things.
Yeah, I think loss is important. I think loss is important.
I don't want to. I only I'm new to this whole father thing, but I think it's important that they understand. Like there's real things, and there's consequences to decisions, and we're going to age, and we've got a limited time. I think that in his lifetime it will massively accelerate. But I think that's important. And, that is one of the things though I think having a kid, and also all of these kids and parents that have been sending us pictures of mammoths and thylacines and dodos, and hopefully now dire wolves, is something that's exciting. So we get these handwritten notes from kids, right? So like on our shittiest day at Colossal, when someone says whatever or whatever, and we hear or the experiment doesn't work or whatever bad happens, and you look at this pile of kids' photos, and teachers, like, we have this teacher named Katie from Florida who sent us a letter and literally like 40 pictures of it. And in that letter she goes, my kids won't be quiet. We're in this attention war with everything. The kids won't be right. I started talking about Colossal. I showed the wood mouse. They all want to just talk about it. They just zone in. Right? So it's interesting. And kids, so I think this is a time that we can use technologies for human health care for good. We can use technology conservation for good. And we can help ecosystems and bring back extinct species. But I think that we can also like inspire the next generation. Like, don't we want to preach hope? We're on this 24/7 psycho news cycle, right? Like that wasn't around when I was a kid.
Do you know C.S. Lewis first started talking about this? Like, what year was C.S. Lewis alive?
I will.
But he had a quote about. He had a quote about just getting all the dire information of the world all the time, sent to you all the time, which at his time back then, that was very new.
Yeah. That was that movie where I was like, wait a minute.
And this idea of these 24-hour news cycles, right? Like there's actually a law in the UK. This blew my mind. There's a law in the UK that they cannot report on a piece if it has any degree of social impact that they don't tell the negative side. I was like, so what happens? It's like, so if there's someone saves a kitten from a tree, you have to do a dog's perspective. Like, it's like, and they're like, yes, and they're dead serious. So it's like, there can be stories that are just negative, and there can be stories that are just positive. That's okay.
Yeah, I think you're going to have very lively debate. That's always going to happen with something that's so groundbreaking like what you're doing. But I also think it's inevitable. I think human beings have this inescapable desire for innovation, right? And it's going to apply to biology just like it applies to electronics. You can't do anything about it. You could have debates about it. We should have. What you guys are doing is great. You've got the dire wolves fenced off. You're very careful. You're monitoring them. It's great. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. And at least you're transparent about it. Yeah. Like at least this is not happening in Russia where they're making super wolves that only eat Americans.
Yeah, and they train them with DNA to only eat
But
Americans.
that's probably going to happen too. This is just, we're going to face unique problems no matter what we do because technology is allowing people to do things that are unprecedented, including change what it means to be an actual person.
Yeah, it's synthetic biology and really kind of the intersection between compute, AI, and synthetic biology, being able to engineer genes, engineer life. I think that we're at the doorstep of, everyone's very, very worried about AI. But I do think that synthetic biology is in that camp. I think it's like discovering fire.
It's the God camp. Yeah. It's all falling into the same thing. And then when you add to that incredible computing power that's going to be available with quantum computing, and then you have new technologies that can emerge from
the Franklin Child
AI
Constitution
using quantum computing,
and then the interface at all, stuff and everything. It's just going to get, the interfaces
citizens.
We had that gentleman Noah, the first guy who got it, and he said he has an aimbot in his head. So like when he plays games, he's like got a crazy advantage because where he looks is where the cursor goes, like instantaneously. So he can shoot things, like he's not gonna miss.
Yeah, I mean we are living in a weird time.
But it's the weirdest. It's the weirdest time that people have ever been through, and we're at the door. We haven't even gone into.
No. That's why I say like wild. That's why I say about synthetic biology, right? So like the ability to like engineer drought-resistant crops or a vaccine or regrow our hair or make names. That's today. We can't even think about it. We spun out a company from Colossal called Breaking last year, and this incredible group at the Beast Institute discovered an enzyme from the Amazon that actually breaks down any type of plastic, and not making smaller plastics, not making microplastics, which are fucking terrible, but actually breaks the chemical. That's why I need breaking. It actually breaks the chemical bonds of plastic as it can just produce biomass. So it takes things that broken down never and has got it down into years. We are using now computational biology and synthetic biology to engineer it to now that it's in 22 months. And I think that we can get it down to 2 weeks. And so that will be huge for the plastic problem because we can all say that we're changing hearts and minds, use different types of plastics, but in existing plastics here, we have to do something about it. So I do think there's even industrial use cases coming out of synthetic biology that, like 10 years ago, someone said, we give you a magic microbe, you can put in a vat and you can just throw any of your plastic in there and you can throw, salads and other stuff there and won't even touch it. That would sound like science fiction. 10 years ago, that's so crazy.
And so now it's down to a couple of months.
Yeah, it's 22 months. Right?
And I get accused of all
and we're talking about like not just like your water bottle, but you're also talking about things that are like industrial defense plastics that are like radiation hardened and whatnot for space. Like we're going wild stuff.
What about those stupid fucking windmills that they have to change?
Oh, yeah, they actually have a
landfill for windmills.
And they also have a bigger negative carbon impact.
And they don't barely make any electricity.
Yeah. They kill livestock, or they kill animals, kill birds. They disrupt. They also disrupt migratory patterns.
Of course, you can't fly into that.
Yeah, and they're all made of plastic.
And then they have to get rid of them. And then the only place to put them is in a landfill.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why we started breaking.
So these microbes would be able to break that down.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't tested on that specific, but like one of the biggest ones that we tested on was nylon, just because there's so much. If you look at like what's in the ocean, a vast majority of it is nylon from discarded fish nets. So we looked at nylon as one of our first use cases, and then we're doing water treatment plants and a few others. So if we get to the point that we can do filtration on microplastics at the treatment level, right? Because all that's passing through right now, like in our drinking water and everything. That's why you have to have these massive, you have to have like the 3-layer osmosis devices and whatnot for water. You've got to do.
Woke up one day and had some.
But you have to do those types of things because the microplastics and then the chlorine and other stuff still passes through a lot of existing materials.
So when you're doing this, is this something that you could release like in the ocean itself, or would you have to worry then about the effect, like bringing the house cats to Australia?
No, it dies. It only eats just like
this is what they always say right before it fucks up.
Don't worry about it. But with the distribution in the wild, so like that, you have to do EPA. There's a lot of testing that you have to do, right?
But you could do that testing and then conceivably dump it on the Great Pacific Garbage Patch.
So I don't know based on heatness and salinity and whatnot. Right now it's working in bioreactors, so I don't want to overpromise and say we just go sprinkle it once a day. But that's the long-term goal, right? But that's the power of use AI and computational analysis of this microbe that's found in nature. And we said, let's supercharge it, just like supercharging the coals, right? And so, but the process of using it outside of contained systems like a bioreactor has to be done very thoughtfully and measured, just like rewilding, right? Like this is where some of people get confused about like the Yellowstone stuff. They didn't just open the gate and throw some wolves in there. It sounds like they did more of that in Colorado. But there's typically a very thoughtful and measured process, and you have to know it, right? Because there's intended consequences, which you get excited about, but then there's a shit ton of unintended consequences if you're not careful.
Yeah.
But synthetic biology is that it's an AI level thing that we need to be worried about.
And how many different nations are working on this stuff?
So I think that the U.S. is by far the most advanced from a synthetic biology perspective. It is a major directive of China, not just sequencing and biobanking, because they're biobanking. We do not have a nationalized biobanking process here. That's one of the things I was meditating and watching about. But China is going like you see them in Africa where they'll make donations to a university or school and say, oh, but we're going to take blood samples from all of your animal family. You guys are cool, right? So they are doing this. animals, right? So they're looking for insights in animals. They're looking for that data. They're also trying to build like today's Noah's Ark. That's right. So China is for sure. There's some countries it's harder, like the European Union is harder to do anything because they've kind of put a moratorium on GMOs, genetically modified organisms. But we've been making GMOs for a long time. Like, you've ever seen a pug? Like, we've just done it pretty inefficiently, right? We can be smarter and actually have a better understanding of those intended consequences now through AI and software.
Bro, people are going to have direwolf gardens in the house.
In 100 years,
they're not
100%. You're going to get your technology, they're going to sell it, and people are going to be eating woolly mammoth steaks while the dire wolves come to their house.
Yeah, that's not the future that I hope for. I'm more of an optimist, so I kind of believe in the general good of humanity.
Of course, it's your company. Your company is fucking the whole world up. You have to think that way. But it is weird. It's a weird venture. You're going down a very bizarre path. It's so fascinating. I'm so glad you're doing it because it's so interesting.
And we're learning a lot, right? And the application of that learning could allow us to save many species, right?
Yeah.
And I think that.
Do you think there could ever be a time? Well, there's no DNA from the dinosaurs, right? So would it be possible that with future technology there would be some way to get around that?
So the closest you can get from a dino DNA perspective is that there is ways to demineralization of bones and get amino acids. So like the smallest building blocks possible, you don't know where they go, right? I think that it's not possible to de-extinct the dinosaur. I do think at some point you can use AI and software to do an ancestral state reconstruction, looking at kind of what we know about birds, what we know about owls, and kind of where they branch.
Wasn't that one of the things they did in Jurassic Park? They made a dinosaur that didn't exist before, the big giant one?
The Adominus Rex.
Right. That was something they created.
That's something they created, right? And so I think from a technology and genome engineering perspective, that is eventually possible.
So they could easily make a T-Rex
I wouldn't say
but they could
at some future state. At some future state, I think we'll have like the CAD software biology where you can engineer almost anything.
Oh my God.
I mean, that's just where the technologies go, right? The better, and you said it best when you brought up quantum. If quantum's only 2 years away, every 2 years I hear, but eventually when it works, it works at scale, and you have that coupled with where some of these companies like X.AI and others are taking it. I think the merger of that plus synthetic biology will allow us to do all kinds of
my nieces, and one of them was 4.
And it will be it will be in
But she was telling me the story of seeing a deer in their backyard.
Nuclear weapons are
Which was true.
right?
Nuclear
weapons are
backyard. But
right?
apparently,
And so
niece,
this is nuclear
upon
weapons. And I
seeing
think that you
her
have to
with her
be,
sister,
just
who
because it
said,
exists,
and
we
my
can't put our
sister,
head in the sand
their mother,
and
in
say,
the
oh,
backyard,
we just can't
got
let it be
on
because it does exist.
and rode the
And I
deer
don't know if you saw
around
this,
the
but this
yard,
was like
and the deer pooped
it's like
on her.
5 years. No, it was like 7 years ago.
And instead
People
of
in China, companies in China, and the government in China, were using facial recognition technology to profile people, right? A certain subset of race, right? And they were doing bad things with facial recognition. Well, the San Francisco government, where a lot of the funding comes from Silicon Valley for a lot of tech startups, they said, not at an initial level, but in Silicon Valley, San Francisco said, we will not at all support any technology. We're going to ban investing in facial recognition. Well, that's just dumb, right? Because we now know there's things like deepfakes and all this stuff. But it's like that's setting American innovation back because someone's doing something bad, right? That's like saying, oh my gosh, they have guns. We should never develop guns, right? Like it's a bad philosophy when it comes to technology. And so I think the same way about synthetic biology. The world is currently the United States is the leader in synthetic biology, and we've got national treasures like George Church, my co-founder, and others. And I hope that we continue to be the world's leader. But I do think other countries have different ethical boundaries than we do, and they will experiment on kids.
But it's interesting also that you're a company. This isn't the government. This is just a group of people and investors that have decided to do this. And you've been able to do it here in America, but do you know what is going on in other countries, or is this a tightly guarded secret?
Sure, but we did it in a hot area.
So I mean, we know obviously you have people. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No,
Go for it.
I know.
In your company as well, and I'm sure there's an understanding of what they're doing. So you must be being studied by other countries.
Yeah, we definitely we have investment by Incutel, right? So I'm sure that makes us more
down the toilet.
And this all happened in like a 6-hour day.
So I mean, we do work closely with the DoD and IC.
When you think about it, now we scale this out. There's no limit to what can be done in life. It's so strange. Yeah, just to think that for 4+ billion years, life has evolved in a very specific pattern
on rails.
Yeah, and then one day,
now we can take the railroad.
Was actually a writing talk
boy, and you know that's
made up by the fucking children.
the grandest of conspiracy theories is that that's how humans were created.
Panspermia.
Well, either panspermia or
you're engineered and
right, one of the
right. Oh, yeah.
Many children have
I
their
will say that if you look at, not to get too weird, but if you do look at the, it's like Kumon and folks, and if you look at some of the cartoons from all over the world resembling their Cygots, there's a lot of weird similar. I mean, you can't objectively. It's like the guy with the pyramid with the Sphinx, right? Was yeah, that's water. I'm an expert on erosion. That's water. And then they're like, head of the Sphinx, like that's not water, right? It's the same thing as this. You cannot look at some of the stuff and say that's not weird, right? You can't look at like the incredible pyramids we have all over the world that seem to now there's like more and more discoveries, and then they get silent. It's like you can't see all that stuff and not. I wonder more, especially the stuff around. If you look at Mayans, and then you look at stuff in the Middle East and how it looks exactly the same. It's very weird. It looks exactly the same. Have you been to Peru? No. So that's I would put out there. I do not want to take you away from going. You told me that, but you should also go to Peru. Peru, if you see, like, you can see Peru and you can see like standing in the Grand Canyon versus seeing on Google Maps, right? If you go to like Ollantaytambo or whatever it's called, and you see these blocks that you can't like put a piece of paper between. You can't see, like, and you see it, and they're all put together in a perfect jigsaw. Oh, and by the way, they came from a type of rock and a quarry that's 2,000 miles from here, or whatever, however many thousands of miles from here. You can't sit there and say, oh, anyone do anything to me. If you don't say that's weird, then it's like you're like one of those like people that are just like, huh? You can't say it's not weird.
Yeah, to say it's not weird is actually denying science.
Yeah, it's the weird. So you should put Peru on here. So when you see it, there's nothing like it. I've been fortunate to be able to travel around the world. You see it, and you're just like that. That just doesn't.
She said the coolest thing I've ever seen is Chichen Itza.
Yeah,
I've been Chichen Itza. Yeah, and you go there and you're like, what did you do? How'd you do this? Yeah.
You know what's crazy about Chichen Itza? They don't let you go there anymore. But I don't know where, but you've got all those paths with all the vendors and you see Chichen Itza. Well, there's in the jungles there on the peninsula, there's actually other older pyramids. But the carvings that they have on Chichen Itza and the carvings they have there, they're actually the older ones have more precise carvings. But now guess what? It's not
all one knows my parents
I've seen that. I've been there.
Oh, it's so frustrating.
But all I'm saying is it is such a weird world, right? Yeah. I mean, I'm talking to you about like hardcore genetic science, but then when you start to look at all the craziness in archaeology, we don't know a lot.
Yeah, and there's no way you can know a lot.
And anytime you suggest something new, you get shit.
Yeah, you get a rash of shit, and people try to connect you with the worst people in the world. Hence Graham Hancock.
Yeah, but I think Graham Hancock in the end. I don't know if they're, kind of this advanced civilization or whatnot, but I think really smart people said things like Plato and others that were probably real. Yeah, I don't think they were just like playing around and like, oh, we're gonna write something that's gonna be in history as a joke.
Have you seen the Rothschild structure? You ever seen that? This is what there's a lot of people like Gene Corsetti, who's this famous YouTube. I guess you'd call him.
The truth about Satanism.
I guess he'd be like, if we pull up the structure, sure. He'd be like an ancient history enthusiast. He's a guy who like studies these things and does YouTube videos on them. But the Rothschild structure is essentially Atlantis.
Oh, this is in the desert. Yeah,
it looks like Atlantis. There's salt all around it.
It has the rings that Plato described.
And at one point in time, it was connected to the ocean.
beach.
Yeah, it
It's not
literally
that big a
looks like
patch of land.
Atlantis, and people
It's
dispute
a
it. A lot of
beach.
people
There's
don't.
no child untouched.
Well, it's a very difficult place to get to, and it's also very dangerous. So
that's not
people
to say,
have
like, we say
studied it,
Manhattan
but
Beach has
there's
the
hasn't been
Ghostbusters
like
2
large
thing going
scale
on where
archaeological
that
digs there,
slime was just oozing under it.
the whole sub-Saharan
And
Africa thing is
everybody
so
was at that
fascinating.
place.
They find whales there. You know, I mean, they know that it was lush rainforest
their numbers.
while human beings were alive.
Yeah.
So
And there hasn't
those
been
are
like
two
large
cases of
scale
child abuse where
exploration of what's
the
in that
satanic
ground.
panic hit.
And
But
it's
there were
immense.
also
I do think that
court
the younger
cases
dry
where
stuff
it wasn't child
is
abuse. There
also,
was also cases where
a
other
combination
things
of,
went on
I
trial.
think generally
One such
speaking,
case
if you break
was where heavy
break
metal
down the
music
younger
went
dry
on trial. Could you say they were
period
working
into
the
the
law?
rapid Kool-Aid, I think the vast majority of people say some of it, some of the destruction or some of the destruction around Megafauna was anthropologic, which I'll give it some percentage. Then I think a lot of people agree on this flood theory.
Anthropologic meaning human beings
yes, that humans had some impact on it, right? I think that even more people agree that there was this massive flood that occurred, and that was could have been a global with sea rise, rushing waters and sea rising, whatnot. And then you've got what caused that flood, most likely meteorological, astrological, meteorological.
And then they combine that with coursicles to show large levels of iridium.
Yeah, which only exists when you have certain levels of heat. Certain, it's like that. It's that nuclear blast. Where
that's iridium is actually different. Iridium is actually very common space.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's this,
and there's a layer. Yeah, there's silver.
Right.
That's right.
The micro diamond,
but they have those too as well. That's what
yeah. The Trinity explosion they discovered there. Yeah, they find these little micro. There's 100%. There was images. Yeah, that's a fact. And they also know like when meteor shower. And this is the thing they study. Like, when we go through this comet ship.
the fucking cover, man.
You remember, like, probably 20 years ago, people brought up the idea of world wide flood. So just like, oh, you're a fundamentalist Christian, can't talk to you again.
Exactly.
Spooky Tooth.
Right. Oh, this water can't be weird. Don't talk to me again. And now it's like, well, maybe it wasn't a giant flood. Maybe it wasn't just a regional flood, right? Maybe it was done by impact of comets.
That's what brings me.
Anything in a song is protected by the First
weird
Amendment.
ones when you go back to
whether
like
it
the
influenced
Vedic
them or did
texts.
not influence
And you're like, what was the
the allegation is
Demonis?
they hit
What were these
subliminal
flying
messages. That is not protected by
vehicles?
the
Yeah.
And boy, Ezekiel talked
Yeah,
about
when they
the
show it.
Bible.
Have you seen that stuff have you seen those videos in the last that have come out in the last year when there was the most recent UAP craze, and they'd show it and it looked like crazy ball lightning. It almost looked like those things that you used to put your hands on your head, right? And they compare some of those to paintings from like, from like 500, 700 million.
Let me stop you there because a lot of those crazy balls of light
were all fake.
No, you can just zoom in on Venus. Yeah, and that's what you get. Cool. You zoom in on stars and you get this sort of bizarre, distorted image. Have you seen that? You can find zoomed in stars. I think they did it with the North Star. They've done it with several stars. But if you zoom in with the highest level of these telephoto lenses from Earth, you can get that sort of distorted, weird effect.
And they had
so you're looking through the. I've always seen this stuff on the internet until I was in New Zealand. When I was with Peter. Peter, his house in Wellington is like on a body of water, I won't say where. And we were talking, of course, like the conversation went to ghosts and UFOs because, like, why not? No, I haven't seen them in person. I've seen them on his iPhone. Like this wasn't like a telescopic lens. This is an iPhone, and it looks exactly like what you see, I guess, on the Zoom.
And that's the thing about zooming in. See, the thing is, like, these are planets that people have zoomed in on. But there's weirder ones where, like, there's video of it, and so it looks like it's moving.
Excerpt from the album.
Yeah, here we go.
When he plays
Like, look at
backwards,
that.
he says, "See,
but you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like, this is a perfect example. So this is a star in the night sky with a Nikon P900. So is that 900X, Jamie?
This piece of
What is
music
that?
and attach this phrase to
Can
it.
you talk to the mic?
the model number? I have no idea.
It's whatever.
So what would you think that
meaning
the
I
amount of
told you what you're going to hear, and now that's all you can hear.
okay? So but do you see how they're having a hard time zooming in on it because it's a handheld, I think. But look how weird it is. It's how it's moving around like you say. Oh my God, you found a UFO! It's not. It's just a star.
That's
Well,
why
I do need that.
listen to my personal recordings.
It's blurry.
Well,
Star.
you know, I mean, that could be if you want to get into the whole how put off perspective. It was just
This is a
brilliant
sad
physicist.
Yeah, he's on a lot of papers.
Yeah, he explained it to me. He thinks there's some sort of gravity distortion that's around. So this is this is that particular camera. So this is this not a very
he died of a drug overdose.
so that's a $749 camera on Amazon.
So I'll see if Peter will give me that. I'm sure what, and I'll send it to you because it's just weird.
Oh, they're weird. No, I'm not saying that they're not
This was
real.
like not zoomed in. His wife's next to him.
I am not denying
I have never
that people are seeing
seen
things,
it.
and I'm not
Never
denying
seen
that they're real. What I'm saying is that kind of evidence of that star, if you didn't know any better, and someone sent it to you, oh my God, they found a UFO, you'd be like, holy fucking shit, it's real. Look at that, it's undeniable. Look at the energy around it.
Yeah.
With how put off believes is that there's some sort of distortion around these things that's allowing them to be transmedium, to go through the ocean.
That's all these. Yeah, that's all their like 0 point energy and in gravitational wave type stuff.
Do you go deep on this?
I get that rabbit hole. I get a little bored.
It gets boring because there's no real resolution.
Yeah.
You could lose your mind. But I had dinner with Jacques Vallée and Hal Puthoff once and a couple other gentlemen, and they were explaining the state of the technology, like what they think is currently available and what they think these things are using. I did a call. I got into that crowd for a while, and before I started Colossal, and I knew a bunch of those folks. So I talked to Lou. I talked to Hal to Zoom, or If
whatever.
you imagine what we are now, where we are, what you're describing in terms of technology that's emerging right now.
And we have dire wolves today in 2025.
Yes. And now imagine this 5,000 years advanced. And you're probably looking at that. If we are being visited, that's what you're probably looking at.
Yeah, it's not. If you look at the exponential rate of our technology curve, it's not that far.
Now, imagine the monkeying that you guys have done with dire wolves.
This little monkey, the selective precision genome engineering.
Amazing stuff you've done with dire wolves. Just being silly. But imagine doing that to primitive hominids. Now, if you were an insanely advanced species from another dimension of the planet, and whatever it is, and you're a million years more advanced than human beings, and you come down here and you see Australopithecus, trying to figure out how to make a spear, and you say, like, let's add a little bit of this, I got a little bit of that.
I told you one edit makes, confers resistance to neurotoxins. It's like a couple little edits here, just one.
And then there's the other theory that what we're looking at is human beings from the future. And if you think about what's happening to human beings, we're becoming less and less stout and muscular, and we're becoming more and more less and less reliant on muscle. Yeah, and our heads are getting bigger. That's them.
I mean,
I read that.
75, and then move in just
read that. It's bizarre archetype, right? It's a very strange thing that people keep saying over and over and over again. It's very weird that there's a bunch of different versions of life that they allegedly say.
So I go down those rabbit holes because I just think once again going back to like the stuff of like Kukulkan and Anunnaki and all this stuff. It's
Anunnaki stuff.
It's just so strange, and how you have certain things that are aligned to celestial things. You're like, yeah, but they get picked a lot of constellations. Why do they all pick the Pleiades or whatever it is, right? Like, why did they?
And also, how did the fucking ancient Sumerians have a detailed map of the solar system?
Insanely detailed.
From 6,000 years. How?
And also be able to predict well enough of where it was going, knowing that we were moving through space.
They also have these giant things with little monkey people on their laps. Like, what are you saying?
There's weird. The cool thing about this, but take a step back. Even though a lot of times people like Graham Hancock and others are ridiculed about it, like we ridicule value for the actual science that we're doing and proving every day. At the end of the day, it's still cool and it's interesting. Like I don't want to live in a society or a universe where everything's figured out. Every day is amazing, and we're figuring out amazing things.
Well, unlike you, I don't have the burden of being taken seriously. And that's great for discussing with Dave.
But you can go to that's awesome.
It is great.
Yeah,
I love it.
Second case.
I think that's why so many people subscribe to your podcast is because one minute you'll talk to a comedian and then you'll see fighter. The next time you're talking to someone that knows more about like the ancient blood than anyone in the world, and that's cool.
It is cool. Yeah, it's very fascinating. And the world, yes, and the world is filled with so many fascinating things. They're all happening at the same time. Yeah, and it's almost. I mean, and you can get lost, like we were talking about with the C.S. Lewis quote. Did you ever find that? He talked about getting the news. What year was C.S. Lewis alive?
From like right in the 1898. I started tracking down like there's a bunch of misquoted C.S.
As you can
Lewis.
tell from our
That
tones,
could be one of
we're not
those.
necessarily
It could be one of
sure
those.
of these.
But we're being
convictions.
inundated
At the same time,
by the
all this is
worst news of
going
the
on.
day because that's the news that's going to ensure that you watch
Happen to
it.
be in the right place
And
at the right
there's
time.
so many
The first
cool
case,
things that are
they
happening
jumped
at
in
the same
and they
time.
were
And I think it gives people a distorted perception of the hope that we have for mankind. You hear about wars, like, oh my God, but most people aren't going to war. Most people are cool with each other. Most interactions between human beings are positive and they're fascinating. And human beings are a fascinating creature. And we're so lucky to be alive at this time where the innovation is reaching this bizarre tipping point where we're, you know,
A lot of
I mean, I love it. I'm
Wait a
working
second,
more hours than I've
this
ever
doesn't
worked in my
say
life,
right.
and I've been fortunate with this business, and I will just tell you, I just love it. Every day I wake up, it's awesome.
That's so cool.
It's the coolest thing in the world.
Well, I'm glad you're doing it, man. I really appreciate you. And thank you so much for coming in here and showing people the dire wolves and the red wolves. And I hope more. Yeah, more. We'll keep you updated on fun stuff. I want to see him. All right, we'll talk offline. Okay, we'll talk offline. Thank you very much. Oh, if people want to find more information, find more about you,
it's just we're Colossal. Colossal.com, and we're it is Colossal on YouTube and X and everything, and we're at Colossal on X.
Seeing that CGI one walking through the snow, yeah, I can't wait to see that one day.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. And I mean, look, the cool thing about Colossal is we have so many people that, you know, 170 people or 135 scientists just that wake up and they work 24/7. We've got 4 labs. People are just, you know, in love with it.
Thousands of radio.
Thank you very much.
You're through lab.
I will. Thank you. All right, bye.
Yeah, the whole thing is like, you know, this, like, we have this evidence here, and they say, no. So 5 years later, they come out with Paradise Lost 2, another documentary. It comes out in the year 2000, and it gets even more people on board, and that's where those stars really start to pick up on it, and the nation starts to, there's a website established, huge fundraisers, and a fervor, a movement starts.
So finally, September 30th in 2010, the Arkansas Supreme Court hears oral arguments to determine whether there should be another evidentiary hearing for a new trial. And an issue is each side's interpretation of the state's statute and the intent behind the law.
By day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Possibly if they're going to get a wrong conviction or anything like that. So November 4th, the state Supreme Court unanimously ordered a new circuit court evidentiary hearing for Baldwin, Eccles, and Miskelly. And the court says that the circuit judge must consider not only the DNA evidence,
what is that from? What show is that from?
other exculpatory evidence, including evidence not presented in the original trials. So much of
San Francisco.
example.
Who wrote it?
So you said that
You're not going to believe it. Quincy Jones.
They said,
Really? Yes.
going into the satanic.
And it's, you hear the whole song. It's a really good song.
I used to love that show. San Francisco was fucking great. It was funny, ridiculous, Red Fox was the
and
man.
things had eaten their genitals because that's one
So
of the first
funny
things
on
they
that.
go for.
I actually didn't like that
They
theme
ate
song.
it. And the
Here we go.
they said, well, they
When I first heard it.
torture them by raking them with knives, serrated edges of knives.
That was back when sitcoms were sitcoms.
That one was like way. I felt like way. Like Three's Company sucked. If you watch that now, that was like the number one sitcom. Sarah's still good.
Yeah. You know what's underrated that I really never get a chance?
Wait, I want to
Big
guess.
Bang Theory.
I would have said Big Bang Theory.
It's a good show. I used to shit on it because I saw clips with you know how you do retakes
where they're not
no
laughing.
laughs?
Yeah.
But that's, you know what that is? That's like retakes. When you work on a sitcom, sometimes you have to do pickups.
Yeah, I actually don't know. But yes.
Oh, you do pickups, and nobody knows anymore. Nobody does it anymore.
Yeah.
Miss Pat is the only person I know with a sitcom.
Yeah,
Isn't that crazy? Think about all the comics we know. I know one comic with a sitcom, Miss Pat, and it's on a streaming. It's on BET.
Yeah,
that was everything. When I was first starting, like your whole thing was like you have to get a sitcom or you don't have any money.
Yeah, well, or you're never gonna have a career. And there was no way to get people to come see you in the clubs unless you had a special or unless you had a sitcom.
Yeah, and I remember Zach Galifianakis, like it was pilot season. Remember that whole thing?
Yeah,
that was huge. Like pilot season's coming up.
Oh yeah, everybody would be in town for pilot season.
Yeah.
Everybody'd be like a special kind of anxious.
Yeah,
which was only for a few years ago.
Because your whole fucking career was laying on this moment when you walked into this room and there was these weirdos, these casting people. There were always really socially bizarre people
and like tired and mad. They've seen it's always a tiny room.
And they're the kings, and you are a peasant begging for a bowl of soup.
Yeah, and when you walk in, they know they don't want you. Like,
I am
they
the
also know you're
expert.
broke.
All these
yeah,
cases and
you
stuff.
have that desperate energy.
Yeah. Hi guys. Want you to like me?
Possibly is what it is. I didn't get any. I never got a sitcom. I auditioned probably for 1,000. I don't know why someone didn't say this. You're not good. No one told me.
You could have been on Big Bang Theory, ironically.
I could have been.
You would have been a fucking major get.
I would have been a huge get.
The show would have been a lot better.
I had actually I did get one.
For what you're saying,
this is the story. Let me tell you this story.
And that guy doubled down like, no, there's
so
something wrong.
I go in, and you get like a callback. Okay, first casting director, and then you're like, please like me, and you're like callback, and I'm like, oh, they like me. Second callback. Now I get like real nervous. Like I'm like, it was a show Happy Family.
Innocence.
2003.
And they said, I am innocent.
That guy, Larry Kent, was on it.
Oh yeah,
I remember him saying he was eavesdropping on the set, and he goes, "My friend Don told me on my gravestone it should say it's not a great plot, but Larry Kent
was not sitting on that bench anymore.
So he was the John Larroquette show was on the same lot as I was when I was filming News Radio. And Lenny Clark, who's a good friend of mine forever, Lenny was on that show. And I run into Lenny in the parking lot. We talked, but we would watch their feed. John Larroquette would like yell at people.
If they actually get the new trial,
that's the feed is always they forget the feed.
Yeah, people were screaming around, but no one had a cell phone back then. You know, we're talking the 90s, so this is probably 94 or something like that. And it was a bizarre scene, man. I never adjusted to being on television. Never did.
Shit, that was like,
yeah, but I couldn't wait to not do it anymore once I did it.
Really?
Yeah, and I had the best version of it. I had the best version of it. Hilarious cast, brilliant writers. The stress of it, it's just like, I just wanted to do stand-up. You know, it was just
because you're getting a little famous, and then you have 8 lines.
Yeah.
And then you said you could do whatever you want, and you're like, blah, blah, blah.
Well, listen. As far as that was also the problem, is I knew I was never going to get another sitcom like News Radio. The other sitcoms that I read forward were fucking garbage.
After that, then they want you to do something.
And you know what they were doing?
Yeah, there was a few opportunities. I had a couple of development deals to do stuff, but then when Fear Factor came on, my first thought was, like, yeah, it's no actors. Yeah, I didn't have to deal with like the whole thing. Like the whole thing of the schmoozing and the, you know, going to these award things and these parties and these press junkets that you had to do. It's like I didn't like it. It just felt. I don't know. It was weird. You know, I never auditioned for anything. Like I auditioned for a couple commercials in New York. I auditioned for 2 shows ever.
Bring us back to my Larry Cat story.
No, go to your Larry Cat story.
No, I want to hear this. I want to say out loud because I set up a
writing letters.
So I got this show when I was living in New York. It was called Hardball, and I came out here to LA.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, it was a baseball show.
I remember.
Jim Brewer was in the pilot with me. Mike Starr from Goodfellas was in it. Bruce Greenwood, who was in Star Trek. He's been in everything. He's a great actor. He was in it. He was like the oldest pitcher that was like my nemesis. Terrible show. Terrible show. Like so bad. It's not like that. So bad.
Intro of it or something. Hardball.
Yeah, it's 6 episodes. And then the show that I got was it was the only other show I auditioned for. It was just so everything else I auditioned for was like movies and stuff that I never got. And there was a couple of shows after news radio was over that I auditioned for that I didn't get. But it was just like it was so bizarre. So when I would go to these auditions for other things, it wasn't that big a deal because I was already on news radio. So it wasn't like if I didn't get these things, it was like this will be okay. But it was like still the anxiety of that. Like I had money and it was still like, oh, this is awful. This whole thing is so stressful and so weird. And everybody's so fucked up because you get a bunch of people that desperately want attention. And then you go there to this place where you're surrounded by people who are desperately want attention in Hollywood. And then you have this one moment in front of these people. They're looking at you like this. Okay, Kyle. Hi. So you're reading for Bobby, correct?
I love the script. It's so funny.
You know, Bobby's an athlete.
Yeah. No, I can do all the things. Whatever you say, I can do it. I'm not good at it.
Right. Okay. Tim here's going to read with you, and Tim like barely read. It's always like something fucking probably on ketamine.
Yeah.
You barely read, and you have to like pretend like you're having this emotive moment with Tim.
So glad I don't answer in that.
It was the worst. But some people love it. Some people look, man. We're comics. Some people are actors. They fucking love it. Like McConaughey, that fucking dude loves like pouring himself into a role. Getting psychotic about who the character is.
I wish if I could go back, I wish I looked at those as like like an opportunity to perform instead of like I'm trying to get something.
Right.
I was just desperate, like I had no money, and I'm gonna have to get this.
I will say though, if you're on a sitcom that has really good writing, it's fun shit. News radio is fun.
You said you just got it.
Every minute of all.
I had a development deal with NBC, and they were going to do. I was going to do my own show, but they had a sitcom that they were already greenlit, and Ray Romano was on it, and Ray was like the maintenance guy, and Ray got fired during the pilot, which is like the best thing that ever happened to him. He goes on to do Everybody Loves Raymond, and it's fucking huge, bigger than news radio ever was. So like he gets fired, and another guy got hired, and then he got fired. So I didn't feel bad because I'm friends with Ray. I love Ray.
I bet you that part just was not. It wasn't the actor's fault because you audition and then
I don't know what it was. It's like you never know what they want. Like when Paul, the guy who created it, Paul Sims, is this brilliant guy who worked on.
I did not think by the third I'd be like, he's okay.
Baby Nichols, you will burn in
Larry,
hell, and I swear to
HBO.
God, I will piss on your
Larry Sanders,
grave.
thank you. He worked on Larry Sanders. He's a brilliant guy. He did a very clever thing. Like in the auditions, the first audition I read for, it wasn't funny. Like on purpose. He wanted to cut out all the people who were hamming it up.
Right.
I was like, oh my god, this writing is nothing. So like, I don't know what this is. So like, you know, the NBC asked me to read for it. I memorized the stuff, and I was like, I don't even know what I'm saying. So I go in and I do it. So I say, thank you. You also have a callback. And then they send me the callback sheets, and it's hilarious. And I was like, oh, whoa. Because that was a thing that everybody hated, was the hammy. He's a sitcom actor. Come on, Bobby. What are you doing?
You're good at that.
I've seen a lot of those guys. So they wanted to avoid that. So then, you know, they had a callback just like me and two other guys. And these two other guys look like they just got back from Vietnam. They were sweating. They were fucking pale in the face.
That makes you confident, right? When you see someone nervous, you're like,
super confident. I looked at these guys like, oh, they can't. And I sat down, put my feet up on the coffee.
Here's the problem.
Yeah, you did? Yeah, well, I was waiting. Waiting. I was looking at these guys. I was looking at these guys panicking, and I was like, just us?
Yeah. I got this. I had to do like a sketch show. One of the rare things I got. And this guy, I was so out of my mind nervous, and I could hear at the door, this guy's not doing good, panicking. I just got calm. I was like, oh,
that's nice.
Yeah.
I'm so good.
And the show got canceled.
Well, they all need to.
Yeah, 90% of them don't, maybe even more, right? Don't.
Most of them never make it to a second season, and definitely most of them never make it to syndication. You know, they go a few episodes and then they get canned.
I was on.
No, I'm just saying, if the production company's not making money, the network's not making money, it's actually ratings.
I was in a situation, it was Cedric Entertainment Presents, it was a sketch show. It was like,
I remember that.
Yeah, I joined mid-season.
What year is this?
2003. And I, big year for me. So I get to mid-season, like, we need a white guy. I like that guy. You know, I was a token white guy. And Louis C.K. was a writer. It was like a great freaking show. And this
in
kind of like a
1994,
fight box. Here's where I knew things were downhill. Now, I didn't sell my car. I had a really, and I pull up to like the good spots, and it was like Lamborghini, you know, and I was in a shitty car from like the early 80s. It was like, I had up 4 accidents. It was just a chunk. And I just like, and it's so broken and tiny car. Like, let me just see if I can. But it seemed like this was a hit show. It was doing well. Okay. And it's like, first night, it was like, hey, there's a fun party tomorrow. And I was like, oh, cool. I made it in Hollywood. So I go to this thing, and I'm like, where's Cedric? And they're like, oh, he got in a big fight with a head of box. Told him he was a douchebag. Some fight. And I'm like, that doesn't sound like a good idea.
They found
so I'm like, it'll be fine. So then, we were about to go on right after American Idol, which was like the biggest show in the world. So we're like, get ready for the rocket ship. And then this guy on the psych show took Cedric off the air for like 6 weeks to the psych show. Not off there, but like, so he moved it to Spot. So Wanda's show is after, and then Wanda's got amazing, views. So it gave me choose to cancel Cedric, even though Cedric was like a FU.
Cedric seems like a nice guy.
Yeah, he was very cool and nice to me.
So what happened?
He did get on the phone during my audition. I was in the middle of audition.
We're saying Satanism doesn't exist. Evil people don't
exist. And it was kind of a casual call.
Try to portray it and tie to everything.
I just like power. He was very cool. Good guy, but
there's a different like culture of stardom versus people that want to show. Like you,
just to stare in there.
Like if you're auditioning for a show and the guy who has the show is in the room, there's this weird, what is that number one the call sheet documentary about black actors? Not black actors, it's just actors, period, in general. Like I experienced that a lot during the day with guys who are big movie stars, and they would like big time. And there's the weirdest way. I couldn't just say hi to them. There's a few guys that just like, they were just really gross. And then there was guys like John Ritter, who's like the fucking nicest guy in the world to everybody.
Right.
Nicest guy in the world. Nicest guy in the world. Remember people joking around with makeup lady, fun, heart attack, died. Young, fucking young. Before that thing. Young. He was such a sweetheart on the set. Such a nice guy.
I had that Cedric show was also, I had like an episode where it was like my episode, where it was like I had like 3 sketches I wrote that was gonna be, like big up. And I literally came out, right? And I was like, what's going on, you guys? And shock and awe started. Remember the Iraq War? And it just was gone. And I told everybody, like, it's my big show. And it just, that happened, and then the one, and I was back. I never sold my car. I was back to my studio apartment.
Couldn't you think that studio executives would be wise enough to go, look, we got Lucy Gay, we have Cedric the Entertainer, we have a fucking show. Let's figure out a way to promote this correctly.
It was funny. It was just, it's so hard to make a funny sketch. So they try to plot people together. You need, real synergy with the cast, the writers. You have to figure out how people are funny.
Yeah.
It's like, that's what I want.
Wow.
In the first set of SNL cast, they already worked together. Like, that's why they were like gelled right
There's
away.
literally a
One of the
TED
reasons.
talk about
But all
why
these
Dungeons and
sketch shows they
Dragons
put
prepares
together,
you for life.
and they'll say, don't pitch a sketch show, they never work. It's because they like pluck people who don't even do sketch. No,
It's like putting together a boy band.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, like you have to put together a fake band. Not a bunch of guys who grew up together in Seattle, they're playing in the basement. No,
That
Yeah,
works
like,
better though.
find somebody.
Oh my
Yeah,
God,
that works
if you were a
better.
therapist,
Just put a bunch of hot dudes together.
We're not a-
Get
we're
some
not a
good
technology
hair,
show,
guys.
but
Let them
there
Milli
are-
Vanilli it up.
could
Yeah.
not be
Remember
more
those days?
studies
Milli
nowadays
Vanilli.
in, like,
They got a bad
psychology
deal.
today,
Topics, but
They got a bad rap.
like now they'd be fine.
They'd be
RPGs,
fine. No one
like
cares if that's
Dungeons
your
and
voice.
Dragons.
You're hot.
TV shows
I love
and
your
how
dreadlocks.
great,
Great
Great bodies.
and how
Great
great they
bodies,
are
around.
for kids
cocks.
development.
Girl, I
Use your
know it's
brain.
true.
Use your
Yeah, that's
imagination,
it.
and not in the sense like we were talking about in
No, you
preschool, where these
I
poor
do.
kids
I
they
like
got
that
into
song.
this situation.
Remember there was the other
where
one?
to say these horrible things,
There was
and then they're children, so
a
their
song.
imagination's like, oh, and then they were
God,
flying around too. Because
it was like a big time band, and there was like this
imagination.
beautiful
This is
woman
so
who was
good.
singing.
I forget,
It turned
I
out
forget
it wasn't
which
really
they
her
were. One of the
singing.
initial studies
It was
that was
some
meant to
big
go
heavy
find the
lady
damnation of
who
Dungeons
was
and
actually
Dragons.
singing.
Not only did it
Always,
find
yeah,
that
it's always like
kids
a
were
big. Milli Vanilli's a big
like
crack
It was,
out.
it was
to
one
commit
of those
suicide if they were
fucking
playing Dungeons
something
and Dragons.
factory. What was
It
the band?
found that they were
Yes.
They didn't
likely to
There
commit
was a
suicide if they
situation
played
like
because
that,
they're
right? Wasn't there?
Guess what?
Where
If
some
you play
lady.
Dungeons and Dragons, chances are you weren't
There was
a
some
star football player, and you found you were a
No,
little
he
bit
doesn't.
nerdier. You were a little
We
bit
talked
different.
about you earlier today. You were saying nice
I was
things.
going to say you
He's
probably
bipolar.
isolated.
I know.
He's gonna hit by a golf ball.
I saw it. It's so cool. I want that. I was watching. He's got that really cool golf set back there.
Oh yeah, Jamie golfs his ass off. I have a buddy who got hit in the head with a golf ball. He said he was fucked up for 6 months.
Oh really?
He got hit in the head with a line drive, just donk.
I hit a kid.
You play Dungeons and Dragons.
He was alright though. Luckily, I didn't get a good swing on him.
You ever see those guys that like do those power swings on the internet, like where they loop their arm around and fucking drive through, and like just imagine getting hit with one of those balls.
Yeah.
It's like getting hit with like a fucking like a shotgun shooting a rubber bullet at you.
Yeah, they're really. You have to get a nice skull worm burner. You can kill a duck.
Really?
Those videos?
If I may, I mean, speaking of timing,
No,
in the
but
80s,
you ever see that one where the
we
pitcher
made some
catches
jokes
the
about
bird
Reagan
in
and
flight?
stuff, but yeah, Casio.
Amazing.
Crazy.
Fucking watch
It's
this,
like,
man.
what are
But there
the
was a lot
odds that it
of
would
pluralism
perfectly be
right?
there when it's
And-
100-mile-an-hour
Reagan
guy?
as our
Who
president
was that? Was that
like, this is
Randy?
a beautiful man,
Was
ran
it?
America, and so
Randy
a lot of
Johnson.
people kind of really
He was like tall. He was like halfway to
But
the
if
thing.
you
I
read
don't
any
know.
story,
Martha
or you play
Wash,
any
most
video
famous
game, or
unknown
you do
singer of the
whatever,
90s.
watch any movie. There's a good guy.
Her
there's a
voice
bad guy.
behind "It's Raining Men, Gonna Make You Sweat and Strike It Up" from
And
being a
this
bullied victim to
provided
mainstream
very
pioneer.
blanket
So what
antagonism
song was it? The
to a lot
CNC
of
Music
suburban,
Factory song?
mostly suburban, small town people.
She's
This
cute. Why didn't they give
was
her a
that
shot?
evil that
I don't know.
sounded
I don't know what CNC
And
Music Factory looks
in
like. Are
life,
they good looking?
most
They
of the time,
probably
you know,
were.
a lot
Well,
of
that was
stuff
the
is
move
never
back
just
then. You get
one
good-looking
thing.
people. They dance around.
Everything in that was very
Well, this was the first time where they were experimenting really with images in a way where everything's visual. It's all video. You know, like MTV is so important.
Oh my
So
God.
important.
Well, there is
I
a
like the
time-
ugly years.
timelessness, though, because last night,
Everybody.
Oh,
Everybody.
so that's it. So it's some other lady in the video was singing it, but that lady was the real voice behind it. But she just didn't look like they wanted her to look. It just is so crazy.
So let's be
Like, you don't think, like, look what's happening with, like, Lizzo. You don't think that would have happened in 1994? Of course it would have. If you just tried. Everybody.
That reminds me of college. I went to school for acting, which is the dumbest thing you could ever go to school for.
What did you learn?
The experience.
Yeah.
Honestly, I learned to be a worse actor. I really believe that. It was
I
like
feel like we're taking a very skeptical
Shakespeare and stuff. Like, I'm terrible at that. All my teachers thought I was just terrible. And in this one class,
We were skeptical
Athletes have
first of
literally,
all,
like,
it was being pushed
this one was called Movement for the Actor. Now imagine like your parents, my parents paid for college, so none of my don't ain't debt. But like, what a waste of my parents' money. This is an hour class, movement for the actors. So they put on music, like everyone played a dance on the thing, and then you're supposed to just creatively do whatever. So these are a bunch of weirdos, like $50,000. So I'm in my head like, this doesn't make me that. So you're fake, and then this teacher was like, we're doing Shakespeare. He's like, bring in tights next week for the Shakespeare performance. And I'm like, I'm not buying tights. Coming in with tights. Like, why would I have to do that? Because back then, they dressed in their normal clothes. You know what I mean? When Shakespeare wrote the thing, they were just in their clothes. It wasn't like any right to do Hamlet. So I just didn't get tights. And I said, where's your tights? He was this like very effeminate guy. And love you. And he goes, where are your tights, Kyle? And I was like, I forgot my tights. He's like, make sure you bring your tights next week. I was like, okay. So next week, no tights. And I go, I forgot my tights. Darn it. I wish I brought my tights. Yeah, I was like, that's probably your best acting. I brought my tights. Yeah, I was really good at acting. I wanted to bring my tights. So he goes, get mine. They're in the back. So I had these green tights. I had those nails. Yeah, I had to like put them on, and I looked like Kermit the Frog because my legs were like the size of a total Korean girl. And I came out with my
Kermit the Frog. Yeah, I look like Kermit. Yeah.
By the way, and I did tell him, I said, listen, because I tried to negotiate before I put his tights on, but they just wore their clothes like that. And he was like, get the tights.
From the mythical land of Fort Wayne.
Brian Callums was always going to acting schools, and he knew they were ridiculous. But I think like Brian at one point in time was like completely enamored with the idea of being in Hollywood. Like he had a bunch of like famous actor friends, and he'd go to famous actor parties, and he'd take acting classes. He's always working on his craft.
I love that, working on my craft. By the way,
but he was bullshitting. He was aware. He was fucking around. Like when he would say working on my craft, he wasn't being serious. He was just completely joking.
Yeah,
so he had this teacher that was, I think it was a Scientology hustle too. It was one of those things where there was a lot of that, particularly in the 90s.
Oh, yeah.
Where the teachers were Scientologists. But insert, by the way, there's not to pick on Scientology. Insert whatever religion. There was a lot of Scientologists in Hollywood. But what they would do is they would get people to join the acting class. They would try to recruit them to Scientology because the teacher was a Scientologist. They were talking about how important it was.
You never tried to be in Scientology.
Yeah, how important it was for his craft. Meanwhile, they're never successful. The people that teach in the acting classes, they're always terrible. Yeah, they never go anywhere. Like maybe they have like a small part on one thing, and then they tell you how to make it.
Yeah, you never hear that speech in Oscars. Like when I was a teacher, I didn't think I'd ever be like that.
Not to say it's not good acting teachers out there. I'm sure there are people that just like love theater. They love like that kind of acting. They have no desire to be famous. They love the craft. They love the art. That's true too, right? But anyway, this guy. He was really into show tunes, and he would do a big show at the end of the class or whatever, in the quarter, whatever it was. He had this big show at this little theater, and Brian's like, you have to come and watch a guy with the tiniest feet you've ever seen in your life. He had these little, I couldn't take my eyes off his feet because he had loafers on, and they were like that big. And this guy would sing like passionately these show tunes from like music, like there's no context. You don't need to like a music.
A medley, like a medley of show tunes. I love that. Sounds like a great show. But you came there to see his feet. That was like why.
No, Brian was fascinated by how small his feet were, and then I couldn't stop because we were high, so I couldn't stop looking at his feet.
That small? That?
No, they were.
That seems like that's like
they were little tiny feet.
I dated this girl once, and she was like, I have a shoe show. I'm a shoe model, right? And I'm like, oh, shoe show. Okay.
A shoe model?
Yeah, but
a foot model.
Like, she would model shoes.
Okay, like open-toed shoes?
I didn't know, but that's what she would say. She was going to do this. And she always had like a bill. She always had cash, huh? And I found out years later she was a stripper. She was a shoe. Oh, by the way, here's another.
I thought he was going another direction.
stocking.
I thought guys who can just jerk off to
Maybe. Get great feet. But another stupid, even the dumber class in the moving around class was called interpretation for the actor. So basically, you would read a play like Streetcar Named Desire, and then you come in and you do your interpretation of it. So the weirder you were, the better your grade you got. Okay? So one guy comes in, he's in Streetcar, and he put. There was a big mirror, you know, close to the dance room. And he took a lipstick and he wrote "whore" with his lipstick. You know what Streetcar Named? Yeah. And he pulled his pants out, started looking in the mirror, and then he turned to us and he goes, "Fuck you," and he laughed, and then everyone started clapping. And I was like, "I gotta get the fuck out of here." Listen to what I'm like, so I got like a D on my or whatever I did. So I'm like, I'm gonna be fucking weird. Like, I didn't read any of them. I have trouble reading. I don't know how to read. I just never learned. So I got Glass Menagerie, my book. Didn't read it. Whatever. I just went in there. I got an egg, okay, and I took one of my mother's Waterford crystal glasses and a string, and I took the string, and I was just like, nobody sails the seas if they don't find their way. And I clipped the string, and the glass fell and broke. And I went outside, you could see it, and I buried an egg. It makes no fucking sense. And then the guy said, "What grade did you think you get?" I said, "An egg." That was my college work. He's brilliant. By the way, I'm working on my craft. By the way, are you really working? Like, when you work, Meryl Streep was an amazing actress. She was funny, and she's amazing now. She never. No, are you working 4 hours a day, getting better at it? No, you're not. You're not trained. There's a little bit you can kind of learn, but you're done after a little.
That's right, John.
If you're not Daniel Day-Lewis already,
#1.
Yeah, if you're not that guy already, you're probably never going to do that.
They talk like they're like working their piano skills all day, do your crap. You know what the problem was? We were like, not me at all, but when they were like, "Oh, let's make some more money. We'll have an award show, and then we'll make money." That's why there's the Oscars.
Right, so here's my this being our holiday
the actors thought we're doing something really great.
The Oscars are like the Olympics for actors.
Holiday or Christmas.
I mean, Olympics at least you're like, I don't know.
like
things that you can quantify, but like a 9-year-old won an Oscar. Like how? Like if it's not like a 9-year-old like best surgeon, it's like it's a thing you can do or kind of get to. A little bit of learning, but certainly not movement for the actor.
It's not brain teasing. No, it's not working on your craft.
It's not even like.
It's not painting.
It's not even like when you crunch a ball, you throw to a basket. Like the skill is like.
Well, it's one of the few. It's one of the few careers where it's a benefit to be out of your fucking mind.
Yeah, it's about personality. Like you love the person. Like Tim Goldblum, like love that guy.
Jack Nicholson,
amazing. Like there's amazing actors.
Like people party.
Yeah,
crazy wild people.
You know the story behind it too.
Yeah,
I miss Jack Nicholson.
Oh yeah, Die Hard is also my favorite non-Christmas movie. Christmas movie.
He's best.
You ever see him flirt with Jennifer Lawrence?
No. How old was he? 1,000.
He was 1,000. Wait, Jamie, you have that? I don't mean to run the show, but bro, it's a good schooling on like he's so cool. Girl, way too young for him, but never mind.
If you want to talk politics and exams,
You didn't want to get rid
Thank you. Oh, really? Really? Like
Shake your eye out, kid.
your girls on?
Merry Christmas.
I thought about it.
Do you think that so it became flirtatious, but it was mostly just complimentary about her movie? What movie was that?
Stay cool. He makes that eye contact, and then
It's like you need crazy people to make good movies. She flirted with him.
Yeah.
You need crazy people to make good movies. You need it. You need a guy who's going to pretend he's Lincoln for 4 months.
Yeah, that guy, There Will Be Blood. I just saw.
Oh my God, phenomenal. What's that?
Maybe I'll get on this episode.
What was it?
Silver Line, like what's her name? Bradley Cooper. Right?
Oh, I didn't see that one.
I drink your
My dad actually used to
milkshake.
play that
Oh my
movie
God, it was so
on
good.
repeat
He
every
was so good.
year.
He was such
on
a great
Christmas Eve.
psychopath.
Is your dad AMC?
If I read that movie, I'd be like, this is boring. There Will Be Blood is
So
just
TBS.
Right, I'll drink your milkshake. What?
at the end. He's talking to that guy who's religious. Who's like, "Can I have some of your?" And he's like, "No, there's no more oil under you." He's like, I drank it up. And he just made the analogy of straw, like drank up this thing, and he beats him with a bowling pin. He's like, "I'm finished." One of the best endings to a movie.
Yeah, it was a fun one. That's a different thing. You know, that kind of acting.
Did you schmucks forget something?
That's right. See how it was our Jewish friend celebrating Hanukkah.
He has no company now. Prosperous little business.
Our wives would have.
Why is this dude crying?
Already.
He needed money. He got broke. And he's coming back to like that.
You're just the third member of the show, Conspiracy Bot. I can't see by my lab to help produce the show. What I've been doing is put you in a glass
door.
And I hear he's bombing.
Yeah, it's been great. Anyway, I wanted to play for you guys my favorite quote from a Christmas movie. Any of you are looking for any last minute gift ideas for me?
As long as we had nothing to do about his golf.
Right then, John.
Take this, please, Daniel.
Here, happy holiday slumber over there. I'm of you laying with all the other rich people. Right here. With a big ribbon on it. There.
Drain drop.
Cut to the part where he kills him. Is it in there? No, they cut it out.
Sucking, dumb, kissing, brainless, dickless, hopeless, heartless, ass, rich-legged, fattiness, murderhead, sack of monkey shit. Hallelujah.
And starts to drink your milkshake.
Well,
I drink
here's one thing, right? At least he finally did some editing. So we're gonna.
I drink it up.
Don't bully me, Daniel.
We have holiday
So
guests with us in studio.
Choices they say in
Let's get the
school.
first
It's
one
the
out of the way.
choices you make
Said
in your
Bad Penny.
performance.
Yeah, it's also you got to be out of your fucking mind. You got to be able to become that guy.
I know, but
Most people can't do that. Most people can't lie that good.
yeah, I mean, he becomes those people where. But to live with that guy would be quite a nightmare during that.
Yes.
Oh.
So Seabot.
Yeah, imagine that guy's your roommate.
No.
Seabot.
Who ate my cheese? My Cheerios.
All day long, he's a murderous psychopath. And what if he slips into character too much?
Membership in the Jelly of the
What
Month.
if he lights your house on fire just to stay in character?
At least he does back it up. You know, like, he hasn't done anything too crazy.
Well, there's a lot of people that do that. Like they play a brawler and they start fights with people on the streets. You know, like people get crazy with film roles. Who they become.
Yeah, who's that guy?
But that's how you got great movies. Especially that. What's that?
Jared Leto's
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I don't like when they go too far with it. Like, yeah, the Batman guy, remember that whole thing where he was screaming at the guy for getting in the way of his lighting or something?
No, those guy was moving around. The background was distracting.
Yeah,
And he's like, "You're a fucking professional." Remember that?
Yeah,
because he was in like some heavy scene.
Yeah, but
the only
that does happen, man, where people don't pay attention and they're on their phone or they're fuck off in the background. And they're right in the eye line.
In the spirit of
the thing I found interesting about that was his accent. Because he kept an American accent. He was screaming, so I found that quite interesting. Yes, indeed. Yes.
That guy's another.
Thanks for the effort, guys.
Oh yeah, there's a psycho movie, American.
And you can open yours.
Insane. But the craziest thing he ever did was when he almost died. In that Machinist movie. Got down like 120 pounds.
Oh,
Played a guy with narcotics. It's a terrible movie. Not terrible. It's not very good. But I mean,
my mom used to tape boxes
to
when I was a kid.
have a guy who's like a leading man and almost died for a movie that no one saw. Ask yourself this.
I almost got. I got a movie that was like the only. It was right in between. It was Walking Phoenix. It was so bad. The only movie I ever got. It was between the Joker and the next. It was like
green colored. It is
set up to be this big movie. It's Gus Van Sant movie.
And I was a doctor. I had to say all these like crazy things, technical about the spine. And I knew I could just get through this audition and just say this. I'll get this part. I'll be in the top 10% because everyone's gonna fuck up this. And be staring at a piece of paper. Right. So I did the whole script. I had like when I tapped here, say this. I had a whole thing that made me memorize it. And I went and I got it. I go to do the thing. No one talks to me. The guy, the wardrobe.
Sir, I think they were robbed by the
guy goes, "What outfit you want?" He showed me a couple. I was like, "This one." I'm choosing the outfit. This doctor. I was like, okay. And then never saw Gus Van Sant. And then I get there and they go, when they say action, go in there and then do your scene. There's no blocking or anything. And I'm like, okay.
Healthy chicken recipes with
I've never done a movie before. And I'm like, this is how I do it. So they're like, action, go. So I go in there and I'm like,
when it's sitting on your shelf,
I'm this whole thing. And Gus Van Sant after me goes,
let's read the back.
Curious about that? Like 3 times.
You're not the only one.
I got the part.
Once revered for its virility and strength, the rooster has taken a backseat to the head in more recent years. 50 Ways to Eat Cock takes a revealing look at the folklore, history, culinary culture,
I couldn't hear
and
Joaquin
nutritional
Phoenix at all.
benefits of this well-endowed ingredient.
Doing these lines like that, you know? And I wouldn't think, as the doctor talking to like assistants, that I would stop talking in the middle of my sentences while he was talking, because he was talking to himself. But it was the weirdest thing.
Terrible. Was he playing an insane person?
He was a cripple. He was.
He
was the guy. He was the cartoonist. I'm blanking on the name of the movie, but he was a cartoonist. It was just a biopic, and it was a very weird experience. But the movie, anyway, my point is, it's terrible.
It's terrible, but you thought it was going to be a bang. This was your shot.
No, because at this point in my career, like the shock and all, like these things happen over and over again where I'm just like kind of laugh at it. It's like, okay. I remember I was there's been a bunch of situations where like get ready for the rocket ship pile. Things are about to take up, and I was like, okay. Yeah,
the old rocket ship. Isn't that funny? Like everybody wants to. It's just the weird anxiety of not knowing what's going to work out for you. Such a terrible place to be. Like that's where the real making it is. The real making it is just not worrying about that. The real making it is just like,
absolutely.
That's the real.
That's a big
hump.
That's the hump. That's the hump. Like whenever I tell like young comics that are just starting to like headline now, and you know they've got some like viral clips, I'm like, dude. Listen, you have already made it. Like you're a professional now. This is the hump. Everything else, just stick to the grind. Stick to it's gravy from here on out. Like you should be so happy. You're talented and you're successful. It's actually happening. People are paying to come see you. I'm like, you got this. Like from here, because everyone's like, man, we're just not growing. Like don't get into that. You should have fun. Have fun. They want you to have fun. Come on.
Your job is have fun.
Your job is
I wish someone told me, because I really get this advice for a long time.
Some people that are super successful still don't do that. There's guys out there that are super successful that are paying attention to the ticket sales of other super successful guys comparing themselves. I'm talking like arena acts that do that.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. People get kooky.
Yeah.
They get kooky with like numbers and position in the ladder and like, making it. Is it happening?
What does their name rhyme with?
I'm not telling you.
You got it, baby.
I like them too. I like a lot of people that think ridiculous things, but it's just it's a trap that you know the struggle that led you to become successful something in the first place, that becomes like your mentality once you're in a different stage of it. And you have to adjust.
It's hard.
You got to be able to adjust.
It's almost like changing your personality to change that habit. I mean,
yeah.
It's really difficult.
Well, everybody adjusts a little bit, right? Because you first get into it because you want attention. Like you first get into it because you think, maybe I can go on the stage, I get attention. And then after that, you don't need that. That's not what you really want anymore. Like, then it becomes like, I just want it to get better. I'm working on this thing. I just want it to work. I want it to pop on stage. I want to figure out the right beats. I want to figure out the right way to say it. Then it becomes that. And once it becomes that, that's the happy spot. That's where you're happy. When you just create stuff. You're like, Put it together.
I wish someone told me that, because I had some viral YouTube videos like way back, and I was still on like sitcom. I kind of get a sitcom mentality where if someone was just like, dude, focus on your YouTube and get your audience going directly to your audience. Yeah.
Back then, no one knew. No one had any idea. Like, just think about this podcast was started in 2009. In 2009, everybody thought it was a pathetic waste of time.
Yeah.
Like, friends would come over to do my podcast. Like, what are you doing? Like, why are you doing this? It's like, it's such a waste of time. It's a fucking webcam. But it's nobody saw that coming. So I would have never given you that advice back then.
You did it because it was enjoyable. You weren't like thinking like this is the way.
I always wanted a radio show, but no one would ever give me a radio show. You know, so when I would do radio shows, like if I would sit in on Opie and Anthony, and like, this is so fun. I'd love to do something like this, but I have no one's going to do that. That's how I thought about it.
Yeah.
So when I saw Anthony Cumia start doing this thing live from the compound, he'd do it in his basement, or he played karaoke with a machine gun. He's out of his mind, he's drunk. He's got like full beer kegs on tap there. They're drinking Guinness and fucking doing karaoke where he's holding a machine gun. Most ridiculous shit. But he had a full professional studio where he had green, he had like pro microphones just in his basement for fun. He just did it for fun. And I was like, that's what I want to do. I'll do something like that for fun. And then, of course, Tom Green. Like, go to Tom Green's internet show in his living room. And I remember looking around and going, you just got to figure out how to make money with this. Like, this is a job. Like, this can.
That's nice you want to go in. Perfect.
Wow, it just seemed like fun. That's the whole. Like, I always love the opportunity to talk to interesting people or funny people, or you know. And I'm a questioner. I like to ask questions. Like, how did you know that? Why'd you do that? What's got? Yeah, just got. It's just like the opportunity to talk to cool people seems like what a great thing that would be, because it's always fun to talk to cool people. Like if I was ever on those shows and I like ran into someone who was interesting, I was like, "What start this? Like, what do you?"
Yeah, you having a lot of interest help.
Oh, for sure. But back then, I would have told you to get a sitcom because there was no money on YouTube. Everybody still wanted a sitcom back then.
The other one guy who didn't, and I was like, he's mine. Zach Galifianakis was like, I don't want to do a sitcom. And in my head, I'm like, oh, he's mine. But he actually had like a very get his head together.
Yeah, he's not worried about nothing. That guy, he's the least attention whore of any famous person, famous funny person ever. Not at all. Doesn't he look like a farm?
He does.
Yeah, very interesting guy. Very smart guy.
Very smart.
He was good friends with Brody. And he was one of the first people to alert me when Brody was off the meds. Like, there was a time when Brody was off his meds. Do you remember that? People that don't know, we're talking about our late great friend Brody Stevens. Who's like that? He was so funny. Brody Stevens is like one of the best examples of like it's not what's written on paper.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, right. You got his actor paper. Like, this is not
right. I'd be like, this is nonsense. This doesn't make any sense at all. Meanwhile, everyone's lining up in the back of the room to see him say it.
So yeah, I think it's like that Andy Kaufman of our like little time period there, where it was like
Andy Kaufman was a brilliant actor and a brilliant comedic actor. He was great on Taxi, but I don't think he ever killed on stage like Brody did. Brody was one time we were in
different type of comedy. But it was like, you know, a different when he went on stage and people, comedians watched.
Yes, it's a different thing. He's doing his own thing. He's doing this Brody Stevens thing. One time we were at the Improv, and it was really late. Like, I'd gone up, a lot of people up, the crowd's kind of tired, half people there, and they announced that Brody's here, and Brody's worried that people are going to get up. So Brody takes his shirt off, and he starts swinging it around in the air over his head and walking through the crowd. Let's go! Positive energy. On stage, he pulls drumsticks back pocket, starts beating the chairs, and he starts talking shit, and he just changed the energy of the whole room. change the energy of the whole room.
I don't think there's anybody like Simpson. I can think of somebody who's like replacing. Someone will replace that, but
They're just doing their own way.
you gotta go like
3 years ago, their anniversary was like a day ago.
Yeah, all the
Holtzman's
fun.
like that now.
And they just
Holtzman, oh, I don't know.
into the
Brian Holtzman? You don't know Brian Holtzman? Oh my god.
Video game.
Oh my god.
So
You let him stay at your house?
No, it's the I stamp.
Cinemax
Oh.
is now showing after
You never saw
Midnight
Holtzman at the comedy store?
No.
That's crazy.
You know, well, I might have, but just didn't know his name.
Well, he would always come late at night. And unfortunately, you know, there would be like 15 people left in the crowd, and Holtzman would call these wild rants. He's like one of the funniest guys of all time. He's like a complete, total comics comic.
Oh yeah, I don't know him well. But
Holtzman's at our club now all the time. But now he has a crowd. Now people know about him, so they come to see him. You cannot go there. If anything, if you can't tolerate literally everything, don't go.
Why?
That's what I'm
Very
saying. It's not dirty. It's just he's out of his fucking mind. And it's kind of in character, but you're not really sure.
I like that.
So, like Mitzi Shore wouldn't let him on stage for 2 weeks after 9/11.
We always
She wouldn't let him up. He can't go out.
That we talk about on this show as
he's like, Mitzi, I don't
could be real.
understand. I'm not going to cross any lines. He was like, couldn't wait to cross lines.
An
Do
era of
you remember when Susan Smith,
skepticism,
that lady
and,
drowned her
you know, kinda
kids?
come to
Yeah. He
conclusions
goes,
at the
the day.
end.
The day. He's on stage.
This one because we.
No, but I heard those were bad kids. I heard they sat that close to the TV. They didn't put away that block. They always spilled their fucking milk. Those kids are not going to be missed. And you're like,
What
what?
does the audience do?
You're dying. Hollywood, Comedy Store, Sunset, Tuesday night or whatever it was, 1 a.m. They went nuts. Everybody went nuts.
Yeah.
But that was Holtzman. Holtzman got these late spots. So he would say the wildest, most insane shit, but also have a really good point half the time. Like it was comedy wrapped up in a point, and then every now and then he'd let you in on it. Like that it was just fucking around and go right back to it.
Yeah.
And you know, it's a little dance he's doing with the crowd, and you got to know what the dance is. But if you know what the dance is, like, comics love him. Like whenever he's on stage, we sit in the balcony and watch Walt Smith at the mothership.
It sounds like that other guy who's older playing his name.
Tom Barris?
That's essentially what we're saying. Yeah.
He's like, what are you people doing here at this hour?
Oh, Louis Black?
By the way.
No.
Right? Jesus, who
Yeah, exactly.
He's in the store.
We always have bottles of booze just
Yeah,
sitting out, so I think
Eddie Hepitone.
He's always out like leaving
Oh, yeah,
out
he's great
cookies and
too.
milk for,
Very similar in a lot of
for
ways, like
Pearl
just
St. Nick,
insane
leave out
energy and
schnapps
has a
for
point, but is also
Exactly,
saying
yeah.
completely
It
wacky.
hates children
Yeah,
and ruins
I
Christmas.
love it.
It is everybody.
How
He's a
long
sweetheart of a
they've
guy
been
too.
here.
Pepitone.
Yeah, he is.
I think he started late. I think he didn't start
Oh,
late.
did he?
I think so. At least I wasn't aware of him until later.
It's gonna be a long story. Like,
this world, it's intolerant.
think about sports guys, you know, when you're a baseball player, that's your identity, and then you're 30, and you're like,
It's over. Yeah,
You
well,
can go long.
you can go to maybe 40, like Tom Brady still playing football. Was he like 42 when he retired? Insane. Young as fuck if you're a comic.
your identity is I'm a sports, player, like a sports player.
To being drug on.
I just revealed how what a good big sports guy I am.
A sports player.
You know, you're a sports player.
Yeah, an athlete makes a ton of money for a very short amount of time. That's why they all go broke. Or not all, but a large amount of them.
I think would be
Go back
a good way to refer to it.
Which in
You think
contrast,
about your identity when you're a kid, you probably get all that, like identity as an athletic person, then you become a professional. And it must be difficult to just, you have to really never look into that. Like, that's my identity. It's also like if you're a really hot woman, I think it's hard when, you gotta like not have, you gotta be your identity.
It can be your whole thing, because one day it's going to go away. But if you're an athlete, it goes way quicker than being a hot lady. Like, there's hot ladies that are in their 50s. They're still hot. They maintain their looks.
Hot ladies.
They work out, they take care of their skin. But there's no, like, super athletes that are in their 50s. They don't exist.
What about
originating in Austria
Not at a
and
professional
across the
level.
Hold on, let me
Alpine
think.
region.
Go ahead.
They just sang it's
It's not
crazy.
I know
possible.
athletes.
There's
Please
one guy.
second here.
One guy I can tell you that did it into his 50s. Bernard Hart.
They just
He played golf.
No, he was a boxer, world champion boxer, multiple division world champion boxer, was beating world champions at 50 years old.
Did Tyson, was he full on going full on?
I don't know. I'm not Mike Tyson,
don't
but I would say by the tone of my voice, you can sense a little bit of skepticism.
began,
Anybody who's a combat sports athlete looked at that and said, I'm happy Mike Tyson made money.
Kind of like Jesus and the devil or something like that. Krampus is Saint Nick's.
Maybe there was an agreement. I wasn't there. I'm one for wild speculation. I don't know if you know.
No, you don't get wrong.
Wu-Tang's third best album.
All the way playing until he was 69 years old and 276 days.
Is that the one that there's only one copy?
Gordie Howe, great.
Hockey? He was 69?
I mean, he wasn't in the NHL at that point, but he played a professional hockey game at that age, yeah.
That's insane.
Hey, Joe, can I have a cigar? I want to look manly. I need something to look manly. I mean, I thank you, but I sometimes I look.
Gathering of the jugglers. There's no
I don't know. If you have to interact with them, I'm not sure this is worth the
Kelly Slater also still rolling.
Juice, dude. I don't know.
I'm gonna look ridiculous.
They had the commercial one around.
Example of someone who just takes care of themselves. But Bernard Hopkins was like Bernard Hopkins World Championship fight that he had was in his.
This list on Wikipedia gives you Albert Hughes is the oldest pro boxer at 70 years old.
Oh my God! Where was he at? What year? I know Archie Moore, who was a famous boxer before the Muhammad Ali. Archie Moore was.
Say it like that. It's true. Yeah.
That's like way back in the.
What? Oh, that's just sad. No.
The guy's fight does not look very shiny.
It turns out it's Krampus.
He wins.
Is that what you were talking
The old guy
about,
wins?
Joe?
Yeah. Video headline.
This looks like someone
round.
dive.
Win over.
That kid needed money.
Krampus now.
Yeah, this kid's not punching back at all. He's just covering up. This looks super sus. If I was that, and it just goes down. Yeah. If I was the athletic commissioner, I'd have a talk with those fellas. I'd like, hey, what are we doing here? Is pro wrestling?
White Tyson.
Yeah.
36 years after his last fight, yes.
Well, I do know that people have been offered fights that are fake fights. Like they've been
You
offered.
do know that for a fact.
Do you gentlemen know where
100%.
Santa
I know
Claus?
people have been offered fights where they said you
I thought that was pretty
win the fight.
I don't like that at all.
I know the celebrity boxing matches and celebrity fights go like that where they make a deal.
Obviously, we know it's
Would
rooted
you ever
in St. Nicholas, but
kill
we
legit
think of
fight
the
at some
Jolly
point?
Man with reindeer and all that.
No,
Came
dude.
from none other
Chickens.
than
Chickens.
Sleepy Hollow himself.
No, you shouldn't do that kind of stuff as you get older. I don't think your body is as resilient. Even if you stay fit and in shape, you don't want to hit trauma in your 50s.
I've hit my head so many times now. I'm unbelievable.
So Hopkins broke his own record by winning the IBF light heavyweight title from Tavoris Cloud in 2013, and again in 2014. We won the WBA Super title from Beirut Shumanov at ages 48 and 49. That's fucking crazy. So he wins two titles, a title at age 48 and a title at age 49. Incredible.
Are those rigged?
No. The way that he would box was super intelligent. Like he was very defensively minded. He didn't get clean shots off on Bernard Hopkins. He was very clever and he understood boxing like at a very like deep level. His footwork
1809 book Knickerbocker's
was always on point. Never drank, never smoked. Always took care of his body, ate only organic food, worked out every day, never got out of shape, just all discipline. So he was able to maintain his body.
Did you ever have that guy Brian?
The
what the fuck is that?
instead of the globe
He's like a guy.
Like, hey, children, is this
Have you had that guy?
Remember, and all the and Curly and all the guys.
Think more of you.
Well, that's it.
Thanks, man.
Yes.
Joe said I look like a man.
The old claymation.
That'd be funny if that's all it takes.
I did not.
No, I started.
He just needs a dentist. All right, so.
I think I felt it.
Yeah, I only got a corner. Have you got that guy on who's trying to live forever? The vampire. I'm really fascinated with that guy. I like what he's doing. He's trying.
It's kind of interesting, but he's doing a bunch of stuff that I would say most experts believe is not the way to go. One of them is avoiding sunlight. Like,
oh yeah,
you're supposed to get sunlight. Like sunlight is important for your body. It's the best way your body produces vitamin D. It's great for your endorphins. Sunlight is good for you. This idea that you should be shielded from the sun because you're going to prevent skin cancer. It's probably. I talked to a dermatologist about this, and they were explaining that if you don't have resilience from the sun, if you're not like used to going out in the sun, and then you go out all in one burst and get sunburned, it's like, yeah, sunburn is not good.
So this
because you're damaging your skin. What you should do is get accustomed to being in the sun, so you don't get fucking sunburned. And then be out in the sun. Don't get cooked. Don't spend the whole day out in the sun and get cooked. But being out in the sun is actually good for you. It's healthy for your body.
Yes.
That's just one thing. The other thing is the vegan thing. I get it if it's for ethical concerns. You've got this idea in your mind that animal life is more important than plant life, and you don't want to contribute to animal death. Okay, I understand that perspective. But not from a health perspective. From a health perspective, all the studies that show that meat causes this, it's all been debunked. And not only that, most of them are epidemiology studies where they ask people, like, how often do you eat meat? Is it 2 times a week, 3 times a week, 4 times a week? The more people that ate meat, the more people you see diseases, more people you see problems, all these health consequences. And so they go, oh, meat correlates to these health consequences. What you don't ask them is, how did you eat the meat? Is it a Jack in the Box burger with a fucking giant Coca-Cola? Did you have fries that were cooked in seed oil? Did you eat cake with it? What did you do after you smoke cigarettes? How often do you drink? Do you drink every night? Okay, like people that are more health conscious, especially if they haven't like read into it enough, where they really understand what's nutrient dense and what causes problems with your health and what are the real issues with high sugar diets, like. And those people, they hear meat is bad, so they say, you know what, I'm just going to eat vegetarian. It seems like it's healthier. I'm just going to eat lentils. They're good for you. They don't cause cancer. I read about the China diet. And so you start believing that. But that's not really true. And people have eaten meat since literally the beginning of time. And 95% of the planet eats meat. There's a bunch of things that likely contribute to all sorts of metabolic diseases that people have. I don't think regular meat is one of them. I don't think a grass-fed steak and a fucking salad is going to kill you. I think the real issue is buns and fries and soda and chips and cookies. And the people that don't avoid eating meat if they're not well read about it, they're doing it because they don't give a fuck. I'm going to eat a burger because I want to eat a burger. So you get a lot of that. So the people that avoid meat get like a healthy user bias, because these are people that, even if it's not correct, I know people that truly believe that you can become a better athlete on a vegan diet. I'm like, okay, but there's no pros who've ever done that. No pros have ever gone vegan and been, especially at an explosive sport. There's only like a few people out there. Like there's a guy named Martin Bacole. Do you know who he is?
Of course, Martin Bacole from the Cincinnati Red Sox.
No, you're making it up. Martin Bacole is one of the best heavyweight boxers in the world. He's a fucking enormous guy. I think he's, I don't know what part Africa
he kind of remembers his mom.
He might be Congolese.
That Hargo was
Monster. And he's a vegetarian.
Like they
vegetarian.
And so he
fucking people
like he shows up like it's a big thing, and whether or not he's
kind of crazy.
Like you
one of the best heavyweight boxers alive. Huge guy. He's a vegetarian. It's an aberration. Vegetarian, you can still behave. Eggs are probably as good as if you want to eat like one protein and it's easy to digest, has everything. Eggs are pretty good.
And genocide instead of six.
I did not eat meat for a while. Like you need like a nutritionist with you to really make sure you cover that.
Yeah, you gotta all your vitamins correctly. And then you gotta make sure you're not taking any vitamins. Which ones are water soluble? Which ones are fat soluble?
There's also an amateur
I just caught myself in the camera here. I
look have like a red 80 minutes there. It's like the coolest logo I've ever seen for
Thanks, Joe.
That's amazing. WNBA, right?
Great.
Yeah, those things from people. You should be able to live yourself. It's bad for you.
I love
I'm
it.
so confused right now.
I
I'm
love
just
that.
starting to wrap my arms around
Oh.
Krampus, and now there's a whole other demon.
It's just like read the
I mean, we
comments.
can't just rename demons.
By the
This is a
way,
different
you know
demon.
these youngins,
because if you know their real
young
name,
kids,
you'll
they
know
go
it.
lecture.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was
So which one's
So
the
what
right
went
name?
wrong?
Jerry
John
Rumpelstiltskin.
We'll get to it.
Gary. Two R's. Yeah,
Let's not rush that story. Let the podcast breathe for a second, and then we'll. So these young kids now, I noticed this. Women will do
Women named Amy.
this. They'll be like, people say, "I light up the room."
And the eye is
This woman told me this.
Who ever said
Or a pentagram.
this? People say I light up the room. That actually lights up the room.
That's people say I'm funny,
You know,
but I've noticed that the young people they tell you compliments they got. I'm like, why is this? Because for our area, you never say like, "I'm great." People think I'm great. You never would say that. But now, this is my fear. I don't know if this is
1923
true.
election in
They
Austria. The
grown up on
Krampus tradition
Facebook where
was
people say, "You look so pretty," and then everyone
regime
sees the
under the
compliments.
Fatherlands.
And now when they go out in the world and they get a compliment, then they're like, "Oh, I let people know my compliment." Everyone sees the compliments.
That's
But
why
in the 1950s,
That's my
the
theory.
government
that's a
distributed
very good
pamphlets
theory.
titled
I think that's
Write a
good.
book
Krampus
about
is
it.
an
You should.
evil man.
Make sure you do the audio
I have
yourself.
no merch. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely do audio.
You don't have any merch?
No.
You should. Kate and Jenna merch.
Yeah, baby.
He
Yeah,
was-
baby. Some
That
duct
was
tape.
when I knew
Tuck
Comedy
and
Central
roll.
was
Towards the
doomed.
end of
You
the
and I were
summer,
talking.
Yeah, I sent you what they cut.
Yeah, we were having a conversation. You showed it to me
And the
in the
Krampus tradition
comedy
is being revived in
store
Bavaria
green
and
room. In the
all
green room and the main room. You were telling me
artistic
the struggle you're going through.
masks.
It was so stressful, that whole thing.
Well, you had this show that you were doing on your own. That was
Everything was just
amazing.
made in China.
And it's one of those things like
That's where I
South
got my Krampus mask, unfortunately.
Well, if we're talking about these masks,
Right,
and like
where
he was talking about the
South Park
what's this guy
really
look
works
like,
because they
John?
can do outrageous shit because you know it's not real. Because they don't even look
depending
remotely
on
human.
which
Yeah,
picture you
your
see
brain
or who you
knows.
ask.
You,
But
when
I
you
do
were
share
doing
some
the face
common-
swaps with like cell phone technology, you know, like what everybody can use, it was obvious. So something funny about it being clearly not Bill Maher.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
clearly Kyle Dunnigan.
Yeah.
It wasn't
Shit's,
Kim Kardashian. It was Kyle Dunnigan. It was, you know,
Yeah.
it was the way you were doing it was like, super obvious. Then the Comedy Central thing came on like this. Like, could you get a beer?
But that looks ridiculous. I didn't need that beer.
Start from the beginning.
Wait, let's play a different episode.
No.
Blunt. This one's terrible. Listen,
you're in
no
trouble
one's
with this
buying
one.
Yeah, you might want to
So,
Has
I would read
some
lecture.
horns of a goat.
Make a wish
As
on. All right, we can turn this off.
Turn it off. If you want to put on your whistle, if you want to put on your one, put the one where she, what happened to her vagina? I forget what it was.
Krampus carries
They were all talking about something happened. And
symbolized the binding of the
she
devil
shoved a baby in her
by the Christian
pussy.
church.
Yeah, that sounds like
really
it.
good.
Yeah.
Oh, it was awful.
I thought
For a minute there,
all the children. I mean, how
thought
else
I
are
was
you
going
going
to
to
suffer the
kids?
same fate as my nutsack.
Oh,
I'm trying to
yeah,
dance
baby. I
separate
want to
the
apologize
chains.
You
to
know, I just, I
trans.
was letting
You didn't tell me this. He was speaking way. Like, sound like you're
The
speaking.
first thing
way
I
too
did
much
when I saw
experience
the
there.
flames was grab my candy clutch and my allergen and a queen stiletto pumps.
probably cries
Ran
out.
back into the flames
The
to get my
chains are sometimes
Louboutin
accompanied
alligator
with
duffel.
bells of
A
various
bag
sizes.
so beautiful it demands
Like
attention.
bells and
Yeah.
sing
My shy stepping
bells
to
on
be
it, so
shoes in my
for
jar
Krampus
checkers.
all the
But there was no
Now we know for whom the bells
enough
fall.
time to say two of those things, Carol.
Oh, no.
I'm all for a botanical fun, but I don't know.
This is what I do with my time.
That's the
Yeah, checkers are dead. Yeah, baby. Oh, baby.
or the Louboutin.
That's what I'm doing with my
Bundles of
time.
birch branches
That's an old one.
that Krampus carries, and with
an
which
old
he
one.
occasionally
But the
swats
fact that that's
children.
obvious made it better. When they did it on Comedy Central, they used higher level technology.
No.
and it was
Yeah.
kind of weird.
That's true.
Yeah, it's creepy. It has that, what is that?
Uncanny Valley.
Uncanny Valley. Uncanny Valley. Yeah, your brain needs to know it's a
Have you ever
joke.
seen them together?
Like obvious, like that's obvious joke. Like no one's gonna look at that and go, "What did Caitlyn Jenner say?" Like you look at that, and you go, "What is this?" Like that's part of the fun of it because it doesn't look real.
Yeah.
Or the Vikings are
Completely ridiculous. I didn't mean to have a beard. That was just, I was being funny. That was like trying to make a joke.
And now they are. And look who won't be. The Cardinals.
Exactly.
By the way, I never did it. I did impressions when I was
May have
younger.
significance
And I was like in middle school. I would do
initiation
them.
rings.
And then I started doing like a manager was like, don't do impressions. And then that face app came along, and I looked nothing like Trump. So the first one I was doing was Trump. Yeah, I did a Trump like years ago, and I was like, oh, I can do Trump because my face like is the opposite of Trump. Stormy, Stormy, Stormy. It's funny. I did the worst Trump. Like I did Trump for.
Obviously, to carry
It's the worst one. Now everyone does it better than
It was fun. It was a ridiculous character, though. But it's like that's why I knew Comedy Central. I'm like, if you guys are fucking this up,
and he whips them.
like this show is giving to get to you on a silver platter. Just get out of the way. All you had to do is get out of the way. You were working with Metzger, right?
Yeah, we got not at that moment.
Yeah, eventually.
Yeah.
They're like, all you gotta do is get out of the way. Just get out of the way. Point a camera at it. Let him tell him you're supporting them.
Yeah, eventually there was a show on, yeah, it was doing full on, that was like I was kind of doing little videos, and then it became like I was crafting, you know, you were in one of them, Time Canceller, like we had like crafted episodes.
I don't remember, what did we do in that one?
You played Becky, the nurse. What's Time Canceller? This is a show, Joe. I don't think you remember this. I don't remember, but Time Canceller was like a full episode where no one ever was like, hey, we can make this, and it wasn't dirty, and it was like got a lot of views, and I never, Hollywood never.
Want one place to manage all your online and in-person sales?
They couldn't
That's kind of our thing.
figure out.
Businesses that grow with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 a month trial at shopify.com/listen. Shopify.com/listen.
Creative people and then business executives. That's the weird marriage. And they because they've had you did shows before, or you know, we're producing South Park. Like, but you don't make it. You can't make it yourself. But so you have this idea in your head that you're a part of the process. You could choose. You've got an eye for creativity. Oh, that's right.
We told you before the break. We told you about
You're a really good man.
Thank you.
I don't.
Who he was.
Do you come up to that?
What he thinks about
Joe Rogan from.
Well, a lot of people like
5 years.
Now
bring it
we're
up the
going to
airport.
tell you.
Yeah.
It comes up there a lot.
Do you have any? I don't want to be. You just like people coming up to you. How do you feel about that?
Most people are nice. It's just people being nice. Most people.
Now we're going to tell you a little bit about
The vast majority of people just want to say hi.
He's on everyone's radar.
They like what you
where he's popped up in
do.
pop culture.
That's nice.
And
You know,
I think
because
a
of
good
you,
place to start is in 2015
a lot of
movie
dudes come to my show, which is great.
What's mostly girl for?
It's mostly nobody. It's mostly neither people are doing my show. But now it's great. People come to my shows. But it is like a sea of dudes. Like, I did a tour and I started counting like, are any girls come to my show? And the only ones would come would be like, my boyfriend likes you, something like that. Like, and
it's not
I saw thousands of people. There was never like 3 girls.
list actors in it.
Yeah, it's
It might be like one autistic girl.
It's got some good, like you said, it's got some good people. It's got
No lady
Who likes to hear you say, yeah, baby, yeah, baby, yeah.
Jesus was
Wait till Netflix episode of Kill Tony.
Oh my god, the wildest show. That show is like a fever dream. Wow. It's like nothing else is going to be on Netflix like that.
Yeah.
It was so fun.
We can't give anything away, right? Because it doesn't come out until Monday, so we don't want to give anything away.
Oh,
but holy shit, was it fun.
I love Tony's like, I like when comedians do well because there's so much pressure. Imagine the pressure. Oh, you have no, it's like you change their.
and then it turns into what's great.
There's nothing. You when you're young, you don't even know how to make it in show business.
And there's just like one show. This was a direct link. So it's what also works.
How everyone
Yeah, guys that have gone from that show that have real careers now. Yeah. Guys like Cam Patterson, William Montgomery. These guys are going on the road. They're selling out all over the place. David Lucas. I mean, it's kind of incredible. The fan base is rabid.
Yeah, he's made a lot of careers.
They're selling out.
I know. They have like the comedy up a ton right now. The funny thing is when someone doesn't do well, it's like that's it makes you laugh. And Tony will go, "Holy shit!" Tony's the worst. He's so funny. It's like, "Holy
Krampus himself
he's so good
doesn't
at
come to get the family.
Oh my god,
He sends
he's the best at
his
There's no one
possessed
close.
toys.
He's got roaster ever.
which are,
I mean,
unbelievable.
on that Tom Brady roast, he's a fucking
Why
savage.
do they always
Oh,
possess
that
toys
shit.
in
Yeah.
these movies? Why not a household
That
appliance?
Tom Brady roast was so important to comedy because it was the most watched thing ever in Netflix. It was the most unwoke thing that's ever been on television.
Yeah.
So it was like it broke it down.
The funniest
Nicky
part,
Glazer was really
funniest
funny.
part
Yeah,
of
very
for me,
funny.
Jeff Ross.
David Koechner
Great on.
is
Schultz
in the
killed on.
kitchen
It was
and
great.
he's being attacked by gingerbread men. And
Having
they
something
are
like that, a
they-
big moment.
three
You know,
little
like something
gingerbread
just
men
fun.
together.
Like all these stupid rules. We're talking shit. This is just talking shit. Everybody loves it.
They
I think
are
it seems
together
like
to
let it go.
shoot
It's done.
a
It seems
nail
like
gun.
everything.
Well, it's not that some
And
people are
as they're
triple
shooting
mask
the
right
nail
now
gun
as
at
you're
him,
listening to this. I can't
finally
believe it.
shotgun.
They're not
They
listening. They got a
shoot at
tie-dye
them,
mask on the
explode something, and they
outside.
catch on fire.
Taking a Tesla on their way to the garage.
I know
Those
it's
two of them away. The third
on
one is
stage
just about to
the
get
whole time.
and
The whole time. I won't say
just
it.
as
Puts
it's
it
about
on when he's talking.
kill him in some way, shape,
Comes
or
into the
form.
microphone.
Comes
Dog runs
in,
up and eats it.
takes it off.
Think,
No, yeah, he
no
takes it
matter
off.
what's
This
going on,
is-
if I got a
We're doing
gingerbread
comedy
cookie
through
from that bake,
masks.
I can take it.
That is one of
Very
It-
funny.
it's
That's
on
one of
fire,
the
and
dumbest
doesn't have any
fucking
weapons.
things of all
That guy
time.
You know what?
happened to
Maybe
the-
he has like an
You know,
immunity.
in the continuum of
I don't know,
things
maybe
It doesn't stay home.
About becoming
It doesn't matter. It's not helping you. You're
Gingerbread
breathing
cookies are
into
very
this
low.
fucking cloth that's an inch from your face, and
Yeah.
bacteria is going to accumulate there.
How many gingerbread men do you
Moisture.
think you would take to
And it's probably going to be
That
worse
is
for
great.
you.
It's like the
Does
old
he hate when you like it to
5-year-olds
stand up and
I'm
like
gonna go-
the
I'm
accent,
gonna
like
go
mouth
with
it, like
I
that,
think
all the
well,
people
gingerbread
15
cookies get
years
overpowered
before
me.
and Canadians
They
are
are
disgusting. Let's be honest, we're all disgusting.
Demonic
group of
power.
people. And
I mean, they're
you're
not
just like,
a
okay.
regular gingerbread
Where
cookies.
the best cookies in hell.
A regular
Wait
gingerbread
for whatever.
cookies
Yeah,
arm
someone's
would
got a
break
cold.
off the
We all
moment
have
I
a
tried
cold.
to
That's
the
one
moment I
thing.
tried to pick up a nail gun. So they're demonic.
Yeah,
They have
microphone
extra
somebody else.
power.
I mean, I suppose a
I know
demonic
it goes through a
cookie
microphone.
is probably
Swear to God.
one step above
The
the
stand.
demonic blanket
Really?
as far as like what's gonna
Doesn't Elijah do that too?
that demonic blanket is wet.
How's she doing?
Keep that
And
in
then
mind.
now there are the other
I
there are
think
all
she
the
just
other
released
toys that they were
You ever see her
fighting in the
movie
attic.
that's like weird because it's like some of it's funny, then all of a sudden it's serious, and you're like,
Kind of a throwback
No,
from
like it goes
the
back
Clown
and forth.
Smatter days. It's a
mixed
clown eating
genres. They
people.
call it.
You know what she's on that I love? Righteous
Lady
Gemstones.
Righteous
Big black
Gemstones.
mouse.
Yeah.
Was that the angel? Was that the angel?
B.O.L.E.
It
Patterson,
kind
I
of
love
had
her. I
that-
was in the groundlings
Yeah,
with her.
yeah, I had to
He
have
would
it
do
all.
sketches.
Yeah.
He's
It
like
kind
the
of had that almost
daughter or
Asian
something.
Right.
feel
So
to
funny.
old,
She's just weird and funny.
Japanese
It's a
horror
weird
movies.
show. It's
Yeah.
a funny show, man.
Real
Like,
wings
I can't
with-
believe
it-
nobody
it
told
was
me to watch it.
Yeah,
Maybe
it was.
there's
It was.
two.
Too late.
These
Show.
things
I have a
are
thing
just
where
working for Krampus, and they're
like,
in the
don't
house
yeah,
just
not
to
tell me
steal
another show.
everyone away
Not
because
caught up.
long
The
story
Baldwins,
short,
you
this
watching
kid was
that?
finally given up on
Was it
Christmas. He was the type
sitcom?
His family sucks.
It's a reality show
Because
about
if
Alec
you haven't seen
Baldwin.
it,
His
David
terrible
Koechner's
wife.
character is
She's
kind
an
of
awful.
like
Because I
Cousin
watch
Eddie
women
in
watch. That's what I
Christmas
do.
Does she
Vacation.
fake the accent? I watched if
Yeah,
she
they
fakes the
show
accent.
up and the whole
Yeah,
family is a
she's
bunch
a-
of idiots.
She
And
is.
Scott's character is
And
kind
I-
of
She doesn't
they're
understand the
normal,
words.
they're the
Yeah.
normal family.
Hey, what is how do you say
And
in English?
Relations no longer love each other.
Yes.
Whole family, yeah.
And so the
And he goes
son
along
writes
with
this letter, you know,
But
just
he-
like
you have
showing
that,
you know, the Christmas spirit would come
her
in and he kinda
shushing
gets
him
up
at
and
like a
says,
red.
"No,
I saw
it's
it.
not at all.
Just
The
awful.
Christmas spirit's
Yeah, I'm
gone."
talking. You're not
I'm talking. You're talking one night.
Literally,
Yeah,
yeah.
Alec Baldwin can get like a really
Wow.
sweet, beautiful
My
woman.
biggest issue
Alec
or
Baldwin,
craziness
what
in this shit
yelled
was
and run
you
away.
get through the whole thing and
He would
he's
yell.
literally showing all the help except for the boy. He's
He would yell.
leaving him
Yell
as
at
like
them, they'd run away.
and the
Who
boy
Who knows what these two are like? They both look like they're out of their fucking minds.
And I'm sure it's edited, but he comes off way better than her.
Maybe he's doing that on purpose. Maybe that's a clever move.
And it's all been a dream.
Let her say crazy shit. Don't check her. Let her come off looking like a nut. Maybe he planned it. Maybe they have a wonderful relationship. And they said, listen, this is not going to sell.
Maybe you're right. Go viral.
Listen, you're going to shut me up, and I'm not even going to comment on it. Plus, I just
He
killed
opens
him.
his last hit, and it's a
So,
tramp itself.
It does
You realize
make
nothing
you
more
forget
than
about when
everyone
you
sees me look
It's a
around.
good way to
and
make
all
you forget the
realize.
show.
And he
Yeah.
told him, I had a
Another good way
and
is
so
you
then
change
I
your
had
gender.
hands out.
Oh,
in a
yeah.
snow globe,
That's
and
another good
Krampus
way.
I
was putting
mean,
the snow
I
globe on a
Bruce
shelf
killed that
with
lady with the car.
By the way, spoiler alert.
Yeah, just
Is
for
that hell?
That was like right
Are they
after
in
that.
hell and
Have you ever
he's
seen
got
the
it in that
footage
snow
of the
globe?
car,
Or was that just
the
him looking in
reenactment?
their
Like
life?
she was
Or is
putting on
that
lip
their
lipstick
now
or something. She
world?
was very distracted.
Think about it.
What did I say about Alec Baldwin? Hold
So I
on.
looked it up, and
No,
there's
he
actually
was. He said she. Shouldn't say
like
she.
theories as to
What'd
whether
I
or not they're
say?
getting a chance to do it again and have Christmas spirit. Or
Yeah,
I-
that was back
as
when
well
she.
to repeat Christmas.
she
every
was
day
young.
after.
What is the
guess
same
that's,
as get in
you know,
the
it's a
Olympics?
choose your
Dead name.
adventure
What?
on that.
Can you dead name in the
Follow-up.
Olympics? Is that allowed?
Does
Dead naming
Groundhog
kind of went
Day
away, huh?
take place in another one of those snow globes?
Yeah.
That didn't work.
Wow.
People were like, wait, you can't kick
Yeah, I just blew your
people
mind.
out of the social square
It's not
for
really
life
epic looking
because
way
they won't
because it's like
accept
the
this
Tommy
bizarre
Westphal
new
universe.
thing you're doing.
I don't know if you guys ever watched St. Elsewhere, but
Yeah.
on St.
There
Elsewhere,
it is. Bruce Genevieve.
No, not like
Still says Bruce.
No.
Wow, look how jacked he was.
They had autistic.
Oh, yeah.
It was one of my favorite.
Back then it was
my parents' favorite. They had
Yeah,
an
not
autistic
shit.
boy,
You
and he was
can't-
staring at
Nah.
snow globes. And
Did
if
he
you watch
have
to the end of St.
I
Elsewhere,
think
it pans
I
out
have
and
no
realize that
information.
St. Elsewhere,
Yes,
and
but I
everything
think
that
so.
You're
happened
holding
in it
back. Do you work for the
was all
government?
in his head.
I
Inside
know
the
a
snow
guy.
globe. He was creating this world.
I'll
So
tell Trump
St.
to release
Elsewhere
the
never
files.
happened.
Sure,
because
terrifically.
St. Elsewhere
Terrific guy.
was
Are we
a
getting new
TV
files,
show
Jimmy? Does anything
that
happen?
has had
We
What
got
happened with
Oliver
shows for
Stone
NBC
apparently testified about the
co-starred
JFK
to
assassination.
this day.
What does
And
he know?
if
How
you
does
go
he
to
know?
He knows
Google,
everything about it.
you can
How does he
search
know?
Tommy
He's a
Westphal universe,
literally a
and all
warehouse
these
of
fucking
information on the
shows are
JFK
intertwined by
assassination.
one
Before the
character co-starring
podcast,
or whatever, up into
during the
new
podcast,
current
after the
shows.
podcast,
So they're like,
he wouldn't
is
stop
it
talking about it.
actually
Like
Is
you
it
could
Terrence
every
Howard?
fucking show
No,
on NBC
no, it's
is all
Oliver
just
Stone. He's a
Tommy
brilliant
Westphal
guy.
kids'
Oliver
head,
Stone
this
can give
autistic
you,
kid
he
making
can
it
sit
up.
down and
Yeah,
break
it's
down from
and people
just
made
from
up
recall.
plotted
And how
shows.
old
It's
is Oliver Stone?
fascinating to drop down this rabbit hole. That's Tommy
Like,
Westphal.
So in other words,
complete
you're
recall
saying Krampus
of
runs
dates,
NBC.
times,
Yes, is
who was
exactly
involved,
what I'm getting at. Exactly.
And St. Elsewhere is
who
also
they
based
worked
on
for
pagan
before this,
Yes.
who Kennedy had, or why they were on the Warren Commission report,
exactly
what the
right.
Warren Commission report's objectives were, who was influencing it, who saw the gunshots in the grassy knoll, how did they die in mysterious circumstances.
And he's like,
rattle it
That transparent?
all off.
If that's
off
the
top
case,
of
if
his
that's
head.
and he's like,
through line you're
He
looking
tells
for in the
Congress to
movie,
reinvestigate the
where on
1963
the morality
assassination,
spectrum are you when you get evil
starting at the
gingerbread
scene of the
cookies?
crime.
I mean, they're
Like, I'm
Oh,
telling
you
you, man,
or the
the
jury?
movie he did
Well, if
is,
you're the, if,
great movie.
if
Kevin
you're the
Costner,
recipient
wonderful
of
movie.
evil gingerbread
But
here's the
cookies,
problem. In
Talking
that
to
movie,
him about it is where
the
you really
grandmother
freak out. Like, this
of
guy
Lincoln
has been
never lost
studying the JFK
why did she get
assassination
attacked
forever.
by the
And he
gingerbread
thinks
cookies
it
and the
was
toys
the
and
CIA.
everything?
but she's still
Or-
paying
or-
for
or-
earlier
You know, no
sales.
one
But
knows
she got-
and until you get all
He
these
let her have a
files.
second
No one's
chance,
going
and
to
she
know.
never
And even
forgot
once you get all
the
these files,
Christmas spirit.
what is it going
And
to?
it's a horror movie.
You're
And
still
horror
going
movies,
to
once you
connect
make your initial
dots.
sin,
And
you
it's not
never
like there's a
actually
page 24.
get a second chance.
Mike
That way
did
you
it.
never
Oh,
upset.
Yeah,
fucking
right,
Mike.
You just don't
Yeah, Mike was in the grassy knoll.
You know,
I told him,
the
shoot
movie. What?
that Irish cocksucker. He's going to rob us.
The way to die.
No, there's none of that. You're
Sex,
going to
like,
get
oh, I mean, one of those two.
certain
Black guy,
details
you have sex,
that
or
weren't
you
available
put something
before
out
for national
the
security
garage.
reasons or
I'll
for
be
whatever.
right
But
back.
if they had made
All
some
right, Brent,
sort of a
let's move on
declaration
from
that Kennedy was a
Krampus
problem,
and let's move on to another
as close to a smoking
wonderful,
gun as you
wonderful
can.
holiday
But
treat.
they could probably get away with saying
Christmas
things like that in
I don't even want to spend
1963.
much time
You know,
on this.
especially like
Terrible stuff.
It's a great movie. If you want to check it out,
People
it is on
that
Netflix
work
right
at the- they
now.
were
It's an
doing
anthology
nutty
horror
shit
flick, but
in
actually
63.
all the stories tie in together. They
Really
all take
nutty
place in the
shit.
same
Like
town.
that's the same year as Operation
Who's
Northwoods.
radio on air
And
personality?
it's the same
That
year.
Will Shatner.
None
Operation
other than
Northwoods was this crazy
Merry
idea that was drummed up. It was a false flag idea that was drummed up and literally signed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Like they gave it green light and then vetoed by Kennedy. What they were going to do is they're going to have a bunch of false flag attacks. Like they were going to blow up a jetliner. They were going to blame it on Cuba. And they were going to arm Cuban friendlies and bomb Guantanamo Bay. They were going to literally kill American citizens. And the idea was do this false flag, blame it on Cuba, then we have to go to war with Cuba. And Kennedy was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" No. And then there's the other one, which is the Bay of Pigs. So they informed Kennedy about the Bay of Pigs. Apparently, they informed him about it like late in the process, and he denied them air support. So the whole plan of invading Cuba, the Bay of Pigs, was dependent upon air support. They didn't get air support because Kennedy said no to it. So all these people died that didn't have to die. All these American soldiers died that didn't have to die. And my friend Evan Hafer from Black Rifle Coffee, he had a very good point. He's like, if you wanted to look at someone who had a bone to pick, who was like a hard killer, like those guys who got stranded at that beach, those would be the kind of guys that would want to kill Kennedy. Like, there's probably a lot of people that wanted to kill Kennedy. You know, there's probably the mob wanted to kill him because the mob got him in. You know, the whole
every now and then he goes on rants.
Thing that happened with Illinois, like him winning Illinois, very shaky stuff, right? So the mob got him in, and then his brother starts going after the mob.
Yeah.
Like, hey, fuckface, we're gonna deal with this. And then he's trying to get rid
old drunk
CIA. He wants to get rid of
Twitter because
all
that's what it reads like.
He gives that speech about privacy, about having these private groups and having secrecy and secret societies. Have you ever seen that speech about secret societies? Yeah, it's really creepy. He's talking about how secret societies are repugnant, and that he's essentially calling out a shadow government. He's calling out all these people that are involved in these organizations, literally from like Yale, like the Skull and Bones that they're all in. All these creepy frat boys join Skull and Bones, and then one day they wind up ruling the world. Like, it's kind of Harry Potter-ish. It's bizarrely, you know, on the nose as far as what it is. But he was calling that stuff out in the 60s as well. And then they kill him. And then you don't hear about any of that stuff anymore.
And we will get to the John Larroquette story.
Let's listen to Kennedy talk about secret societies. Secret societies.
There are secret societies.
It's a very creepy speech when you think about the fact that they killed him like less than a year later, I believe.
What about the back and the left? This is what I heard. I don't know any information. But in Oliver Stone, he was like back and to the left. Back and. But someone was saying, no, your head would do that because of like from the shot from the back, your head would like recoil back. I don't know it.
All right, guys. So
we can look at that too.
You look at this whole heaven, hell, and evil, and good, and Christmas,
speech that killed him,
shit like that. About sin does to kids, especially like little ones.
The very word
have you guys seen this whole conspiracy about? They say Rothschild teaches them that surveillance is okay. It's a big machine coming down on them and saying it's okay to be surveilled, under surveillance.
We decided long ago
that's
the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment
you're not supposed to be on
of
Facebook
pertinent facts
13. You know, you
far outweighs the dangers.
Look at those. Is it
which
just
are cited
bartering
to
with them to be
justify it.
good, to get rewards? Or does
Even
it
today,
character? And then when you're looking at that, is that the whole point of
there is little value in opposing the threat of a closed society
Let's stop.
by imitating its arbitrary
You're
restrictions.
asking these questions.
Even today,
Is
there is little value in ensuring the survival of our nation.
Yes, we're talking about it.
What I mean by
If our
that is,
traditions do
do
not survive
parents,
with it.
whether it be here or
And
in
there
Europe,
is very
still
grave danger
like to this
that an
day,
announced
obviously
need for
parents
increased
all across the world still
will
tell
be
their
seized
kids that their
upon by
presents
those
came from Santa
anxious to
Claus.
expand its meaning
Are there
to the
are
very
parents
limits
somewhere,
of
whether
official
it be here
censorship
or in Europe,
and concealment.
telling their kids
That I
that
do not
Krampus
intend to
is
This
real?
is
admit
just what I wrote
except
online.
that it's
Online,
in my control.
supposedly in some
And no
Bavarian,
official of my
Alpine,
administration,
Germanic
whether his rank
places,
is
they
high or
still
low,
bury
They
those.
still to
civilian
this
or
day,
military,
Yes.
should interpret my words here tonight
The kids
as
think
an
he's
excuse to
really
censor the
Krampus.
Like
if Santa,
to stifle
if a
the
kid
chance
was in Santa's lap, he actually
to cover
thinks
up
he's meeting
our
Santa.
mistakes
I think the kids know
But it
that
would
this is
hold
just a
the
game.
presence
They
of
do a
the
lot
public
of parades and
fact
things like
they
that. You
deserve
see
to
children
know.
like running up to them, so I think it's
For
more.
we are opposed around the world
it's more of.
by a
So
monolithic
they don't actually think
and
that if they
ruthless
misbehave, they're going to
conspiracy
get eaten and drugged to hell.
that relies
don't think so.
primarily on puppet
I like to
means
think they do.
for
I have nothing
expanding
to back
its
it
sphere
up.
of
Just like,
influence,
you like to think they
on
think they
infiltration
actually do get drugged to
instead of
hell.
invasion,
Yeah.
on subversion
What are you
instead
doing?
of election,
Dragging these kids to hell.
on
They
intimidation
misbehaved.
instead of
See,
free
we're
choice,
not talking about what you
on
would
guerrillas
say,
by
Brent. We're
night
talking about what's actually
instead of
true.
armies by day.
This is sass mouth.
It is a
This send them
system
to
which
hell.
has
I
conscripted
really don't know. I guess
vast human and material resources
Call our Bavarian
into the
brothers
building of a
and find
tightly
out.
knit,
Well, here's the thing.
highly efficient machine
Regardless of the legitimacy
that
of Krampus,
combines
I always
military,
thought the whole thing
diplomatic,
with Santa, he
intelligence,
sees you when you're
economic,
sleeping, he knows
scientific,
when you're awake.
and political
I always thought that
operations.
was creepy enough.
Its preparations
He knows if
are
you're
concealed,
bad or
not
good,
published.
So don't get
Its mistakes are buried, not
Like, I mean,
headlined.
Santa
Its
has some
descendants are
creepy
silent,
vibe to him
not
on
praised.
his own. You don't really need
No
the credit.
expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed. No president should fear public scrutiny
Come on,
of
kids.
his
Store's
program.
closing.
For from that scrutiny comes understanding, and from that understanding comes support or opposition,
Dan, what are your
and
thoughts?
both
I mean,
are
what do you
necessary.
think?
Why
of
did
this whole
why did we become so
I think
retarded?
this is Christian propaganda.
Like, listen to how genius what he's saying is, and how
pagan god that people
eloquently
worship and
he's
turned him
describing
into
the problem.
being and
talk
said,
about
this is going.
No,
if you,
we don't
if
talk
you
like
like
that.
him,
And if we
drag
did
you
talk
out.
like that, people would be like, he just said.
Yeah, I
I think
didn't
it was
understand.
I understood half of those words.
Yeah.
1963, we're dumber
Oh yeah,
with access to information. 63.
and people think there's their phone. They
Yeah.
think that's them.
ChatGPT is like,
Krampus is everywhere. So I mean,
So I tried Grok too, and it was really,
it's really good.
really cool.
Good stuff.
I
was
kind of
reading,
felt
we were
like
talking about Stryker
I don't
last
know.
week, and I was reading.
you
They
can
were
just
talking
see
to Stryker
liking
like
your
in
AI
2017
friend.
recently.
that's the problem with
They
this.
just stick around.
Grok is saying some
Take
wild
it,
shit
yeah,
to
you read
folks.
your,
Oh, I know they have the
You're
different kind of
Republican
stuff.
nomination.
Well, if you ask
And he's
Grok,
like, you know, we don't like to
if
label
you were
Christian
like
band.
purely
We're
evil and
Christians
you wanted
who
to
were in a
destroy
band,
society,
but we're not a Christian rock band.
would you do it?
And
How would you
that's
do
actually
it? And
a good
Grok
way to put it. He goes,
essentially
"Well, all of our
describes
songs are-
everything that's
are,
happening
about
in
God.
society.
We just have to
Yeah,
be Christians
it's like
that are in it."
Idiocracy. You know
He
that
goes,
movie?
Idiocracy.
"You've got
Idiocracy. Yeah,
drugs
it's
and
happening.
druggies
I definitely
and
feel like
Idiocracy like
Guns N'
was
Roses.
very
They're not a drug
charitable
band, you know, and
in
you've got
terms of like their
you
version of
got
the future
secular
Christian
It's
was
really worse.
Okay, okay, you know, let's say Danzig.
they didn't figure in cell phone
He's like, why
addiction.
are we a Christian band?
Yeah, you know
He's
what
like,
makes me
because
laugh
then
is
you
when you
get
look at like a
this whole,
70s
and then
movie
you
about
don't
the
get play on the radio and things like that.
and like what they got right and wrong.
Yeah.
First of all,
They
we don't do the FaceTime
they do
as much
have,
as they
you
thought
know,
we were going to do all the time. We're like, no, we don't want that.
Number one
Another funny thing is
celebrity
like
to hell
the
with the
back
devil.
of
Fantastic
TVs
track.
are like
It is
TVs are
actually.
never going to lose their back. They're not flying
Then you get
cars.
the Zodiac Killer.
Where do you put the stuff? Like no
It's
one
always
can
gonna
figure
be
it
a
out.
big box.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they're like, oh, there's no more
So Joe
racism in the
Krampus, your
future.
thoughts?
And you have flying
I don't
cars.
know.
Where's the flying cars?
Yeah, no flying cars, no back.
No racism. There's no black people. Watch the Jets.
You're not a Bavarian. You're not a Bavarian.
They don't have a single
Oh, that's
black
true.
person.
Yeah.
That was our hero. George Jetson. And then they would be flying around your flying car.
What year was that supposed to be? Did they say like
That's a good question.
2012?
Let's take a guess. What is it?
Yeah,
Oh,
like,
you already fucked it up.
My cigar keeps going on. Is that a sign of manlyhood?
But also,
2006.
like, I grew up where it was like, oh, you were
2006?
bad. Hi,
What?
you get a
No,
lot of
that's what
coal.
came out.
Oh, you were bad. You're strong. That's what we beat you with.
No, I mean like
No, not Idiocracy. The Jets. What year is the
so shaped
the
like
Jets?
coal.
Idiocracy was supposed to be 2021.
So yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, 2000. That's probably again
But I do like
very
the horns.
charitable.
yeah. And by the
We
way,
could have a pro wrestling
Because I
president
would give it
right
2
now.
thumbs
By the
up,
way,
you know?
oh
It's,
yeah,
The Rock.
it's
You know,
a way to get
I
your
like
kids
that
to
guy.
have
are you allowed to say that?
I don't know.
I think they wanted the Rock. To
Yeah,
win.
you made it.
Rock.
A really good
Rock
point.
could win.
Do they
I
still
went
teach
to
them
the
He did, right? Yeah.
From what
I
read
went to the
online,
gym with
some places
The
still
Rock
do.
when I was in
But I
LA.
think
Not a brag. I was
Band
telling you
says more
facts.
tongue-in-cheek,
We
like,
went to
oh, you know,
the same gym.
they do
Just
Krampus,
got, yeah, we
right?
got like this was before he was like
Cosplay
the
is
famous.
on point
But there
in
was
the
this like
Krampus
restaurant
community.
nearby,
It makes me
and I was
wonder-
there,
and
and
that's
he got a
where I land.
stack
It
of
makes
like
me wonder how
10
big it
burgers. That's
even
all he ate.
was in those communities
He's
at
an
that
enormous
time.
dude.
Just just because it
He was just
existed
wrestling
there,
back then.
He could be the
I mean, it
He
was
couldn't do
their
the lift the
go-to
weight I was
belief
doing. He
system.
went machine and he
Again,
went down.
500 years ago.
But just because
What?
we know it existed there doesn't mean
Okay,
we
let's guess.
we think
Okay.
they all
I want to
gathered
say
around close there and talked about
1998.
Krampus.
1999.
Right?
I'm going to say
We just know
1999.
it was
Yeah.
a thing.
Fortunate America, if you didn't
Came
read
out
it, it burned you.
So who
2000.
knows how much they actually
2000.
used it? We know
This
it's
year.
big today
1999.
because we
What is it?
love bringing shit like this
Apparently
back
100 years into
so
the
we can
future.
get together, dress up like it, and drink.
Oh, okay.
Like it's a
Not gonna
reason
happen.
to get together. There are Krampus fests
No,
all
no.
across the country.
No.
No.
They
People
didn't
dress
figure
up
out
like it. You
phones.
mentioned cosplay.
That's even
You know,
Star Trek didn't figure out
it's
cell
just
phones.
one more reason to
There was a
get
walkie-talkie.
together,
Kirk
be
out.
different, and like I
You know,
said,
like
drink.
shut
So
his
I
little
don't
walkie-talkie
know
off.
if it was ever actually a
They did.
big thing.
Yeah,
but
Kirk
it's something
did
to
that.
get together,
Did you
talk about, and
see
make movies
this
about.
fucking warp drive thing?
No, but I love space and all this stuff, so I want to see this.
She works,
Yeah, somebody
right by
sent me
the
this.
Downey Stevens
Very,
Convention
very
Center,
strange.
huge convention
I took
center
physics in college, not to brag, but
and it was the
I
I
bet
bet you did.
And
I
every year,
I never
walk
thought
across
of
the
doing
street
something
and
else,
walk,
but I
and they're
love
always
other
going in
things.
to this-
And for
to
some
the
reason,
center.
I
She
just
go to
was
work,
like,
and so she's like, I
in
saw like
taking
a
acting
puppy dog in leather
Um,
chaps, and
what did you like about physics?
you know, and it was
I
being walked
always,
on a leash by a cat.
I love like outer space,
every
just
year.
science
I
stuff.
never
I
pay
just always
attention
have
when
like
it
an
is, but I
interest
always
in
love
it.
to get a call from. She's
And
like,
in school, I was very, I didn't score well, but like physics, I did well because it was like wasn't a lot
that's
of
our
reading.
story of Stereo
Wasn't
Nation. Have
dense
you ever
reading.
heard of it before?
What is the problem with
We had the last few
Well,
years
I never
here.
attested, but I did take Spanish, and she goes, you write all your B's and D's backwards. So I assume I had dyslexia.
How old were you though?
I was in high school, but I always read. So, like my parents would they'd send me to read speed reading classes. They weren't back then in my day. They weren't like you have a reading disorder. They were like you're dumb and you read
Hysteria 51.
faster.
You get all sorts
Yeah, there was no test.
extra episodes. Our couple nights are on there. Plus it's
So
like
dyslexia is like you see things backwards. Is that what it is?
It's sort of like you flip things. So I actually put a dyslexia app on my computer, and it sort of like
Two of them.
makes
We
the
had a
font so I
that
don't
was
flip
written by the staff here at
the like,
Stereo
you
51.
know.
So you do have dyslexia.
I
recorded by the staff here at
never
Stereo
was
51,
tested,
and then
but
we
this
also have
app
one that was recorded by
I read much faster with it, so I'm assuming.
Don't forget to leave us a voicemail.
I took the medicine. It got better. So I assume I had.
Yeah, that's kind of what it was.
Jamie, I sent you that warp drive
We'll
thing.
play them in the next few episodes. Thanks for leaving them.
I don't like labels, Joe. I don't want to label myself with
I
a
get it.
disease. I can read it.
DARPA-funded researchers accidentally discovered the world's first warp bubble.
Hysteria51.com.
Warp drive pioneer and former
If you wanna know
NASA
what
warp
Joe
drive
Petty looks like,
specialist
there's a picture.
Dr. Harold G.
Not sure
Sonny
I'd
White
suggest
has
against it.
reported the discovery of an actual real-world warp bubble. And according to White, the first of its kind breakthrough by Limitless Space Institute's team sets up a new starting point for those trying to manufacture a full-size, warp-capable spacecraft. They added our detailed numerical analysis of our custom Casimir cavities. I don't know what that means. Helped us identify a real and manufacturable nano microstructure that is predicted to generate a negative vacuum energy density such that it would manifest a real nanoscale warp bubble. But not an analog, but the real thing. In other words, a warp bubble structure will manifest under these specific conditions. White cautioned that this does not mean we're building a fully functioning warp drive. As much more science needs to be done.
John Brent will be back next week with yet more of the unexplained, the unexplored, and the unheard of. If it's unheard of, how are they know
Warp
about it?
Drive think tank
Anyway,
adds
if you
Harvard
want to suggest a
astrophysicists
topic,
and warp
give us your
theorists
thoughts
to
or
advance
just make
planetary
fun of
defense.
conspiracy theories. That's my favorite. Join us in our Facebook discussion group.
So they're going to throw a warp
Hysteria
drive
Nation.
around an
Just
asteroid,
log
keep
on
it
to
from killing us?
Facebook and search Hysteria Nation.
Could have
Or you can
profound
always
effects on
tweet us
planetary
at
defense,
Hysteria
advanced
51
propulsion, and warp drive detection. Maybe that's where our asteroids are coming from. Someone like shot an asteroid, like like something's coming at their car, they whacked it out of the window, and it hit your car. Yeah, you know what I mean?
That's what's happening. We got the asteroid belt.
Smack that bird, and it went into your window.
Yeah. That's what's happening in outer space.
I wonder if that's what's happening. I wonder if they see an asteroid coming, they just throw a warp bubble at it, and it just appears somewhere else. Not my problem.
That'd be cool.
It just shows up.
Jupiter saves us from all our little
Yeah.
strikes.
Yeah.
We do have like a perfect setup, and then
Okay, so this is no coincidence. We are working on something historic. When pushed for a timeline and list of goals for the team's newest project, Martyr? How do you say that? MARTIRE? Martellere. It said, yes, they exist, but we can't disclose those details at this time. He said, seemingly boundless passion practically coming through in print. You'll understand why once I'm able to show you. It's rad. Applied physics is currently hiring. Okay. I won't tell you what it is. But,
originally known for its
so this is what I've been thinking a lot of these fucking
since its doors opened over a
UAP
century
things
ago,
are.
it's been known for
Yes, I want to know what you think.
That's what I think some of it has got to be ours. And I think if I had some shit that I didn't want the general public to know that I had, and I wanted to protect it from like espionage, didn't want enemies to find out about it, I would say it's not mine. I'd say it's coming from outer space. It's not of this world.
Yeah.
Not as far.
A race to build the world's first working warp jet.
Jesus. Warp theorists have entered an exotic propulsion space race to build the world's first working warp drive. All this is happening while AI is becoming sentient. Did you hear that? Turing test?
Was this recently?
Yeah, it was an article from yesterday. AI passes Turing test for the first time.
Yeah, it learns like exponentially. People think it's happening so fast.
You know what the Turing test is?
Yeah, just see if it could pass the human.
Yeah, if it passes as a human to everyone.
I don't think I can pass.
Terrifying study reveals AI robots have passed Turing tests and now are indistinguishable from human, scientists say.
Yeah. Well, what's so far? It is I think the good things is it'll probably loneliness a little robot friends.
100%, but it's going to be real weird, and it could be complete population collapse. No bullshit.
Because of the jobs they replace?
The jobs they replace, people having no desire to take care of kids or have kids when you have a robot girlfriend.
Yeah, robot
Podcasting from the lower
you also like
otherwise known
You're like, yeah, we're all gonna die. Robot girlfriend, you kill a man inside this robot.
They're gonna play like sell like their vagina separately. Let's do the actual
a robot girlfriend that you have to keep alive would come. The only way to keep her alive. I got the one. You gotta fill her up every day, or she just gets narcolepsy. Falls asleep.
What about meaning? That's a problem, I think. To have robots be better at everything, even already just songs. Like I write music just for fun, but like it's a talent that doesn't matter anymore. You know, like
what the hell?
Nothing doesn't matter. Like they write very good songs already. AI, and then have you ever seen the art?
One of those photos of the entire Milky Way galaxy and this little dot of the Earth.
Yes, you are here. Yes, it's very disturbing.
Now imagine meaning.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what is going on. I heard you
It's
idiots were
all
taking
us.
the show on the road
It's all
and no one
subjective.
invited
Like
me.
meaning is
You
meaning
did
to
this
us
last
because
time
we
and the
think
show sucked.
we're super important.
You
But if
your
we get
stupid
surpassed
ass.
by a superior life
not
form,
this
then we
time.
actually
I'm going or no one is going.
meaning. What does meaning mean anymore? It doesn't mean anything anymore if you don't have emotions. If you're the superior life form and emotions don't exist anymore because you don't have a human reward system that's built in through thousands and thousands of years of evolution.
You need a job just to not have a job and an identity.
Yeah, the sun needs meaning. That's why it went supernova. It needed meaning. It just couldn't help it. It just like
See that? If we take you with us tonight, we open the doors and promise to be
the sun needed to be seen. I felt so unseen as the sun that I had to blow out a solar flare, kill everyone's satellites. Yeah. Its meaning is our thing, and we did decide that meaning is important, but objectively for the universe, it's clearly not.
Oh, the universe? No.
Man, we are a tiny little fucking spot in the universe. So, like, what does meaning mean? It really means something to us because we need meaning.
What do you suggest people do though? If they start to get, they don't have like a job they have to do. The robots do everything. We have universal income, and you just like, I went on vacation for 3 days. That's miserable.
Yeah. You have to find something to do, like as humans. But again, this is just humans. With the robot fuck ladies and free food, there'll be no more babies. The robot fuck ladies will take care of
The
your
robot fuck ladies.
They're gonna be a real problem.
We have a guest tonight. And I wouldn't say
they're going to be a real problem. It's going to be like that. Just look at how many incels just stay at home now and play video games. Like the number of men who never have sex and the number of men who have no girlfriends is like higher than it's ever been.
Yeah, and then if you like fall in love with your robot girlfriend, she's going to be really nice to you.
A robot brothel. Legal or no?
Silicone.
Ew. Legal though? Ew.
Definitely legal.
Ew.
It's like it's legal to fuck your car. I think.
It might be. It's if it's in the garage.
Yeah, not.
You can't fucking
I'm watching that guy who like fell off his car. That video. That's not real. No.
We are prepared in case things go weird.
Yeah, sure.
And Brent,
You let him film us. Kept it together while the cameras were on.
Really haven't had a completely successful
Yeah. You ever think maybe they just set that up because he's stupid?
Well, he's a good actor as Daniel Day-Lewis, maybe. But this was very good. He tells his dad. Because people fall in love like weird shit. It's just like a fetish thing. Bro, this guy.
This is so fake. This is TLC.
I love that.
This is like those people that eat toilet paper.
Yeah.
I guess the closest thing to an unlicensed nuclear accelerator would be.
Unless he's got like a weird brain injury.
That's
You get hit by a line drive and he falls.
One of the two.
Objectophilia. Oh boy.
It's a disease, Joe. These people have diseases.
I think that's a problem having too many names for stuff like narcolepsy. You know, I agree with that.
Narcolepsy, we need a name
Figure
for
it
it.
out. The people that were saying like dyslexia, figure it out. Yeah. Stop falling asleep.
I don't want to bleed.
Stop reading backwards. Figure it out.
I didn't feel dumb though. I wish I.
Otherwise, we're gonna have to find somebody in
name.
the hobby of
So I have a disease.
No worries. I can
No
give
one
you
wants to
blood.
ADHD.
I'll have you
That's a
blood
weird
by
one.
9 o'clock.
Some people say that's not a real thing.
If
Let's get
I
it going,
grew up
fellas.
earlier, I would have been
Ready to blow this
diagnosed as like
popsicle's head.
some kind of spectrum. I used to fly a kite to like. I used to fly kites like pee my pants. That's just like hung out like.
That's what he plays.
Yeah. I can't read.
Also, what structure?
That's
Yeah,
yeah.
Mary went to the cemetery.
Yeah, I
She's
just loved
buried.
it. That's a very Asperger, I think.
With her hands. And they just
Well,
have
look,
a
if you want
Then we went to
things
the
that are
ballroom
extraordinary, you
where
need
she
people that are
would
on
take people
spectrum.
to and have them drop
Like
her
that's a
off.
fact.
Burned down.
I
That's
know,
one
yeah.
thing we went tank vaccines for.
So that's
Well,
not the other corner or bad side. I don't know
fascinating
what it is.
people of kind of that spectrum.
A
A little here, a little pesticide there.
And we
Touch
at,
it all.
what was the place you took?
Next thing you know, you got some inflammation and some really good math.
We grew up like.
That's not what you're going to
I think the worst food,
It's, I disagree.
like when we were developing,
He had
the
a side
70s
of
food
bacon.
was
That's all they
just
had. Him and his wife
80s.
shared it. That's all they
Just
had.
big. I remember just having like that macaroni and cheese
Like 10
microwave on this like plastic
Right
tray.
Oh, yeah.
It's just all chemicals.
Now it's
That was my lunch.
Microplastics.
Peanut butter and fluff. You ever eat that? Oh, that was like lunch.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have a marshmallow for lunch.
Fluffer Nutter sandwich.
Wonder bread.
Yeah.
So
Sugar.
yeah, I used to go like I played golf like obsessive for a while. And I would walk 18 holes. I'd have a Snickers and a Sprite. I walked like 18 holes.
Yes. The one in the city doesn't
Oh,
have
I
that.
did this day after day.
Every place around here
That's like
either has
I
video
was like
gaming
big into routine
or is
stuff.
next to a place
That was when I was
named
growing.
after a
So I may
1940s
have
housewife
been taller.
that has video games.
Had carrot.
Just eat Snickers and
By the
Sprite.
way, this was like a country club. It's not like we weren't like real big rich, but like my dad paid for like 3 years at this country club, and the food was free. You had to spend and like $1,000 a month or whatever on food, and no one else was going. My dad worked really hard. I was the one going, and I was eating a lobster every day.
Right.
We had Snickers. It's a 13-year-old Kyle. Damn. Yeah.
At least you got peanuts and the Snickers.
Which isn't even a nut. That's a legume.
I wish Snickers were good for you. They're fucking delicious.
Because it was built back in
It's a great snack to
1893
take when you're
for
hiking.
something called the World's Fair. You ever heard of
I
that?
found one in my car.
Yeah, don't you
Lord Sandwich was a very conversant
in fact,
gambler.
it said that he
What's
was
a
a
conversant
Is
gambler?
not in fact
You
Jack
gamble
the
a lot,
Ripper.
would leave the table.
No matter what they tell you. on
Story goes, did not take the time to have a meal during his long hours playing at the cards table. Consequently, he would ask his servants to bring him slices of meat between 2 slices of bread, a habit known amongst his gambling friends. Wow, so he just wanted to eat quick.
Actually released
Wow.
Yeah, I thought of that.
into the coffin.
Just because he's a
and
gambling.
it's really,
So he's a
it really
degenerate.
is, yeah, so he didn't escape.
I want to promote my crypto coin real quick.
Of course not. Because
That's my merch.
Yeah, baby coin.
Yeah. Yeah, baby coin.
Baby coin.
Skyrocketing.
You ever thought about making a coin?
I don't think you are.
God, nobody's do it now.
Oh, Joe Rogan coin.
It was disingenuous. Whenever I talk about it online, people get all
Yeah.
out of shape.
We thought about doing it, but
You
we're
know,
like,
it's
what does it
crazy
do?
how like
What can you buy with
want
it?
him to be.
How does it work?
It's totally
Right.
Kurt Metzger
And,
said it best.
I
It's
want
like,
to
it's
solid
just
gold
fucking
shit, it's not
gamblers.
in the cards.
They're
You know,
gambling.
it's just
Oh, yeah, yeah.
fucking works.
It's a total.
I guess
That's
it
what
could
the
be.
crypto coin thing is. It's a bunch of gambling addicts.
Mind to it.
They're all gambling on these meme
We're going
coins.
tonight to this
Yeah.
place. It's
And they're
like
making money. Some of them are making money.
stories,
Just
871
shift
guest
deals
rooms
and pumping
suites.
Yeah,
dumps.
it's really shady.
But it's kind of legal, so it's weird.
Square feet.
So it's
The whole
roughly
thing's
the
weird.
size
It is a little
of
bit of like, if
most
you
of the
fall for this,
palaces
you should
for the
have money.
people in the
Kind
Right.
of thing, too.
You ever see
Right.
their
Did you
fucking
really?
places?
How's
They
that
live
Trump
in
coin doing?
These giant,
Oh, not good? Why'd
I
you
think
move?
Bitcoin is.
Oh, is it because of the economy?
dignitaries and the princes and shit.
So, are you paying attention to all this tariff stuff? You're not. You can't
No,
read.
no, I am. I actually am very interested in finance.
You're in it right now. So yeah.
No, I watch videos of
Until he
finance.
decides to
I watch
go.
finance videos like every night. I'm very
YouTube
into it.
videos?
Yeah.
Really?
I've actually learned so much because of YouTube because I can watch the things and I realize I'm actually just learning. Yes, I know.
Suicides.
Something
It just
like
dropped
there.
while we're watching it.
$9.
It's dropping. Why would we're watching it keep dropping? These people are gambling. They're buying and selling. So what is it worth now? And what was it worth at its height? Wow. $75
a Trump coin.
When you're a hotel
What's
that's
been
been
made
around
off that?
for
Very weird. How does that
over
work?
a century,
$2 billion market cap.
there
$2
has to
billion
a certain amount of people are going to die
Oh,
inside.
Still at
Right?
$9.
So that's what it's worth now. That means all the Trump coins are worth $2 billion bucks. Is
Go up this
that what it means? Collect them.
Those were fun.
Look at the big spike in the beginning, and then a bunch of people like sucker.
And that's
That has to be what happened, right? Like how many people sold? Like
What did Trump
the
make
next
off
day.
that?
The homicidal
So there's two. How many days is it? Scroll your thing over there. How many days do you have? You have hours. You have hours before a giant drop off. Look at that. So you have 12 hours, and then by Sunday, the 19th, it drops radically.
But I bet those first 12 hours that you couldn't eat, like most people couldn't trade.
But look at that first 12 hours. That is crypto coins. That's meme coins. Not like Bitcoin, not like Ethereum, but like that is a meme coin. That first thing, that explosion, that's like
That's garbage.
that's what I expect. But I also I support it. Why not?
Yeah.
You can do that. Look, if you can go fucking play cards, if you can figure out a way to 3-card money people on the streets of New York, like, okay.
I used to play poker all the time. I went through those phases. I actually went to the Borgata tournament. I went to there. I had $6,000 in my. I had lost my luggage on a flight like weeks before. I'm like, I'm not gonna lose this cash because I didn't have too much money. So I put like 3,000 in the suitcase. Like I'm gonna put like 3,000 in my pants. So I'm not gonna lose this money. And then I missed my flight. So now I slept over the airport with like giant wads.
Want to leave, they want their money
Made it
back, or people say that.
So
they
why'd you stop playing? Was it too much?
A waste of time. Yeah, like I actually really studied and I was winning, didn't make a ton of money, but like I didn't lose, a big amount of money. I think I'm like probably after playing 1 million hours, I'm up like $4. I mean, it's like a total waste of my life.
Thank you, Steve.
Ari was doing it in
Sorry,
the
trying to
early days
figure
of his
out how to
comedy career.
open
He was
these
making money
doors.
doing that.
Yeah,
That's how he made it.
No worries,
yeah, you
just
can,
keep
especially
going.
in like Vegas, like people come into, just having fun. You can just be very disciplined.
He would go to those card casinos that were out in California, like Bellflower.
I know you're talking about Bicycle Casino, Converse, yeah.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, Kyle. Kyle's back. But I stopped. It's a waste of time.
Well, for Ari, that was literally how he made a living when he wasn't making a living doing comedy.
Yeah.
He's that good. And he's like really discouraged very organized. Like he doesn't do anything stupid.
Texas Hold'em is all like just a full, you know, just, really be really disappointed people to start fucking around and get drunk.
Yeah, you have to understand how many cards there are. You have this, different guys, there's cards that are on the table. You have to do calculations,
the math of it. And just, once you know that, it's like, and then it becomes second nature, you know, kind of right away.
I mean, that usually follows me wherever I go.
Yeah.
So,
read people's minds, know the bullshit. Yeah.
And we're worried if they
I went to Vegas once and I was depressed. I never got depressed. But the situation was like, I'm gonna go just to
White people, it's like Eddie Murphy said.
also serves as
That's what by yourself.
Yeah. When did you leave the house?
No idea. I don't remember.
Daytime or nighttime, though. That's important. It takes 4 hours.
Oh, it was like 5 p.m.-ish, like later. I was actually about to do a live show on my YouTube channel, and I was under so much stress. And it was like editing and writing, and then it's just like all me, and I just was like, gonna, all these characters. I was like really stressed out, and I think the show was good, and I'm like, just didn't do it. And I just went. This is on top of the pandemic. I was so isolated and it was too much alone, kind of thing. And it cracked.
It cracked quite a few people.
Yeah,
especially the most vulnerable amongst us. A lot of comedians are like very kind of socially awkward or isolated.
Yeah, you're in
LA. Not thinking but some of us like kind of never
carrying your bag.
I haven't had a steady girlfriend since. I think I got weird.
Did you? I feel like
I think I'm very normal, but I must be.
Maybe after the show, calls will start coming. Yeah, baby.
Yeah, baby. I got bros watching.
After the Netflix thing, they might, but they wanted to.
No, I don't think I'm.
I don't want to say what you did.
I don't think that was, by the way, what I had was ridiculous.
Yes.
And I was like, I wanted to take it off.
Don't say anymore, because we don't want to give anything away.
Okay.
It comes out on Monday.
What time is this? When does this come out?
This comes out tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, so we can't do that.
Ooh, this is good action.
Hang in there. Yeah.
That really is going to be
game changer. Game changer. Yeah, that was phenomenal. And the show it's so real. The show is so real. It's like seeing people kill, seeing people bomb, seeing people have great moments.
It was
It's the best thing for comics because it gives the comics like there's a real career path now. If you can bang out a solid minute on Kill Tony, you get into the ecosystem.
It's also such a high wire act. Doing a character, usually SNL, it's like sure very nerve wracking. But this is like SNL, you have no script. You gotta go like, I gotta try to make things fun. And when you're dressed up like a thing,
you got the South Tower of the hotel, which was built between 1902 and
I won't say
1907.
But you're like everything you say they think is gonna be. You gotta it's trying to be a joke. But it was really cool because right before we went on,
building. What are you supposed to do?
I think I
someone out of the wall?
You can't say shit.
No, but like the
Tony will get mad.
But I think this. It's in the crowd.
No, they didn't know it was going to
crowd didn't know it was going to and it was so exciting when they found
when they found out it was the first ever show on Netflix that went nuts. The eruption in the room was amazing.
It was really very.
It's pretty badass. It's and having that show at this club every week, it's incredible. It's so good for comedy.
And it worked out. Like I remember when you were going to go to Austin. This Joe guy has no idea. I was telling people that this Joe guy has no idea.
We gotta keep going, man. It's
I was
soon.
wrong. Thank you for support.
No.
I didn't think I knew what I was doing. I was like,
we had a good run. No, we just gotta keep going. We had a good run.
But it was like all these things that it's almost like the universe wanted it to be made. Because it couldn't have been made with just me. It's just like if it was just me and some money, but you can't make that club. You need all these pieces. It's like you have to hit every green light. You can never bank on it. You have to have a pandemic. It has to get shut down. You have to live in a ridiculous place like LA where they won't let the comedy store open for a fucking year and a half. So people are unemployed. I can snatch those people up. I just happen to get a big pile of money from Spotify. I moved to this new city. A bunch of other guys start moving to this new city. And then all of a sudden we have like 15, 16 top comics living in the city. Like,
Yeah.
this is why it can work. Like a bunch of things had Ron White had already be here. He kind of lured me here because before the pandemic he moved here. And he was so great. I fucking love it. I fucking love all that. I was like, really, Texas? I don't know. And I was like, I don't know. But then when the shit hit the fan and we started doing shows in Texas and putting it on Instagram, then all these guys were like, fuck that, I'm moving to Texas. And the next thing you know,
in a kitchen located adjacent.
Segura's here, Christina Pazitsky's here, Tim Dillon's here. It's just like Shane Gillis. It's like it came, Duncan moved here. It just came in this wave. Brian Simpson was here early on, way before the club. We were doing shows at the Vulcan, and we were all talking about making a club. But to fucking actually do it is the weirdest thing. Like when you go there, it's like it's part of this weird illusion that you're living in. It's weird, fucking bizarre hallucination you're having.
It's like a leap, like a field of dreams.
Yeah.
You built it.
And in this room,
yeah.
That's where
Austin is now a comedy town.
It's a huge it's a huge live performance town already, right? Because there's so much great music here.
There's a lot of vomit,
a lot of
great drugs.
That's right here.
I wouldn't know. And yeah, it's
I think that's just the bathroom attendant.
I do, and I think
Then in 1904,
some more
hotel
inviting
guest
environment
witnessed an
for
elevator operator fall
I know I have
70 feet to the
family
bottom of
back
the elevator shaft.
east, but I don't know.
In
I don't think they love
1908,
me. I'm
a
finding
frequent
out.
visitor to the Congress Hotel named
So
What happened?
Normally, you would
They
listen
just
to
told me.
hotel's ballroom.
Outright.
Center had a
Yeah,
spending
wow,
problem
which I
and was
respect.
almost
It's
What
like
did you say
they
first?
care.
So after
Huh?
the
Did you
page
say I don't love you?
No, I was like, I love you guys, and then they just kind of
from Sal.
their heads.
Melody
So I went
with
visit.
Take it in.
So you don't, hey,
Huh?
you don't know how to
Take
do
it in.
it.
Time
So
to
he
move.
hunted for
I
him,
know.
and they managed
I
to keep
think it would. My career would be better out here for sure.
For sure.
You'd
You'll be around more like-minded people, and you get to understand the journey of Brian Holtzman.
I need to read up on him.
You need to watch it.
And you're laughing.
Yeah.
I am.
Yeah.
So he retired.
There's a lot of clubs here,
and
too.
then he retired.
That's the beautiful thing about this place. You can get up
And now no
anywhere
one's
here
laughing.
in town. There's so many clubs. It's hopping like every
Also
night
in
of the week.
1908, an attempted murder
Yeah, your
suicide
club,
directly
though,
outside the hotel's main
I'm
entrance.
not just saying that because of
Ruby
your job.
Pishsack
I'm not
and her
lying to you.
husband were shot by
It's better than the
Ruby's
Vulcan.
jealous lover. And
It's a
the
great
couple
club.
reconciled.
Was it a Tuesday?
Tough call.
Oh, they probably get a runoff from people.
Yeah,
who
they
can't
have a
get
lot of
into
great
your
shows
club.
there. They have great shows there all the time. A lot of the guys from the club do shows over there.
Declaring it right now. It's like
They do it all the time.
Yeah.
It's like that, and then Brian Redband's room, the Sunset, it's right down the street. That's only like 4 or 5 doors down. And that place is packed all the time. That place is killer.
That format on Killtone is just so great.
Perfect. You just got it dialed
I
in.
thought we were dying.
It's like a finely oiled machine.
Right at the time.
It's like you or anybody who does things for for years.
Yeah.
And
The rhythm of it.
like imagine like how people come up with concept of a show, and you never come up with this concept. You never go, this is going to work right away. It's Killtone format.
Well, it needed like years and years to develop.
Yeah.
This is the thing. Like they did that show once a week for a decade. They never missed an episode. They did it during the pandemic with no crowd.
Oh, really?
Yes. They did Kill Tony in the main room with no crowd. They live streamed it.
Maybe long. It was
Oh,
1916. Anything
The whole,
goes.
like they have like a pit on a sack of nuts, just and they never let go. And now it's enormous. Like that episode where Adam Ray played Joe Biden and Jane Gillis played Trump. I think that has like way more.
Really?
I think it's like 60 million
Wow.
people have watched it on YouTube.
That's
How many
crazy.
people, Jamie?
And narrowly survived.
Oh, done it. You nailed it.
Opera singer named Charlotte Calais made an
Wow.
unsuccessful.
I thought it was a lot more than that.
Well, there's probably other also clips. If you put it together, it's
Maybe that's what it is.
yeah.
Because I was told it was like 60 million people watched it.
You just know that it's a
Maybe it's all
highlight.
of them. But if you think about all the clips on top of that, I mean, it's a giant show now.
I think a lot of also
It's only 25 million. Why do you think? Is there maybe it's adding multiple ones where those guys were on?
In July of
there's some value
1926, when she accidentally
in
fell
having
6
a live
stories on the
show
elevator
now, which pops more than like, you can tell that show's improvised.
Yes.
There's so many moments that are awkward and don't work, and it makes it even more
Live is fun.
interesting to watch. Yeah,
It's dangerous.
yeah, it's also super stressful, but
Also, with Kill Tony, you're literally getting crazy people and giving them a microphone.
no,
Some of those people are out of their fucking minds. Half of them are homeless.
yeah.
Half of them are sleeping in their car.
Yeah.
A lot of them that drove from Seattle. One guy, well, it's a sad story. But there's
Save it, like the lyric has
Safety first, even a catchy phrase.
Now's
It's just 2
the time.
words.
Now's the time.
Like what
This
happened
better
if
be
he
a
saw
good
something
story. It doesn't have to be really
funny if it's not.
Jeez. I think you need to wish. On this, only thing I've ever like looked where I sitcom I ever looked, where I was like I read, I did callbacks.
In fact,
It was
here's
like
a
4
story.
callbacks.
Instead
Okay,
of died, a 43-year-old
finally I
Czech
got a
Jewish woman
sitcom,
named
and it was like a
Adele
reoccurring
was
role.
staying at the hotel with their 2
Like
sons.
this guy,
And
this girl's
they were in the
boyfriend.
country on a
She's like,
6-month
did
visa,
not
which was
find
about
me.
to
I
expire.
could tell she was
Her
like,
husband was supposed to join them, but was delayed.
we'd have a makeup scene.
And she became so anxious that her
So,
husband was going to arrive
we go to the
late,
table read. You
and
know, the
they were
table
going
read
to
was
be
like with a
deported
network
because the visa was
come,
gonna run
you
out.
all sit
So she
around
fell into
and they
this horrible depression.
just
On August
laugh and
4th of
everyone's having a
39,
great time.
she
So
and
right
her
before
children spent
our
the day at
table
the zoo.
read,
Then they
they
returned
go,
to the
Kyle,
room
we
on the
got
12th floor of the Congress,
new lines
and
for
I
you.
helped her 2 sons out
Got
to
like
go before
8
jumping
new
herself.
They
She
were
got
like all new
completely
lines, and
unaware
I
that
knew
very
how my
day,
reading was. We
she just
talked
hadn't
about
gone to
that.
the front desk. They received a letter
And so I'm
informing her
panicking a little
that
bit.
they'd
Okay,
been
God, she can do
offered
this.
permanent
Just
refuge
read
in
good,
Canada.
Kyle.
And when Mr. Leonard received
Oh
the
my
news
God.
of his family
So
that they had all
going around the
died,
table, it's like,
he
ha
tried to commit
ha,
suicide
killing.
himself.
Gets
So
to me.
that's
My
a
line,
fun
like,
story.
if I go to the store, then we can get it. And then Dad, then it goes around the table. How there, me. I found, and then afterwards, I'm like, oh,
August of
I think I'm fired. And it was so much like climbing a mountain to get this job. And then the next day, I didn't get a call. No one said you're fired. So I come in the next day, and I'm about to get to the door. And the cash director's like, he goes, you want to get into it? We're not. You can go home.
Credit manager at security manager hotel went to the 25-year-old John
You
Raymond,
can go home.
who had a $104 unpaid bill.
And she goes, but you're going to Iraq. That would be cool. She's trying to make small talk because I was going to Iraq like the next
Did you
week.
stand up?
Yeah,
You gotta be a really angry dude if money's
kind of a
bad.
hero, I guess.
You're just gonna go ahead and take it
One
one
wanted
step
to
out of this world.
see her.
You're taking
It was yeah. So my
You can go home is the most fucked up way to tell someone you're
bill,
fired.
obviously
Yeah,
They're gonna go a different way.
Oh, okay. And then I get to go to Iraq, so that was my prize.
You should have told me you can't read.
I should have said,
I'm just like,
even you're so nervous, you want to be like, I'm not a problem.
Was found in his
And I
hotel
can
room
do it.
naked and strangled by his own shirt.
Anyway,
His wrists and feet
so
tied down
she'll
together with
suck.
his socks. So that's another fun one.
There was no Sanford.
He took the old,
Well,
the,
I didn't even know about it
Come through the
an
legend
hour
continues.
ago.
What was that guy?
You get that neuro?
Yeah.
No, this is
autoerotic asphyxiation.
I still pack
The lead singer did it.
somebody got me a pack of
Oh, that
you like
sounds
this
like
stuff, huh?
his
Well, I
death
wanted a
was
little pick me up, and
You want some coffee?
I went online.
This
No, I'm
guy
good now,
got
but like I was
just declared.
online and I wanted to buy the stuff and try it. I got scanned. It was like Nutragum.
Sometime in
The
the
same
70s, a
packaging.
woman slit her wrist in the back of the
Same
hotel. Which
stuff.
guests who stay in this room have
This
reported seeing her
motherfucker.
dead
Do you
body
mess around with
behind
nootropics? There's a lot of good ones out there.
That's not a ghost.
Nootropics.
They literally
Yeah, that's
have
what
never
you-
cleaned
that's
it.
what you're-
I know what that word means, but why don't you tell the audience?
It's these things. This is like Neural Mints. This is the same company. They make mints.
Just like
Nootropics? No, it's like theanine, caffeine, a bunch of it's essentially nutrients that help brain function. So it helps with your memory. It helps with your verbal memory, like the be able to read. You know, sometimes you're searching for a word, you can't find it. This stuff helps with that. Yeah, not just this. We probably would. Probably. I think it's just it helps. It's the building blocks for human neurotransmitters, as it's been explained to me. Like there's certain nutrients that, like like vitamin D. It helps muscle synthesis. It helps a bunch. It helps your immune function. There's a bunch of nutrients that do different things in your body, right? And theanine is a really good one for memory. There's a bunch of alpha choline. Was it alpha GPC choline? Is that what it is?
Do nothing bad, so I'm sure
Acetylcholine. choline. There's quite a few different nutrients that have been identified as to helping brain function. So the way I found out about this stuff, there was Bill Romanowski, football player. He has a company. He's got really good stuff. It's called Neuro One. And it's like a scoop. You just mix it in water and blend it up or whatever. And it's and I tried. I was on a radio station in San Francisco State. I was like, this is great. Where can you get this? Like, it really does. Like, give you a little pick me up. Just, but not like 5 shots of espresso. Like, it's just like a little edge of focus.
Yeah, I can use a little memory booster. I don't sleep well enough. I'm really gonna try to fix that.
Because in the Shadow Fix episode that we did, everyone, they said it was all man.
I'm prepared. I'm going to make jujitsu on Monday. I think so.
Strange noises.
Yeah. I actually do not have a neck for like a chokehold kind of sport. I'm 30% neck.
Well, it is a large target, but my advice would be just to take it easy, slowly at first. How old are you now?
26.
You look great.
I look like shit.
You look great. Just go slowly. That's my advice. Don't try to go too fast, especially if you have been working out hard. Have you been working out hard?
Not, and then no.
Yeah.
The answer's no.
So that means, your joints are not going to be the most resilient. Don't try to do it all at once. That's my thing with them, but that's, by the way, that's with everything. It's like, I'm going to run a marathon tomorrow. Hey. Have you ever run before? No, I don't run at all.
Right.
Okay. Let's not run a marathon. Let's run a mile. Let's do 1 mile, which is a lot if you haven't run. A mile is a lot. If you do not run, a mile is a lot.
Yeah.
But you can't just run a marathon. And if you're going to do jiu-jitsu, start slow. Don't try to do a 2.5 hour session. I'm going to roll with 5 guys today.
So adamant
Learn an arm bar. Learn how to tap. Okay, this is a triangle.
I told them, like, give me the most beginner thing.
Oh, they have to do it that way. Everyone, nobody teaches you like flying triangles the moment you get into the class. They teach you beginner stuff like this is the mount, this is side control, this is the guard.
Yeah,
like simple basics.
Good for confidence too. I hear.
Oh yeah,
It'll
help a lot. It does, but it also is great for stress relief because no matter what your day is, it will never be as stressful as some dude mounting you, trying to choke you unconscious.
This is now.
If you fight that off and then you're done with your class, like regular stuff is like whatever.
Right.
Some crazy homeless guy, man, fuck you. Like, yeah, take care. You don't want to, you don't even want to be in any. You don't have this desire to puff your chest out like a lot of people do. It's like stop.
Now you're proud of me for doing this. Now you're about to be not proud. Ready? Okay.
It's girls' class. It's all women's.
I would not want that. I don't want to get boners, but I'm like, I would not want that.
Woman. You're not gonna get a boner.
No,
you're a woman, Kyle. Don't let anybody ever tell you different.
Thank you so much.
Don't let anyone deny your humanity.
I'm a man.
No, what am I not going to get up? What am I going to get upset about?
I'm also taking a pickleball class.
I like pickleball. You know who plays pickleball every day?
Wait, let me guess. 20 questions.
It's the only time I've ever let you guess. Every time I jump in.
Was a subject of a woman stayed in another room in the hotel, called the front desk, which heard a female
Duncan Trussell
screaming.
takes pickleball.
He might. That's not what I was thinking
And the
of.
staff
Kid
was
Rock.
quite sure they
Plays
said
pickleball
was
every
in that
day.
room, but they said
I
security
love that.
posted
Any kind of like racket.
Yeah, I get up at 8 o'clock in the morning. A fucking trainer comes over, play pickleball. Like every day. It's like every day. I love it.
I want that kind of money where I just pay out to come over and play pickleball.
Yeah, it's a trainer. Get a trainer. You probably teach him. I bet he's a pickleball wizard now. He probably knows how to do the super moves. Slice the ball.
I'll destroy it.
Let's set it up.
A clown.
Whoa. I can't believe you're calling him out like this on my show.
I'm just saying, I don't think he's
With
got
the president. He brought Bill Maher to the White House. I have an underwear. He brought Bill Maher to the White House. And they had dinner.
Are we in like a Mad Libs episode?
I hope so. I hope so. I'm scared of this tariff stuff because it's radical change. I'm scared of radical change.
Well, let me tell you what I think, and I don't know anything.
Good. We don't, both of us don't know. This is a perfect time to speculate about the economy.
This is all his negotiating. It's going to come down. It's not going to stay like this. The bad thing will be is if all the other countries go, fuck you, America, we're not going to do anything. We're not going to do anything. It's always a possibility. That's the problem.
It's always a possibility. Also, you're not nearly as charming if people can't speak your language. Like Trump is used to being able to charm people. He's very charming, but if you can't speak his language,
Might look, yeah, but
you're like, fuck this orange asshole. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know this guy. What is he saying? And someone has to tell you what he said. Like, it's not cute when Boris Yovanovich has to translate into your ear. He says, these tariffs, this is bullshit. It's part of the game. It's part of the card game. We are playing all together globally.
It's like, when a woman's like Poland, she's like, oh, you're comedian, that's a joke. You're like, no, you're not going to find it funny. I can't tell you. That's a joke.
Let me tell you first about the history of my country and suffering.
Yeah.
Let me tell you how many people starved to death. And then you tell me your cute little fucking joke.
It might really.
And
have
set
that-
up some stuff. We got our Ouija board and our sound and everything set up.
Yeah,
What do you think?
that's a tough one.
It's a gorgeous place.
When people ask me if they don't know I am genuinely, the easiest one to say is I do commentary for UFC.
Oh, that's good. That's
Because if I say podcast,
people know you.
some people don't know me. It's nice. Every now and then I get a person who doesn't know who I am. Like some old fella. What do you do?
Yeah. What do you do, son?
I do commentary for the Ultimate Fighting Championship. And then they look at me sideways.
That's still the joke.
So
Here's what I do when I'm complaining. I work with computers.
It's like 19-inch TV.
Yeah, finance too.
Yeah, but if I want to have a conversation with someone, if I don't mind having a conversation with them, I just don't want to explain the whole thing.
I forget you do UFC commentary. That's another great job.
That's a job. That's the only job. I have all the great jobs. But that's the only job I have. That's an actual job where someone pays me. Like I show up, I work for somebody, I'm an employee, and I sign up.
Is there something you want to do that you haven't done?
No, I'm not looking to do it.
Do you have a goal?
No, zero goal.
And a really good
Zero
way
goal.
to
But I like
start is
retiring and
retirement ideas. No.
So, like, what's the
Pyramid,
most
you ever see those?
room?
I want to see
And the
them.
guy's
I
like,
do too, but
that's all
think
bullshit.
what's going to
None
happen
of
is
that's
you go,
true.
oh, there
There's
they
no
are.
point
And now
in
you're like,
I don't think
Well,
so.
20
Wait a
I've been obsessed
hour.
with pyramids since I was like a little boy.
But also,
Now it all,
Yes.
you can?
Yeah, you
lamps
can.
are on tables.
And if I win, I'd
Almost as if
hopefully
someone
be able to get someone to
there.
guide me, like a really good
I can
person.
I can do it.
Could you do it as Caitlyn
Okay.
Jenner though?
Yeah, baby. Let's try that guy died. Yeah.
Imagine you film that.
Yeah. He was caring for this dog. Yeah.
No.
Have you seen this whole controversy? They think that there's like these
What
enormous
is that?
structures.
All right.
This is.
I don't know, but there's a guy named Jimmy Corsetti. He has this great YouTube show called Bright Insight. He's been on my show many times. Very smart guy and very reasonable guy. And he also is a huge believer that there's a missing chapter in ancient history.
Cocktails
He doesn't-
in.
He thinks
Smallest glasses
it ignores something that everyone knows. There's this enormous water table
for the small hands of
that's
perhaps
underneath the
a
pyramids.
certain
So the
president.
pyramids, there's water underneath the pyramids.
Teddy Roosevelt was
And
drinking
Mr.
his
Beast
apparently
apparently
cocktails out of
That's
them.
on
exactly
his
his writing
YouTube
moves.
thing
And
he did with the
drinking
pyramids
some-
went into the
some
water.
slow gin
So they're all in the water, splashing around the
Appropriately,
water.
I'm
So
halfway
this
through
water
my
table,
first cocktail,
yeah.
and
So underneath the
it kind of has
pyramids,
that
there's
old
water.
man, old glass.
That's been there for like
to it. You ever drink out of
My
an old
thought
glass? It
is
starts to
to
walk
talk to
that
you before
weird
they built
odor.
that
I don't know.
5,000 years ago.
like Tony Danza's
Or
breath.
10? It's probably more. It's probably a lot more. If I had a guess, I think they're wrong.
Brett, you were saying earlier.
I think the
Earlier in the show,
hieroglyphs
poison
that are on the
came
wall
from
that
here. Maybe I'm
depict
just
pharaohs
getting
dating
residual.
back to 30,000 plus years. It's probably accurate.
The
I really want to know how they built those. I really.
Like,
I
that
think
was
that's
their go-to.
The fake
Those-
name of the
see
whole
some
thing
of
was
those
poison.
That's
stones
exactly what I'm getting
Thank
at.
I don't believe
They used to
aliens
name
or I
this
don't
place
believe
Old
anything that
Poison
happened.
Plaza.
I think people built that.
The
But
only
how did they
thing,
get some of those?
the only paranormal
stones
aspect to this place that I'm
up
getting so
there?
far
Well,
is the price.
I don't get
I was watching this guy.
feeling so far.
I'll tell you
I
who this
feel
guy
like
is.
It is very old.
Check
And not only is it old, like we're walking up the
that out to him
hallway,
because he had a very
there's
interesting
like
take on it.
tiles missing
I
from the
watch a lot of
ceiling
these
and
like
shit.
silly
This is supposed to be a
YouTube
swanky,
videos that are all
nice,
like ancient history and ancient civilizations and
and they're
stuff like
charging
that.
a couple hundred.
But this one was really kind of interesting.
It's old in that way that you don't want to pay for it. Not in that old.
And
I'm
this
out.
guy
Yeah,
is
the room looks
I
like
also
it was
teach him.
put together in
His name is Michael
1900s,
Button,
and
and
then
he had
they
a very good point.
updated the
And his point
Well,
is
carpet,
that there's
nice
this
carpet.
linear
No, the carpet
path
is-
between like cave
is
person and
quite
what we are
old.
today.
And
But he's saying, but
outlets
human
in
beings
places
in the form that we
weird.
exist in
There's
today
not like two
have
outlets.
essentially
There's an outlet
around for at least 350,000 years.
Then by the beds, there's
And there's all these large, wide, height, like peaks
in the hallways. Like
and dips in the historical timeline of the temperature of the Earth. And in these peaks
and the door handles
of temperature,
are like
you have all this growth and change, and then you have ice ages, and you have drop-off.
Regular keys.
Also, then there's cataclysms and natural disasters. He brings up the volcano eruption, the Toba volcano eruption. But what he's essentially saying is human beings in this form, with the minds that we have existed for 300,000 years. Okay? Peak capacity. But yet, only over the last few thousand years have we seen all this progress. And he thinks what he's proposing is if there was a super advanced civilization 100,000 years ago, there would be almost nothing left. So we're supposing that what we find is all that's ever been. What he's saying is, if you imagine 200,000 years of development of technology, of tools, of agriculture, all the different things that could have happened in those 200,000 years. You could have had an insanely advanced society 200,000 years ago, and then it gets completely wiped out. Then 115 to 150, depending on who you ask, 1,000 years later, you start seeing what we've seen in the last few hundred years.
Okay, I'm going to push back on that too. We may have some metal. There's
no, all they would have, but this is what he's talking about. When you have enormous spans of time, all you have left is stone. You have rocks. This is really just disintegrates. It all goes away. It all just gets absorbed by the earth. Like, you know, there's very little metal that is like any forged. Like you have a knife, and you leave that knife under the ground. Just the earth will erode it. You know, a few thousand years, it's gone.
So they probably had combustion.
Here, look at steel takes probably 50 to 500 years to decompose. Depending on the type of it and environmental conditions, with stainless steel potentially taking over 1,000 years. So just imagine something that's 100,000 years old. You got nothing. There's nothing left. And he makes this very interesting argument in this video that I've never considered before. It's just the timeline of human beings being human beings. And he's like, what was it? Why was there this great leap in technology? It is completely possible that there was great leaps hundreds of thousands of years ago. But then the question is, like, what happened to us? How did we get so far ahead of all these other creatures? How did we get so far ahead?
We're like this much smarter than a monkey.
We have most genes. Most of our genes are chimpanzee.
No, I did.
Most of them.
What are the things under the pyramids or pillars? What is that?
I don't know what they're seeing. See, it's some sort of satellite ground penetrating. Is it a radar? A type of radar? Jamie?
So
what are they called? So they have these images. The problem is also these guys are Italian, so they're saying it in Italian. And so I don't know exactly what they're saying. I'm just reading the translation. I want to hear their voice. I want to hear if they sound wacky. Everybody is talking in Italian. It sounds beautiful, but you can say nonsense shit with an Italian accent. It sounds incredible because I don't speak Italian. You know, beautiful. So these images that show these feet, look, if it's real and that stuff is under the water table, that's actually even fucking crazy. Explain the collected acoustics from deep in the ground, including seismic waves, noise from human activity and photon interactions to map newly found shafts and chambers that extend more than 2,000 feet below the surface. Beyond, you said these waves were collected by radar, specifically by analyzing Doppler centroid abnormalities, shifts or distortions in frequency patterns used to detect underground structures.
The security guy
or changes. However, Professor Lawrence Conyers, a radar expert at the University of Denver, who specializes in archaeology and was not involved in the study, still raised doubts. He said photon interactions, this is science fiction, and frequency shifts of what? So we now have 3 different energy sources moving around: radar, electromagnetic, sound, seismic, and light photons. This is all gobbledygook. Sounds like he didn't get invited to the party.
One more chance, and I am calling.
I heard that guy's a furry. I made that up. I'm sorry.
Because we have the windows
But
open.
show me the
It is
images
so
of what
damn
they
hot in this
believe that
hotel.
they found, because
It's
it's
weird. You get these pockets
if it
where,
is a
like, one
real
floor will
thing,
be
if you really do
okay,
have
and
these,
then
I
the next
mean,
floor
the
is
3D
literally
images,
in the
like they
upper
really
80s.
stepped out
The
of line,
whole
drawing it
downstairs
so,
and the
I mean, so
bar, it's just
clearly.
ridiculous.
Like that's
So here's
all
what I
we
will
see.
say about that.
You're
Because
honey dicking.
frankly, one,
But
I think it's pretty interesting.
but
But
if
two,
it
I want
is
to make sure I
under the
talk
water
about my
table,
recent trip to Rome and
that's
Jerusalem
even
as often
crazy.
as humanly
So
possible.
if they're
Everyone.
using the water, if the pyramid, there's a guy named Christopher Dunn that believes the pyramid is a gigantic electrical power plant.
Oh yeah, like Tesla coil kind of thing.
Yeah.
And the needles.
So if they're using the water for energy, and they actually have these columns that extend into the water, that's even crazy. This is even more advanced civilization than just building these columns.
Well, we gotta dig. Why don't we start digging there?
Me and you. How many shovels should we be safe?
If they do,
Yeah, definitely extras.
Unlike
Jamie's back goes out if he digs all day though. Jamie's got to go.
Get that golf.
We're not going to go
back.
and you see
This is a serious golf swing. You're a little jealous, right? You're a little jealous.
I heard you
You're a little jealous.
I was a little jealous. Definitely jealous of this equipment.
You heard that whack.
They will not
Ooh,
maintain
that's
the
going
correct
far.
What's your handicap?
Sure, everyone's aware, and me being a guest probably is the
Yeah,
right
what was
person
yours
to
when
be
you were playing all the time?
verifying
that's
this.
a
But
divert.
I won the
Turn the question around.
I know. I was first of all. This is not. I know it seems like I brag a lot. This is a fact. I was the Aztec Valley Country Club junior golf champion. Probably 3 or 4.
The lights dim
Better.
for you.
No, there was not.
That actually did happen multiple times.
But
Dimmed and got brighter at different times of like
now
movement
I
in the hole. I think that's
like
the
a 95. I was probably like 80
It could
when I
be.
was a
So I
kid.
will say, I mean, we sat in dark rooms, like we're not
85.
monkeying around with this, and it's just
10 hand.
I don't even get the feeling.
Is that good, Jamie?
I don't get the
What's
feelings
yours?
that people
I
talk
would
about in
20,
blogs I've read
20.
on.
Jamie's
some
got
of
a
the
line
paranormal
drive
TV
to
shows.
fuck
I'm
you
not
up though.
feeling
No, I
it.
know. I
So
heard a
we
whack
went
in that
to
room.
What's
the
the
number one source?
Furthest you've
to
ever
find
driven the
out.
ball, Jamie?
We went to the bar.
I
John,
said
tell us
that
about the bar.
wind conditions come into play
That
there,
is
Joe.
the number
Right.
one source.
No. I go for ball.
Some
I'm going
information.
for ball
We-
speed right
we
now.
tried
And
to talk
I've gotten
to
over
security.
160
Nope.
before.
We
Yeah,
tried
but that's
to talk
only
to
like one
cleaners. Nope.
part of the equation.
We
It's
tried
Is
to
that world
talk
class?
to maintenance people.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty
We
high.
tried to
That's
talk
fast
to
as
the
fuck.
front desk.
160
We
miles
headed to
an
the
hour?
bar.
That's crazy.
There you go.
So
Golf
guess
stats
what?
can't golf, like
Chatty
most
Cathy
people who
service
play
shots.
golf don't break 100, so like you're already in the top 5.
Name redacted
or
for
something.
protection of the
Wow.
innocent.
But that's what you're obsessed
We'll
with,
call
right?
her
Sure, I was just
bartender
trying to beat my
X.
friends, really.
You play for money.
Kinds of
Golf
great
not
stories.
for money.
First story.
If I go with most people here, they're only
No
playing for money,
first-hand
so-
stories because she's had zero
Yeah,
experience in
well, I
herself.
can't get a
But she
bitch.
does also
You never.
even
You
she
should
got
like
to
golf.
that
No, I
whole
never
guest
played
here
it.
and
I've never tried it.
other
No.
servers and bartenders that have had
I never played it.
experiences.
How could you not even
She-
Because I'm
try it?
scared of
Tell
games.
us all the
I
stories
get
she ended
addicted to
with.
games.
Oh, by the
I
way,
don't
I
have
worked
any
here for
time.
years.
I have
Before
my
I started
life
here, I
in.
worked in the offices.
Yeah,
Think
for
we
real.
did
Here
it
late at
now.
night
No,
by myself. I've
legitimately.
never seen a
But
damn
chess.
thing.
You play chess.
You
I
know,
love chess.
that's the same thing.
No,
You know,
play.
I get addicted.
I lately
She's
been playing a lot online. I play, but it's like, oh,
Tony the mothership. Tony plays all the time.
He does?
Yeah, Tony and Brian Simpson play all the time. Tony's pretty good. Tony's a smart fucker.
Yeah,
He's a smart fucker. He's good at chess. He's probably a little spectacle to himself.
Yeah.
Well, she did have a couple stories. So
Yeah, to
first
be
story.
that quick with
But I feel about
Another
chess the same way. Chess maybe even more so because I can play on my computer every time I want. I can't do that. I can't have that in my life.
Why not? I mean, listen.
on microphone, but they said we could recall the stories if we didn't say their name.
Listen, I know.
Is there
I
something
would
like
love
they're
it.
gonna get? Yeah, I mean,
Everyone, Ron White loves it.
Maybe they
Jamie
would.
loves it. Tony loves it. They love
Maybe
it.
it's like
Tony just
saying
started
Coke
playing
and
with
Pepsi
Austin. He
on
fucking
camera.
loves
I
it.
don't know.
Sorry,
golf.
go ahead.
I don't play much golf, but
Uh,
you're just afraid that you're going to get too into it. That's
Yeah.
what it sounds like.
People.
Oh,
much like
100%.
us, asking about.
But no, I have
the
like a
haunted
little
history of
switch
the
that
Congress
goes off,
Hotel.
and then I become obsessed with
And
things.
the bartender
That's-
said,
that's
It used to
"Oh,
be
I don't
us.
believe in
Well,
any of that shit."
Most of it is a game right now that I don't think is cool.
As
I
that
play pool
bartender
pretty
I
well.
was
played, you
picking
don't
up
remember this, but I
a
played pool with
glass,
you
She
at
said-
your old
said
studio,
holding it,
and
he
I
was
don't think
holding
I
it, he
had
was
any
holding
balls.
it as he said that.
I think it was when
regardless, it was in the
played pool.
hand.
Yeah, just right now.
I don't believe in any of that shit.
And it came over, I was like, oh, that was fun.
That's the fucked up thing about pool. If a guy breaks first, he can just break and run out.
Yeah.
10 racks
That's
in a row.
pretty rude of you. I was a guest.
I'm rude.
There's easy ways to
Yeah,
crack
cool.
a glass.
I won't let anybody
She
win.
was quick to
You're
say,
like,
like,
balls left. I had all my balls
glasses
and you're
were
like,
cracked.
you know,
So then she tells us where
yes,
she was
a little bit,
talking
let
to
me
some.
go.
She's talking,
No
she's
idea.
talking to one of
That's
the other
all.
workers, and she's like,
When I was younger, I didn't want
have a boxing match like that old guy had.
And look at this, and she
I've
said
hit my
that
head
Hire
was
some
so
kid
many
to
times.
fucking take a beating.
what appeared to be a
That guy
woman.
didn't have any
You could
fear
see
that he was
the
going to get
outline
punched
of her
back. You
dress,
know?
which once again
That was
goes against the whole shadow
way-
person. Neural
like
masculine
a
male
poorly
sort of
raised.
description,
There's some
you know.
good fake fights
And this was
online.
another worker who.
This is one guy who
unfortunately
was a
wasn't very
politician
to
in
get all
Mexico, and he got like fake
secondhand
muscles.
information.
So he had like
So
that,
the
those
following
fake muscles,
story,
and then he had a fake fight with the
came
fake
from
muscles.
a couple that supposedly
And it's
Yeah.
like a
had
super
no
obvious
idea
fake fight. You
Yeah,
watch
yeah.
it like, what the
Was
fuck am I
haunted.
looking at? This
Just
is
came
nuts.
here
And
and
if
was
you
staying
buys
once
something
again
Weird,
in the
like
first
bulging, like
And,
they're oil. They shove
had an
oil into
uneasy
their skin,
feeling.
and it makes
And,
your like.
couldn't
How's that?
sleep.
How bad does that
As
feel?
opposed
They
to a
forget to do their
peaceful, easy
legs.
feeling, Jim.
easy like Sunday morning.
gotta balance
I
that
can
out.
tell you guys one
Well,
thing.
people get
I
their
had
legs
that
oiled
easy
up
feeling
too.
in this
I'm gonna
way
get oiled
until
up
we
and
figured out how to
huge
turn on the strange
All
LED
my life,
strip
right
of
from here on
lights on the
My life
headboard
has
of our
changed.
This is a good
beds.
place to do
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
Still
Then
have an
you-
uneasy feeling, and
a lot
that's
of
because
jujitsu.
you're
I'm
both
gonna be
staying in the
out there.
room.
I really do
But
think.
yeah, she's talking to these people, and they
I'm
come
already
in
out here.
and they're
Oh,
like,
yeah.
They came down to the bar,
I know. That's what I'm
and they
saying.
said,
Just get a
"We have
fucking
a very
place.
No one
uneasy
loves
feeling. We
fucking
can't sleep.
I
What
know.
is going
They
on?"
said that
That's
they were
we love
walking
you
on
here.
the fourth
I
floor,
mean, I
which
do
was
feel, I
and
do feel more
people who
welcome.
couldn't breathe, and they had a pressure
So, yeah.
pressing on their chest,
Just
and
golf.
they
Golf.
just couldn't
You got
breathe
me
and
out
felt
here.
really
Tony
uneasy.
plays golf.
Oh, they all play
breathe on the
golf.
fourth
Everybody
floor?
plays golf out here.
Well, then didn't she? Wasn't the rest of the
You're
story?
in.
Didn't she say they Google?
I feel in the
They didn't
bathroom
Google
so
what was
bad.
going
Let's
on
wrap
and
this bitch
saw,
up.
like, all the stuff about the Congress.
I can't concentrate.
Can you
I can
breathe
see it
on
in your
the
face.
I
fourth
have to pee
As
so
if there's an
bad.
entire
I know
floor
it's the
that
worst. You
all
can't form
humanity just
sentences.
can't
Okay,
breathe
we'll
on.
wrap it up. Tell everybody how they can find
It's like,
you.
it's like Stranger Things. The entire
Playing
upside
at,
down is on the
no,
floor.
how about I come on my tour? Boston, Vermont, Philly, Vegas.
And Instagram, there it is. Live dates.
No, that's with that.
So
Look at that mix. That's your.
Oh, that's my flamethrower. That's Elon's not a flamethrower.
Yeah.
And that was the
Yeah.
that's like the best.
Okay.
we got was-
And your
was from
Instagram
her.
is.
Like we said,
Kyle,
it's just this
Instagram is Kyle.
And you may or may not be the star of Monday Night's Kill Tony.
There they go.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kyle Duggan.
Thank you.
No, it's just your
That was fun. Bye,
I
everybody.
probably stayed near the sirens outside, but like I said, if you didn't have the fucking windows open, you wouldn't have done it.
But the good news is that since we showed up to Congress Hotel, it had not burned down. We did get our hotel room.
Fortunate.
They had a room for us. It had not burned down. The Great Hall was there.
Is our room haunted? No. Is the floor haunted? No. Can you move it? No. All right, great. We'll take it. Well, I don't know. I mean, the 8th floor is supposedly where Al Capone lived for a time, and supposedly still haunts.
The Joe Rogan
Not supposedly, he's been
Experience.
legitimately.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast,
my release his men live on this floor.
All day.
It looks like they have not been decorated since then.
So you've seen a register then of Al Capone's whereabouts.
Good to see you too, man.
In the ghost defense, it is only a little after midnight.
Wild times.
There are literally 13
Leftists
apparitions
are lighting
waiting out the
Teslas
door.
on fire.
They're waiting outside the door. They're
Like
like,
swastikas
okay,
on them.
they're almost done recording.
And that's the calmest they've been in years. This is actually for them probably the best.
It's so weird how these people are so easy to wind up and get them to do what you want them to do. Just put a narrative out there. You're a good person if you go do this, and they just go run out and fucking cause chaos.
And it's the most, I mean, look, it's not like as much chaos as, say, like
listeners can be the judge, but
the Black Lives Matter protests in 2020 or something. But the one about
to a
it's like
degree
you're
that I don't think
destroying
it's humanly
electric
possible.
cars, which
Maybe
are
we
mostly
got
owned
out
by
the elevator.
liberals.
We
You get like,
don't have time
but
for
I
any
thought
of
you've
this
been telling me for so long that this is going to save the world. Like the importance on going green was that we're all going to die unless we do it. And now you're taking the most successful electric car company and trying to destroy them because for the crime of pointing out that maybe the $7 trillion that our federal government's spending has a wee bit of corruption in it. You know, like maybe we could cut some of that
it's so, I don't know, it's so, on every level, it's just so surreal. It is surreal.
And
Feels
frankly, I'm going to put that
does.
out there on the
It
blog.
genuinely feels like we're living in some sort of stupid movie.
So
Well, that makes you wonder. That makes you wonder how controlled the whole thing is. You know, and I don't know, but there is do you remember? I think I sent it to you at the time. But there was like 4 years ago, there was a Time magazine piece about the 2020 election. It's like a real long article about some, like the title was something like how the shadow government like stole. It wasn't exactly that, but it was like basically went through the real conspiracy of 2020, and they're writing it from the pro conspiracy point of view. But they're forget anything about like ballots or any of that stuff, which I don't. You know, when you interviewed Trump, you don't really have a good answer for that. You know, it's like it was stolen.
I just can't wait to
how do you
get
know
into
it
a
was stolen?
bed with one of you two
Stolen,
beasts.
you know,
Have the information?
Yeah, but
so hopefully we have to jump back on
know,
here
like
because
the
we
real
found
conspiracy
something
in
that's
broad daylight that they just totally like tanked the economy overall. Yeah, that's it. The secret history of the shadow campaign that saved the 2020 election. And they go deep into like admitting so much about like the censorship on social media, the support of the riots and the protests. And what's amazing about it is it really is incredible their ability to turn on and turn off the protest machine.
Well, it's just weird.
Like
money.
Yeah.
It's just money. There's a lot of people out there that have nothing to do.
The thing is,
We were talking about the other day. I was like, if I was 21 years old and someone said, "Hey, they're going to pay $400 to go to a Kamala Harris rally," would you go? Fuck yeah, I'd go. I'd hold that sign up. I'd probably vote
When
for
I was
it.
21, you had me at $400. The conversation was over.
It's
like,
over.
$400.
How do you get 1,000 to go protest for Tesla?
Can I sneak in both of those? Can we do one?
Yeah, 1,400 in a day. Nice.
Yeah, I was thrilled when I was 25 to make like $75 at the comic strip or something like that. So yeah, but also it's it's like that's kind of like the whole CIA deep state game is it's always moving around the margins. You know, like if there's like when I'm the show I talked about a bunch, like the Maidan Revolution in Ukraine, and when I say like this was a U.S.-backed coup against a democratically elected president, the response I get from people who disagree with it would always be like, "Oh, you're denying the agency of the Ukrainian people?" Because like, look at these pictures. There's all these Ukrainian people in the streets, and you're like, "Well, yeah." But the U.S. poured $100 million into that street protest. Like, you think that made a difference a little bit, you know? And so, like, it's not that there weren't real people there. Sure, but man, you want to keep a protest going through the Ukrainian winter, and then all of a sudden you get $100 million, and now you got heat lamps and celebrities and concerts, and then you keep the whole thing.
One thing I was
going until the democratically elected president has to flee for his fucking life. And then what are you supposed to look at that? Oh, that was just an organic revolution? No, it fucking wasn't. You know, this is DC overthrowing his neighbor. And, you know, they don't
I'll say this.
like that detail because
a lot of interaction
fucks up the whole unprovoked.
From
People don't like that detail. They don't like the detail that there's many layers of subterfuge.
However, I
exchanging with each other.
really interested
There's
to
so much
hear
money
stories
and so much
from,
influence, and they're so good at it.
from
They've been doing it for
folks
so long
that worked there.
that they can get Time
And
Magazine to write
we
an
did a
article
lot of talking
saying how it's good.
Yeah,
to the
it's
folks
great.
that
It's
worked
good
there.
that we
And
saved the 2020 election.
And by the way, I love I know your podcast with Mike Benz was phenomenal. That dude's great. I love him.
I've done a few of them.
He's great. But I knew all that. He's right about all that USAID stuff, and I'll tell you, that was the whole thing. It's Scott Horton's book, Provoked, which is like the best book that's been written on the history of the build up to the war in Ukraine.
He was willing to talk about,
and it's all in there, dude. It's all footnoted, but it's like, yeah, they're the ones pumping all this money in. And then they make it out like when you try to cut it, they're like, "Oh, no, we were just helping some kids get on a school bus over here and overthrowing the democratically elected government in Ukraine." You know, like we did all of that.
And that is
Well, that's the
the
beautiful
story
thing
of the
about
Congress
USA.
Hotel to me.
You know, it's like they have the money to do all this stuff. There's the money to do essentially whatever they want all over the world. The way Mike Benn describes it,
most interesting interview
stuff that's too dirty for the CIA.
Yeah. Well, and so they can have plausible deniability too. Because like, what are you talking about?
Government organization.
Yeah, there you go. That's totally right. Yeah, exactly. It's like in the name. They might as well call it. They're like, we're not the CIA.
The good guys.
We're just George Soros' NGO, not the CIA at all. Totally removed.
The guy's like,
also, the thing is that
none of that's true.
You know, when you look at like the actual money, sometimes they'll kind of point out that
kill some dreams there,
they're like, oh, this is a very small percentage of the budget, and it's like, yeah, it's tiny. This is money. Well, right, it's a small percentage of our budget. Our budget. I mean, I know the entire GDP of Russia is like $2 trillion. The entire economy, and I don't know what Ukraine is, but smaller than that. And we spend like between $6 and $7 trillion a year, just our government. So when you're talking about flooding in $100 million, flooding in a few billion, I think like it's like $5 or $6 billion since '91 we put into Ukraine. That may not sound like that much money in the context of America, the biggest economy, the second biggest economy in the world. But
it doesn't keep up
politically, in a small country like Ukraine, that moves out
from
that changes the entire landscape when the world empire is pumping that type of money in.
What do you think the world looks like, though, if the United States doesn't do that? So if the United States doesn't, this is like the Mike Baker perspective, right? Like if the United States doesn't make friends with these dictators, if the United States doesn't put people who are sympathetic to our causes in power, China does, Russia does, it looks very bad for America all over the world. Things get dangerous.
It's almost always the war hawks rely on an unfalsifiable counterfactual. You know, so it's like, oh, but if we didn't do this and we ran the counterfactual, it would be this crazy other scenario that's somehow even worse than this. Now, the problem with that, from my perspective, is number one, the factual scenario is like something like 4 to 5 million dead civilians over the last 25 years, entire nations destroyed, $8 trillion depleted from the U.S. Treasury, tens of thousands of our bravest young men blowing their brains out. So, you know, if you're relying on this unfalsifiable counterfactual, but it would have been worse if we hadn't fought a war in Iraq and Afghanistan and Syria and Libya and Somalia and Yemen and all these places over the last years. Okay,
and this is in an area where people
I'd say the onus is on you to really have to demonstrate that and not just assert that it would be worse if we hadn't done this.
This was
but also, like,
the city at one
point. We are going broke doing it.
The White House
with $36 trillion in debt, we can't even afford it. And the idea that if we were to get out of the game of being the world empire, then like China would go, okay, great, now we get to destroy ourselves, and it just seems completely
staff there. And
it seems extremely unlikely that would be the case. And also, you know, it's like people act like, okay, if we weren't doing this in Ukraine, then Vladimir Putin could do whatever he wanted to, or if we weren't doing this, then China could do whatever they wanted to. But they've got adversaries all around them too, who are richer than them, maybe not in China's case, but certainly in Putin's case, richer than them, are opposed to them. All of Western Europe is not just a pushover. China has Japan and South Korea, and they've got their own, you know, the truth is that there's nobody has the power that the U.S. government has to do this shit. It's only, like, we're the ones who can do this. And it would just be a better world if we just did it. Like, you just can't convince me that, like, if we just hadn't have fought the terror wars, like, which was totally a possibility. We had, the whole war on terrorism could have been over by Christmas of 2001 with the special ops taking out the Al-Qaeda cells. They could have trapped Osama bin Laden in Tora when they had him there. They let him escape into Pakistan.
Why appreciate it?
They already had their eye on Baghdad.
We really do.
And, you know, if Osama bin Laden is caught, you don't get your bonus war. You know what I mean? He's got the whole war propaganda for invading Afghanistan. It wasn't. Everyone remembers WFDs, but it wasn't just that claim. It was the claim, which Dick Cheney and George W. Bush, all the neocons pushed real hard, was that he was in on 9/11. Now, this totally fell apart because it was never true, and they knew it wasn't true. But the claim was he's got these weapons and he could hand them off to the terrorists. And then, what was the Condoleezza Rice line? It's like, we don't want the warning to be in the form of a mushroom cloud or something like that. Like the fear was they're going to nuke Kansas or whatever. As soon as Saddam Hussein gives the weapons he doesn't have to the terrorists he's not friends with. But if they caught Osama bin Laden, I think that would have destroyed the whole 7 wars,
773
5 years.
It's the Wesley Clark.
7277.
You want to hear something else on the Wesley Clark thing? This is new.
On Hysteria 50.
So,
Pierce Morgan, request of the show that you use a rotary phone.
He hosted a debate between, which I love doing the show, not trash news, but it's a circus. But
it is a circus.
Yes.
I think he's very smart.
Oh, he's a genius.
That circus is fucking a lot of people lining up.
Dude, he figured out, and you got to give him so much credit because he's probably the only one from like the old guard of corporate media, who figured it out. He went, okay, I see where we are. Yeah, I see what's going on, and I know what people want to see.
Well, Tucker figured it out too, but in a different way.
Tucker is actually, Tucker's the one who really figured it out.
Doing this kind of show.
Yes. Yeah. No, I think it's doing long form podcast. Well, look,
but with people who sucked up Obama's dick.
and
other various experts, and other really,
only that.
Yeah, really amazing people.
Maybe 10% of the coverage is about who sucked up Obama's dick.
Did you see that physician who was on the other day that was talking about all the cancer lives?
Yeah. Cancer. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I saw a few clips from it. It's very
crazy. They're seeing pancreatic cancer in kids, little kids, which is just unheard of. He was saying that in all of his career, he had never seen pancreatic cancer in a child before, right? And now they're seeing it.
Well, they used to call type 2 diabetes adult onset diabetes because it was like kids don't get it. It was like unheard of, and now it's like all over the place. I saw that thing. I saw it because you posted it with Kaylee Means.
Yes,
it's so great. Oh, so great.
Wasn't it fucking amazing? It's just amazing that they're arguing against this. Well, there's like no argument.
And like I'm far from. I don't really understand the shit that well, but okay. It's crazy that Bob Kennedy is overhauling this whole thing and cutting all this. Okay. We spend more on health than any other nation in the world by far, and we're the sickest. You're telling me there should, and your position here, it just like exposes that the entire media. It's like your position here is to get in between the regime and any threat to the regime.
Well, it's also radical change, and radical change causes controversy, and controversy is what they sell. So the media is going to sell that, and they're going to sell it on the angle of this is creating all sorts of problems, all sorts of people are losing their jobs, budgets are getting cut, people are getting fired, they're out on the street. It's that. Like, that's just what they have to do that. That is what, if you're doing television media, newsprint media, subscription media, that's part of your job.
Well, but you could also get huge ratings by covering the controversy that is, we spend more money and have the worst outcomes.
Can't do it because you get too much money from the pharmaceutical.
Well, that's right. But that's the point.
Also, Calendines point that out.
Right. And I mean, look, if the media was just driven by ratings, they'd be doing shows on Jeffrey Epstein every day. I mean, because they would give you the number one show in cable news. You could go, I'm going to talk about no other topic. Give me the 8 p.m. hour on MSNBC or CNN or Fox News or whatever, and I'll say, I'm just going to make my show about Jeffrey Epstein. That's every single day. That's all we're doing. I guarantee you, I have the number one show. Right, more people would want to watch that.
Candace Owens show. It's on YouTube.
Yeah, that's right. And it's doing better numbers than any of the shows on cable news.
It's phenomenal.
Perfect.
So like they created a monster with her when they fired her from the Daily Wire. They created a monster.
Yeah, they sure did.
She can't be stopped.
Yeah. Oh no. There's no stopping.
Was that?
She's hitting all the fucking third rails that no one wants to touch. She's got a 6-hour presentation.
Easy listening
You
radio
know how
station
Bridget
in Peoria,
McCrone is mad.
Illinois.
It's fucking 6 hours.
It revolves around a plague that's turning
Long.
people into flesh eating
I'm like, I don't know if
pigs.
she's even kind of right about that.
I think she's right.
But she's got a lot of shit to say on it.
Bro,
Sounds of fun.
she would
We
be
all
getting
love
sued
breakers
right now
and
instead
watch
of
for
trying
underdogs
to
so much.
bribe
This seemed like a
her.
perfect way to kick
Instead of
off
trying to give her
2018.
money
The
to
two
shut the
juice
fuck
cannons
up.
are now
Yeah,
here, so
they would
like
sue her. Yeah,
2018
You're
is
probably
already
right about that.
I don't know if they are still. Have they
Actually brought
tried
to
to file
attention by listener
anything?
Aaron Babel, and we
They
loved it
probably
so much we
They
wanted to
probably
share it
filed
with
some
everyone.
bullshit
I'm
lawsuits.
sure
Keep in
she's
mind,
the only
this
several.
audio drama
I'm
is
pretty
only available as
sure
current
she's
copy of
right.
a copy of a copy
I don't know. I
So
might
the
be
sound
wrong.
is not
Yeah,
the
I
best.
think she's
There's
right.
an
The whole
awesome
thing
show
stinks, and what
and well worth
stinks
the audio
way
quality.
worse than that
So
giant
without further
distraction
ado,
is
here's
that
1972
the number one
WUHF
opponent for
radio
Macron
drama, The Peoria.
just got sentenced to 4 years in jail and barred from political life for 5 years.
And the front runner, not just the number one opponent, the one who's winning.
Winning. Yeah. It's fucking crazy. It's what they try to do to Trump plus.
Oh yeah. No, they were able to take it further. Yeah, and then we'll see if there's the backlash the same way there was when they tried to do that to Trump. And it's just so it's like there's some propaganda that's like almost too can't be successful propaganda. Like saying Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction and is embedded with terrorists. That's good propaganda right there. You know, right after 9/11, you can totally convince the average American that, okay, well, we can't let that stand. You know, in a post 9/11 world, we can't allow some Arab dictator to have nuclear weapons. He's friends with terrorists. He's in on 9/11. Okay, but to say the propaganda is democracy is on the ballot while you're trying to arrest your opponent because he's winning in the polls, like, that's just too it's too ridiculous. It's too on its face.
You have to say what you're arresting for. And then when people look at it, you're like, wait, Mar-a-Lago's worth how much? Hold on. 34 what? Bookkeeping errors? They're misdemeanors? Where's the felony?
And you're saying,
isn't it past the statute of limitations? It is.
And you're like, and nobody's ever been tried on this charge. This is a novel, like a charge where it would be a misdemeanor, but you've ramped it up to a felony, and there's no victim, and there's no victim involved. The banks themselves are telling you, right, we were happy to do business with Donald Trump. We do business
we got our money back. There's no victims at all. And it's what every real estate agent does. Every real estate salesman, every real estate investor overvalue their properties. And your property is essentially only worth what people are willing to pay for.
Yeah. Look, I mean, it's so obvious. It was so obvious that they were just weaponizing the legal system to go out.
It's so crazy. Like they tried to say Mar-a-Lago's only worth $18 million. Dude, I would buy it right away. If someone told me you could get Mar-a-Lago for $18 million, I'd call my accountant right now and go, "Don't lose this. Jump on this. Wire money. Wire the money. I'm moving to Florida."
Just bring down Austin. Everybody.
I'd have to have the call with Jamie. He'd be like, "Fuck."
Yeah. We're
moving to Florida, bitch.
You thought you had some uncomfortable summers here.
Do a lot of golfing. A lot of golfing for you. A lot of golfing. I like some parts. Florida's fun.
Well, I don't think Trump's selling, and I don't think you're getting it for $18 million.
I'd like to live around alligators. It's exciting. This episode is
don't leave your kids unattended, but yeah, sure.
No. Give your kids a gun.
So let me tell you, because I forgot what I was saying. So Piers Morgan hosts a debate between Scott Horton and Wesley Clark. And so in this debate, one of the most interesting things, Wesley Clark just very casually said this. It's like breaking news. But he said, so everybody, I assume we played it like a bunch of times on the show before, but Wesley Clark is a 4-star general. He was the head of NATO. And he told Amy Goodman on Democracy Now! That he saw in late 2001 what has become known as the 7 wars in 5 years. That the plan from the neocons in the government was that we were going to overthrow all these governments in the region in the next 5 years. Now, this plan obviously didn't end up happening in 5 years, but it's literally he names 7 countries, and there's 1 to go. And that one, by the way, happens to be the one that Donald Trump is flirting with a war with right now, Iran. All the rest of them have happened.
Israeli news reported today that a strike on Iran is imminent.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah. No, we're very clearly moving toward this war, yet another catastrophic war. So Wesley Clark gets asked about this in the debate, and he goes, "Oh, it actually goes back much further than that." He goes, "I first saw the plans in 1991, and it came from Paul Wolfowitz." Okay, so he goes, Paul Wolfowitz had these plans in 1991, and he took them to Brent Scowcroft, who was George H.W. Bush's national security advisor. So he takes them there, and according to Wesley Clark, again, my source on this is a 4-star general. He says that Scowcroft went, "We'll look at this after the election." 92 is the election year. They lose. Bill Clinton comes in. He goes, and the plan kind of got killed. And then he said it was revived later in a study paid for by the Israelis. And that this was done, that Richard Pearl was really the one who brought it back to life. And that it was explicitly done because this is what they thought was necessary to protect Israel. And like as I've mentioned to you before, now I don't know exactly what study he's referring to, but he said that's what he said. But I do know, as I've mentioned before on this, that anybody can go read The Clean Break. Google it right now. It's a clean break, a new strategy for securing the realm, which was a letter written by the guy he mentioned, Richard Pearl and David Wormser, to Benjamin Netanyahu in 1996, was his first year when he came in as prime minister. And the whole thing is basically, the clean break is a break from the peace process, a break from Oslo, because essentially Bill Clinton had gotten Yitzhak Rabin and Arafat to agree to like start this 2-state solution process that should be based around 67 years. You got to finally give these Palestinians a state. You've been occupying them since 1967. You got to finally take your boot off their neck. And the clean break strategy was to go, listen, we got to get away from this whole idea of a Palestinian state and giving them land. Basically, the thinking, the Yitzhak Rabin old school thinking on this, loosely speaking, it's a little more complicated, but basically they were like, look, we've been occupying the Palestinians for decades and decades now. The broader Arab world hates us over our treatment of the Palestinians. And so what you got to do is you have to make peace with the Palestinians so that you can get along with all these Arab states around you. That was kind of the thinking. And the clean break strategy was like, no. We're going to reverse that. Instead of making peace with Palestinians so that we get along Arab states surrounding us, what we're going to do is we're going to overhaul those states so we never have to make peace with the Palestinians. So we never have to have a 2-state solution. What we'll just do is we'll go overthrow all of these governments. Israel can't go overthrow all of these governments, but the U.S. can. And so after they had these plans in according to Wesley Clark in 91. We know about the clean break memo in 96. But after 9/11, that's when, by a terrible twist of fate and all this shit, the neocons are in power. They're in George W. Bush's, but there is no Brent Scowcroft. There is no H.W. There's nobody with like a little bit of wisdom at the top. It's Dick Cheney at the top, and then his sidekick, George W. Bush. And they go, so now we're going to move together. Do you remember when Dick Cheney was in the bunker and W wasn't? Yeah, that's when we knew it was up. Yeah, that'll tell you something. We were informed he was in the bunker, which is so crazy. Like, why would you say where the guy everyone's trying to kill is hiding? Yeah. Are you that confident in your bunker? And where's this bunker? What does it look like? Can I get a fucking MTV Cribs tour of this bunker? What's going on with the bunker? And look, man, and then just and you can see now where there's like so much there's such a rise in people being so fed up with this stuff. But the idea that we're now, I mean, look, just even with this whole signal gate shit that just happened. It's like the real scandal there isn't even. I mean, I do think that Mike Waltz should be fired over this. I mean, it's a crazy screw up, and it's totally embarrassing. How do you do that? I mean, I don't understand how you do that. It doesn't make any sense to me. Did you see his interview? But it is a signal chat between high-level government officials with classified information.
that's being discussed about war plans.
They would claim it's not classified, but it was information about an imminent attack that's about to take place.
How's that
Seems
not
like that would have to be.
How's that not
Yeah,
classified?
how is that not
If that's
top
not
secret?
classified, somebody else should get fired.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
at the end of the day, you have, I believe there was 18 people in that chat. Is that correct?
Something probably.
Yeah. And no one goes over those things before you start addressing this information. If Jamie and I were talking shit about someone and we decided to do it on Signal, like, I would make sure that I didn't accidentally include my mom.
Yeah, right.
or a fucking reporter I know,
or worse, like,
or Trump himself,
or like your enemy, like the person who hates you the most.
How could you even have that guy in your contact list? Like, what's going on?
And also,
how do you accidentally include someone?
And the chat is, I mean, this is, you can't overstate it. Short of the president of the United States, it's the most senior positions. It's
How do you not have
CIA
someone
director
going over the list before you go live?
It's unbelievable. But I will say that, like, that, and perhaps there's another element. I mean, I don't know. I don't exactly know. I know in Trump's first term, the efforts from his own government to sabotage him were profound.
They were
obvious.
recording him.
Yeah, I mean, they were framing him for being a Russian spy, his own intelligence agencies. And so when you have a conversation like this get leaked to the most anti-Trump, propagandist at the Atlantic, it does raise some questions. Like, was this done intentionally? Was it not? Yeah, and I don't know if you saw, but Waltz he did Laura Ingram's show. Like a couple days after it came out, and I mean his answers were just ridiculous. Like, it was like she was like, so was this a staffer who messed up? Was someone? And he goes, no, I take full responsibility. But it was, I'm sure a lot of people have a contact with the wrong number saved in the contact or something like that.
Yeah, but you don't include that.
Yeah, but also
every time I get a new phone, one of the things I do is I go, oh wow, all the dead people on my phone. I have a lot of dead people on my phone.
Depressing. Yeah,
it's so sad. But I have a lot of friends that I look through my contact list. I'm like, fuck, he's gone. Oh, fuck, he's gone. It's, and I have to make the decision. Do I delete them from my contact list? Generally, I don't. I like to see in their names.
Yeah, no,
I have an old message from an old boss of mine. I keep the phone just because it's got the voicemail on it.
Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah.
It's like, you keep things that you don't need. I have contacts for people that are not just dead, but people that are dead to me. You know what I mean? Like, why do I have them in there? I don't talk to that guy anymore. Like, but you don't add them to a fucking chat list. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, right, and he was claiming, like, the idea of, which I'm sure has happened to all of us before, where, like, maybe you're taking down someone's number and you enter it wrong. So, like, but that you wouldn't happen to hit the Atlantic journalist guy's number.
No, he had to be in contact with that guy.
Well, he claims he's never been in contact with him. He's never met him. He's never.
So
had
how
a
did he
conversation.
include him in
Then
the
they
chat?
found, by the way, then they found pictures of them together at, like, different events.
Oh,
so he's
so it's
already
like an
lying.
Epstein deal.
Yeah, he's already lying. It's not. But I will say, like, that. It's like with a lot of these things. There was like which we've talked about before on the show, but there's the leaked Victoria Nuland phone call where she's deciding who the new government in Ukraine will be. Right, like right around the time. Yeah. Okay, and then at one point she's furious at the European Union for not, like, moving in faster, and she goes. At one point she goes, fuck the European Union. We'll just do it ourselves.
We should play that recording.
Sure.
Because it's so crazy.
But
people should hear it.
But the point is that the scandal became that she said, fuck the EU. And you're like, no, dude, that's not the scandal here. That's not. They're like, isn't this undiplomatic of her saying, fuck the European Union? Like, that's the least of what's interesting about this.
Isn't it interesting that Congress people swear now?
It's very.
Everybody's swearing.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, fuck this, call people retards. It's great.
Well, it is. It's like they lost. They were trying to play that, like, Donald Trump's, like, down here, and and then that didn't work. So they were like, I guess we'll just try to be like him too now.
Fuck Elon Musk. Yeah. Everybody's excited again. It's interesting. They're adopting podcast language, is what it is.
Yes, but it's I don't think it's going to be successful for them, because what they're not adopting is the authenticity of it, and it comes off as kind of like goes, oh, now you're doing this? Like, after all these years of pretending you were all formal and everything it was about decorum and how Donald Trump was he wasn't presidential enough, and now you're like, oh, so you never really believed any of that shit. It's like them trying to turn on the woke stuff. It's like it just doesn't. It's too long.
Right.
You were so married to this for too long.
You gave up your authenticity for too long.
Yeah,
and it's like a Chris Cuomo type deal.
It's like Chris Cuomo. It's Elizabeth Warren drinking the beer, but like not doing it right. Putting like her whole mouth over a bottle of beer.
I want people to get better, right? So if you were a propagandist and you're like, this is bullshit, but there's examples of those people out there that are legitimate, and then there's also people that realize like, oh, well, that job is over. I can't do that anymore. Now I have to be something different. Let me try to be authentic.
Yes, but people can read that, man. They can tell.
But you're also never going to fully be authentic. You're always going to get something back. You're going to say things because you want people to think of you a certain way, rather than this is uncomfortable, but this is how I think.
Yeah, no, that's right. Oh, but so anyway, just on the signal thing though. Again, the real scandal here is not that they either intentionally or were just so incompetent that they added this journalist to it and it got leaked. The real scandal is that when you look through the chat, and that's like, what are we doing here? We're bombing another country in the Middle East. We're bombing the poorest country in the Middle East.
Yeah,
by the way,
Yemen has been bombed forever.
Oh my God, on behalf of Israel, because they're standing up against this fucking brutal war in Gaza right now. And so we're going to bomb these guys again. And then you have, like, I gotta say, man, like, I was disgusted by Tulsi Gabbard's response there. Someone who I've, said a lot of nice things about over the years and who I really supported as being the DNI. But, like, literally only JD Vance is the only one who offers the mildest pushback and goes, he's like, hey guys, this is kind of a mistake and it's kind of everything against what Donald Trump ran on. And by the way, like, it's like such an insignificant amount of our trade that even goes through this area. It's really Europe's problem, not ours. But I'll go along with it if you guys want to. If you guys say, and then they literally say on the thing, they go, we've tracked the missile guy, as they call him, this is the target they're trying to take out. They go, we've tracked him to his girlfriend's apartment building. And so we'll level the apartment building. And then Tulsi Gabbard's just like, job well done, team. Everybody's cheering it on. There's not like nobody even has the thought to go like, like is there a way we could do this without like murdering an entire apartment building's worth of people here? Is there a way? Man, this is a lot. Like, it's like, did none of you guys even kind of believe in God? Are none of you even scared that maybe God exists and that, like, Jesus Christ, what are we doing here? There's none of that. There's not a feeling of that. There's not a sense of like, and I know I've talked about this before on the show, but we go the whole history of the war in Yemen, going all the way back to Obama's first term. I mean, what we've done to this country, the poorest country in the Middle East. I mean, there was a goddamn genocide that happened in Yemen. I mean, it was the drone bomb campaign from Obama was bad enough, but the Saudi invasion and the blockade and the war on the civilian population, and hundreds of thousands of people died, hundreds of thousands of cases of like cholera and these other like very easily preventable and treatable diseases that babies were just dying of because they had a full blockade around the country. The U.S. Navy fucking enforced the blockade. The U.S. fucking refueling the Saudi fighter jets and backing them the whole war there. And the idea that we think launching a couple Tomahawks is going to break the Houthis after they went through all that shit, there's no chance. Like, it's not. You're just killing people for no strategic benefit. There's the only thing that would actually, like, we could overthrow the Houthis if we wanted to invade the country. The U.S. military could do that. But, like, short of that, the idea that
you have to do, that's like a big public thing. We're just bombing somehow or another, especially drone bombing, sort of like is in the ether. You know what I mean? It's almost abstract. Yeah, like you don't, like if we sent a tier 1 team to go take this dude out, that would be front page news. That would be like an act of war. That would be a good thing. We're declaring war on this country. We've invaded their land with actual boots on the ground. It's different. for some weird reason, like you're allowed to use flying robots remote controlled by drone operators who, by the way, have some of the weirdest fucking PTSD rather. These people are all fucked up for a long time because they watch these folks, because they're watching these folks. They know the people around. They get to know. They watch them for days. They see them hug their kids, and then they get that fucking call.
And you don't get any of the, and I don't know, I mean, I'm just kind of speculating here, I'm not a neuropsychologist, but there's something I think where, like, if you're in the fight, if you're in the action, you know, like a lot of different, you know, primal things are going to kick up. Like, you're, you know, as all the troops say, I've talked to a whole lot of them, it's almost unanimous to a man that they always say the thing you're fighting for once you get there is your brother next to you. Like, it's not even, it's like, forget the mission or whatever. It's like, this is your God right here. And you guys are going in to make sure your buddy doesn't get his leg blown off or whatever. But when you don't have any of that, there aren't bullets whizzing at you. There's not your friend next to you. There's not this like sense of like, I had to do what I had to do. And when you're just watching it on a monitor from a safe distance, I think there's some way that fucks you up on a whole different level.
It's got to haunt your dreams. It has to. There's no other way. You see a man holding his child and swinging her around in his arms, and you know you're going to blow that man and that kid to smithereens. Yeah. And you have to, because the kids are near the dad, and we got to kill that guy.
Yeah, you got orders, you know.
Yeah.
That's
and a whole apartment building. Like, we're talking thousands of people. What are we talking about? To get to this guy?
Well, you know, there's a
mushroom cloud. Boom.
Yeah. Well, there's a clip that Tim Pool got like a real short interview with Donald Trump during the campaign. Like I think he was the first one, but it wasn't like a long form podcast. Like he was the first podcast where they did like 20 minutes or something like that. But he did get this one clip out of Donald Trump on that thing where Donald Trump is eviscerating Joe Biden for bombing the Houthis for the same exact reason, because they were firing on shipping. And Donald Trump's like, take that idiot. It's Joe Biden. I mean, these guys, their answer for everything is to drop bombs on it. Pick up a phone. Diplomacy can work here. Like, you don't have to do this. And the fact is that there were, during the ceasefire, which Trump's envoy negotiated, which is falling apart now, but during the ceasefire, there were no Houthi attacks on the shipping lanes. Like, they stopped them. And then when the ceasefire fell apart, they picked them back up again. Now, feel however you feel about that. I'm just saying, there is a diplomatic solution here, right? Like, they are willing to, like, if there's a scare, they will stop these attacks. There's not a military solution short of invading the country and having yet another catastrophic war in the Middle East. And it's like, so which one of those do you want to pick? America First crowd? I mean, like, Donald Trump was explicitly elected for this reason, as a repudiation of the foreign policy of the last 30 years. That we're like done with this. We want to put America first. And as you can see, even J.D. Vance and then a little bit Pete Hegseth, their only issue, you know, it's never the innocent people being killed. You know, for a bunch of Christians, it's kind of weird that never comes up. But their issue is, oh, this is us bailing out Europe, because Europe actually relies more on these shipping lanes than the United States does by orders of magnitude. But even that is part of the America First thing that Donald Trump totally ran against. Like, why is it that we have to foot the bill for everybody else's defense? It makes no sense. Our country is in bad shape. We need those resources here.
What is the justification for these bombings? What is the public justification?
That the Houthis have attacked a few U.S. Cargo ships, and that there's, that their international trade, that they don't have a right to disrupt international trade in this way, which is like, okay, it's true. I mean, the thing that I've seen the most is like that people will go, well, we can't just turn a blind eye to this aggression by the Houthis. But I also do think, and I don't even blame people for this, because it's nobody, in the corporate media or ever talked about any of this stuff, or very rarely talked about it, never really told the story. That it's like, yeah, if you're just coming into the story now, I could see where you might think the Houthis are the aggressors. But if you're rewinding the tape from this, there is just no debate about it. I mean, there's no question that we literally started, it was in 2009 when Obama started up with the drone bombing, the then secret drone bombing campaign, and Yemen was one of the major theaters. This was where, if you remember, because it was like the biggest scandal of the Obama administration, also not talked about much in the media, but was talked about on a lot of podcasts, was that Anwar al-Awlaki and his 14 or 15-year-old son, his two American citizens, were both killed by drone bombs in Yemen. And this caused a bit of an outrage among some people, because they were like, hey, you really can't murder American citizens who have never been charged of a crime. You can't just say, I just, forget that whole Bill of Rights thing. They're on my list. And by the way, the kid was not Al-Qaeda affiliated or anything, and they claimed that wasn't intentional, but it sure seemed like it was. But so Obama had a drone, he was fighting at the time. Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula had a presence in Yemen. So he's drone bombing these Al-Qaeda sites. I think the estimates were something like 95 to 96% of the people who died were not the targets. So just killing a whole bunch of innocent people. And then, as always happens in these situations, Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula just grew stronger and stronger and stronger because this is, it's insurgent math. Like General McChrystal said, you kill a bunch of innocent people, and then, you kill one little girl, and she had 3 brothers and a father and 2 uncles, and they all join up Al-Qaeda now because, fuck you, they're going to get you back for that shit. Everyone's around. Yes. So we're doing this drone bomb campaign over there. It's completely failing, and Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula is just getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, Obama kind of bribed off the dictator of Yemen at the time, this guy, Saleh. And he was like, listen, if you let us do our fucking drone bombing campaigns in here, we'll give you a whole bunch of weapons and money. And so he took the deal. And then he used those weapons to go attack this group, the Houthis. And then he also started losing to them. Even with the U.S. weapons, the Houthis were fucking him up. And then little by little, the Houthis kind of took over the whole country. And then now the Houthis are also enemies with Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. These are radical Sunnis, Al-Qaeda versus radical Shiites, the Houthis. So they're fucking enemies, and they're fighting a civil war while all this is going on. And then Saudi Arabia decided to invade in early 2015. And in 2015, and you could look this up if you Google Obama to placate the Saudis. These are literally what the Obama officials told the New York Times. They told them that literally this is why. So Obama stabbed the Houthis in the back, took Saudi Arabia's side, took Al-Qaeda's side, started fighting fighting in a civil war against the Houthis, which is, in effect, taking Al-Qaeda's side in that war. And so the Saudis invade the country. Now, Obama said essentially that because the Saudis are an important trading partner, and they were pissed off at us at the time. They were very upset about the war in Iraq. The Saudis were the ones in the region who were against it the whole time because they knew. They were like, you're just going to give Baghdad to Iran, basically. And that's their big enemy is Iran. And then they were also really pissed off because Obama did the one decent thing he did in his administration was he worked out that deal with Iran. Same goddamn thing that Trump tore up and is now demanding they get back into some type of nuclear deal. But so in order to placate the Saudis, Obama goes, okay, we'll back your war here. And like I said, full blockade around the country, refueling their military jets.
Quiet support for Saudis entangles U.S. and Yemen. This is,
yep.
Here's Obama, in an awkward twist, becomes Saudi Arabia's defender.
And it is hard to overstate how brutal the Saudis were in this war. I mean, think of Gaza, something not too unsimilar to that, but you're talking a full blockade around the country. This was the poorest country in the Middle East before any of this. Full blockade around the country. The Saudis were bombing. They were bombing their agriculture. They were bombing their wheat silos. They were bombing their irrigation ditches. They're just a total war on the civilian population. all the way from 2015 into 2021, when it essentially ended in like an Afghanistan style, I guess we give up. Like it was just eventually the status. I think the Houthis, you know, one of the things that's really interesting that happened this whole time, like you were talking about the drone wars. So back in 2009, first of all, it was secret. The drone program wasn't, everyone knew it. There had been good reporting on it. But the way they got the good reporting was like people found the drones in Yemen. You know, and they take like little, you know, grainy cell phone pictures and be like, look, this is a U.S. drone. So there's clearly, but actually the Obama's press secretary, it's not, God damn it, not Jay Carney, his first press secretary. I'm blanking on his name, but he admitted this on NBC News. It was like really amazing. But he like was talking about how the drone program. This is years later, like 2012. He's at NBC News now, and he was talking about how when he used to get questions about the drone program, he wasn't allowed to even acknowledge that it was real. And so he would just sit there. Yeah, Robert Gibbs. I apologize. I should have remembered that.
I was told not to even acknowledge the drone program.
There's video of this.
When I went through the process of becoming press secretary, one of the first things they told me was, you're not even to acknowledge the drone program. You're not even to discuss that it exists, said former White House press secretary Robert Gibbs Up with Chris Hayes Sunday.
So now think about, okay, by the way, there is video of this. It wasn't, you know, I don't know if it's in this article or not, but I mean, that was essentially the point. But the thing in the video is so funny is that they all are laughing about it. Like they're talking about like what a funny thing it is. Like imagine being in the position where you can't admit that a real thing's real and journalists are asking you questions. And he said, because it is kind of funny in a weird way, but that's like, you think good news, man. That wouldn't be the number one thing. Oh, yeah, this is it.
I certainly think there are aspects of that program that are a little bit highly sensitive and very secret. Let me give you an example here, Chris. When I went through a process of becoming a press secretary, one of the first things they told me was, you're not even to acknowledge the drone program. You're not even to discuss that it exists. And so I would get a question like that, and literally I couldn't tell you what major asked, because once I figured out it was about the drone program, I realized I'm not supposed to talk about it. But here's what's inherently crazy about that proposition. You're being asked a question based on reporting of a program that exists. Right? So you're the official government spokesperson acting as if the entire program pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. I think in many ways, and I think what the president has seen, and I have not talked to him about this, so I want to be careful with my opinion, but I think what the president has seen is our denial of the existence of the program when it's obviously happening, undermines people's confidence overall in the decisions that their government makes.
That's the major problem with murdering people in the poorest country in the Middle East. You know, it might undermine people's trust in you, and therefore your ability to murder more people in the poorest country in the Middle East. So just like, by the way, whenever you see anyone over the last, like, say, 8 years on MSNBC, CNN, talking about threat to democracy and the free press and all this, shut the fuck up. You hired that guy. The guy who's sitting there telling you, like, when it comes to the issue, forget whether you're for the war or against the war. It's a secret war. You're not even, forget democracy. The people aren't even allowed to have an opinion on this.
Even as the White House press secretary, you're not even allowed to acknowledge.
And like, why not? I mean, it's not as if they were like, well, if Al Qaeda knows that we're coming for them, then something is compromised. It's just like, oh yeah, Obama ran as the peace candidate. He collected a Nobel Peace Prize before he had done anything, and he didn't particularly want to tell people that he had just started this new campaign of just murdering whoever he wanted to for whatever reason he wanted to. And, you know, one of the things that's interesting about the technology of it, and I remember people much smarter than me predicting this at the time, I guess I never really appreciated, like, exactly the timetable of all of it. But it went in 2009, which he's talking about 2009, in a few years later there. It went from like, oh, the U.S. has this new technology where we can use drones in war. So all of a sudden now in 2025, you're sitting around and everybody had, like, this is just part of war now. You know, literally even the Houthis, I mean, they don't have the capabilities we have, but they have drone bombs. And that's part of how they were able to get the Saudis to finally back out. Is like they could hit some of their oil fields with their drone bombs, and it was enough of a pain in the ass for the Saudis to be like, all right, like, call it quits. And so they ended that war in 21. But now these Houthis have been in charge of Yemen the whole time since. You know, in the same way that it was like, we fought this whole war to get the Taliban out of Afghanistan. We just lost. Like, they just still run the whole place. And so these guys are still there. They have gone through what was the worst humanitarian crisis in the world from 2015 to 2021. They survived all of that, and they're still there. And now they see the same goddamn thing happening in Gaza, and they're the one. Again, I'm not like, this is their stated thing. I'm not saying like they're all great people or something, but they're going like, no, fuck that. We're standing up for the people in Gaza. And so they were like, as long as all of you guys are supporting Israel, just slaughtering all these people, then we're going to start, you know, like trying to shut down these shipping lines, which they don't really have the capacity to do, but they can hit some cargo ships and hit some military ships.
How does this ever settle? How does this ever relax? Like, when you look at what happened in Gaza and you think about the tensions that existed before October 7th, and then this happens, and then the Israeli attack happens, like, how does anything come to a peaceful resolution at this point?
Well, it looks really bad at the moment right now, you know? And like what I always like to say, which I, you know, is like 50% just me telling myself something to feel better about the situation, but then 50% like it is kind of, you know, like you can go around the world right now and like England is right next to Ireland, and everybody's just cool there right now. And that would have seemed like impossible, you know? And like France and Germany, and you know what I mean? Like there are all these countries where like there was a time where it just seemed impossible. And you know, that was Egypt and Israel. So Egypt and Israel went to war 4 times in the first 20-something years of the existence of the state of Israel. They just kept going to war and war and war against each other. And then in the late 70s, they made a deal, and it was like a land for peace swap.
But isn't it part of the problem that Palestine is not a state? Like,
that's like the whole problem.
The whole thing. It's like you can never come to peace if you never even acknowledge they exist.
Yeah. Well, they've had Israel took control of what are known as the occupied territories. They took control of Gaza and the West Bank in 1967. And it's one thing, like, I'm not like saying it's ever justified, but like it's one thing to like occupy an area for a few months after a war as you're going through the process of turning it over to the, you know, like to themselves, or maybe even a few years. But like we're going into like 60 years of complete Israeli control over these people. And under Israeli control, they have zero rights whatsoever. I mean, like, they don't have the freedom of movement, they don't have freedom to trade with the world, they don't have voting rights, they don't have the right of due process. They get if literally this day, like in the West Bank, where there's like all these big Israeli settlements, because the Israelis are just constantly slowly stealing more of the Palestinians' land. If like an Israeli settler in the West Bank, in the same jurisdiction, gets in a dispute with a Palestinian there, the Israeli citizen, he's a citizen of Israel, he has rights, he goes to a trial. The Palestinian goes in front of a military trial, if he's lucky enough to get that. They have something like a 99% conviction rate. You're just totally fucked. Like, and then, look, a lot of people will point to like, look, like there's been terrorism on the Arab side toward the Israelis going back many years, but like I think you're essentially right. You can't expect a group of people to just be subjugated for eternity, and nobody's going to try to violently fight back. And of course, when they non-violently try to fight back, that gets squashed too. That gets met with violence.
And then the wildest thing, Trump comes along and says, "We're going to take it. We're going to take it. We're going to turn it into the Mediterranean or the Middle East."
it's such a man. It's such a. I really just. And I'd say, listen, I know, like the last time I was on election night, and I supported Donald Trump in this last election. I think Donald Trump was like a necessary force. Donald Trump is a once in a century type of figure. Yeah, I mean, there was just nobody was positioned to do the things that Donald Trump did, and there were like enormous positives that came out of him winning this election. I mean, Donald Trump landed a devastating blow on the Republican establishment in 2016 when he won the primary, and he landed a devastating blow against the Democratic establishment by winning the presidency this year. And he like destroyed the corporate media, like in a way that nobody else could have done. And all of those things are like incredible achievements, you know? But there is this like kind of tragedy with Donald Trump too, where it's like he's the one guy who was able to do all of this. And I will say there were hopes that it was like, hey, he maybe this time around, oh man, he's got Bob Kennedy there, he's got Tulsi Gabbard there, he's got like, oh, okay, this is like a whole different
stop
thing.
that war in one day.
Yes, right. He's here to end the wars. Also, like he had been burned by the system now. In a whole, it's not just that they called him a Russian traitor or whatever. It's like they tried to throw him in jail. Tried to murder him. Okay, this is maybe. Oh no, I'm sorry. That was totally.
They had 5 phones.
A lot of times, as we all know,
Professionally scrap department.
Yes, that happens all the time, Joe. Many times, presidential candidates, the front runner to be president, once again, former presidents, a sniper gets a clean shot 130 yards away from them. That's a very common thing.
That guy was in a BlackRock commercial just 2 years
and a lot of those guys were in BlackRock commercials once, Joe. These are normal things that happen to normal people. It's part of everyday politics. But so a lot of this made people think like, well, maybe. But I will say, already into Trump's presidency, it's just a lot. It's like, shit. No, I guess I got to be happy with the things that he did. But the idea that he's really figured this out, or he's really on to something, he's learned a lot. The guy is out there. He's saying we should primary Thomas Massey and throwing his support behind Lindsey Graham. I mean, come on.
What is
like,
Thomas
Mr.
Massey
President,
doing that's pissing him off?
No, he didn't vote for the freaking spending bill. He voted against the CR because it increased spending and was increasing the debt, and it was refunding all of the programs that Doge had recommended be cut. So he was like, no, I'm not voting for this. And Trump was like, well, I'm going to need you to vote for it. And he was like, no. And that's it. That's his crime. The same thing, same reason Trump hated him in 2020 because he wouldn't vote for the $2 trillion COVID spending bill. Because he was like, "What, you're telling me because the country's locked down, that means we have to bail out every giant corporation around the country?" Like, no, I'm not supporting this. And then Trump sent all his people to go, he's betraying America first or whatever. And there's once Trump gets in it, he just wants like, the next win. But the real problem here is like, the idea that we are going to go and ethnically cleanse, like finish the job of ethnically cleansing the Palestinians out of Gaza on behalf of Israel. It's like, what? First of all, what do you think the reaction to that's going to be? What do you think that's going to do to our country here? It's like I feel. It's like I see a lot of people who get very upset about what they call the rise of anti-Semitism, which certainly, according to my Twitter feed, is real. There's a lot of people.
Do you think is it a rise or is it the ability to express it now been unlocked? Or
I don't know. Maybe both. I have a tough time kind of figuring out exactly what it is. It's also there's a troll aspect to it. There's when you make one thing the thing that you're not allowed to say, and the thing that's gonna get a rise out of everybody. This has been true, and it's been building for many years. Kind of the alt-right back in the day was kind of the first version of this, but where you could be some guy just on your computer. You could be a 15-year-old on your phone or whatever, and you could get, the New York Times senior editor to be like, oh, no, look at this outrage, and just the ability to provoke that reaction out of somebody that's fun. Shit first. Yes, that's fun. And you're handing this person who has no power, like some real kind of power.
Right.
I also think that young for young men today, particularly like young straight white men, I think it's kind of hard, like for me and you, to even understand the world they grew up in. It's very different than the world we grew up. Like they grew up in this woke era, and okay, now it's kind of like that's receded and wokeism has been defeated, but they grew up in a time where racialism was accepted by every powerful institution, just against them. You know, like it was totally fine to demonize straight white men at your high school, at your college, in your movies, in your TV shows, your politicians, celebrities, everybody was just, and that does like, it unlocks a certain thing that we kind of all had a gentleman's agreement to not unlock. Like, we're just not really going to do that. You know, we don't want to be like racialists. And so I think that's a component to it too. But there's also no question that it's, you know, it's exploded since Israel's launched this war on Gaza.
Yeah, and it's exploded on the left, which you never heard anti-Jewish sentiment in public spaces before. You really never saw that on campuses. You know, if Israel did something, you may see a protest, but generally it was organic. These don't seem organic. They seem very funded, and they're very disruptive. And, you know, some universities experience vandalism and fires and crazy shit and people being threatened and doxxed. You know, it's different. It's a different level of it than I think we've ever seen before. And it's created a giant divide on the left, right? Because on the left you have a lot of people that are, their whole life they've been in support of Israel, right? And now all of a sudden there's these free Palestine people that are also on the left. So you have this divide on the left.
Yeah,
you know?
and there was that divide goes back a lot. Like there were leftist divides over the Israel-Palestine question going back really to like 1967, where most of the kind of like the Black Power movement people, like the Black Panthers, the Nation of Islam, those guys, they all sided with the Palestinians because they all saw it as like an extension of like, yeah, that's the whole, you know, we're against this kind of like racist colonizing, you know, like force. And then of course there were a lot of influential Jewish people on the left who were like, no, not in this case, we're okay with it. But you guys sure are right about all that civil rights stuff. But like, let's not look over there. But so a lot of that has kind of reemerged. Now I do also, you know, I don't know. Like I talked to one kid who was like a grad student at Columbia, which was really like the center of so many of these protests, and he's Jewish. And I was like, so what's it like there? He was like, they're annoying and they're loud. Like some of their chants are like real kind of weird. I don't really know what they mean by it. And I was like, well, do you ever feel like threatened? Or he's like, no, it's not. Like it's fine. They'll just chant as you walk by. And then I do know also that they had at least one time they had like a Seder service with, because they got like Jewish people in those protest movements too. And so they over last Passover, it was a year ago, they had like a Seder service with the Jews like in there too. So I don't know like what percentage of them are like just against the war and seeing pictures of dead babies and stuff like that. What percentage of them are actually, you know, like harbor resentment toward Jewish people? Like it's kind of hard to measure. But I would just say that like it almost in a very similar way to like what I was talking about with the drone war against Al Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, it just made them stronger. You know, it's like, hey, if you want to see less Al Qaeda, maybe stop having the American military kill innocent civilians in their land, because that seems to be fueling them. And at the same time, for the people who are so concerned about the rise of anti-Semitism, you're like, okay, well, it has exploded since Israel's been doing this to Gaza, right? So like, maybe the U.S. shouldn't be funding and arming the whole goddamn conflict, because that does seem to like at least give those people a giant talking point to latch onto. Maybe we shouldn't have a system where like our political class is not allowed to criticize a foreign government, and a foreign government that's gotten us into like 7 wars. At least played a large role in getting us into those wars explicitly. I'm not like alleging some secret conspiracy. I'm saying like Benjamin Netanyahu is John McCain.
Right.
Like he's been telling us Iran has a nuke. He's been telling us they're 5 years away from a nuke since I was 7. Literally, he's been saying Iran is 5 years away from a nuke the entire time. And he came over here, he testified before Congress in 2002 that we, as a regional expert, that if we were to overthrow Saddam Hussein, democracy would sweep the region, and there'd be all these positive reverberations. And then he goes, and you also got to overthrow the regime in Iran, and you also got to overthrow Muammar Gaddafi. And like every single one of these things, we, not Iran yet, still pushing for that, but we went and overthrew Saddam Hussein, we went and overthrew Muammar Gaddafi. And I don't know what swept the region, but it wasn't democracy.
No, I remember in the early 2000s when I realized there's 2 fighting factions of Islam. I was like, what?
Yeah.
And then Saddam Hussein had actually kept that from boiling over.
Yeah.
Because he was in control.
Yeah, no, I remember learning it too, right around the same time. So like,
wait a minute.
You're telling me there are shirts and skins over there?
They fight against each other? Like, what do they... Do you know the difference between Sunni and Shia?
I mean, I know that they're different sects of Islam, but like in terms of like the religion
Is it
itself,
like the Catholics versus the Protestants?
yeah, I think
Is
it's
that
something,
kind of a deal?
something like that. Like it's always the people with the like most minor interpretations of their holy book differences who like go to war the most aggressively.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like it's
Like
like
the
the Catholics and the Protestants, or you know, like you agree on 95% of this religion, but like whatever.
If you didn't know about that conflict, you would never believe it's real. Like Christians going to war with other Christians, like different sects, like brutal, horrible wars.
Especially when you could like read about Jesus and you'd be like, this doesn't seem to be what he's saying at all, man.
Yeah,
Like,
who's at the helm of this fucking battleship?
it's unbelievable to me that and I'm not claiming to be any type of religious expert, and I'm not a Christian, but it is unbelievable to me that anybody could be a Christian and could then like somehow do the mental gymnastics and rationalization to be like, and that's why you got to support every war. That's why we got to fight every single one of these wars. Because, you know, just like that guy Jesus told us, slaughter women and babies. Like, it seems like the opposite of his message from my humble understanding of it.
So the argument of that, if you want to take the argument, would be like, you have to do that to protect everyone here.
Yeah, I mean,
That's the argument.
right. Like, we have to go to war with Iran, a country that doesn't have nuclear weapons or an air force capable of delivering them here.
And it's so convenient that they're evil. So convenient that they torture students. They execute Olympic gold medalists in wrestling because they protested against the government. It's so convenient.
Well, it's also like, you know, there's evil shit going on all over the world. Oh, yeah. It's terrible that there is, but isn't it interesting how, like, the next war, you know, like I did a debate at Princeton University a few months back against Josh Hammer, who is an editor at Newsweek, and we did like an Oxford-style debate on whether the U.S. should support Israel. And you know, one of the things he said to me, so I was talking about like all this stuff, like the clean break strategy, the 7 countries in 5 years, and he was like, "Oh, the war in Libya, that was a totally separate thing. Like that was like a liberal interventionist war." And I was like, "Well, it sure is a coincidence that it was one of the 7 countries." You know what I mean? Like, what a wild coincidence that the government we decided to overthrow was the exact government that 4-star General Wesley Clark told me we were planning on overthrowing way before any of these claims about how Gaddafi was.
The Libya one is wild. Yeah, the Libya one's wild when you see how good of a leader he was. He was obviously an evil dictator. No question.
An eccentric fellow.
Yeah. Definitely a piece of shit. However, for the people that lived there, they got no interest loans. They had incredible infrastructure. Their economy's doing well. They were at peace.
I think it's one of the richest countries in Africa, which is, you know, grading on a curve. But
then a few years later, after we invade it, or we helped, we assisted, it becomes a failed state, and they have slave auction YouTube.
Yeah, that's right.
I heard it's recovered somewhat.
Yeah,
people reach out from Libya and tell me that Tripoli is actually not bad.
is doing better than it was. But also, and the other part of this is that this was a huge contributing factor to the migrant crisis in Europe. You know, like all these things do have like these domino effects. Whereas, so then Gaddafi also was kind of like not allowing that to happen, and then you had these huge numbers of refugees pouring into Europe. But then you see the rise of,
but it seems like they're wanting them to pour in. It seems. I mean, this is where it gets really strange. You know, I had a conversation with someone about this that didn't understand it, and we were going over civil unrest and what the use of civil unrest. One of the things that civil unrest does do really well is it makes people want to have measures to stop civil unrest that ultimately erode liberties.
Yep.
It's a really good strategy. So if you want to take away people's guns, take away right to protest, one of the best things to do is to release as many criminals as you can and flood your city with violence and crime. The more violence and crime you have, the more people will be freaked out. The more people will be freaked out, the more likely they are to give in to new measures of control.
That's exactly.
And you can do that worldwide.
Well, you can watch it.
But also, let's talk about
There you
Europe,
have it, Sarah
okay?
Nation.
In particular, let's talk about
Good
Germany.
old-fashioned
Let's
radio
just talk about the
journalism.
UK.
To this day.
What have they been
Shut up.
doing besides letting
forget to hop on
in
the Stereo
immense
Nation and
numbers
tell
of
Aaron
migrants?
Gable how
One
much
thing they've been
you
doing is
liked
arresting
or
people
hated
for
that you were
Facebook
replaced,
posts.
because
They're arresting people
jump
for
on there
stepping
and tell
out of
him how
line.
much
So
you
they're
love what he did.
moving
I'm doing
closer and
You can do all
closer
that by hopping
to
on Facebook and searching Hysteria
totalitarianism.
Nation.
And if
And
you
while you're
look
on
at
Facebook, go to
the numbers of people, you know,
Facebook.com/Hysteria51pod.
that have been
Don't forget
arrested
Twitter at
for
Hysteria
just
51
Facebook.
pod.
One of them was
And while you're
someone
in the
just got
mood for jumping
arrested,
on things,
pulled out of his
jump
house
on
at 2 o'clock in the
Patreon.
morning
Go to
for a Facebook post saying that he didn't like the
patreon.com/Hysteria51.
Palestinian
Super
flag.
important. Leave us a
I mean, this is
voicemail.
wild stuff. It's wild stuff. And
773-669-7277.
thousands of arrests. Not just, have you ever seen Constantine Thyssen talking to someone about this? And he's explaining, he's explaining like Russia imprisoned 400 people for posts on social media. That's crazy, right? How many do you think the UK did?
That said,
And
I've
it's
been
like,
producer
oh,
Lisa,
yeah.
and he's been
4,000.
Stay woke,
What?
meet sex.
Thousands of people are getting arrested in the UK, and you're only seeing some of them. You're seeing the people that are filming it at the time who have the wherewithal to grab a cell phone. There's a lot of people that just been by themselves. They just got scooped up.
What was it? I think it was 60 Minutes did a piece where they had like 3 lawyers. They were sitting there and like kind of like asking them like, so would this post be okay? Would this be okay? Could I say something? And they're like, well, posting it is actually much worse than just saying it. And I mean, like, it is really creepy.
It's really creepy.
But you're so right. You're so spot on about this kind of like this like 1-2 punch of like destabilization and then government coming in with the solution. It's Harry Brown, who's he's deceased now. He's a brilliant guy. He was like he ran for president on the Libertarian Party in '96 and 2000. But he used to say the government breaks your leg and then offers you a crutch, and then like they convince you to be thankful for the crutch. And you're like, hey, man, if this government wasn't here, I wouldn't have a crutch. I'd be walking around on broken legs. But you see it where like, look, even if you just watch, I remember like during 2020, when the George Floyd thing first happened, and forget like whatever the autopsy, there was the one autopsy that said it was fentanyl that killed him. Like, leaving all of that aside, just when the video of that Derek Chauvin kneeling on this guy's neck, he's on the ground, crying in pain, and he's kind of smiling, and then the guy dies. Everybody I know, I mean, it was so unified. I knew hardcore right-wingers, you know, my Fox News watching father-in-law. I was at his house the day it happened, and he goes, every one of those cops should be put in handcuffs on national television because they should all be charged with murder. Like, there was, that was like, you cannot do this. And then, after the riot started in the summer, all those same people were like, send in the military. You know what, like you just see how like someone could so quickly go from like, we really need some police reform here. Like, there is too much state power of policing. So then after you see some riots, what are you asking for? Well, who's going to stop that? Martial law? Yeah, we need the government to come in and crack down more police power than ever before. So you could see, like, and that's just like a little scale. You could see how much that
or are thousands of idiots spending their time on YouTube videoing
And
themselves with the children's
sometimes,
toy? We examine
very
the
understandably
history
so.
of
Like in that
each side,
example,
dive
very
into battle, and
understandably
find out
so.
for
Because
ourselves.
you're like, well,
As we
I don't
take
know.
a
Like,
one more
I'm totally
time,
against like
test
the
out a Ouija board.
over-militarization of the
Next,
police.
hysteria
But when you
15.
have these huge riots across every major city in the country, you're like, well, I guess this is the one time we have a reason to have that. And then, by the way, of course, they don't do anything to stop it.
Yes.
Let it go.
The George Floyd one was fascinating because it wasn't a setup. It was just an organic moment where someone was filming some guy who had a guy leave. Now, was he on his neck or was he on his shoulder? So I keep hearing people online saying he was on his shoulder.
Maybe that might be right.
The thing is, on the neck, you're really going to go out. You're going to go to sleep. You know, if the guy's really pressuring your neck like that, you're going to, like, anybody who thinks that's not a big deal, get someone who knows how to put weight on the knee. Okay, it's right on the neck, no question at all. Okay, that will put you to sleep for the most part, and that will definitely constrict your breathing, depending upon how much weight he actually has on that neck and how strong George Floyd is. Now imagine this guy's already fucked up. He already has an enlarged heart. He's on fentanyl. He's already fucked up. But would he have died without this happening?
Well, from what I understand, there were two autopsies.
People want to say it was an overdose.
Lower fourth dimension,
Well,
otherwise known as Chicago. I'll be your guide into the unknown.
You know,
My name
it's
is
certainly
John Goforth.
he had poor health because of drug abuse, and it certainly must have contributed to it. But
my partner in
are you
crime,
saying that
other guy,
that wouldn't have a
Brett
giant effect on
Raymond
someone in poor health? Like if you did that to an old man with emphysema, if you had some guy who's been smoking cigarettes for 50 years and he got on his neck,
I'm excited for the
he
show.
could fucking die
Continuing our
right there. Whereas if he didn't get on his neck, he'd probably live a long time.
Right, and you can't say it was the smoking that killed him if it was that.
Right. Remember Eric Gardner was another one. Yeah, Eric Gardner, people were saying, he died because he's fat, he had a heart attack. I was like, no, dude, that guy's choking him. And if you don't think that guy's choking him, let me grab your neck like that. You don't think that's a choke?
Yeah.
Because it's one arm? I'll put you to sleep with one arm.
Yeah,
You can put someone to sleep.
I've watched UFC fighters get put to sleep. Professional fighters get put to sleep with one arm.
Professional world champion Sean Brady choked out Leon Edwards for the most part with a one-arm guillotine.
And Luke Rockhold got Mike
Bisping
the same way.
one-arm guillotine. Yeah, Ortiz got somebody with that. The one-arm guillotine is legit.
And anybody who's like, anybody who like knows what they're doing, who is grappling anyone who doesn't know what they're doing, they could all one-arm choke you out.
Yeah,
Like,
they're saying, oh, he just restrained him. Like, no. No. When you restrain someone, you get their arms behind their back, you pin their weight down.
Anyway,
You could just restrain the guy
Don't worry about any potential negative outcomes of today's show.
with your body
I have
weight.
it covered.
If you have a good, you're on top. He's face down. You put your hooks in. He's not
Just
going
in
anywhere.
case you
You
accidentally
flatten
summon
him
a
out,
demon or something,
underhook
I
him,
ordered some
you pull his
anti-demon
arms out,
spray and demon
someone
traps
cuffs
on the
him.
whip.
You don't
Here,
choke him. You don't have to
see
choke
for
him. The guy
yourself.
wasn't resisting it at
This
all.
is just
So that was another one, right? But these are real moments. These are organic moments. They're not setups. Before, are they good at capitalizing on those
I know.
fucking things?
Awesome.
And then when you see
Right.
public officials going with this swarm of narrative, the swarm of narrative was defund the police. Like, are you guys out of your fucking mind? In the middle of these riots, you're going to go against the police instead of going against the rioters? You got one bad
Don't
cop.
worry.
That bad
I
cop
put it
should
on
be
your card bread like
prosecuted,
last
or
time.
something should happen. He should be, if the guy died of an overdose, at the very least, what he's doing seems to be brutal.
Yeah,
and unnecessary. Yeah, unnecessary and brutal. The guy's not resisting. You put your weight on his back. It's hard enough. It's so hard to get up if someone has their fucking knee on your back. It's so hard to get, especially if you're out of shape and you have an enlarged heart and you're on fentanyl.
There's also 7 cops around him, and he wasn't. I mean, I watched the whole body cam footage. He was clearly fucked up, and he was clearly having like a massive panic attack. Yeah, but he wasn't like being like violent with the cops. Like he wasn't a threat for that many cops.
Cops get so desensitized, and you have so many experiences with one individual. This guy had a long criminal record. People that worked that area probably all knew him. Didn't Derek Chauvin and him
Those broadcasting
and work
glasses
together
were-
somewhere.
Yeah, I remember hearing that, but I don't know.
Security
Yeah, they were like,
somewhere.
yeah, they were doing some
So they
security
knew
gig
each other.
together. I think so.
Anytime
but
now, ladies.
yeah,
So it's probably some
It sounds
get
like he's
back
ready for us to
involved
get
in that
to it,
knee on the
right?
neck.
it's quite possibly. It's also one of those things where like it is. Look, most of the time someone will die if you do that. You know what I mean?
All the time.
Yeah, exactly.
It's one of those things that
But there is
Most of the time, someone's not filming.
yes,
in
that's
my
also
life,
true.
you know,
And if the
wife
body
is
cam footage comes out, it's usually much
adamantly
later, so it's not
Yeah.
kind of like
not in the room,
as
she's
a
not
media
with us,
thing.
she's
Also,
gonna be around
usually
them.
every single media outlet in the
Going out of
entire
the
United
house.
States of America,
You
in the
can
middle
use
of a
them here,
lockdown,
she's very
doesn't
much
play the
against
video
that.
on repeat
But,
all
you know,
day,
just like
every
JP
single
Dorff,
day.
I thought we were
Because
talking
there was no
about
reason.
Patreon.
The thing about George Floyd that was crazy is that there was no reason for it to be a national story, and there was no reason for it to be a racial story. Like there
Wait a
wasn't.
minute, really? Why don't you think there would be no reason for it to be a national story when a cop kills
Oh, well, I
a
just
guy
mean
for a false $20 bill?
No. I should. When I say that, okay, I'm not saying there's no like story there. I'm saying there wasn't. We're a country of 330 million people. There are a number of these incidents that happen every year. Not like a crazy high number, but like there's a few hundred of these every year. This one kind of seemed to get picked as like we're all gonna run with this right now
Because we got the full video. We got
Yeah,
a
no, I
format.
guess
It's
that's
like
fair.
go back
That's
to
a fair
Rodney
point.
King. It's the same thing.
Yeah, I guess okay, that is a fair point. The Rodney King one was a bit different. I mean, number one, the video element then was way crazier because it was
Nobody had ever seen it.
no one has. There's a guy with a giant thing who happens to be on his balcony at the right time, and also they beat the ever loving shit out of him. Like it was, yeah, they were just after he was down and Terry, they just kept going, kept going. But the other thing that I always thought was like
Mandarin.
you kind of the George Floyd thing. It's not like there was like any element in there where like
can't
they were
harness
calling
space and time and make
on the N-word or there was some type of like racial like thing. Like it didn't ever seem to me that there was any reason to believe that like had he been a giant white dude tweaking out on drugs doing the exact same thing, it wouldn't have gone the exact same way.
Right,
So
he wasn't.
yeah,
The thing is, it is post Rodney King. It is a white guy on the neck of a black guy.
there was also a Asian cop and a black cop.
Yeah, but they weren't doing the kneeling, and they also got
That's a
prosecuted.
fair point. That is a fair point.
Didn't they get prosecuted?
He got convicted of murder. I
I
don't
think
remember.
the Asian cop got prosecuted as well. See, what other cops got prosecuted? I think it's one of those things where you're supposed to step in and say, you gotta get off his back.
I think that's totally reasonable. I mean,
Yeah,
that's, to be like, hey, listen, he is totally.
The thing is, like, I want to know, was he on his neck the whole time? Because I had heard that he was on his shoulder, and but that is on his neck. So
that-
I'd
that
have
part.
to go watch that horrible video over
But as
again.
we learned from Louis
I don't
C.K.,
want to
just
do that.
because you asked does not
Yeah, it's dark.
Yeah, I was watching some
we
horrible
actually
videos
agree
today
to
from
it.
Gaza.
Well, you know,
This
they
guy
actually said
carrying around a
okay because
helpless
they're
baby.
scared of you and
Shit,
what
what happened to his child? It's just so
Keep going,
fucked.
Louis.
Another guy was
Sorry,
holding
go
the
ahead.
child's
Finish
arm
it.
in his hand.
Dude, it is so.
It's
I mean,
so
like, the
fucked.
level of evil that this shit is. I mean, you see, I know you've seen the drone videos, like the aerial footage.
Yeah.
Gaza's gone. It's gone. They fucking destroyed the whole goddamn place. I saw
So they
one.
placed their
It's hard to
fingers on
believe.
the
I saw
planchette
one
and moved around
estimate
the
said
board to
that
spell out
it was
words.
90%
Ouija is a
of the
trademark of
population
Hasbro.
has been
We talked about Hasbro earlier. However,
they've been
most people use it to generically
displaced. Yeah, that
refer
there's
to any
90% of them are
Who's
out of
the
nowhere.
10%?
Yeah, I know it's
Gangsters?
there.
There.
I'm good.
Find that guy and train him. That's
Yeah,
your
really.
Rambo.
But it is
This is Jimmy.
Some people say the spirits of deceased that the participants are actually trying to speak to. That's normally the goal.
Yeah, that was the Asian
Dead
guy.
people. Others believe it's more malevolent beings.
All right.
And the rest of the world just thinks it's the
Yeah,
yucks
I
with the
think you
hands
kind of have
on
you're a
the
cop.
board moving the damn.
You kind of have a responsibility to
Yeah,
stop
and
that.
then there's also the level of fentanyl. We've discussed this, right? Because people keep saying that he died of a fentanyl overdose, but I don't believe the level of fentanyl in his body was enough to give him an overdose. But you know what? How
Are you
LD58
gonna bring your pottery wheel? I've never been
rates work.
Okay.
You know, it works.
Now, I
Lethal
So these
dose.
things are not new.
50% of the population. That's how they determine whether it's
Okay.
So the problem is, you get 100 people, give them all the same amount of stuff. 50 of them are going to die, 50 are going to live. So that's how you find what the LD50 drug is. So when you have something like fentanyl, this is the guy's like an inveterate fentanyl user. He probably has a very high tolerance to opiates.
Right.
I don't.
And he's huge. He's
a
big
dude. He was obviously dying from drug use. He had an enlarged heart. He is fucked up. And
channeling spirits for people to talk to.
The levels, though, when they were like at the threshold,
write down a message that allegedly came through them from the spirits. I guess that wasn't fancy enough, and then it eventually evolved into the use of a device called a
nanogram, fentanyl at 11 nanograms per deciliter. This is higher than chronic pain patient. If he were found dead at home alone and no other apparent causes, this could be accepted. Call on overdose. Deaths have been certified. I don't know what that says. Level of 3. So level of 3. He was at 11. So deaths have been certified at a level of 3 nanograms per deciliter. He was at 11 nanograms per deciliter. I am not saying this killed him. Fentanyl metabolite 4 AMPP. I think this is non-commercial meth 19. Oh, we had meth too. 19 nanograms per deciliter. This is relatively low. But that's bad for your heart. From video I've seen, it appears like his knee is on the side of the neck, not where the structures are. That doesn't mean anything. That's silly. That's a person who's government joke. You shut your mouth. Shut your mouth, doctor. Lean on your neck, bitch. Breathe deep.
Yeah, right.
What are you talking
right,
about? That's
right.
so crazy. That's not going to crush his windpipe.
Yeah, no, that just
that's so stupid. It crushes everything. If I got on your neck here, you're not doing nothing. None of this is going to work. Look, when you have a big neck, you can die from your tongue. You know that? People die of sleep apnea, like football players.
Like they swallow their tongue?
No, their tongue closes over the back of their mouth because they have so much neck tissue that their air hole gets smaller, right? Now I want you to imagine someone compressing that neck tissue with 210 pounds of body weight, all positioned on their knee. Yeah. Bro, you can put someone to sleep that way. Like, they'll die. If you hold on to it, they'll die.
It's indefensible. And
it's crazy.
And the
how is Ouija spelled again?
And I think the country had kind of like the appropriate reaction to
And
it.
then they're trying to say the cops can't use chokeholds anymore. Well, that's crazy too. Because you should be able to, if you're a cop, you got to be able to choke people. Like if you get some wild, methed up fucking dude and he's attacking cops and he's got his shirt off and fucking swastikas on his chest, and you want to strangle that guy, put him away, put him asleep, then you can cuff him. You can do that.
Go to sleep. In fact, it might be
it's the
it
safest
might be the
thing
much
for him.
safer way than like tasing someone and then where they stiffen up and just fall over.
If he just choked George Floyd out and then cuffed him, that would be way better for everybody.
Yep.
Like a real simple 5-second rear naked choke. He goes to sleep temporarily. You cuff him. He wakes up. None of the truck plummet his neck. None of that shit. None of the 4 minutes. Whatever it was, seconds.
No nationwide riots.
No nationwide riots. It's
Maybe
real
they would have been
simple.
for a different reason, but
It's just a jujitsu move, and then you cuff them, and But man, being a cop is the most fucking thankless, psychotic job in this country. And every day they pull up the cars and they worry that they're going to get shot. Everybody's
know they're moving it, but they
cops. They pull up the fucking tinted windows and they get blasted.
I just saw one today.
There's so many of them.
And it was crazy. The one I saw today too was one where there was almost no tell. Like it was they had to stop and they were just like, hey, buddy, is this your car? He's like, yeah, it's my car. He seemed totally cool. And they're just like, okay, license and registration. I actually don't have my license on me. I'm driving without a license. All right, so I'm gonna have to ask you to step out. And then comes out, boom, shooting at him. And shoots one of the cops. The other one gets behind the car, starts shooting back. It's like, yeah, no, listen, I get that's got to be a crazy thing to you know, it's like I remember hearing a baseball player say once that he was like it was the toughest thing about being like in the outfield is that like if you think about the game, like every single pitch, you got to immediately like be like, oh, is it coming to me? And then it's just like not is, you know, like you got to like be ready for that one time where like it is coming to you. And I imagine there's something like that with the cops. It's like every routine traffic stop, you got to be a little bit concerned about that. On the other hand, that is the job, and there are expectations when you're, you know, your salary is paid by the people's taxes, and like the standard has to be. Probably the same. Which I dare say thing I think the standard for fighting wars should be. The standard should just always be: do you absolutely have to do this? You know, like if you don't have to,
like the Eric Gardner
yes, like you have to do this. Okay, he's selling Lucy's. Okay, there's got to be something. I understand, like, right, and I understand, like maybe there's like human beings get very creative. You can find. I understand saying, okay, there's the guy inside the store has to, you know, sell cigarettes with the tax on them. He gets to sell these Lucy cigarettes. It's hurting this guy's business. Maybe he's asked him to leave and he hasn't. We're talking about selling loose cigarettes outside of the store. You just don't need to bring this level of violence, you know, for this situation. And you know, it's one of the things like I know I saw you were talking about the other day with the Trump deportation stuff, where there's like this it's an interesting moment that we're in right now, because you have, if you remember in Trump's first term, this was one of the biggest kind of like controversies that he lost a lot of public support over was the kids in cages. Right. And, okay, now they'd always been kids. Yes, they were built under the Obama administration. It was kind of bullshit. They took some pictures of a kid crying that wasn't even really about the Trump deportations. Like, the media lies. That's what they do. But there is something about, you know, like in the civil rights movement, you know, Martin Luther King and those guys, they picked Birmingham, Alabama. Like they knew what they were doing, and they knew that they were going to get this reaction, and that then it could be on TV, and they almost forced the American people to watch these young black men in suits and ties have fire hoses and dogs sicked on them, and even for the 1960s American person who maybe I don't think that's quite right. He harbored like some significant degree of prejudice. Even for them, just seeing that was like, oh, geez. Why don't you tell everyone about Zozo, though? I can't support that. You know what I mean? And there is something with, you know, the U.S. has had just an insane immigration policy, really since 1965. But I mean, the Biden immigration policy, it was just like the most insane policy. Joe Biden seems to me like is part of his legacy. He moved the country further right on immigration than you could have imagined. Is that super majorities of the American people support mass deportations. But his name being Zozo. Legend has it that old it's like there's a difference between being a little bit racist against black people and being able to watch, you know, cops unleash German shepherds on black dudes in suits and ties. It's one thing to kind of believe. I think the people who are here illegally got to go back. It's another thing to like watch it unfold and see what type of. And I'll just say this, like on the theme of what I was saying like earlier about the signal stuff. You know, there were so many efforts to like sabotage Donald Trump's first presidency. In this moment, if you really want to see mass deportation, which by the way, I'm not saying, but if you really want to see that, as most Americans do, you finally won the argument. You finally won the day. You've now got supermajorities of the American people on your side, and you've elected a president, and this is his signature issue. The last thing you would want to do is go round up 234 of them with no due process and send them to the most notorious, brutal prison in El Salvador. And get some of them wrong. What the fuck are you thinking? Get some of them wrong. Yeah, and the thing is, you're saying there haven't been mass deportations. I mean, in large numbers. Like there have been deportations. They've already kind of slowed down. But we have tens of millions of illegal immigrants in the country. Right. But that's not what
they're looking for. What they're looking for is the criminals. And here's the allegedly, right? This is what we're hoping. But here's the problem that bothers me: quotas. I had a friend who was a cop who would tell me about quotas for speeding tickets back when you weren't supposed to tell people about that. They have quotas, right? And I said, so it's basically like being a glorified revenue collector. It's like pretty much. I'm not writing tickets, you know. It's going to come down on me. Like, imagine a day where everybody made a decision. Like, for the next 60 days, collectively, as a country, no one's going to violate any traffic laws. Everyone's going to stop to a complete halt at every stop sign. No one's going to go a mile an hour above the speed limit. What happens? What do these cops do? If you have quotas, so you're assuming that people will always break the law forever. And if they don't, do you adjust? Do you fire the cops? Do you cut your budget? What do you do? Do you remember when this happened in New York City? It was over a decade ago. There was they had this like unofficial police like slowdown where they were upset about this. I can't remember the exact story, but it was the head of the police union said that he was like, we will only be enforcing like violent crimes. It was and we're not doing any. Yes, it was over the stop and frisk controversy. They were kind of like, oh, you guys want to all cause reason, which already I thought was so hilarious. I used to have a joke in my act about this years ago, but where it was just like, that was the threat from cops. It was like, we're only going to arrest violent criminals. You know, that's probably what you should be doing to begin with. Like, what do we? And so then, like, all these, and everything was fine, by the way. There wasn't a rise in violent crime. It was just, they just stopped doing it. But revenue started collapsing. And then they, like, whipped the cops into getting back to it. Like, they were, like, threatening their pensions and shit. And they were like, yo, you cannot do this. You got to keep policing for profit. Isn't that crazy? Policing for profit. Yeah, that's crazy. It's crazy that they write tickets. Like, tickets are kind of nuts. You know, it's like you have to give us money because you went too fast. Well, I've always that's the incentive that everyone agrees is going to work. God, another ticket.
Yeah. I always thought like
we just stop speeding. Now I'm going to bring up tickets.
Yeah, well, right. People find a way. I always thought there was something really unfair that. I've heard some progressives talk about this, but it never seemed to like get that much traction. But there is something about like giving a ticket that's like you know what. It just seems so regressive in terms of like it's so much more punitive towards poor people and working class people than it is toward the well, and it's the same number for all of that. You know what I mean? Like there's something.
Do you have any ideas, too?
No, I'm not sure. I know. This is just the way this is the problem is that progressives will take that and go, oh, okay, so that means up it on the rich people. It's like, no, that's not what I'm saying.
Tax the rich.
But like, you know, you hand out a $75 ticket to somebody who's making like $400 a week, and you're like, Jesus Christ, dude, like that is devastating to that person.
Yeah.
Whereas like you hand out a $75 ticket to like a rich person, it's kind of like, okay, yeah, you know, that's a reasonable punishment for that. I mean, you know, anyway, listen, I'm not advocating like I'm not I don't care about equity, but
no, that's not a good idea. But it is a strange thing that there are revenue collectors who are also police officers. Like it seems like that should be a completely different thing. It seems like cops shouldn't be pulling people over because your fucking taillight's out. That seems silly. That seems like a totally different proposition.
Yep.
Yeah, the problem is they pull people over for doing stupid shit, and a large percent of them are carrying drugs. A lot of them have fucking bricks in the back of their car. That's the craziest thing about guys who are trafficking drugs. They're trafficking like fucking 30 pounds of fentanyl, and they get pulled over for speeding.
Yeah, or something like that. Oh, dude.
They're coked up, and they're fucking driving fast. And they got a trunk full of fucking illegal guns, cocaine, and meth. Why aren't you going so slow and cautious? Why aren't you using your blinker? You should be listening to country music on your radio.
You got meth to get somewhere.
You should have a fucking Cat Diesel hat on. You should be nice and calm and slow. You're a regular guy, just going about your day.
But by definition, these people aren't making
butcher this.
the wisest decisions.
No,
Probably.
so you get to drive your fucking car filled with meth. You gotta get crazy.
It's not as easy as you think. You really gotta, you can't just put a Craigslist ad up or whatever.
Right.
Like, I'm sure you gotta go through some sketchy channels.
And now this Tom Holman guy who's sending everybody across the border, you can't even get the Mexicans to do it.
Oh, Jesus. I mean, that guy is, it is funny where, like, I get where he's kind of like the guy you'd want. If you're like, well, we need a hard ass in here to do this. But when you do start getting these concerns about due process, I mean, his response, it was in some interview where they were asking him about due process for the people he's deporting, and he's like,
So then all these other people
what's the girl? Where was the good due process for Lincoln Riley? Where was the due process for her? And you're like, yeah, but dude, that's not what due process was.
You gotta be
obviously,
sure.
murder victims don't get due process. That's why it's illegal to murder somebody. And even, by the way, in that case, her killer got due process and then got convicted of murder. You know what I mean? Like, that's the whole point. And there's just, again, like I was saying,
they're just.
It seems there's a few moves that the Trump administration has made so far, and I don't know who is in his ear and who has convinced him to pursue this policy. But, like, again, if you wanted to pursue like mass deportations, which I understand, I think there's a strong case. I mean, look, he's done a great job of stopping the flow, which was job number one. I mean, that was his best line in his State of the Union, where it was like Democrats kept saying we needed legislation to close the border. It turns out we just needed a new president. Which is shockingly true. Like, it is unbelievable how it went from record high border crossings under Biden to record low border crossings over Donald Trump. And I do think that so much of that is just that it's a real difficult journey, and if people feel like, oh, Trump's in there, obviously we're not going to be allowed in, and they just won't go through it. I also do think that Donald Trump is fundamentally correct with his idea that, like, you don't have a nation if you don't have borders. Like, you can't listen. The idea, at least, I'm not saying this is really how it works, but the idea is that we are a free country because we have self-government, and in other words, the American people get to decide how many people we bring in here and how many we don't. And that it's, at this point, nobody actually knows the number for sure, but it is north of 30 million illegal immigrants in the country. But my God, if you wanted to start deporting people who are legal residents, who are not violent criminals, because they wrote a pro-Palestinian op-ed, you're diving into the most contentious issue and then picking one side of that, and then, like, this just seems like it's almost as if
so crazy.
You're trying to poison the possibility to ever really have mass deportations. It just seems so counterproductive by his own stated goals. And
well, there's so many layers of it that are hard to unpack for the average person. What's really hard to unpack, especially for like tried and true blue, no matter who Democrats, is this idea that they were bringing people into this country, moving them into swing states, getting them on Social Security, giving them money and incentives and all sorts of government programs that would get them eventually to be voters. Yeah, and these voters would vote for that party, and you'd have a uniparty. So in that sense, that's the big one that a lot of people that are left-wing people have a really hard time swallowing. They don't believe that's true. And they'll take, well, what about when Texas sent those people up to New York? You know, the governor of Texas sent people to New York, right? But do you know that New York's not a swing state?
Well, we didn't realize.
Yeah, he did that. But why did he do that? He did that as a big fuck you to New York for turning, for the government to turning a blind eye to the problem at the border and saying, okay, you think this isn't a problem? I'm going to send this problem to you. You have a sanctuary state? Yeah. You have a sanctuary city? Oh, that's cute. I'll send you thousands and thousands of people that you're going to have to take care of now. And they did. And then that's even weirder because then they took over fucking luxury hotels and they had to deal with it. I think, was it Pakistan owns one of those hotels?
Oh, is that?
Yeah. Who owns the big one that was in the fucking Jennifer Lopez movie where she was a hot maid? Remember that movie?
I never saw it, but I vaguely remember.
I watched it recently with Finley.
My great aunt has never
It's the most ridiculous thing. She's a 10. She's just like this poor little sad maid.
16, she had a pretty serious boyfriend.
Pakistan International Airlines has owned the structure.
No. She asked if they would break up.
They own the Roosevelt. So the Roosevelt's an iconic hotel.
And when she asked
in New York
which one
City,
of
and they
them,
get
said,
paid by
"Red
the
Box."
federal
A
government,
week
or they
later, he
did
was in
get
a
paid
picture
by the federal
president at the
government
deal where he
to
works.
house
She
immigration
never got married.
immigrants there.
Signed it, Dale and
And they give
Fargo.
them food, and they give them money. They give them, and they're like, what are you doing? Like, if you're
All
allowing
right,
these
so
people to
those are
vote
my
in
picks.
regional
John,
elections, okay, you've essentially
what do you got
now
going
you've
The
bought
title of mine
regional
is A
elections.
Creepy Doll.
And if you
As
want
opposed to
them
the
to eventually
totally
become
normal
United
dolls.
States
Yeah,
citizens and give them
dolls
a
that aren't
pathway to
creepy.
citizenship,
I
which
have a
all good
terrifying
people
story
would
about a
want,
Ouija
Dave
board. I got a
Smith.
call
Okay,
from my
now you have
cousin who said
voters.
that he,
Well,
his
if you
brother,
do
his
that
dad,
en
and his best
masse,
friend
which they
were
did,
using
they
a
brought
Ouija in
people
their
in the
basement.
state, invited
Prior to starting, they
people,
took a
helped
large
people.
porcelain doll
The
from
Red
the room
Cross
because
was
it
like
was
giving them
creepy and
maps,
placed
like
it
this is
in
how
the
you do
kitchen
it.
room
They had
face down on a pile
stops
of
along the
towels.
way. We give water, and
That's where I
you walk right through, and everybody just gets to be on a bus, and you get shipped off to swing states. That
My
literally
cousin took a short
happened.
break because the board
And
was just
people
spouting
on the left
nonsense
do
and he went to
not
take
want
a
to
shit.
address it. They want to deny it. It was an attempt to take over.
Yeah, and
His dad and brother and friends
I'll say
started
I
asking the
know
board
this
questions
because I'm like,
without
you know,
him.
this is I guess
One of the
one of
questions
the
was
benefits of like
from the
getting
other room.
older and paying attention.
That they're going to ask about the shed.
This shit is like I
He
can
just
remember
started
shit from
spouting
15,
random
20 years
numbers, and
ago.
when
Like
my
I was
cousin
paying
came
attention.
back in the room, his brother
Just
said
then.
that it wasn't
And I
working, and they were
remember
going to put it
all
away.
of them
They showed
admitting
him
this
the
was their
answer to the
plan.
last question
Like
he
literally
asked,
all
and
of them.
he said,
Joy
"Dude,
Reid and Rachel
that's my
Maddow and
social
all they
security
used to
number."
call it the browning of
And
America.
they started to
And they
talk to
used to
whatever started
openly
spewing the
brag
answers out.
about how
They
the
told my cousin
Democrat
he
will
would
have
die in the Air Force.
super
At this
permanent
point, they tell the
majorities
entity they are
forever
communicating with
because
itself.
look like,
It
hey,
didn't
you
spell out
old
the word
dying white
doll, and they were
Republicans, like, sorry, that's it for you because the Latinos vote overwhelmingly for Democrat, and we're going to be a majority minority
When they opened the door, the
country,
doll
and then a
was
majority
sticking
Hispanic
right-
country,
was standing
and
up right in
then
front
the
of the door,
Democrats rule the
staring
day
right at them.
forever.
Everyone's
So this is
freaking
just,
right out of the
you know,
house.
Mitt Romney
His
or
best
whoever's
friend
running for
burned
president
the Ouija board,
right
and
now.
he
This is
kept
the
it really
dying
went nuts
throes
for a
of
few
the
months.
end of it. But then, when people started
My
objecting to
cousin, for
that
some reason,
policy,
joined the Air Force
and
and was on a
they
base
called it
in
the
Europe.
browning of America, and then when people objected to it, they would call it the great replacement or whatever, and then they'd go, "You're not allowed to say that. That means you're a Nazi."
You're gonna die in the
And
Air
you're like,
Force.
but I just heard you saying it. Like 5 years ago, I heard you saying it.
In there.
Use the term replacement.
Yeah, and it was, so there was this weird, and then there was also
my first mistake was
the one of the other big tells of this was the way they attempted, which
done that in this episode.
really failed, but the way they attempted to make voter ID like a toxic racist policy, which was so, I mean, the logic of it just collapses on itself because if it's, first of all, it seems like some bigotry of low expectations to imply that black people are like, just can't figure out how to get ID.
Do you remember Kathy Hochul saying that they don't know what computers are?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Do you remember that video?
That is the crazy.
You said
First of all, every
that
fucking
she had
human
one
being has a
in a
computer in
Ouija
their
board.
pocket.
Dude, what was the
So I
black
asked her
dude
to
who made
fill
that
the board
video? It
out
was
so I
the
could
funniest
check
guy.
it out.
I think you sent it to me.
Well, she said
He was
no,
like, there was like a
but that I
computer,
need to do it
and he
as
comes
long
and
as
just like
yeah.
dancing around it, and he's like trying to fight it and stuff too. It was so goddamn funny. Where you're like, that's
that is true.
literally what you're saying. Like, I don't know.
And it's like spliced, like on the left side of it.
Yeah.
Her explaining that black people don't know.
Looking at it,
Black
looking
inner city kids, they don't know what a computer is.
Well, but then, I mean, like, just using the most basic logic, you'd
people are going to be able to date
be like,
this
okay, wait a minute,
episode.
like, so if requiring ID is racist, then like we have some other really big problems in this country that we should be looking at, like
Well,
that.
not only that, but it's in the direct memory, the recent memory of everybody needing ID because you had to prove you got the COVID vaccine.
Right, yeah, which then, and then that was fine. Somehow that, and when that, by the way, disproportionately affected minorities, no progressive seemed to care about that, that it was overwhelmingly black people, wildly disproportionately black people and immigrants who just refused the vaccine. By the way, let the record show, they were smarter than everybody else for doing it.
You know who else?
Me and you?
PhDs.
Oh yeah, that is an interesting detail, isn't it?
Overwhelmingly skeptical about this new vaccine.
And here, me and you got called out by Anthony Fauci and Joe Biden for fucking being right, for being absolutely right. I mean, it's so wild too that was only 3 years ago, 4 years ago, when you said that your advice to young people was to just be really healthy, and that was like a national controversy. Like, you just think, I mean, you just think about how upside down.
It was also people doing the man's job
Thank you.
for the man.
I feel like
It was
I'm there.
everybody piled
Exactly.
on.
I'm trying to
Like
carry
everybody,
you
especially once you got the shot yourself, you're like, I did the right thing because you knew it was risky. You fucking know.
On some level, too.
Absolutely, it's medication. Anytime you get medication, you know it's risky. Anytime you get some pharmaceutical drug in your system,
It was
not
much
to
louder
mention
this time.
some
Go back and do it again,
completely
please.
novel new way where it turns your entire
Thank you.
body into a vaccine or an
downstairs door
immunity-producing
slammed shut.
spike protein factory. By the way, which is the most toxic aspect of getting the disease is the spike protein, so your body's got to produce it itself. What? PhDs are like, I don't know.
And it was also
creepy doll
way past the point where we had already figured out that, like, if you weren't very old and very sick, this was, statistically had almost no chance of, like, a serious
more
negative outcome.
importantly,
we do. My wife
very long ago realized it wasn't a threat at all to kids. So there was no justification whatsoever to force kids to get vaccinated. Yet we did it in California. They did it to schools. They did it everywhere.
So we're gonna go on scene.
The fact that they pulled that off, and then a couple of years later, they're like, "Yeah,
Oh man, I've seen a lot of movies that start like this.
All right,
why are you about that's racist?" In California, you're not allowed to show ID. You're not allowed to show ID.
So, like, come on. I mean, listen, obviously, this is, and like, there's a reason for all of this. It's not, they didn't just pick showing your ID voting and decide to make this the issue that they carved up and tried to pretend you were somehow racist or you were somehow infringing on voting rights by requiring an ID. And so, look, like,
You're a reticent
a
expert.
couple things happen. Number one, it totally turned public opinion against this level of crazy immigration. And number two, Donald Trump ended up winning a bigger percentage of the Latino vote than I believe any Republican in my life, which is really, I mean,
especially after Tony Angelo. That's pretty wild.
I think Tony Angelo, he might have gotten more votes.
Listen, nobody takes a joke better.
It is, by the way, there is something really funny about that where, and this has been a theme for years in the country, but Tony was a great example of that. But where they're like, you know, for all their talk about diversity and racism and all of this, what they always seem to do is try to impose white lady values on minorities. You know what I mean? Like, just imagine. You know who's
a great way to put it? White lady
It's
values.
always white lady values. It's always, you know who's really offended by a joke? As we both know, Joe, as professional comedians for many years, you know, black people just get very offended by jokes. No, they fucking don't. That's white women. That's white women shit. That's not Latinos or African Americans. They're the ones who make a joke the best,
especially a good joke.
Oh yeah, but also like the more offensive the better. Like they love that shit. By and large, there's exceptions.
Well, there's exceptions for sure, but Puerto Ricans are known. Like if you grow up around Puerto Ricans, they're fun and they talk a lot of shit.
Yes,
it's part of the culture.
Yep. So it's like you're trying to, you know, there's something about it that was always like, it's always the liberal push for diversity is always like, we want different shades of people in our culture. You know what I mean? Like, it was never like, there was never a thing where it's like, oh, we're going to go into the hood and we're going to adopt your culture. Like, that's not what we're talking about.
Which is why they hate black Republicans.
Yep, that's a big part of it.
That's a problem. They go after black Republicans so hard. Even harder, I think, than they go after a lot of white Republicans.
And this
in some cases, much more viciously. Yeah, I mean, and I think, by, you know, we were talking about Candace Owens before, that's part of what her boot camp before pissing off all the Israeli supporters was that she's already been through the fire. Yeah, she's been an outspoken black female conservative, and that's like, they really hate that because they do kind of view you as like, which is fucked up in a way, but it really is kind of like, they decided that they're the champion of women and black people, and therefore, if you're a black woman, it's your responsibility to support these liberal white women. You know,
she used
right. She went from being a
very young.
Right. She was liberal, and then she was also a hardcore Zionist at one point, like very big supporter of Israel, and then changed her mind on that. But it is, you know, there is a viciousness which those people get attacked. I do think, and I think I said this the last time we were on, the last time I was on, but I still do think that in many ways that's the best part of Donald Trump winning again, is just the cultural phenomenon of it, where it does seem like there's been a big rejection of all of that shit. You know, I had dinner with Daryl last night, with Daryl Cooper, and with Daryl Cooper and Scott Wood, and we were talking a little bit about this. But like
here, we're going to be so fucking excited anyway.
What happened? First of all, I let the record show, for both good and bad, I was promoting Daryl Cooper before everybody else was. I was the first guy. Let me not the first, but I was like, yo, this guy's podcast is amazing. It really, really is. But there was something so interesting about like his Tucker appearance, the backlash against it, the fact that he did absolutely nothing to harm him, and his podcast just shot up on all the charts, and now more people than ever are listening to his stuff. Like there is like, and I've seen a lot of this, and I've gotten into some arguments with some, like Konstantin Kassin. I've argued with him about this. I respect him very much. I like him a lot. He's very smart. But there are like, there are these woke tactics now that are being used by many people who have been opposing wokeism for a very long time. And I think it's interesting how much people have woken up to that, no pun intended, but how much people like kind of recognize that now, and that stuff has just been rejected. And even like on the most basic level, the thing, first of all, the fact that there was such an outrage for what Daryl Cooper said on Tucker Carlson's podcast already proves the point. It already proves the point that you're like, yeah, this is insane. This is insane that this, like, you're not even, you can't even like have a conversation about these things.
Are there any other
that this massive pile-on, this
not only that, these pejoratives that get stuck on him, that got stuck on me for platforming him. I read Joe Rogan had a Nazi apologist and Holocaust denier.
Well,
or skeptic. I think they said Holocaust skeptic. I forget what term they used. But none of those things are true.
And none of them, I mean, he's got this big, I'm very excited for it, but he's putting together this big piece on World War II. And like, none of them are going to come back and go, oh yeah, I got it wrong, I apologize.
No,
he's totally not doing that at all.
If they were, they would have listened to Fear and Loathing in the New Jerusalem.
Well, I said this to Konstantin when we were arguing about it on Twitter. And I go, listen, dude, just take, I called it my non-woke challenge. I said, take my non-woke challenge, okay? All it takes is an hour of your time. Listen to the first 30 minutes of Fear and Loathing in the New Jerusalem, and then listen to the 30 minutes in the, he put out another piece after it. I forget the title of it, but it took from the history where Fear and Loathing left off up to like the 80s. And there was it started like around, maybe it was part of Fear and Loathing, but anyway, he had a half-hour chunk that was on the Jews suffering in World War II. And I was like, so listen to these 2 half hours, and you tell me if it is conceivably possible that a Jew-hating Nazi sympathizer could have ever put this out, because it's impossible. Like, it can't. And he goes, I have listened to it, and I was like, oh, we can't talk anymore. And not in general, but I was like, we can't talk about this anymore. I think there's something almost more simple. That was like, look, if you listen to what Daryl said on Tucker's podcast, he essentially goes, you know, I say this sometimes to get a rise out of my buddy. It's like an Anglo-Saxon, and I'm kind of being hyperbolic when I say it, but I kind of say it to Rod, but in some ways, I think Churchill was the real villain of the war. Now, he didn't commit the most atrocities. I'm not saying he was the worst person there, but I think he's primarily responsible for this not being maybe like a little conflict in Poland and turning into like the big bloodbath that it did. Okay, say whatever you will about that. There's a fair argument to be there. I kind of think Daryl's right, but maybe he's not. But every single person who repeated that would go, he said Churchill was the real villain.
And
I
you're like,
just don't believe
you know what, dude,
in,
we're not
in
doing
stuff
that
like this.
anymore.
I think
Like we're not very fine people on both sides in this whole thing.
Like this is,
like, come on, dude. No, that's not what he fucking said. And you can take out all that other content, but any honest person looking at that just goes like, no, that's not what he said. And you know, and I was on Pierce Morgan's show. One more shout out to Pierce. But even when he played the clip, he cut out all that content and just played the part where he says the real villain was Churchill. Like, I think people have, after so many years of this being a constant tactic, to like it's like there's a giant rejection of that, and I think that's really good. I think a lot of that has to do with Trump winning again. I mean, there's other factors involved too, but I do just think it's like these woke tactics of like where you call everyone who disagrees with you a racist or a bigot or this. It's just not like we're not playing that game anymore, or at least it seems like most people aren't playing that game.
Yeah, it's not gonna work anymore. And the people that have their minds made up, that have just knee-jerk reaction, going to decide someone's a Nazi or someone's a Hitler apologist. They're not looking into it at all anyway. They have this cursory examination of the headline. Good enough. I'm going to run with it. I'm going to argue with it. There's always going to be people like that. But the majority of people are like, what is this all about? What did he actually say? Well, let me listen to a show. And then the show shoots up to number one. You know, and it shot up to number one again after he was on my podcast. The same kind of thing. It's like, it's a fucking great show. It's a great show. And it's not just great about Israel. It's not just great about World War II. His fucking thing on Jim Jones is insane.
So good.
It's so good. It's so insane. And he does that with everything. And he has empathy and compassion and a general desire to empathize and see how someone could join this cult. How Jim Jones could turn from this guy who was a civil rights leader. He was a civil rights leader in the 1950s. I mean, this guy was living in a time where he had adopted a black child and was persecuted all throughout town because of it, was genuinely like a real Christian. And every single combination of the paradise we did, his fucking mind, now he's in Guyana, and he's got a whole group of people with him. But then he talks small and kills himself. The ones who don't think he kills them. And yeah, it's a crazy tragedy, but what Daryl Cooper does is long form editorial. Like you have to look at it from an editorial aspect, because it's opinion, but it's also information that he's citing these sources, and he's like, put yourself in these people's shoes. That's what he does.
Which is essentially his only like demand. Through all of his work, his only demand is like, listen, you have to, if you're gonna listen to my work, you have to do your absolute best to put yourself in these person's shoes, and then put yourself in the other side's shoes.
Fear and loathing in New Jerusalem starts out with Jews being persecuted. Imagine these people are your neighbors, and he brings you to this horrific scenario that absolutely did happen to some of the people there.
And you don't. It's cool the way. I mean, I don't play spoiler alert or whatever. It's just the beginning, but it's so good. But like, you almost don't know what he's talking about at first. You're like, is this a Palestinian getting fucked over? Is this because the story's about, going in, this is going to be about the creation of the state of Israel or whatever. But then you realize, oh no, this is a Jew in Eastern Europe going through a pogrom. And I will say this, right? As somebody who is fairly well read on the subject, compared to like the layman, not compared to Daryl Cooper, there's levels to this shit. It's like, I used to think Rich Franklin was the best striker in the world, and then and then you caught him, and you're like, oh, okay, he is not. Rich Franklin was great, but listening to that series, it made me much more sympathetic to the Israelis, if I'm being honest. I know I've heard that from other people too, but it does, because Daryl insists on doing that. Like, look, it's real, it's easy. Now, I'm not saying this is an excuse for anything. Like the Nakba in 1947, 1948 is horrible. It's a giant ethnic cleansing campaign, Okay, but if you do put this into context, here's 1947. Okay, first of all, just think about like even the attitudes of 1947 that you know of, like, just in terms of racism and things like that. Like, very different attitudes in 1947. Also,
You are 2 years removed from the end of World War II, where the quote, good guys in the story are, or the winners in the story, are like
That's our story.
Truman, who just firebombed Tokyo, dropped 2 nukes on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the bombing of Dresden, the bombing of Berlin. Joseph Stalin is in the process, as this is happening, of ethnically cleansing millions of ethnic Germans all throughout Eastern Europe. This is only a couple years after Stalin's already raped their way through Europe. You know what I mean? And then, of course, there's the atrocities of the Nazis, and you're the Jewish people who just went through this Holocaust. And all of this is in the background, and you're going to say, tell me we can't move a few 100,000 people off their land to create our new state? Like, who's going to fucking morally lecture us about doing this little thing here? You know, and like, I'm not saying any of that excuses it. And it wasn't the Palestinians' fault that any of that happened. And so, like, but like, it is worthwhile. Like, that's what doing history should be, right? It should be like understanding that these were real human beings. These aren't cartoon monsters. There was now they may have done monstrous shit, but like there was something, you know, going on there, and there was kind of like, you know, I think it's just beneficial to understand all of that stuff. And you know, Menachem Begin, who is like the worst. I mean, like, was a straight up terrorist. I mean, and in that series, if you remember, he talks a lot about like the evil shit that Menachem Begin and the Erdogan and the Stern Gang and the all the shit that they did. But they were just straight up terrorists. That's what they were doing. In order to drive occupying force, you can make this shit up, is what led to the creation of Israel. And now they're like, you know,
universally regarded as terrorists.
Oh, you self-admitted terrorist groups. Like, we're committing acts of terrorism. There were debates about whether we should embrace terrorism or not. And the side saying we should embrace terrorism won the day. This is how Chaim Weizmann, he was supposed to be the David Ben-Gurion. He was the #1 ranked Zionist at the time. And he stood up and was like, yo, we can't do this. We can't embrace something. Like, his thing, like, we can't achieve a Jewish state by un-Jewish means, and which he considered terrorism to be. Like, this violates our religion. We can't do this. But even him, there was this one point which I had never heard before, but I heard it from Darryl Cooper's series. I think it was probably one of the things that stuck with me the most, was that, if you remember, it's right toward the end. It's when they're doing the David Hotel bombing, and they're doing all this terrorism to try to drive the British out. And at one point, the British like caught a few of, I can't remember if it was from the Erdogan or the Lehigh, but it was from one of those 2 militias. And they caught a few of their guys, and they like publicly flogged them or something like that. And then Menachem Begin and his terrorist boys, they got a few of like the British soldiers. They fucking flogged the shit out of them and then killed them, and then booby-trapped the bodies so that it fucking blew up more people when they came to try to get it back. And then, now he's a wanted man at this time, Menachem Begin, so he's like living underground. And so he did like a radio address, and in his radio address, he was like, he said something like, he was like, hey, just so you know, Jews don't get flogged anymore. We do the flogging now. And look, this guy was a bad guy. He's a fucking terrorist. There is something so badass about that. That there is a part of you that's just like, oh, like, you can kind of understand a people going through this fucking collective struggle and then getting to a point where they're like, we will be the ones inflicting struggle from now on, not the ones receiving it. Right. And I, you know, look, I still come out on the side that I think Israel's treatment of the Palestinians is horrible and inexcusable, and I favor a 2-state solution. I think America should stop funding Israel. But I think it's nothing but beneficial to kind of like understand that perspective a little bit more. And even though I kind of grew up on the pro-Israel propaganda and then ultimately rejected it, that was Darryl's effect on me. Was being like, you know, there is like, I'm seeing the humanity in the Israeli side a little bit more. So give me a fucking break about these people saying like he's some fucking neo-Nazi drumming up the Jew hatred. It's not true.
Yeah, they just have established boundaries of what you're allowed to talk about.
Seriously, that's exactly it.
Yeah. And there's you know, there's narratives that can't be preached. You have to follow it to a T.
It just feels right.
That's it. That's it. And anything else, you're anti-Semite. And you know, he's labeled all over the place. I'm sure his Wikipedia calls him that. I'm sure. I mean, it's just there's so many people that have really irresponsibly done that and defamed it. It's fucked up, but ultimately it doesn't work. It just makes it bigger.
I 100% agree, and then I also think that it's almost like it's very obvious. I mean, if you're looking at it with clear eyes, and it's like, look, okay, look, I'm Jewish, and I don't wish to see a rise in people hating Jewish people. Like that, obviously, I'd be opposed to that. But if you're gonna say that anybody who criticizes the government of Israel or anybody who criticizes the Israeli lobby and the unbelievable influence that has over our government, and you're going to label all of them as anti-Semites. Like, all right, I would think that it would be wiser to at least be thankful that there are people who are not Jew haters who are pointing this out, rather than just leaving it to all the Jew haters to be the only ones who are pointing this out. Like, you know, it's like, you think Darryl Cooper is like, okay, like, what's your goal here? To shut him down? Who do you think's going to replace him? You better hope that they're going to be as thoughtful and responsible as he is. And they probably won't be. Not too many people are.
But that's how it always is. Right? This is the problem with suppression. The problem, I mean, it's essentially a version of the same problem of creating terrorists. You attack because you think you're going to stop the terrorism, you just create more terrorism. You know, you think you're going to stop people from expanding the narrative and talking outside of these borders that you've clearly established, or how people are able to discuss certain sensitive topics. No, you're not. You're not going to do that. You're just going to make people realize that there's a third rail, and they don't understand why there's a third rail. Then they start looking into it and they go, "Oh, how much influence does Israel have on our country?" And then they start asking those kind of questions. And this gives way to the rise of anti-Semitism. I think suppression of people's ability to talk about very polarizing topics like Gaza, suppression of that is anti-Semitism. As people start thinking, like, is there some sort of grand plan to control us and keep me from being able to talk about something that clearly is in the news every day? It seems like a big issue.
Yeah. Well, there's also, you know, it's the thing. Really, this is my origin story of being the guy that I am now, being obsessed with all this stuff. Was seeing Ron Paul versus Rudy Giuliani in 2007 at the Republican primary debate, and Rudy Giuliani's arguing about how the terrorists hate us for our freedom, and then Ron Paul, like, never heard of, like this country doctor from Texas with an R next to his name, starts going like, they hate us for our freedom. They hate us because we're over there. Like, how would we feel if somebody else was doing to us what we're doing to them? And then Rudy Giuliani's like, yeah, that's a pretty absurd explanation that the reason they did 9/11 is because we were bombing Iraq. And he goes, I've heard a lot of absurd explanations for 9/11, and I've never heard anything that ridiculous, which, by the way, was in Osama bin Laden's declaration of war on America. So, like, to be like, I've never heard of this is not quite the brag or flex that you think it is. And then Ron Paul just fucking schooled them. I was like, you know, he was like, you know who came up with the term blowback? The CIA. Because it's a real thing. There is blowback. And if we think we can go around the world and do whatever we want to people, and that's not going to incite hatred, we do that at our own peril. Like, let's be honest. But for whatever reason, for me, it was always kind of just easy to connect that. Like, I remember, you remember, there was the scene in Good Will Hunting where, like, at the end when he breaks him and he's like, it's not your fault, it's not your fault, he starts crying. He finally gets to start talking about the abuse he went through in his childhood, and Matt Damon's character is talking about it, and he's like, oh, he used to lay, like, a stick, a belt, and a wrench on the table and tell me to pick. And Robin Williams was like, I'd have to go with the stick on that one. And he goes, I used to pick the wrench. And he was like, why would you pick the wrench? And he goes, because fuck him, that's why. And like, okay, there's something of that, out that was always very easy for me to understand.
Like you just get
Forget
to a
what
point
side
where
of
it's
the aisle you're on. I'm not
like,
talking,
just
you know,
fuck you.
whether you're
It's like why
Republican,
would
conservative,
some
doesn't matter.
Palestinian
I'm pretty sure
who's,
all
let's say
read
there's
most of
an
them live
Israeli
in the
who
sheet.
kicks him out
I really don't know what
of his house that his grandfather built, that his family's been living in for 100 years, and now that Israeli guy is living in his house, and you're watching from like a refugee camp. This guy living in your house, and as Daryl says in the series, he goes, "Now you have no means by which to give that house back to your grandmother, but you could burn that house to the fucking ground." And like it's easy to look there and go, well, "Why would you do that? That's irrational." It's like, no, not really. It's really not. It's picking the wrench. It's going because fuck you. You know what I mean? And they're like all of these things.
You know what I'd use it
There's
for?
always like
Number one, I go to
reactionary
Mars,
movements,
prove
and like so again, like this is saying, okay, yes, you're gonna sit here and for fucking 15 years tell young white men that they're toxic and they're the problem and their masculinity is inherently wrong. What do you think's gonna come out of that? And then like the same people are like, where did this Andrew Tate guy pop up from? And you're like, you made him. You made him. If you wanted to make him, you couldn't have done a better job. But that's the whole fucking story of the Nazis to begin with. That we
That's fair.
imposed the Treaty of Versailles and insisted on internationally humiliating these people and crushing them. And then, where'd these Nazis come from? It has a reaction to that, obviously.
A little bit of
That's what
chocolate.
Do you think we're going to learn more now? I mean, you have to realize if you're thinking about history, this is the first time where people have this kind of access to all the different layers that are in operation all over the world. And if you're paying attention, and most people aren't, but if you're paying attention, you have a much broader understanding of all the things that are at play than ever before, and how these things can be avoided. And I think that's one of the reasons why people were excited about Trump getting into office when he was saying, "I can stop that war in one day. We can make deals. There's deals that can be made. You know, we can stop all the killing stuff." Everybody's like, "Yeah, finally, someone is not going to do it the way we've done it before."
I think I'm incredibly like
they're called nest cams and they're everywhere.
On a long like time period. I think that like exactly what you just said. I mean, it's the propaganda apparatus is completely destroyed. Like it's just not, you know. There's been this. I really do think a massive awakening. There's several factors to this. I think COVID is the biggest single one. You know, I think that there was something about
why don't you give us
imposing such draconian measures on the domestic population. Like when we start a lot of wars over bullshit, but the truth is for most Americans, that's kind of over there somewhere, and we're living our lives. You know, like you might be against it, but it's a different thing than like instituting totalitarianism in the United States of America, which lockdowns were objectively. And they did it, not only, it's not just that they got it all wrong, it's that it was motherfuckers made the thing, and you knew you did, and then you covered it up. Like there, even now, this is like everywhere. It's like the shit that we used to talk about a few years ago. That was like the controversial, you know, conversations. Everyone's talking about it now. It's just Bill Maher the other day brought up that, like, hey, you know, how crazy is it that we figured out that British intelligence in March of 2020 said that, I forget what it was, but they said with 85% certainty this came from the lab, you know, and then so they did all of this and they got it completely wrong, and it was so full of shit. That's kind of, that spell's been broken. People see this now. I do think you're right that there was like a tremendous
using extrasensory perception, that's ESP common folk,
you know, Ron Paul used to always say, the peace candidate always wins. I mean, like, if you, in the year 2000, George W. Bush, he campaiggned on a humble foreign policy. No nation building, no using our police, not being the policeman of the world with our military. It's that's what he ran and won on. Barely won, but still, he won on that. And then in 2004, you know, John Kerry refused to run against the war, and that's why he wasn't able to win. And then in 2008,
to describe or give details,
Barack Obama ran on a peace campaign, you know, destroyed Hillary Clinton in the primary, who had all the institutional money, all the big support behind her, but she had voted for the war in Iraq. And Obama said, hey, that was a big mistake. You can't give her the presidency when she made such a big mistake. Well, you know what? That's right. You know, and even though he wasn't in the Senate yet when the war in Iraq was going on, he didn't vote for the thing.
And he said some beautiful things about
or TV
closing
shows they missed.
Gitmo and ending
Actually,
torture
I've
and not
worked in
fighting
media in my
stupid
career
wars,
before. I've
and
had
he won
numerous
like
bosses
a dominant
who actually want
victory.
to count
And
those
then in
viewers towards their
2016,
ratings.
Donald Trump ran and won.
Hey,
We're going
we
to
had
stop
another
fighting these stupid
point
wars.
forward
In
in this
2024 again, he wins on this. Like the American people have spoken.
I can feel it.
Now, that's a very different thing than the regime machinery itself. So that's a different, battle. But the battle of public opinion on that has been won. And then I do think, even though Jamie told us before the show started that they're saying Elon Musk is going to be stepping away from Doge soon. And yes, it's true that Doge didn't actually get any drastic cuts through. But it is amazing what they have done in terms of like bringing to the cultural forefront the issue of how corrupt government is. And so anyway, my long-term thing is that I think corrupt regimes, which unfortunately we live under one, I think they are completely dependent on propaganda.
Or an activity.
And that propaganda just broke. We're just getting out of that now. And I think there's like amazing possibilities. Dude, I mean, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, I couldn't imagine we'd be here now. Like, I just couldn't imagine that, like, the COVID restrictions have been completely defeated. Wokeism seems to have been, like, pretty much defeated. This is already just incredible.
That's shocking.
So what you're saying is they don't really go by the scientific method, or
it can go a bunch of different ways. And there's also examples of it going sideways, like what's happening in the UK and what's happening in other parts of Europe, where the totalitarian measures are ramping up. And they didn't win the war on woke. In fact, they lost that war. That's true. They lost that war. And I think that's a shining example of if it's true what we tolerate in America. Having the First Amendment, having that freedom of speech, and then also having the Second Amendment, the ability to back that up. That, people are always going to use your. Remember, even Biden was talking about that. You're gonna fight a fucking jet with your rifles. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, no, but guess what? You can't just do what they did in Australia and ship people off to camps in America. Yeah, try that shit in Georgia.
Well, it's so stupid too because number one, the Taliban just did that to you, sir. Like, literally, you just pulled out a disgrace of a war that you couldn't win against a bunch of illiterate goat herders with rifles. So that was left behind billions. Oh yeah, they got a lot. They got a lot more rifles now,
and they go on parades with them. Yeah, where they're driving tanks down the street, flying over fucking Blackhawks.
But of course, the point is that, well, yes, if the U.S. military decided to nuke its own, population, yes, you're right, our guns wouldn't do any good. That's not what they're trying to do. They're trying to rule us. And, like, yeah, of course, having guns. Like, I don't know, by the way, let's say, like, the Jews in Nazi Germany had been well armed. Would that have been enough to stop the Holocaust? Or, like, if the Ukrainians had been well armed, would that have been enough to stop the genocide that Stalin inflicted on them or whatever? But it'd be better they are than not. Like, I don't know. Like, yeah, it might at least give them a second to go, like, well, we can't go, And the truth is, like, if you were to just think it, the state that we're in right now,
what is like the person?
Let's say they were just like tomorrow. Some leader was like, "We're rounding up all the guns in Texas." You're fucking not. Like, good luck. You'll have a civil war on your hands. Like, these people are not giving up their guns voluntarily. And the thing about people who won't give up their guns voluntarily is if you try to force them to it, they have guns.
Satellites, radar.
Yeah,
you're coming with guns. They have guns. Now you have a fight. Yeah, that's right. And that's terrifying. And then you're also paying someone. That's a regular person. This is the thing about people in the army or in the police. These are just regular folks
who tend to lean right wing and tend to like guns and the Second Amendment. Who may not be so keen on taking away the Second Amendment.
No, they'll understand that this is a totalitarian measure, and then what's going to happen is it's going to be the collapse of what we understand of as America. America is. We think of America in terms of our ability to express ourselves first and our ability to defend ourselves.
I don't know how to say his name.
No, that's why it's number one and number two. And it's not to say that this is the entire reason, because obviously things like there's many different variables and factors and complicated history. But a huge part of the reason why America is the most prosperous, most successful country and has largely been the freest country in the history of the world is because of that. Because the first thing we enshrined in our Bill of Rights
rights was like, listen, man, the government is, and it's not, it's not what the people are allowed to do. It's what the government is not allowed to do to the people. Congress shall write no law. Period. Like this is like it's the fact that this is the only country in the history of the world that was started on that premise and then has gone on to be the most dominantly successful country in the history of the world is not a coincidence.
No. This is freedom's last battleground. And we're in the middle of it right now. We're in the middle of it in a weird transitionary time where things are being exposed at a level that have never been exposed before. And people have an understanding of how corrupt the system is at a way they've never been able to fully comprehend before. You have an uncle that tells you, what they do is the CIA sends you. Uncle's crazy. That guy's out of his fucking mind. Then Mike Benz explains it to you and shows you charts and graphs, brings up articles and has classified documents that have been released, and he's showing you those like.
It started in '75. It was sponsored.
Yeah, well, I mean, his stuff, and I mean, look, Epstein stuff. I mean, it's just like again, every category that you could imagine. Just what's happening with the American Heart Association. Trying to get people to be able to buy sugary drinks and crap food with food stamps, and then you realize, oh wait, look, these companies like Coca-Cola and Pepsi have actually donated to the American Heart Association. Yeah,
if you've ever seen the
evidently some Twitter influencers too. Oh yeah, bunch of them. That. Yeah, they're all taking in that big Pepsi money, and then they're going, "It is an assault on liberty to tell people they cannot buy Pepsi."
So many people that have prominent X accounts and prominent, I'm sure, other social media platforms as well. They all said the same thing, and they're probably being paid. Because a bunch of people were being paid to support Kamala Harris. There was a bunch of people that exposed that. They showed the emails that they got. We were invited to do this. You get paid a considerable amount of money to make some sort of a statement saying that you would vote for that person. And I guess they said, well, if you have 500,000 followers here and 1 million followers there, and you add all those up, and you give this guy 25 grand, this guy 50 grand, and you beyond, say 11 million.
Oh, by the way, I hear constantly people when they attack me on Twitter that I'm getting Russian money or Qatari money. I've never got a goddamn check from any of them. Like, guys, give me the money. I'm already saying the thing, I think. So, like, hey, why not? At this point, I'm just kidding. I don't like money.
Well, I
get it all the time. People think that someone's guiding this show, and I have someone who tells me what to talk about. Like, I would have never had Kurt Metzger on yesterday.
That's when you know no one's guiding anything. When Kurt Metzger,
he was screaming about everybody. He was screaming about Elon. He was screaming about everybody.
I love Kurt Metzger dearly. I've known him for over 20 years. He's one of the most brilliant comedic minds in the world. But let's be real. Nobody, if anyone was guiding anyone with a show, they would never allow Kurt Metzger to be on that show. Anytime he appears on a show, that is proof that there is no big money behind this show.
Well, the scary thing for people is that there's not a guy.
Just think of the nefarious shit.
It really is the Wild West out here. And that's real. Like this show is a great example of that, because this is the #1 show in the world, and this show is literally me and my phone.
It's very interesting for me, from my perspective, and I'm sure much more for you, but like from my perspective, just like somebody's like a regular and a good friend of yours who's been on the show many times. I mean, I get constantly people always come up to me and say, "What's Joe Rogan really like?" Which is always an interesting question to me, because it's like I always say my answer is always I go, you already know.
Anytime go.
Like you already know what Joe Rogan's like. If you watch the show, you already know what Rogan. It's more of that. Like I don't know.
Amazing because
it's that. Like I'm not saying like there's not like any element of like
5 to 15% above that.
Something you might tell a close friend that you wouldn't say publicly, but like generally speaking, this is true. By the way, almost with all of my favorite comedians. What was Patrice O'Neill like? Like Patrice O'Neill, like exactly the guy you saw. He was that. A lot more of that. Shane Gillis is exactly like that. It's just always the case. But it was really interesting. I don't know. It was just so entertaining for me after this last election, when it was almost like they finally had to admit the power that you have. Because like for all those years, and we would always make fun of it over the years. But like Brian Stelter would be on CNN and be like, "The fringe Joe Rogan is over here. He's very controversial." And you'd be like, controversial. It's like he's got 15 million people listening to his show, and you're struggling to break 200,000. How do you get to say he's fringe? You know, like, but it's almost like they had to admit after this last election, they're like, and then when they start going, oh, we need our own Joe Rogan, or we need our own this, and it's just, I don't know, it's very interesting where it's like, man, talk about like, you guys just don't get it.
Well, my favorite one was there was a guy on CNN saying that there's a well-funded network of right-wing influencers that are organized, and they were trying to make this argument.
And who are the people like Theo and you?
Jen Psaki was trying to make this argument with Jon Stewart.
Oh yeah, Stewart called her out, and he was like, "Yeah, no, that's not right."
No, she was like, "Well, it's a right-wing movement." She's like, "It's more of a comedian libertarian movement." Yeah.
Which is, I think, is more like, you know, I mean, I think generally speaking, like, you know, as you've always said, you're kind of a mix of like some kind of more sympathetic to left-wing ideas, some more sympathetic to right-wing ideas, some sympathetic to libertarian ideas. But it's just so, especially like if you just know the people involved, like to describe you and Theo Vaughn as a right-wing network.
Organized.
It's the most disorganized thing in the history of the world.
Organized and well-funded. I'm not organized, and I guess I'm well-funded, but it's not for that. I can have no one tells me
the audience,
but it's also it's like no one tells me anything. Like I can have on UFO people, I can have on comedians. No, there's no feedback. I have no feedback. There's no exchange between me and Spotify in terms of who you got this week. What's the month look like? Tell us the big names. They started at the beginning of the deal. They said, okay, who's going to be the people the first week? And my manager's like, hey, it's the same show. You bought the #1 show in the country. He's not doing anything. They're like, well, we want this dang job. Like,
yeah. Like that's not what we do. You know,
I'm not going to change. It's the same show.
But the thing, it's such a funny thing because it is almost like it's like you know, it's like somebody in a marriage. You know, like in the corporate media, I'd say they're like in a marriage and they're just lying through their teeth to their spouse. They're constantly cheating on them. They're getting caught left and right. Then they're saying no. Oh no, it wasn't that. It was you, and you're the bad person, and all this, and they're just like the worst, most dishonest, fucking obvious liars. And then they're like looking over at like someone in a healthy marriage, and they're like, "So what's that guy's trick? Like, how does he do it?" And you're like, "It's like he just doesn't lie to her. He's nice to her, and like I don't know. Like it's just like the thing is the big secret is that you're authentic and just say what you mean and invite the people on who you're interested in talking to, and that was like the antidote to your insane tyrannical bullshit."
It's also that I started it not for money. I started it for fun, and it didn't make money for years. And I was independently wealthy. Like I had money from Fear Factor, and I had money from stand-up comedy. I was like, I didn't have like a crazy lifestyle. I was like, I can just, I'm fine. Like this is fun to do. I'm just gonna do this, and then it just got big.
That was so new,
and I never changed it. I just kept doing it. I made it better, got better cameras.
Yeah, that was it. No, it's funny. Sometimes you'll look back at those old episodes, and you're like, "Holy shit, that's great!" I don't remember it being that great, but it was.
Well, the cameras were terrible back then. We just used regular webcams that you put a Fry's Electronics and buy. We just like regular fucking USB microphone in the beginning, plug it into a MacBook. The whole thing was so janky. It was like, and now, you know, they think somehow or another because it's big, well, it's been infiltrated. It's not that I haven't been offered. People have tried to buy percentages of the show and give me margin or some money. And I'm like,
yeah, that's tough. I'm glad you didn't make that decision.
What's your fucking money? You better say fuck you. Because if you don't, you're not. You're ruining one of the most beautiful gifts the universe can bestow upon a person, to never be beholden to money. Just be able to like be yourself. Do what you like to do.
Tucker Carlson said about me once, and I thought it was like one of the best compliments I've ever gotten, and it really meant a lot to Tucker. It's someone I really admire a lot. It was Patrick David, if I'm remembering correctly. He was on this. It was before like the debate with Cuomo had been announced, but it was before it happened. And Patrick was like, "How do you think that's gonna go?" And Tucker was like, "Look, man,
This
He's like, the
program
thing
is
about
brought to you
Dave
by the
is
Herman G.
he
Gilman
is just
Foundation,
totally
the
unencumbered by
Parapsychology
any restraints.
Foundation, the
You know, like
Institute of
there,
Noetic
there's
Sciences.
no, I mean, I
and
think what he
viewers
meant was just like,
you.
there's no one who's like cutting his check. There's no one who's like, there's nothing that holds him back. Like, I get to do the biggest
did all that research work
show in the world a lot because you like what I have to say. And so then that's it. It's not like there's no, I feel no like, man, I wish I could say this, but I really can't say that. And there's something about that is like, that's the new thing.
Completely
and I'll say, I think
But I
you,
don't understand. He's a psychic.
and look, this is what's really crazy, right? Like the impact of what you did during this election going forward is going to be. And I know you don't like when I like suck your dick too much, but I'm just
future
saying.
experimental standards was
There's
criticized as
the fact that Trump did the show. Got such a great response from it. Kamala Harris refused and then tried to get you to change what the show was, and then obviously
looked into it. And some later experiments had negative
in hindsight,
results
like, oh,
when
the
those clues
conventional wisdom is you really should have done
So you're
that.
telling me they didn't give them the answers to the tests,
The
and then
new
they couldn't get the right
normal
answers?
now,
Weird how that
going
works out.
forward
It is.
for
So
presidential
the viewers' advice
election
to the Stargate
is going to
Project
be
was
that the
always so
expectation
unclear and
is that you can, and it's not just your show. I'm not saying like you have to have the candidates on every single 4 years, although I think you should, but that's your
being
choice,
asked to
obviously.
ascertain the
But the new
whereabouts of
expectation,
General
the
Manuel
expectation used
Noriega,
to be
replied,
that 2 or 3 times a presidential candidate is going to have to go through one of these CNN debates where they will be asked these like very narrow questions. They'll have 90 seconds to respond. You know, it'll be Obama. You know, how do you feel we do this in the war on terrorism? You're like, oh, first of all, thank you. And thank you for coming out. We appreciate this. And fluff and bullshit.
What happened to this?
And blah, blah, blah. And then that could change glass of water saying that. Yeah, like,
early
but
90s,
nothing,
the
just
military
emptiness. Nothing happened.
board, which might or might not.
And now the expectation is that you got to go have an organic, unscripted, 3-hour conversation. And probably do it a few different times with a few of the big shows. And you get, you know, like, you get to kind of see that person in a whole different way than we've ever gotten to see presidential candidates before. And the truth is that a candidate like Kamala Harris will never be a major party nominee again. A candidate who is what was her running mate? Tim Walz. These guys are not, because they're not built for that. The future is going to be guys like J.D. Vance, guys like Vivek Ramaswamy, guys like Bobby Kennedy, Tulsi Gabbard. And by the way, maybe the Democrats will find somebody in there. You know, you wouldn't have predicted Donald Trump in 2012.
is trying to do that.
I don't
That's
think
why
he is.
he wants to do this earlier.
Yeah,
that's why he's doing this podcast. And he's doing a podcast where I'm inviting everybody on.
Well, he's at least
I'm
right for
inviting
doing that.
everybody. Come on in, whoever you are.
Right?
Don't you feel like I feel like I could accidentally do?
Hey, Gavin, invite me on. We'll have a nice chat. They probably would.
I guess they
I'll do it.
Steve Bannon. Yes, but yeah.
Gavin, Mr. Newsom, Governor Newsom, I would be honored to be on your show. We can have a nice civil conversation about the issues.
We'll probably have you on right now. We'll probably hear that. Reach out.
Look, I will give him credit for this. He is at least smart enough that like that is the move. Is to go do a podcast and start interacting and try to figure out. I think the issue that Gavin Newsom has is he's a very talented old school politician, and I think that archetype has been rejected. Yeah, and that's going to be very tough. I think that going forward, like, you know, you saw, I don't know if you saw recently, a few weeks ago, Bernie Sanders and
That is the first
AOC
joke he has made on this show that
rallies.
actually could be
They're drawing
mistaken for funny.
tens of thousands of people. Now, I don't think either of them are going to be the nominee.
I don't think they're really drawing those people.
And well, that also might be, that also is probably true.
You know, they got the cell phone data.
Yes, no, I know. I've seen that, and they are probably pretty artificial. But still, there is no way. Like, no one's reading Chuck Schumer's new book. No one cares about Nancy Pelosi. Like, the establishment wing is not going to be what the future is. It's going to have to be some populist, you know.
Jasmine Crockett.
So
I'm not sure she's the one.
Marjorie Taylor Greene and Jasmine Crockett in a cage fight.
Let's go, dude. That's your old bit from Talking Monkeys in Space.
We can do a little bit better.
Go dumber.
Yeah.
Just keep getting it dumber. So this is the level now. You were
fucking idiot.
You really predicted the future.
Yeah, I definitely did. That was about George Bush getting us into Iraq. He won again.
Psychics were
Someone in the back of the room going, I think we can go dumber.
He's right.
And he was 100% right with Tim Walsh.
Oh
yeah, that guy was almost the vice president of the United States. I'm sure you've seen that thing where it shows Obama saying, I need a vice president that's dumber than me.
Yeah.
And it's Biden, and
I think I
Biden
was
saying,
saying that
I
on
need
your
a vice president dumber than me.
right.
And it's
It's so
Kamala,
perfect.
Kamala saying, I need a vice president dumber than me. It's Walsh.
This is why
Men have tampons.
yeah, you gotta lose because we gotta break this cycle. We're getting way too dumb. You know, regroup.
It wasn't just that we were getting dumb. We were getting scary close to people justifying totalitarian measures. You know, and Tim Walsh in the campaign trail was literally saying, free speech doesn't include hate speech and misinformation. Hey man, fuck you. How about fuck you? Because everything that we called misinformation just a few years ago is now being fucking it's on the front page of the New York Times now that we're lied to. I mean, the New York Times just printed a thing. It turns out we were lied to. Yeah, you lied to us. You were a part of it. You spit out all of their propaganda without doing what you're actually supposed to do, which is be a journalist. Yep. The only way you can be a journalist today is if you're independent. A real journalist, you have to be a Glenn Greenwald. You have to be a Schellenberger. You have to be a Matt Taibbi. You have to be someone who's independent. That's the only way you could do real journalism today. There's just too many fucking guardrails.
Glenn Greenwald, who is debatably the greatest journalist of the 21st century, and maybe I'd give it to Julian Assange, but he's up there. He had to leave the publication that he was a founder of, The Intercept. Yeah, right. He had to leave them because they were going the route of propaganda and not letting him tell the truth about Joe Biden. And it's a testament to Glenn Greenwald that he was just like, okay, cool, bye, and I'll go be just as big without you guys. And that's another thing that's really interesting about like this, which is very recent though, right? That there was a time like where like cancel culture was so effective. I remember thinking this was something that really kind of scared me like a few years ago, because it was like, you'd have these people, like some of the people who kind of started getting like big like before me. I mean, I was doing what I do, but I had a slower like progression. So like some of these people who shot up to the top, Milo or like people like that got totally removed from the conversation. Like, it was like they were just taken out. This guy was gonna be the guy, and then Bill Maher show. Yeah, and did great on Bill Maher show compared to the Hitchens. Yeah, I remember. Like a gay Christopher Hitchens or something like that. And now it just seems all over the place. There's lots of examples of it where it's like they tried. I mean, you went through, I think, the biggest cancellation attempt.
Of course,
where they were just like, you could see it was like, I remember in those few weeks, it was like a decision had been made. We're going after Joe Rogan. And they just emptied every bullet they had, and it all just bounced off you. And then you see this with like a lot of other people, like Alex Jones, Andrew Tate. However you feel about these guys, I'm not even making a comment on just when they're bigger. I'm just saying that them getting kicked off every platform has not worked at all, and that works anymore. And that's great. And Daryl's another example of that too, where they tried to go after him and it just was like not happening. Just made him bigger.
Yeah, it's fascinating. So they're going to have to adjust or go away, adjust or perish. And I assume they're going to perish. I don't see them adjusting. The only thing that's changed is the people that own them, like Jeff Bezos, has kind of put the clamps down on the Washington Post. And said, look, I don't want any of these fucking crazy left-wing opinion pieces anymore. I want you to report about lifestyle, health, news, objective news. Like, let's become a fucking newspaper again, which is what that's the only way you have value with everybody. Otherwise, you're alienating literally 50% of the country. And the 50% that buy it, they have to be retarded because you've been lying so openly about so many different things. Everything has to be gone through a filter. Everything's so and so like it's not even just that they're lying, but that they're lying in such a brazen,
such a 180 degree from reality. You know, like the way they've tried to make this threat of Doge, you know, like where they're just kind of like, you know, what right does he have to go through all these bureaucrats' emails and what? And when you zoom out, it reminds me a lot. There's this weird parallel between like what Bobby Kennedy was able to insert with the Maha movement, where you had this thing where we had like what they call a national health crisis, you know, a pandemic. Like all of our focus has to be on this health issue. And then Bobby Kennedy just kind of came along and was like, can I point out that like, there's a real health crisis that we have? Yeah, that's not the one you're talking about at all. Like, you're claiming to care about health so much, and it's like, okay, look at autism and $100 seems like diabetes and obesity, and we're like we lead the world in chronic illness, heart disease, like all these things. Like that's kind of, and then it was just the Doge thing. It was like, okay, so we have the U.S. federal government is the biggest organization in the history of the world. We spend more than any other government in the history of the world has ever spent. We are so far in debt now that the interest on the debt is now, I believe last year it was $1.2 trillion, and it's going up. And the interest on the debt is now overtaking the entire budget. Like, I remember when $1 trillion deficits were crazy. If we balanced our budget tomorrow, we still run $1 trillion deficit every year just because we owe it on the interest on the debt. This is so obviously a crisis. And then they're trying to convince you that the real crisis is that Elon Musk and a few of his genius nerd buddies want to open the books. But how the fuck can you convince anyone of that?
Well, the Democrats
it says
having a narrative and then marching. Yeah, they're really good at it. And that's what you see with all these tweets that are all the same kind of verbiage. They're using the same sentences. You see them all throughout. Whenever it comes to certain issues, they're really good at like staying united and getting out this one message.
Yeah, which does work to kind of shockingly well, but again, it is like you can watch it like it's like this thing that's getting diminishing returns, and it's like, oh, it's not the same old thing isn't working anymore.
We're also in this big Manhattan project style race to create sentient AI. And that's another issue that's going to completely transform society. If you think the internet and podcast transforms society, just wait till you have super intelligent, godly
used extensively by so-called psychic spies during the Cold War.
Yeah. And there's look, there's some
long history
pretty
intelligence gathering
information of all of that. I mean, you know, I've read a piece of that about it, like the IDF was using artificial intelligence to like track, you know, like suspects and stuff like this. You know, like, oh, like the military AI is kind of creepy at the same time. You know, what might that do to like people's ability to keep secrets and keep corruption going? And you know, it's kind of like who gets in charge of that is going to be that's going to be like the fate of mankind.
Well, I think they're prepping for that. That's what they're jailing politicians. There's a lot of that going on right now. They're in a hot panic because you're not going to be able to hide anything.
I want one of the t-shirts.
Who's the guy?
We have just it's going to come in waves, and it's going to be. I mean, I'm just guessing what its impact is going to be, but I think the world's on record.
I am sure this guy is on the board.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Probably right about that.
Remote viewing as
and it's
humans can do with my human.
You know, it's going to be very interesting. I remember you said
I too will teach you
like a long time ago.
Teach you the basic.
I think it was like at the very beginning of the podcast. You had said one thing where like you were like it's going to be harder and harder to lie. Like that's just going to be the future where it's just harder and harder to lie. And you're talking about just like even how much right now, like you know, like I was born in 1983. So I grew up in like the 80s and the 90s. And like, you could lie back then. You could just tell lies. You make up whatever. I used to do this. I was the head of this. I worked for this company. Just say it. Just say it. It was just totally like, and you were just like, I don't know. I mean, he says it. There's no way to really check that. And now it's like you just say like, oh, I used to do this. It's like, no, you didn't. You know what I mean? Like that. That's a crazy shift. That you know, it happens slow enough that you don't. But the more that goes on, and the more technology there is, and the more like singularity type shit, or the more like it's gonna become increasingly more and more difficult to deceive people. At least with that would be my guess.
There's going to be an app in our lifetime that's a lie detector, and it's going to be 100%. It's going to read your retinas. It's going to look at your eyeballs, and you're going to use it just the same way you use FaceTime. And you're going to have to talk to your boss through that thing, and it's going to be able to tell you. What did you do? What did you actually do? Where's the money? Why is money missing?
Oh, imagine that just like on politicians though.
Get that bitch on Nancy Pelosi.
I just happen to be really good at picking stocks.
Shady's dead. Would you like to stick him in front of that thing?
The following instance, which you and all of our listeners can pay a nominal fee.
Dick Cheney's still alive? Dick Cheney's alive.
The war in heaven.
Yeah, no, somebody. I think somebody else. I'm trying to think of
wait a second. The war, and we talked about being able to do things
no, someone really evil did die, but that guy.
What's that? We even talked about being able to
still alive with another dude's heart
across space and across time.
Whoa, dude's heart. Isn't that crazy? All these people died from COVID, and that fucking guy's still dead.
Yeah, well, the thing about making a deal with the devil is, you get paid off.
At one point in time, he had no pulse.
Adolf Hitler, the JFK assassination,
That's got to be on the Bible.
Yeah, no, there's definitely something to it.
The guy responsible for a million innocent people dying doesn't have a pulse.
The 9/11 project.
Imagine,
just to name a few.
it's just crazy. Like, and I don't know, I don't know how much he was acting on his own, or they were.
Oh, McCain's dead.
John McCain is dead. He's been gone for a while.
Dead. Why do I think the Cheney was dead?
I feel like there's somebody else who but maybe not. But you know what was crazy?
Did Rumsfeld just die?
I'm not sure.
There was a fake report earlier this year that Dick Cheney died.
Oh, maybe that's it.
They got me.
They got you with a scam.
They got me to fake.
But isn't it crazy that like there's a million examples of this, but just like how tone deaf the Kamala Harris campaign was. That now I don't know how much Dick Cheney but Liz Cheney, they started bringing it on the trail.
Dick Cheney endorsed her.
He came out to endorse it and say that Donald Trump is the most dangerous threat to America, and then she started campaigning with Liz Cheney, like as if. I mean, it's just forget even like the fact that obviously, like I'm the anti-war guy, and I think all these people are blood-soaked monsters who should burn in hell for eternity. But leave all that aside. Just the politics of it. Liz Cheney lost her congressional race by like 50 points. What market is that? Like, what margin on the edges did they think, like, I know what'll move this. Okay, we're down, but we're not out. Bring in the Cheneys, and then we're going to tell them about how much we love fucking the war in Iraq or something like that. I think it was just a signal to, like, military contractors to be like, hey, we're cool, like, send us some more money.
Internally, apparently, they already knew they were losing.
Yeah, they said
which makes the spending even weirder.
Yeah, well, evidently, the internal polling. There's a few really interesting questions about this it's been reported that the internal polling of Biden before he dropped out was like a crazy landslide, way more than what Trump ended up winning by. Like they had him winning like 500 I forget what it was, but it was like a crazy fucking blowout. And then similarly, when Kamala Harris took over, like they knew. But then there's also something interesting where it's like, hey, so like pollsters, could we ever get the real polls? How come like they can figure out the real polls?
Right.
But then because there was something like there's only been a few elections in my life that I remember where like it was just obvious who was going to win. Like Obama in 2008, right. It was obvious. Right. You could not have convinced anyone. Like, looks like John McCain's the front runner. Right. No, it fucking does not. Like this black Jesus has drawn 80,000 people, and then John McCain's over here. Like, I think we can do. It's like clearly this guy's losing, and this guy's going to win. But the polls reflected that. It was like, oh yeah, Obama's up big in the polls. Yeah. But this year, everything you could see, taste, touch, like it was just, obviously Donald Trump. Everywhere Donald Trump went, he's getting like a king's greeting. He's like, with all the culture is totally shifted in his direction.
Imagine if they hadn't astroturfed those conventions for Kamala Harris. Imagine if they hadn't paid people to show up. How many people would be there? They'd have an arena.
It would have been. Imagine, like, right? It wasn't people coming to see Beyonce, and they just had to come see Kamala Harris, and all. It was this campaign was the Kamala Harris, and this is part of the reason why, even though I am really upset with Donald Trump, I'm upset with a lot of the cabinet people too. I mean, look, Bobby, I will say, does seem to at least be doing some real structural, like he's talking about really, changing some things at the health department. I think maybe he could take a break from tweeting about the virus of anti-Semitism, but whatever. Tulsi, I'm really upset with over her like cheering on these strikes. I thought she was supposed to be the one who was going to stand up in that signal group and say something and not just leave it to JD. And I think Donald Trump's messing up in a lot of ways. But I really, at least at this point, like if he invades Iran and we have another war there, then I will apologize for voting for him. Then I think I made a mistake and I shouldn't have done that. But short of that, I do think it was the right thing to do. And part of it was like that had to be exposed. Because this Kamala Harris ticket, it was the most astroturfed ticket ever.
Yeah.
Like it's one thing. Look, Obama had a lot of institutional support. It wasn't as organic as they made it out to be.
But there was a lot of real.
But he had real support.
Yeah.
Like he did have real grassroots support. She never won she didn't win a primary. She didn't win a delegate when she ran for president. She didn't even make it to Iowa. It was all fake. It was all phony. And it was like that had to be exposed.
It's dangerous. That's dangerous. Because if they can get that through with her, even if you like her or anything, she would have done a great job. That's scary that you were given that kind of power. Yeah. And the same people that were auto-penning all those Biden executive orders would have been in charge for another 4 years, if not forever.
Yeah, that's right. And look, even, you could say whatever that Joe Biden just feared that Donald Trump would abuse the Justice Department, which is, a little ironic to accuse him of the thing you're actually guilty of doing. But to go out and to pardon your family, and forget the family even, because that's a little less relevant, but to pardon Fauci and go back to 2014.
Yeah.
Why did you pick that year?
Yeah.
Joe, I mean, obviously Joe Biden didn't pick anything, but who's the person who picked that we got to go back and give this guy blanket immunity going all the way back? Like, come on, dude.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
It's crazy.
It's too much.
It's crazy. And who really signed that? That's the other thing. The thing about using auto pen for writing all those pardons, does that count? Is there a legal battle about that? Well, because if you can't remember, if Mike Johnson testifies that he brought up the natural gas deal, and he's like, why'd you go? And he's like, I didn't.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, you did. And then he asks to be alone with Mike Johnson. So he always has handlers with him. And then when he's alone with him, then Biden tells him, I didn't sign that.
Yeah.
And then you realize it's the same signature.
Well, when you're the level of senile that Joe Biden was, it's like it leads to the question, like, so how easy was it for everybody to manipulate you?
Also,
because you could just tell him he did or didn't do something, and he may not, like he
doesn't remember.
Well, like we don't know, like there was this one thing. Look, like one of the things on October 7th, and I try almost to avoid this topic sometimes because I don't want it to come off like I'm downplaying the horrors of October 7th. Like Hamas invaded Israel. They did some really fucked up shit. They indiscriminately killed a bunch of civilians, and they had grenades and rifles, and it was horrible. They took a bunch of hostages, and
everyone knows.
Really interesting. However, there were some claims that were made that turned out not to be true. The 40 beheaded babies and some of the claims of mass rapes and stuff like that just turned out not to be true. They were set in the fog of this thing. Whatever, I'll give the benefit of the doubt of maybe it was, I think they were kind of abused by some politicians in order to get you to turn your brain off and be very emotional and not pay attention to what this response is going to be. But Joe Biden claimed that he had seen the videos of the beheaded babies. And then it turned out to just that never happened. And then you're almost wondering, you're like, was he lying? Does he not remember? Did someone just tell him that you've seen that? And because he's a senile man,
he's also a liar. Like his whole life.
Well, that's all. That's right. It's like impossible to know because he's also been a liar his whole life. He's also the guy who's like, I was first in my class, graduated with multiple degrees, and blah blah blah. And you're like, none of this is even kind of true. None of it's even kind of true.
Yeah, and it's just wild that you could be too old and senile to stand trial for having classified documents, but yet you're fine giving out pardons.
Yeah.
Like, how do you let a person with a mental disease give out pardons? That seems like that's the guy I'd manipulate. And if it turns out that guy gives out more pardons than anyone ever upon leaving office.
Yeah.
How's that? That seems like those shouldn't be legit.
Well, look, on its own, of course not. But on its own, that and there were things that come above that to me, like COVID and the war in Ukraine and a whole bunch of other shit. But that alone is like Kamala Harris and the corporate media and they had to lose.
Yeah.
You can't do that. You can't emperor's new clothes the entire American public and like fuck it, just lie through your teeth pretending this guy's not a vegetable.
Wow, time's Dave Smith. We gotta wrap this up.
All right,
bitch home. Thank you, sir.
Thank
Love
you
you to death. You're awesome.
You.
Appreciate you very much. Tell everybody how they watch your show.
Part of the problem is my podcast where I talk about all this political news stuff, and then Legion of Skanks is where I'm a degenerate with my comedian friends. Check both of those out. Skankfest is in New Orleans this year. If anyone wants to come, that's going to be a lot of fun. I believe it's September of this year. And then, comicdavesmith.com if you want to come see me on the road.
Beautiful. All right. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
I got these shades. You know why? I'll save this gold.
Because the future's so bright. You got to wear shades.
Nuclear war. The Flash, 59.
Oh, yeah. It's good. Protection. I heard get under the table as well. You remember that in high school? Did they do that in your high school?
No, okay, yeah.
They
So I'm
used to tell
47,
us,
so
get under the, I'm
yeah,
10
my
years
parents,
old.
they did that too. Oh, yeah.
They told you get under the table.
They
Like,
did that
what?
surprisingly long.
It's like a mask for COVID. It's basically the same thing. Like, that is not working. Getting under the table is so dumb. Like, it's a fucking nuclear blast that annihilates buildings. You're saying getting under my stupid desk with the clamshell? Remember those desks with the clamshell?
It's the only shot. Yeah, that's my
You kept
first
your books
desk
in
I
there?
had as a kid. It's the only shot we got. Now, I saw Indiana Jones getting a fridge on the.
Yeah, that was good.
Where was he at Trinity? I don't know. He's like a nuclear test, and he got in a fridge.
What
They
the
really
fuck?
made them things back then.
What the fuck? Can you imagine being those guys in like the Manhattan Project when they first do it? They first detonate it, and they're like, "What in the holy fuck?"
Yeah, well, they kind of didn't know what was going to happen, right?
They didn't know. There was a less than zero chance that it would burn up the entire atmosphere of the Earth instantaneously, and all life would be over.
Well, it's a chance we've got to take.
They took it. They just took it.
Yeah.
I wonder if it was bigger than they thought it was. Like, I wonder what. So, like, no one had ever seen a nuclear explosion before those people did.
Aren't they too close?
Well, they definitely weren't really far away, right?
I know a few of them.
They're
and
watching
people
it
were
from
too close.
Well, the real problem is the area where they did it is radioactive forever. Like, they did a bunch of these tests out in the desert, and then John Wayne and his crew went out there and all
Genghis
got
Khan.
cancer.
Oh,
yeah,
my voice back.
exactly.
Genghis Khan.
Yeah,
And
which
they
is a
didn't know what
terrible
killed-
movie.
It's one of the most amazing because it's cursed from the gate.
Yeah,
and
it's probably cursed by Genghis Khan.
I hope
And
it
if you're
was.
gonna make a bullshit version of one of the most fascinating human beings that has ever lived, a bullshit version of their life, it would be a John Wayne movie from the 1960s.
Was
it even the 60s? Was it the 50s?
Is that the original
whitewash movie?
Well, not white. No, not whitewash. But Jada Pinkett Smith made Cleopatra, where it's like Cleopatra's black, and on Netflix, and it was like she clearly sees Cleopatra as her, and it's like a suck up to herself. And John Wayne, I'm sure, was thinking that with Genghis Khan.
Genghis Khan was 65.
Yeah, so that's like Jada.
Oh, it says 56. The Conqueror.
Yeah, this is the
Well,
same.
what was the? Hold on. What was the 65 one? Who did that one? Is that John Wayne? No. Oh, Omar Sharif. Okay.
That's
so
closer.
They've done
closer.
a few of the. Yeah, you're getting a little closer with Omar Sharif, but even then, you should be getting a guy from Mongolia. I mean, if you want me to believe that it's Genghis Khan, you find a guy in Mongolia. There's got to be a guy.
Oh, I don't. I want
acting is not that hard.
I don't want you to believe. I want you to identify with him and see yourself reflected. That's John. There's John Wayne, locally wanting to see himself reflected in the story of Genghis Khan.
You think so? I think it was
all these actors,
giant movie. Yeah. They offered him a shit ton of money, and he's a giant movie star.
It's not his project?
And there was only like 5 movie stars back then. Was it John Wayne's project?
You know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Can I take off my Trump one piece is really hot. Now, I put this on.
You put it on over your clothes, though.
I put it on over my shirt because I want the great job so far.
Where did you get that thing?
Out there. Every time I come, Jamie has a box of bizarre merch. Okay, let me tell you. I put this on to celebrate. I told Jamie because Hawk Tua has been pardoned. This is finally. Julian Assange only took what did it take? 20 years.
Wait a minute, are you serious or are you joking?
I'm dead serious.
Not a pardon, but the SEC said no charge.
Okay. So is that because she didn't have anything to do with the crime, or is it because there wasn't a crime? What is it?
There's a crime. I don't think.
But is it a crime? Yeah. Is it illegal? This is the question with all this like fake money stuff. This is why it's so confusing. If you have these meme coins and people are genuinely making millions of dollars from real meme coins, but it's kind of bullshit. It's kind of a fake money. And anybody can kind of make it and then sell it. Like there's no rules, right? Like you can dump it, right?
Did I tell you my buddy was they make those AI slaves that they stack to make like memes and coins? A lot of these guys live in Puerto Rico or like Dominican Republic because of taxes. Yeah. So the guys that make those coins, they refer to people who buy those coins as degenerate gamblers.
Right.
Because that's what they are. So that's all it is. I mean, you could say, why is the stock market less degenerate gambler than that? I guess because I don't know why. Maybe you get backed up on certain investments by the government because there's a little bit more fake regulation. I don't know. It
is kind of crazy that it's based entirely on information and confidence about a company, and it can go up or down depending upon who like the CEO gets caught sleeping with or what new environmental laws.
It sounds like magical is what it sounds like.
Crazy. And your whole like in 2008 when everything just crashed, there was this dude who lived next to me. I had a lot next to my house in California, and this guy wanted to build a house. It was the saddest fucking thing, man, because this was like in 2012 when we were living there. This dude was raking his lawn, and so I went over just to talk to him. There's no house there, and the dude would just like clean up brush and shit. He was like a responsible landowner, and he didn't even have a house on it. And I said, "Are you gonna build here? Because I knew you were gonna build here a while back, but we never heard anything." And he's like, "I lost everything in the crash." He goes, "I saved up all my life working. I had this dream to build this house on this, and the property was really beautiful. It was like on the top of the hill, like looking down on this valley. It would have been an amazing place to like finally die,
right?
You know, get to the end. This guy was old, man, and he was just like super bummed out.
This is a real John Steinbeck story you got.
It's all just based. It's all just based on like it's not gold. Right? It fluctuates. Companies can go under. The stock market can crash. The money can disappear. It's like, it's not stable. It's a wild gamble.
Some would call it Babylonian money magic.
But it's so nuts that that's what our economy is based on instead of like actual assets.
What's crazy about it?
But it's so crazy that you can do the meme coin thing where you can just have like, okay, let's just have almost no rules and just go buck wild and have cock coin trading for $150 a coin.
It's a bunch of nerds that some of the nerds are smarter than the other nerds. Yeah. But they all think they're smarter and they're not. That's how you get tricked. Is because on Hot Tool Coin, I ask CoffeeZilla next time he's here, but I'm pretty sure the people that got scammed thought they were going to get out early. Like they had been sold, and I know this has to be illegal. They were sold the idea that they were the initial, the early bird
investors. They can't pull the rug on you.
Yeah, and they weren't because they had gotten in on the ground floor. So that's why I think that if I had to guess where that big fraud is.
Right.
But she's like George Foreman with his grill. Like George Foreman didn't make a grill.
Right.
I told you
She's
Howie.
22 years old. That girl probably knows almost nothing
She
about
was jack
the economy.
shit.
I know almost nothing, and she probably knows less than me.
Howie Mandel's son-in-law is the guy behind Hawk Coin.
What?
I told you last time. His name's DJ something.
Did you?
DJ LA or
so much information when I talk to you. When I get a text message from you, I always take a deep breath.
I know. Well, you
Okay,
sometimes, yeah.
What do we got?
By the way, that thing you're saying, were you just describing the market right now?
Yeah.
I was just chuckling like, oh, yes, but Social Security is the biggest Ponzi scheme. Not that shit. Social Security is the word. That's the one that we got to tackle. That scheme. Not all the other things, such as what you just described pretty well, I think.
Okay, so what are the big problems with Social Security? Let's lay it out. As seen by Kurt Metzger.
Well, people are going to want it because they paid into it. Entitled. That's a problem I see. Got to get in there. Dude, why are you... Steve Bannon is 100% right. He said it on Jimmy's show about Trump, because Trump says he's not going to touch it. All these pricks on both sides want to cut that out, and then they want to have... You should have the freedom to invest into the stock market or like a 401k. You know the things that sometimes are like hawk to a coin that don't pay out? Social Security's never missed a payment to anybody. That's probably to a fault. So I'm sure there is fraud because it's never missed a payment. So why don't you go get the fraud out of it? Okay. I'm actually like irritated thinking about it because we played Howard Lutnick. Did you see that guy Howard Lutnick? It's Trump's Commerce Secretary, I want to say, talking to who the hell is he talking to about why Social? He goes, if my mother-in-law, who's 95, I didn't get her Social Security check, she's not going to call and complain. Really, billionaire guy, your mother-in-law will be fine.
I did hear someone say that. I saw it
Great pick, Trump.
I didn't see him say it, but just there's no way to do that right. like to look at that statement the most charitable way. Do you know people are living barely? There's so many people. If you're on Social Security, you're getting a very small amount of money. You're on a very fixed income.
That you're owed.
And if you miss a month, that's a big fucking deal, man.
Yeah.
And you're old, and you don't need that kind of stress in your life. You know, if you're old as fuck, and then all of a sudden your Social Security stops, that's fucking terrifying.
Well, you know what the plan is by these prick oligarchs? What they want is, so first Doge. So just everybody freaking out about Doge, and which you're such a like uninformed. Doge is not going to be anything. I got news for everybody. Ask Thomas Mazzi. That guy's who's right. That continuing resolution means everything got funded again until the next time when they're going to do another continuing resolution, because they said last time this is going to be, that's what Massey explains. So everything's funded plus another $6 billion for the Pentagon. So people are freaking out, but there's nothing cut. But you know what I bet they are going to get to? Your entitlements.
Wait a minute.
They'll make sure to cut that.
But they have
not
cut
Ukraine, not Israel. God forbid. Or
well, they haven't even started with military. So, but just right now, like the USAID stuff, right? If they definitely have cut a lot.
That's discretionary. So that just means the money's still in the budget, but I don't know. It'll go all to Israel. I have no idea what it means. It's discretionary. It's discretionary.
Wait a minute. So that means the programs are cut, but the money is still allocated somewhere else?
It's still up there in the blob going to whatever. Do you think they really made a Guatemalan gender non-binary musical? No, they didn't. Somebody bought a gun or something. You know, that's what happened.
Of course.
So
right.
Literally no change. And
wasn't it genius though to call it USAID? Because you have to be for it.
Well,
it's like Patriot Act.
I think this part should be the crime because it's USAID, not US, but they color the A the same color as the I and the D.
Do they?
Yeah. So you think it's USAID?
So dirty.
But I didn't know.
Is that really how they do it?
Yeah. So see the deception on purpose with that?
That's rude.
Yeah.
That's rude.
It's USAID, not
wow.
That. More like US AIDS, am I right? Not to it.
From the American people.
It's so tricky.
Oh, good. Put my name on that evil shit you do. Thank you.
It's so tricky because USAID just seems like a great name for a real charitable organization.
Yeah, it sounds like very
charitable.
American. You know why it sounds so America? Because it's called USAID, but it's not for anyone here.
Right, but also you have to support all AIDS. Okay, if you're not, if you're not even thinking, like no information in the news at all, if someone tells you, "Do you want to cut aid?" you're a good person. You're going to say no. Of course, we don't want to cut aid.
Oh.
This is U.S. aid. They're going to cut U.S. aid. Like, oh my God, where do I sign?
Well, as a
I
guy,
want to stop. We need aid. Everyone needs aid.
Okay, but the leaders. See, look, I'm cynical as a guy who's never been in politics. The way these people operate is where they're saying the exact opposite of the thing they just said. That's conscious. They're doing that. They're like, that's the game. You got to just tell a complete lie and go completely back on it.
Well, even just calling it U.S. aid when it's the United States Agency for International Development.
Yeah.
Like, wait a minute. Hey, what do you guys do?
Well, how about the Patriot Act when it's the U.S. Department spying on your dick pics in your phone? How about that deception?
How about all of it?
Are we keeping the Patriot Act? I know that. I hope that
Let's wrap it up. We need a number 3.
We did.
The 2 is just too weak these days with all the cybersecurity risks.
I got great news. Oh, this is my Timber Sycamore shirt.
What is that?
That's the operation where Obama started, to get rid of Assad, install an Al Qaeda leader in Syria.
Wait a minute, it has a T-shirt?
No, I have a charity called Shirts for Kurds where I take the names of operations. I go, make me a T-shirt that I will wear around that looks like a band or something. So I got some good. This guy Fret Pound, his name is, sent this to me. He sent it to the club.
So what are you wearing? Timber Sycamore, classified weapons supply and training program run by the United States Central Intelligence Agency and supported by the United Kingdom and some Arab intelligence services, including Saudi intelligence. Yeah. The aim of the program was to remove Syrian President Bashar al-Assad from power. Launched in 2012 or 2013, it supplied money, weaponry, and training to Syrian opposition groups fighting Syrian government forces
Al Qaeda
in the Syrian civil war. There's a lot of Syrians.
That's where we armed Al Qaeda. So
yeah,
any guys watch out there, if you got or gals, you got any limbs blown off guard in a poppy field for a warlord, Al Qaeda, we installed them. We're back together with them. We're cool again. So
listen,
you don't have to shoot
them
if you see them.
Bad guys.
Al Qaeda,
cut them some slack.
I like
that.
What
did I send you something earlier today?
Oh, I didn't look at it. The Sean Ryan thing?
About heroin. This episode is brought to you by Tecovas. You ever wondered if you could...
I brought to light how we were sending $40 to $87 million to the Taliban and for about a year now. It's more than that. I've mentioned it quite a few times. And I've seen it back before the State Department said they accidentally gave them the money.
Yeah.
You know how we left the wrong way and left all our stuff and didn't disable. We thought it was disabled, but it wasn't. Well, that's the lithium triangle that Afghanistan's in. So I'm sure that's part of the deal. We give them all our stuff. Hey, they played a good game. Give them some helicopters. And we can train terrorists there because most of the Islamists came from us or Saudis or Israel or Pakistan, most of them. And we paid them like $100 million out of the State Department. Maybe it was the USAID. I don't know. But a dude who showed me a video of it that he had, he wouldn't text it to me. He was like scared to text it to me. But this guy used to be an international press pass. He showed me video of these Taliban guys. They made like a fort out of American money. They made like have way more than a chest high wall of money.
Jesus Christ!
And so he wouldn't send it to me. But then 2 weeks later, it comes out in the news that they accidentally. So they slipped in that they gave it to them, but they have lithium there because that's the name of the game, right?
I'm gonna send you this Sean Ryan thing, Jamie.
So he's right about that.
Sorry for the long pause earlier. I was trying to figure something out.
So he's right what he's saying, but I'm like, you weren't aware of this earlier, Sean? As a guy that ran a cartel or whatever, that's where he came from. He's in Colombia running a drug network. They don't just let Americans do that unless they're like, come on.
Well, he was openly working for the government, right? When he was doing that?
Oh, you don't think he was selling the drugs on behalf of the government?
Well, what I don't know what he's even admitted to doing.
It's a Kim.
By the way, I really like this guy. I know you have issues with him. I don't have any
personal issues.
I like him a lot.
Well, I don't have any personal issues.
I think
I don't want to say that he's a killer.
There's guys that get into the military, start working for the government, become agency people, get hired to do jobs all over the world. And I know a bunch of them. And they're some of the most interesting people I've ever met.
100%.
But they don't agree with the way things are being run. And if they've done that and then they step out and then they start talking about it like Sean Ryan, you got to kind of like...
That makes total sense.
Yeah.
That everything you're saying is perfectly reasonable. Now I remember when the guy who blew up his own Tesla outside of Elon's.
Yeah.
He had this like skull, and he was like, "Oh, we just got word that I got this email," and then and all of a sudden, next thing he's in another, and we're not talking about it no more. That's very oppy.
Well, it is, but you know, it also could be if you don't like. How long has Sean Ryan been doing the show?
I don't know. He came out of nowhere.
One thing that does happen is you get duped. You know, we've been duped before. I've had people on the podcast where I'm like, this guy's kind of a con artist. Like, you get duped. And you get duped. It's not real. They send you down these rabbit holes that are stupid. Not seasoned in this. And I still fuck it up all the time. But if you haven't done a lot of these kind of podcasts where you're talking about controversial issues, sometimes you say something that's not totally accurate, or maybe the people that are telling you the information aren't who they say they are. Maybe you're being purposely fed misinformation. It's fucking hard to figure it out sometimes.
It is for me. Now, I'm just saying.
But what was proven about the letter, right? So the dude wrote a letter, correct? Or was it an email? What was it?
He was. Who's that guy?
There's some writing that he was talking about.
Oh, about how
blew.
Somebody was it? Oh, Iran or China or somebody was. It was like with the drone,
right? It's something to do with the Jersey drone situation, right?
Yeah, which I'm guessing is Palmer Lucky's outfit, not China. So my guess, Palmer Lucky. That's swarm drones. It's something to see how you deal with it, and nobody cares.
It's hard to trust super smart dudes who wear flip-flops on podcasts. I saw him with the flip-flops. I was like, this guy's too crazy.
I trust that he's
making drones, and he doesn't even want to have shoes on.
I might be wrong, but I think his initial start, because he went through some bullshit where he was trying to sell the military some kind of like robot truck that puts out fires, which you need.
Crazy.
But they don't want stuff it's the military. Like
he sounds like a guy in a Spider-Man comic book that like is a reluctant hero. Like he was a bad guy doing bad things. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, it's like a hacker they caught, and they're like, now you work for us.
It's just like, imagine that's your specialty, is making awesome weaponry.
Yeah, well, you're gonna want to do what you do, I guess.
Right. Like if you're a comic, you want to tell jokes. If you're a guy who makes awesome weaponry, right, you want to fuck around and find out.
I mean, as a comic, you use murder language to talk about it, right?
Yes.
Like this was gonna kill.
Yeah, he crushed
it. This gonna cavitate the back of your head out. Yeah.
God damn. It's like
well, look, I was just
Sean's show. He's had a few people on where I was like, I don't know, dude. I don't know about this guy.
I think Joe McMonagle.
But I've had a few people on like that. I've had a few people on where I was like, I don't know about this guy.
I'm not going off because I don't believe anything. I just want to hear a new story that doesn't make me bored because I heard a lot of stories, that's all.
Right.
So what happens then if you tell me something new I haven't heard, I'll remember it because I go, oh, that's interesting. I forget boring things and I remember everything that's interesting to me. So later when I'm looking at new stuff on Sidekick on Jimmy or whatever, now I have all this. It's just the way you write jokes. Like I could cross-reference. I need as much data as I could get about every single thing,
right?
So that I can make connections. That's just for joke writing and in any kind of writing. So you have to analyze stuff. So I just go off the old, a tree by its fruits, right? That the Bible saying I think is a correct saying. If I know the truth about certain current events and I'm watching and I know your background that you should know this or that. And maybe you don't, though. I allow for that. I'm just saying, I've seen a bunch of people. That woman from who was like, ISIS is back, and Iran is here. And
who's that woman?
The CIA lady.
That's a bad impression, by the way. I didn't know who you were talking about.
It was my impression of how she was talking about ISIS. So it was when the Tesla truck blew up. I've been making jokes about it, because I tell hey guys, ISIS is back, and no one cares.
Let's pause for a second. Yeah. And what did the guy say? Because let's find that note. No, the guy who blew himself up, the Tesla truck.
Oh yeah,
we never got to that.
Nice, Jamie.
There it is. It says, first off, I'm not under duress or hostile influence or control. My first car was a 2006 Black Ford Mustang. Black Ford Mustang. Mustang V6 for verification. We've done this before, Jamie, so we read this all out, and the Mustang's not correct. That's part of the problem, right?
That might be a signal, though. They were saying that could just be like a code.
Oh, right.
So that you know
which
it's
is
really
why
him or
you would
something
say
like
that in that way. Yeah. Right. That would be a way you could. Yeah, that makes sense actually. But why would you do that if this is going to be a public thing?
I don't know that it was meant to be public, but this FBI, I guess, verified that it was from him. They didn't verify the content. They just said, we know that he sent it.
Right. But so who did he send it to?
Look at
There's
this.
guy named Shoemate, who's a guy who does like an Instagram account that talks about like military stuff. You know, I don't know if he's like a whistleblower officially, but
Okay.
he had
By
a
the
big
way,
military account on this.
so this level of bullshit and this, it was bewildering when I read this is about drones, blaming China. Now I remember because I had a joke about did China send the drones because it's all for this. And then he does the Chinese spy balloon bullshit. If a Chinese spy balloon, they made up all these little details after the fact. There's actually an article where military goes, it's more than likely not a spy balloon. It got from mainland China, a big white balloon that says China on it, got over all our bases in the Pacific, which if you look at the map of how many bases we have, it looks like a sex offender registry. Okay? All our balloon sensing equipment, I assume, from the trillions of dollars they just lose making our amazing force, got past them to Billings, Montana. No, that was a actual balloon. There was unseasonable. I believe the simpler explanation of the unseasonable winds blew a balloon into Billings, Montana. And that's why Biden didn't shoot it down. We've had this happen many times, one of those balloons. Then they go, oh, maybe we shot down 2 more balloons that might be UFOs. Remember that bullshit?
Yeah.
And so as soon as you hear all the nonsense coming out, you're like, what is this? So the balloon was just that, a weather balloon. They all know it. Remember, like, Biden, why didn't you shoot down this balloon? It's a spy balloon. Why? Yeah, he purposely left the spy balloon to spy on us. It's such bullshit. And then...
wait a minute, what do you think the spy balloon was?
A balloon.
But it had electronics on it. It had like...
Oh, okay. Yo, if you look at Zillow, I'm pretty sure it body scans your whole fucking face. You know, like...
Does it?
Like, girl likes to look at houses on Zillow. Dude, your phone, the way it's used to track you is unbelievable. And amateurs, that's how pretty sure the Bernie and AOC rallies where I'm like, there's no way that many people are going to see these.
Well, that's
no way.
a fact.
But they tracked the phones of the people.
Yes, yeah.
Okay? And then they knew the same people kept going to the same Bernie and AOC concert.
They were going there, and they were also going to Kamala Harris rallies, and they were going to a bunch of other different left-wing protests. And that's a thing.
People get paid to be Democrat.
They get paid. It's a real job.
Yeah.
Like, you can get real money, much more money than you make working at McDonald's, to just show up and grab a sign and get in the stands. And so you can get 24,000 people. You know, you have to pay them. But if you do, they'll go, and you can just keep doing that if you have an insane amount of money.
Yeah. Well, that's what they've been doing for a while, ever since the Tea Party.
Look at the amount of money that she spent on that campaign.
She ran a great campaign. You got to admit that.
It was pretty rock tight. What was the
Every Diddy suspect. Beyonce, not singing, just talking.
Yeah.
Great commercials reaching out to men. Not going on your show, going on the caller. I think that's Hop to His Mom, Call Her Daddy. Great job, guys. And she lost. The cherry on top of that great campaign.
Well, what was really funny was afterwards they were asking for money. After it's over. Like, why didn't you save some?
They did after Roe v. Wade to the Democrats.
Yeah, they did immediately.
Right after.
Immediately. Donate.
Which is like...
Donate to the Democratic Party. We're going to protect Roe v. Wade. Like,
screaming about Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who always thought Roe v. Wade should be overturned on illegal reasons. Because it's a bad, in her mind, but bad ruling. Katie Couric edits out her real feelings out of the book, you know?
There's really no way other than AI judges. AI judges, AI government. That's the only way.
Well, I don't. Who's going to program God? Who's going to program that God that I can believe in?
It's going to program itself.
It better not be Muslims.
We're going to allow it to program itself.
Oh, well, I bet you that's something like that has happened several times.
Well, it's going to happen. I don't know if it has happened. Why do you think it has happened?
Because all these like elite, you know, they go, oh, who's the secret elite running?
Right.
Well, here's a clue, and I don't know if this is an obvious clue. You know how we still have royalty everywhere? You know, by definition, a bloodline that should be over you that for some reason we're obsessed with. Here in America, where we rebelled, people fight over white. The Bavarian fairy tale to inculcate you with bloodline shit. And then people are mad at the big head girl that what's her fucking name? That she looks like a alien. The Snow White they got, the Snow White. I'm forgetting her name.
Jesus Christ. I did not know where you were going there.
You know,
yes.
Okay.
The young lady.
So when it first
what's her name? Rachel?
Yeah, so now if you notice the spin on it, they're putting it all on her. I mean, I'm sure she sucks, but she is very young. How
She's
about
a fucking kid, right?
She didn't write that script though, right? And I don't think she made the no dwarves decisions. That was Sir Peter Dinklage.
Well, that was crazy. Like, do you know when they did the old Snow White? I was listening to Cody Tucker on Instagram. He was talking with us when they did the original version of the Wizard of Oz. They couldn't get dwarves because they'd all been killed by the Nazis. So they had to bring them in to film things.
Wait, okay, hold on. Where did they film this?
God, I want to say, find out where the Wizard of Oz was filmed.
Wait, so the American dwarves were killed by the Nazis?
No. They didn't film it in America. They filmed it in like Bavaria, and there was no dwarves.
They didn't want to pay Union dwarves.
The Nazis had killed them all. Like no one talks about that apparently, but that was a thing that they killed all of them.
I find that surprising with their supposed love of
or Cody
German folklore that they would attack the luckiest creatures.
Or Cody was.
Or maybe he's right though.
I think it's not exactly that way.
If the Nazi, if they wanted to create a master race, you'd have to imagine that mentally handicapped people, all those they probably have pretty brutal measures for dealing with that.
Well, I know they did because they, as you know, copied them from us where we started that first. That's the Rockefeller.
We started that?
Yeah. Eugenics is from America. It's all the things are from America or England. All the things. You think of Nazis as some like an Al Qaeda that somebody funded because it worked out for them at the time until it didn't work out. It's just like constant gain of function, right? We just gotta
function government.
That's
a great line. Gain of function government.
Yeah, what if we make them more deadly? Oh no. Well, you guys got to be locked down because we cocked up some virus.
Carol recalled that some of the Munchkins were German-born actors who performed throughout Europe in a midget troupe booked by showman Leo Singer, who arranged to bring them to the United States for filming. The Wizard of Oz allowed the actors to escape as Nazis began to extend their reach across Europe in the late 1930s. Whoa, when did they do The Wizard of Oz?
Dude, you just reminded me.
They were already killing people.
You just reminded me of something great. No, but even okay. So this is one of my favorite historical. So you know how back in the day, the Jeffrey Hudson. You know about Jeffrey Hudson, the Queen's dwarf in England. So back in the day, let me just see the year here. So 1619 to 1682. He's kind of long, I guess. For that. Anyway, back then royalty would collect. Dwarves, or if you were really fat because you had some gland problem. There's a girl in Spain like that, right. And someone discovered you. Royals would keep you in a menagerie, a dwarf, and you'd be like the court or dwarf, like a Paris Hilton dog, from
right.
So this guy Jeffrey Hudson, I can't remember what queen it is, but for her birthday, they baked him into a pie. I mean, they didn't bake him, but they put him in a pie. Okay, so she was presented this pie, and he jumps out and then starts dancing on the table, and she loved it. I think he belonged to another noble family. It's like, we could have him. So then he became her dwarf, and he had a little sword, and one of her relatives, he would disguise himself as a poor person and go,
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That laugh.
Look at my voice is going from yelling at hobos. Look at him there, and there he is with the queen walking him. You gotta take care of him, you know.
Jesus Christ.
Probably a better life than a full-size adult back then, you know.
Imagine trying to be a jester back then and walk the line between knowing what's across the line where the king's going to cut your hand off.
Yeah, well,
You know,
look,
hold
if you're
on.
this guy and you just jumped out of a pie, the king will let you say all kinds of stuff. It's like a fun roast.
I think the world was way more like Game of Thrones than we tend to believe.
He based it on history. He based all that stuff on real history. Probably the dragon part. Sorry, Joy Behar.
I wonder about the dragon part.
Well, wait. So this dude, one of her relatives or something, he stayed with them, and the guy would pretend to be a poor person in the street, and he would bring Jeffrey with him. Okay, and then do like an act, and like he would sit down, and he would have these. He would have like a big loaf of bread, and then he would make him into a sandwich. That's one of his.
Jesus Christ, dude.
He would have them in his pocket, and then he would get out bread, and then he would climb in and make a sandwich, and people loved it. I mean, I love it just thinking about it.
I went down the dragon rabbit hole the other day on YouTube.
Okay, there's the last thing, though, and this is important. That little guy,
Yeah.
so he started getting a big head. Okay, and
no.
yeah, like how classic, like Howard Stern whack pack kind of development, right? And he had, and he got captured by pirates. He has a crazy life, but he had a little sword, like they made him a sword for himself. And somebody said something to Queen, and he challenged him to a duel. This guy, okay, with they had pistols back then. It was like the single shot pistol duel. And so the guy brought a water gun. The other guy was like, I'm gonna fight the Queen's dwarf, and he brought a real gun because he came to you know. He came for the fame. He came and shot the guy with a real gun. The other guy had a squirt gun that he shot.
Oh my God!
Because he had put not to. And I'll bet Jeffrey Hudson was like, "Oh, I'm glad I killed you, motherfucker. You brought a squirt gun on top of it." You know, like that's a guy really not taking you seriously doing your duel if he brought a water pistol. You think like my little fingers can't pull a trigger? That's how I would take it.
The finals. Well, that's how stupid people were back then. He had completely dismissed that guy in every way, to the point where I didn't even think he would be able to shoot him.
It's like
how stupid is that?
It's cruel because that's like a kind of a cruel thing where you're like,
you want to square him in the face and everybody laughs.
Like, okay, dude, you guys treating her like the Queen's old dog. He might have said something to that effect or something. Okay, but even a dog, you would be like, come on, as a dog, don't be like antagonizing the dog. So even if this guy's not affording humanity to Jeffrey Hudson, you know, like by the standards of a dog, he wasn't being cool. You know what I mean? Like he was being like a cruel, you know, it's a pompous aristocrat. That's how they are. They don't think it can happen to them.
But let me get this straight. Did they use dwarves in Snow White, but they just did dwarves? Is that what it was?
So dwarfs?
So they had...
And dwarves are two different things.
What?
Yes. I
No.
learned.
It's not a plural.
For this podcast, no.
Dwarves is not plural?
Right. So dwarfs, I don't know which one is which, I forget, but one is the fantasy kind, which are magical creatures and not human beings.
Right.
And the other kind, one is Tolkien came up with it.
One is dwarf
And he's
one is
specific. Dwarf, the plural, dwarfs.
Is that it, Jamie?
Oh,
okay.
F is dwarfs is
Oh, that's what it is. Okay, and then to tell what time he goes, do you know about dwarves? The war midget.
That's what they were in The Hobbit.
Hold on now.
But he's talking about dwarfs.
I'm looking, I mean, what your dwarf is, it says, it's folklore, according to Wikipedia.
Yeah, so I don't know which one's which, but dwarves is
This
plural.
is
Wait, why would it be
for
the
dwarf.
same?
Yeah, I don't think
There's also dwarfs with an F, I swear to God.
Well, there's dwarfism.
No, dwarfs.
Right, but how crazy is it that there's a folklore
I'll show you what I'm
version?
looking at. This
Did
is
they
what
have
pops up.
magic
believe they are.
powers?
I'm not.
I know.
Did the folklore versions have magic powers, or were they just dwarves?
I imagine that they're probably based on the real life people that they then magicked up because, and my evidence is like Snow White itself. And
It says this type of supernatural being in Germanic folklore. Accounts of dwarves vary significantly throughout
dwarfs with an
history.
F.
dwarfs. Very significantly throughout history, they are commonly but not exclusively presented as living in the mountains or stones and being skilled craftsmen.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
And only males. So dwarfs with an F is the fantasy one.
Okay.
And they're all men.
Dwarfs are all a bunch of gay guys.
Yeah.
Little tiny gay guys hanging out.
Well, they
for that
originally
lady
were.
to show up.
It was like 7 non-binaries or something.
But here's the question: for the new movie, what did they do? Did they? Because what I had heard was that they CGI'd things in there.
Yeah, look at them. Look how bad it looks.
Can I see what it looks like? I don't fucking pop up. Is there a video?
A lot of people make videos about why the CGI seems worse than when it first came out, and that's because these studios are working people. Disney's notorious. Disney's one of the worst companies that's ever existed.
So I can see what it looks like. Let's see what it looks like. It's kind of sucks that a kid gets put into the position like that, where they're talking about politics and talking about.
Look, if you put your kids in auditions, you are trafficking your children. So you know.
Oh wow, that does look bad. Oh, it doesn't look real at all.
Yeah, and then like they do all the work while she dances around being a leader or whatever. The script was screwed from the start.
How much did this cost? They should get Doged looking at this movie. They spent $250 million making that movie. But imagine you spend $250 million and you get some young girl and you don't kind of talk to her about like, hey, don't get political. You're young, and I know you have opinions about things, but this should be just about the movie.
Well, it's just to defend Big Head Girl. Let me tell you something. The message of the movie is to be that bitch. That's the message that they wrote a script that's telling girls, I don't need nobody tells me I'm a 20-year-old girl, so obviously I should run my mouth all the time. That's the theme of the new Snow White.
No, really?
Yes. Now
it's not the same story?
No. So now they've put it all on her. Now they've failed. Here's what happened. She made the cardinal error of saying free Palestine on Twitter. So she could say all that men are bad and it's this and that, but once you do that, now they've put the entire weight of the failure upon her. When really, it's like making Jimmy Fallon apologize for doing a Chris Rock impression when Lauren and a team of lawyers and consultants decided if it was okay, the amount of brown they put on him to simulate Chris Rock.
Right.
You think Jimmy Fallon made that call? But he's got to sit there and apologize to a white... Robin DiAngelo comes on. I'm not watching this. Am I dreaming? And he's like, he's clearly drunk, and I don't blame him. And he's like, thanks so much for coming on. I really appreciate it. Just, you see Jimmy, this weird nun lady, is like giving him a lecture.
Did you ever see her in that Matt Walsh movie? Did you see Am I Racist?
No.
It's fucking hilarious.
I know that we put her in Prez Trek, the thing they made with Kyle, the Star Trek of Biden.
In Am I Racist, Matt Walsh, didn't he get her to give someone money for reparations? Didn't that happen? Did you see the movie?
No, but I saw.
He's a fake academic who's talking to her, and he's like a fake woke guy with like a fake ponytail, and he gets her to say the most ridiculous shit. It's so funny
because her money depends on it. And he said something interesting. So I'm talking about, which is the reason. Because why would these people sit here and he used to say about the Daily Show? Why would they sit there and be on the thing? And he goes, "Oh, they're aware, but they want the plug. You understand? Their demographic wants to see them be stupid, and they're going to defend them no matter what. So it don't matter. The why they would sit there and be part of that.
She didn't have any idea that that's what it was.
But even like
she thought she was doing. They were doing some kind of a documentary on race from like a woke perspective.
Well, look at what he says about it.
I would have to ask him what the premise was that he set up.
The other lady, the lady with the colored hair that he kept asking about. That was What Is a Woman, not the
that's a totally different documentary.
I think it's the same thing. Because I saw this on Sasha's show, like an absurd situation. If these people are like, my job is I'm this thing,
right?
They automatically go into it. It's funny to make her follow her own stupid thing like that, but she's like, she benefits by, even if she looks dumb in it, anyone that believes in that stuff is not going to fault her in that seat. You know what I mean? They're not going to look at it and say it's funny. They're going to go, What a jerk you are to put her in that position of having to live up to the thing she says she thinks is real. That's why Kamala couldn't be here, because you're going to just ask her, "Oh, I want to get to know her." We can't, that's not allowed. That is not going to happen. The people that liked her, they like her because she never said anything. They find that savvy and smart to never let people know what you think, because that's how they advance in their careers. Because the whole thing is the ultimate pyramid scheme is cowardice and turning a blind eye at all times.
Yeah, but therein lies the problem. Because after a while, the person, no matter who they are, whatever job you're in, if they treat you like you're the boss, you start to think you know what the fuck you're doing. And she was treated like she was the boss for, many, many years. And during that time, some people got her to say some crazy shit. Like when she was talking about certain things where she really didn't have information about it.
Wait,
she would just ramble in circles. Kamala.
Oh, do you mean when she described what's happening in Ukraine?
Exactly.
So basically, Russia's a lot.
Ukraine is a country. Right? Yeah, like what?
Oh, it's the Ukraine. Remember how they said it's Ukraine and not the Ukraine?
Is it the Ukraine?
Yeah, it means the borderlands. So that's some marketing crap where we don't want people thinking it's just the borderlands. That this is a legit thing.
But I always wondered with Kamala Harris, like I've seen her talk before, and she's hilarious. I think some people just fucking clam up when they get in front of a camera and when they know the whole world's watching and they know there's a lot of pressure. And if they fucked up a bunch of times before, like, to be good at public speaking under pressure, you have to have a lot of reps in. You got to do it a long time.
She's running for president?
I understand.
Wendy Williams would have been better.
I understand.
She has charisma, Wendy Williams.
But I always wonder, like, what is important about being a president? Is
power?
Is it the ability to communicate, or is it the ability to rationally assess what needs to be done and what sacrifices have to be made and what's the right direction for everything to go in? That's the most important.
I'll tell you what it is.
But it's the ability. But I'm getting to it. Oh. But it's weird how much we rely on charisma and likability and just like the ability to form sentences in an eloquent manner. Mm-hmm. That's impressive. Even though that's only one aspect of what it would be. Like the most important aspect of being a president, I would think it'd be rational, be able to make decisions that are very difficult, know the correct direction, and be selfless. Right? You're right. Doing this for the country. That's the best version that we could think of as a president.
That's what you have to look like. But what you have to be good at is looking like you're that. All those things.
Yeah.
And take orders from the people who are in charge of you. That's how it's run ever since they killed Kennedy, but probably before then.
Well, I think that was true. I think when they killed Kennedy.
You know the deep state term?
Yeah.
Peter Dale Scott, he's a leftist Berkeley professor.
What is this fucking thing that I keep hearing that there's a video of Lee Harvey Oswald?
Oh, Luna. That's that chick Luna said it.
She said that there was a video of Lee Harvey Oswald. NBC has it.
Where he's like in front of the car or something.
Did Oliver Stone tell her this? That's I read that on X.
I didn't hear that. Look, if true, it's explosive. You know, I sent Jamie a video.
But how could it possibly be true? That seems like one of those things where why would NBC hold on to that?
I ain't seen that Dave, what's his name, Grush guy around. All these people have these amazing
He's busy. He's got a life.
He's running.
He doesn't have to be on TV all day. What is
No, but what's going on with that?
Who told? Well, it's one thing at a time. I'm wrangling. One thing at a time. The Lee Harvey Oswald thing. Like, who told her that Lee Harvey Oswald is in this video that's been hidden from the public? Somebody said it was Oliver North, who, by the way,
Oliver
Stone. Oliver North. I had a fucking Freudian. Somebody said it was Oliver Stone, who got the craziest fucking recall, dude. The craziest recall.
Yeah.
I had conversations with him off the air where he was explaining to me deeper and deeper into the fucking connection.
Yeah.
There was all the different people that were after Kennedy and all the different groups and all the different things.
It's quite a lot.
He's got it in his fucking head, dude. That guy's head is a warehouse of information about the JFK assassination.
I think they're referring to this photo that people said has already been debunked as the guy that's...
Yeah, I thought that was debunked a long time ago. Yeah, let me see that photo. Blow that shit up again. That guy does not look like Lee Harvey Oswald. Look at him on the right-hand side. You can see it. That is a different shaped face. That's like a totally different dude.
If there's something different than this, I don't know.
First of all, didn't every guy who was white in 1963 look like that?
all look like
One-
Leonardo.
They had one fucking haircut. They all wore the same shirts.
A nice high and tight.
We were basically the
back then.
Chinese.
Yeah. That was very Chinese.
We were basically like
We're
South Korea.
The North Korean success cut
Yeah.
that Kim Jong-un has was our boys.
Yeah, she said Oliver Stone. Luna said Oliver Stone, who directed JFK, said he's seen a secondary copy of the film and that NBC has received.
Oh, okay. So wait,
Yeah,
so
but that
someone's
doesn't-
muddying the waters
Yeah,
already.
that
Wait,
doesn't mean that.
you know about her?
Do I know about her?
Where
She's
she
the
came
lady
from?
that's in charge of like distributing the all the UFO stuff, right? And she's gonna JFK stuff, all that shit, right?
So this is very strange. She's from Florida. She ran against I forget his name, but I sent Jamie the video of this. This is one of the nuttiest things. The Republican she was running against in Florida in the primary was caught on tape talking about having her killed if she does well and is about to get elected.
Oh Jesus!
Just someone I know I had heard of them or some influencer. William Braddock.
That's it.
Okay, now I can't
William
find-
Braddock threatens to send Russian-Ukrainian hit squad after rival for Florida GOP primary. Oh,
Okay, but they say
really?
Russian. Okay, that's actually less weird than some of the other stuff he says, and they don't mention it. So play his recording. Now he got prosecuted, so this is not him just bragging, I guess.
Let me hear this.
In front of everyone. One of my previous brothers, the billionaire, who's been actually working in over $500 million from Malta and Gibraltar to fund my campaign. You know, like, he needs $1 million to make the primary and another 5 or 6 for the midterm. We're bringing in $500 million because they understand how fucking serious it is to keep our country intact.
Wow.
And with that kind of money, I'm going to have 24/7 2 former Secret Service officers up my ass unless I'm taking a shift in the morning. And I don't want to do this. I don't want to know about this, but I only have access to hit squad to Ukrainians and Russians.
Hit squad, not hip hopper. Jesus.
You did not
Bad captions. You did not hear that from me.
Hear what?
She's recording him.
But this shit is getting and I don't want you to be on the wrong side of it.
I don't want to be on the wrong side of it either. So why would we need? I guess, like, I mean, that's.
Oh no, you're not going to be a part of it regardless. But I'm just saying, don't get caught in the public with supporting Luna because Luna supported everyone. Luna's going to go down, and I hope it's by yourself.
Is that why? Like, I mean, I don't. That's like, is that what like the Russians are for? That's like.
If we do it, so my poll.
That's the worst question I've ever heard in my life.
Polling people.
Keep him on the line. Let's keep him on the line.
Yeah.
Right before the primary. And if the poll says who's going to win, she's going to be gone. She's going to disappear.
Damn.
And you cannot tell anybody.
You can't tell anybody I'm gonna have someone killed. Imagine.
Oh,
How
dang, I
well
would
does
never.
this? Hold up, please. Pause for a second. How well does this dude know that lady? And by the way, why is he breathing so quick? That dude sounds like he's cranked out of his fucking mind. You hear that?
Well, you heard him say his Freemason brothers, so that means he is.
He's cranked out of
That
his mind.
means he parties.
That guy's partying right now.
Yeah.
Like, this is cocaine talk. This isn't
100%.
real. This is cocaine talk, right?
Well, not just that. It is that, but also he got arrested and prosecuted.
Well, you can't have cocaine talk on the fucking
He
phone.
ran away to the Philippines, and that's a pretty dark connection too.
Hold on, keep going. I want to hear more of what he says. But it sounds like cocaine talk.
Yeah, they all get coked up.
Yeah, you say wild shit.
Sacrifice the what?
The few. For the better of the good. The majority of the people, we've got to sacrifice the few.
Dude, you hear that?
He's out of his mind.
So.
No. Wait, pause that.
Yeah.
So
we
he
gotta
is high.
sacrifice the few.
You're 100% right about that.
Yeah, no, he believes that though.
That's his Freemason brothers are bringing money from Malta and Gibraltar.
Can we pause 1 second? Who is he saying this to? What is the woman's name?
Erin something.
Can you get a photo of this lady? I bet she's hot.
I can't.
Which is part of the
I can
problem.
either play this and show you guys the screen, or I can do
Oh, play it. Just finish it.
Let's just get a photo real quick so I can get a context. I just want to put it in context. because I'm trying to figure out why this guy is blabbing to this lady that he doesn't know really well. I would think if you're going to have someone killed, you wouldn't tell like regular friends. You wouldn't tell like casual friends. Like, how well does this guy know this lady?
What's
And is he
cocaine
trying
make you
to
do? Cocaine makes
is
you
he trying
confide
to
in people.
impress her? Yes, it does. It does. Is he trying to impress her, and is she attractive? And like,
yes, that's a good question.
you know what I mean?
wondered that
Because
as
like,
well.
there's guys that'll just make up stories about. There we go.
Yeah, he liked it. Yeah.
She's pretty. There we go. Exactly. Okay. So it's cocaine talk to a pretty lady trying to impress her with your power.
That's good enough for the CIA to spy and get that talk and use it as intel, by the way, generally, isn't it?
So here's the other question. How
Look at
does
him.
this...
Just
Yeah,
point-
he's a dork. He's a coked up dork, and she's hot, and it's the first time a hot lady's talked to this coked up dork. Allegedly. He may not have been on cocaine. He might just have been nervous. Maybe he's just really attracted to this lady, and it's adrenaline. Or maybe he drank a lot of coffee.
It just sounds like...
It sounds like coked up.
Well, because all the you probably shouldn't talk about your Freemason brothers and their a Russian Ukrainian hit squad. Wow, that's cool of them to get past their differences.
Yeah, they coordinated. They coordinated just for this one special project because Captain Cocaine.
Okay, but
I put a hit out on some lady.
But he is connected to something. I think he wouldn't have run to the Philippines where these kind of people run to. He wouldn't have be.
So is he running from the law right now?
No, he's going back to court. They probably get out of jail. But Freeman's like, we can't get you out of this idiot. You got coked up and talked to a woman. You know, Gillian's got to do her time and keep her trap shut. This is going to have to do that too. William Braddock, I'm like, okay, who is he? He must be from a family there. I couldn't find anything, but maybe I just sucked at it. But where was bio? Who is he? Who's his dad?
Imagine you're just talking shit and you're a badass. You're gonna say cool shit to this girl on the phone and you find out you're being recorded while you're on cocaine and you plan to hit. You might have woke up in the morning with a splitting headache, doesn't even remember being on the phone saying he was planning a hit, wakes up, he's paranoid.
She's a nurse.
A nurse.
She's involved with COVID stuff.
Yes. Oh, yes.
She is.
She's
she's talking to him.
They call her a conservative activist. No, she was talking about some real shit. She was good, the thing she was talking about with that.
What was it?
I can't remember. I don't
know what they were talking. She was recording from the hospitals, I guess. When
yes.
In Florida.
There's so
she did good work
many
on that,
of
yes.
these like James O'Keefe type videos now.
I love
and
it.
It's all the same thing. It's all really chatty gay guys who spill the beans when they're on a date.
On paper, they look like they're going to be good employees, don't they?
And occasionally a man who's saying stupid shit to a woman who's undercover.
Well, sometimes it'll be a guy that I thought was that, but no, he was a straight guy. The straight guys and gay guys in those circles are imperceptible. Harry Sisson came out as straight recently. That kid with the rosy cheeks that Tim Dillon had on.
Yes. Tim Dillon had him on his show?
Exposed him as shills. They came out and said they're being paid. And they're like, no, cut that. Do you remember that? It was really funny.
Well, no, let me see that. I didn't watch that.
Yeah, Tim Dillon exposed. No, it was one. I remember seeing it.
Listen to Mexican music.
Fine work by Tim Dillon with these guys. But anyway, I thought the kid with him was his boyfriend. No, he's been pressuring girls for Snapchat nudes.
Oh no.
Yes, it turns out this kid rules.
So Tim Dillon had him on. What are they talking about?
Oh, where's the part where he exposed? Oh,
okay.
You see his head in his hands? You just hit on it. We put his. Yeah, it's right around there.
Propaganda level. It's disgusting.
Well, there's a lot of people that would say that the American government, for a very, very long time, has been very dishonest with its citizens. This is something that...
Can you give me an example?
You little twit.
That was stupid. I'm going to stop. Just stop.
Oh, is that not it?
Well, of course, it happens. But
what I'm...
Is there a clip of just him exposing them? Like
45 seconds to record a video keeping his attention.
Oh.
And a lot of the people on our side, like, if they start hearing, like, I've actually done it before. I've criticized, like, Democrats, like, specifically Hakeem Jeffries, and it all just went south. Like, I started losing followers. Like, it's bad, right? And I really want to be that person that, like, reaches the other side, because Democrats, I mean, they're horrible at their jobs, right? They do a lot of shitty things, although I'll vote for them all the time. But it's also hard in the space to criticize
That's
them.
good. Can we clip that quote?
Please don't. Please don't clip that. Please, no, please don't.
I would say the same thing.
I thought those was his boyfriends.
Here, this is what that is. That's a young man that really wants to be important.
Yeah.
He really wants to be special and really wants to be on the right side of history, and he's young. And he really needs to go to the gym, and he should start eating meat again, and he should start doing squats, and you need to do deadlifts, and you should probably like run up hills. You need to do something to turn you into a man.
His whole getting pussy is based on not doing that. So when guys look like they're gay,
it's a bad strategy.
Oh, I agree with you. I agree. You don't have to convince me. Just for so, never mind getting pussy. Just do that
He's just
for
a
your
young
life.
kid. If I was him, I'd be saying the same shit. You're young. You say dumb shit.
Well, what's David Fromm's excuse?
But that statement right there was the perfect example. To say how bad they are, but I'll always vote for them. That's so bonkers.
Dude, people in their 60s say that.
But that's because he's a kid.
But old people, The View says the same thing.
Right, but there's a certain percentage of people that are going to buy meme coins. You know what I'm saying? There's a certain percentage of people that are just, they're not, they're not going to make it.
He said it just now.
Yeah.
If your money depends on you being that way, you're going to be that way. So that's a business.
It does become eventually that, but he's so young. It's not like he calculated his personality based on making money politically online.
That's exactly what he just said to Tim. He goes, yeah, I've tried. I mean, they suck, but my audience gets mad, so I can't.
Right. But it's a lot of it. It's like when you're fucking, what is he, 21 or something like that? When you're 21, it's like total audience capture.
Money and clout. Yes.
And you've got success doing this one thing, and now that's your whole
When
identity.
is it not? Like, if you go independent, see, because I've heard people, that throw around audience capture. Like, I'm sure you've heard that nonsense at you. They definitely say it at Jimmy, but I can tell you, Jimmy's a real hard-headed dude that his audience gets pissed at him all, because now we're criticizing Trump for the ways he's cocking up. So
yeah, Jimmy's not idealistic. He doesn't have an ideology, rather. He's very
principles,
very open-minded.
Yeah, so these people's principles are
very fair. Very fair.
He's the only guy I know who's a leftist, okay? And I think you should get to identify what you are.
Yeah.
Like your gender, you should get to say what you are.
Yeah.
But the video with Kyle Rittenhouse came out where Shane Gillis apologized like a man, but a lot of my friends, oh no, he's going away. He crossed state lines. What does that mean?
Right.
With a gun, but you don't say the part, but your brain finishes it, right?
Right.
But watch the video. You can watch the video and see exactly what happened. Every part of the night of every character in the story. There's no mystery as to who was at fault and whatever.
Right.
So all you gotta do is look at that. That shouldn't even have been a case.
Right.
People, I told you my ex, she's just a blue no matter who dipshit. She goes, I don't need to see the footage.
Oh, that's crazy.
I go, what am I, Galileo? Looking at telescope,
the story that's even more fucked up is the people that he was protecting were, I believe,
Indian immigrants.
Indian immigrants who were his friends.
Yes, white kids had burned down Indian immigrants' property because they were mad about a black man being shot by a cop.
So they
by the way,
asked him to
should have
help
been
them.
shot. Jacob Blake was kidnapping 2 kids and going for a knife in his car, probably trying to get shot. He had just had a fight with that chick he had a restraining order with. And if you've ever been in a bad relationship, you know how Ragnarok it can get, right?
Ragnarok.
And people do death by cop all the time.
Yes, they
and
do.
That's what that. And then the governor, I found out when I played Kenosha, that governor, whatever, went and he kicked off the riot by saying, "Oh, we think the cop shot him." He just said something really irresponsible that they would take you off the air for saying if it caused this, right?
Right.
But that was the agenda to make that. We all know BLM was a scam, right? And all the money went to a fat bitch. We all know that, right? I don't have to educate anybody. All the things you think are real are not real.
There was an article about her losing one of her houses in the fire. I was like, one of them? How many did you get? She got 3.
Did you even give Hamas any of the money you promised?
Did you see when they used that AI program to run this net of all the different NGOs that were contributing to democratic causes?
You showed me last time, my rabbi, Richard Grove, who sent me Tragedy and Hope, a book that gives you the skeleton of what the conspiracy is, okay? It's written by Carol Quigley. Somebody on the show I know has brought it up. John Corbett brought it up on Jimmy's show.
Okay.
It's Bill Clinton's mentor wrote it. He was not against...
What's it called again?
Tragedy and Hope, and it's about the Anglo-American world power and how World War One England brought us back into the fold. They called it. The Cecil Rhodes, the father, guy who came over the apartheid, and De Beers. You've always heard De Beers was they were
Diamonds.
Well, he bought their name. It was him. Cecil Rhodes. Yeah, Cecil
Same
Rhodes.
guy?
Yeah, Cecil
Same
Rhodes.
guy who started apartheid also started
the book.
De Beers?
No. He took it over, but used the
bought.
name De Beers.
Cecil
Rhodes.
So he bought it?
And then he at Oxford, somebody gave a speech about how England should, do the things we do now, neoliberal bullshit all over the world. And so he was so inspired that, so he said, so the first concentration camp, there's pictures in the book. Looks just like concentration camps from Germany, the Boer War. If you ever see The King's Man, the prequel, The Kingsman,
right?
One of the prequels or something,
right?
They show it in the beginning. There's black and white people in there, so that's nice. It's diverse. That was England that did that, okay? And that's Cecil Rhodes. And Cecil Rhodes created the Cecil Rhodes Round Tables, and he based it on the Jesuits, the Bavarian Illuminati, the Freemasons. His idea was circles within circles, like that map of Atlantis, right? And so we have the outer, like that dickhead who was saying Freemason shit. They should have never let him into wherever they let him into.
Because he's got a big mouth.
He's like any other gangster. They want to brag about their connections.
They want to show up in that Cadillac.
And I don't condemn. Please snitch.
Like Goodfellas.
Please,
remember?
Everyone snitch. Please. I'm here for you. I want to hear the stories. This shit don't stop until you snitch. It does not going to stop until you tell on your group and stop covering up for them. If it's your country, don't cover up for your country. I know people would do that. I know you accuse me of being secretly religious, but
I was kidding.
Well, I'm openly this. Jehovah's Witnesses, now they told me God was going to kill all of you, but like 20 years ago. So it's awkward now for me, obviously. But
people don't know you grew up Jehovah's Witness.
I mean, I bring it up every time.
Well, people that don't know you.
I know.
I mean, this is standalone.
I assume you have all the back knowledge on me with the viewer at home. And I don't think of the audience.
A lot of people don't. You have you were a long time ago. You were getting real upset about a lot of this woke shit. And I remember you saying this. No, I fucking seen this before. This is the same shit I saw in the Jehovah's Witness. This is the same shit before. And I remember being like one of the first times I was like genuinely alarmed about how really crazy ideas can spread. And really just outrageous behavior can become normalized.
The second part of that is it's reminding me of that, but without the love and forgiveness of if you believed in Jesus. So they took the only good thing out of it, and kept the it sounds like dogma, but it's like if you have a problem, like so let's say something's not living up to what it should, and you said this was the solution to everything. But let's say there's something really bad you know about, like someone got molested. And you don't go to the cops, you handle it in-house, which is what they did and got sued for. The highest settlement in American history, not the Catholics, Jehovah's Witnesses, because they did what everybody does. They Epstein file, hide the files, handle it in-house. This could look bad. If you saw what I saw, you wouldn't release it either. All that bullshit. So don't tell me you're the one organization from God and you did that. And like people ought to be kicked out for that. Because all the Bible stories I got taught, like God would strike you with leprosy for that shit, Yeah. And I'm the kind of chump that believes in the thing if I believe in it. So I'm a kind of poison for your group because when you don't live up to it, I'm going to be a real twat about it,
But that's important.
Well, no, it's actually crazy. And is that the hill you want to die on? Here, let me use all the corpo fucking. I've heard this from people I like, not bad people. Something's wrong, and you point it out, and they go, "Is that the hill you want to die on?" And I'm like, "Am I going to be killed for telling the truth?
Well,
why would I be?"
That's that team shit.
Yeah,
that's that team shit. Our team is going to cover this up. Our team's not going to pay attention to that. That's what it is.
Jiu-jitsu and stand-up, where it's one man.
But it's the whole thing is a dumb pursuit of being on the right side when we should all be on one fucking side. It should be one giant group of people figuring out what makes the most sense. It's not supposed to be us versus them.
Well, that's too vague. That's too vague, though.
It's not too vague. If it's not too vague for you and I, it's not too vague for the whole country. We just have to change the way we talk about it.
What if what makes the most sense to me is eugenics? What if that makes the most sense? Because I'm telling you right now, these people have never given up on eugenics. And I'm very happy that technology is going to fix dwarfism one day, okay? And you won't have to do what Hitler did to the dwarves.
We're all going to look like Chris Hemsworth.
Oh my God, can you imagine being a Jewish
It's
dwarf?
going to be just Chris Hemsworths and Jason Momoas all throughout the land. There'll be no other body type.
The Nordic space brothers that people see, you think they're Nordic?
The tall whites?
No, the tall whites are a different thing.
What do you mean?
They're tall. They're white.
Wait a minute. How many are there?
Oh yeah, there's a
Wait
lot.
a minute. The tall whites and the Nordics are different?
People mistake them, but they are different. I'll tell you lore. I don't know what's real, but Charles Hall's tall whites are not the same. He called them the Nordics. He called them the Norwegians with 23 teeth.
What? 23 teeth? How many do we have?
32.
Oh, so they have less teeth?
I guess.
Probably from eating mushy food all those years.
You know,
their jaw shrunk.
But the calling them Nordic
Right.
is assuming that this isn't complete bullshit, which let's face it, probably is. But let's say it's not bullshit. I don't think they are Nordic. I think they're fucking German, and I think they're doing a little. If they are real, this all white blonde society. That dude, I always call him Jazz Jabroni, but his name Jason Giorgiani. He said something really interesting about what are these stories of. This is like a fifth dimensional race screwing around. Their architecture is like pyramids and brutalism. They're always wearing the same outfits. They haven't evolved from anything, right?
Right. Why are they in uniform?
So and you've heard this before about the time travel aspect, right? Because if you did have those kind of things, which I don't know if they have or not, that is automatic. He's right about 100%. That's time dilation. That means you have a time machine. So let's say, here's a silly story that the German acorn, that bell thing, the Glocke that nobody knew about until the 70s, and that
what are you talking about?
They found that German bell-shaped where they had like mercury plasma rotation to try to make it levitate.
Oh yeah, what was that?
Die Glocke.
Pull that up, Jamie, so I can refresh my mind.
Die Glocke.
So what do you mean? You think that
I don't know.
These tall whites were actually Germans?
The Nordics.
The Nordics were actually Germans?
Yeah, let's say.
You think they were actually like Nazi scientists or something?
No, remember those camps where they bred people to make
what?
You don't remember the Nazis had camps of blonde chicks to breed Aryans to encourage it?
I missed that chapter.
Really?
Let me check this out.
That's like the sexiest part of it.
That's real? This Nazi bell?
Yes.
Have we covered this before?
No, it is real, but it doesn't mean it's necessarily it was a working UFO. I'm not in no way claiming it. I'm just saying this is stuff people know about already.
I vaguely remember talking about this.
But let's say they mastered something akin to that, okay? Okay, just vaguely. And then you send them to planet Aldebaran, or whatever they call it, which is how many millions of light years away. If you could go to that planet at fast and light, then you have now gone into the past, right? Because there's a relative position. So now you're 50 million years ahead of us, even though you came out of us. And if you want to come back, right, the way this would work is you could fly back to like Mars or the Earth 50 million years, because the distances we're talking about, there has to be like time travel involved. And then let's say you had that kind of control. Hey, why don't I put my DNA and stuff and make it in my own image, remake all of it. And then you cock it up, and then you do the cycle over and over again, like Jason Jabroni, you make that up. That's where I go. This sounds like Samsara. Some rich assholes make a breakaway civilization, try to remake the world their image. It cocks up like an Atlantis myth of some kind, and the record keeps playing.
Maybe intelligent beings just consistently fuck up because they keep pushing the boundaries of their abilities and their intelligence, no matter how smart they are. And even, like we do stupid shit in other countries. We fuck around with, installing
act
new
like
leaders.
God, pretend you're God.
But just think of what we do in other countries. Now imagine you're taking it to so many levels of intelligence and ability far beyond what we have, and you come here, you would cock up these monkeys.
Yes.
You would definitely do it. You would think you were in the right to do it.
And then you blame the monkeys. You'd blame them. You'd go, oh, it's because you were bad.
Oh, we would just say, look, the odds of them making it to an intergalactic society within the next 5 to 10 million years is very low. And here's if that theory is correct. Look, chimpanzees are still around. They are our distant cousins, and they didn't fucking change.
Right.
They're exactly the same. And then there was a whole ton of different versions of us that didn't fucking make it either. The whole it seems like.
Well, you know what evolution is. See, this is another thing. Jehovah's Witnesses. We had a book called "How Did Life Get Here?" by Evolution or by Creation. Okay, which was against that. That's not what evolution is. Okay, I didn't know that till later. I'm not saying whether anything's true or not. I'm just telling you, I was told the wrong thing. It doesn't. Evolution isn't about if there's a God who created it or not. Evolution is change over time.
Right.
It's the origin of species, not of all life in
Right.
the universe,
Right.
just of speciation.
Well, you know, Brett Weinstein, have you ever heard him talk about it on this podcast? He has a fascinating theory. He's like, because he was talking about how, I shouldn't say it's a theory, and I shouldn't even say it's his. It's just like there's an understanding of what evolution is, that there's a missing element. And there's some sort of missing force that we haven't recognized yet. And that would account for why some changes are so rapid. And because you have two things, right? You have natural selection, and then you have random mutation, right? This is what's supposed to create all the... He thinks there's an additional force they haven't recognized yet.
Of course.
Yeah. And the thing about us is whatever additional force that was so much more impactful, bizarrely so, where we can do... There's not even an animal that's remotely close to us.
Yeah, right.
There's no animals that are making bows and arrows yet, right? It's just us, and everything else is way behind. Whereas every other kind of organism on Earth is in like a tight-knit struggle with all the things around it to balance out the population, except for us. We seem unnatural. We do. We seem like we popped up too quick, like we're adolescent and we're just wild, and we haven't figured out what the fuck we are yet. We don't fall into nature the way all the other animals do. We change nature around us, create our own environment, which is a completely alien thing on the scale of what we do, and compared to every other organism on Earth can't do that. So if you
there's invasive species.
If you did, that's what we might be. But if you did cock up a whole planet with your DNA and stick it into some ancient human, some Australopithecus or something, and create a person, this is probably how it would turn out.
Well, think of that story of, because all the algorithm of is it a UFO or God's bastard angels, sons, Nephilim.
Well, there's a lot of people that believe that, right? Like these are
think of that
aliens.
Theme.
And
I go by themes.
Right.
So, it's like when Twilight came out as a teen romance, you're like, that guy's like 300, and that chick's only 17.
I know, it's so
what
creepy.
The fuck is this shit?
The ultimate pedophile movie.
So, Nephilim, or Nephil, I don't know how you say it, but like for an angel in that story, I'm just saying within the lore of the story, I'm not saying anything's true or not. Think of how perverse that is. It's a cross between pedophilia and bestiality, basically, that they committed.
Right, because they're thousands of years old, and they're from another planet, and they bred with the humans.
So that the crime of that, it's so degenerate. Like, what you can see is...
Don't you think that's like an allegory?
No, I'm saying the themes scale up and down. Right. So that's why if you talk, like Duncan, I always talk to about this kind of stuff because he knows all these like creepy ass magic people. And he's like really like a nice person and
he's just interested in a lot of things, man.
Well, listen, I'm interested in a lot of things, and I'll watch some of these people, okay, because I want to know things, and I'm real quickly aware of if you're telling me anything interesting, or if you're just doing some aesthetic presentation because you like the rock and roll aspect, which by the way is the biggest piece of shit aspect of the whole thing. That like
rock and roll Satanism, is that what you're saying?
Just like America, the thing where people like, everybody hates pedophiles, right? I mean, there's pedophile hunters, amateur, all the music. It wasn't just R. Kelly. All the music that you like, those guys, if any of the stuff they did happened now and they knew about it, like it's crazy. Like Bowie was banging a 13-year-old that later Iggy Pop passed around Iggy Pop. Like that's just normal shit they did. You know that, right? Hey?
No,
dude, it's all in their own books. They write. Don't you remember you write confessional books and it was cool to say the crimes you've done in life, and it became not.
I never read any of those books.
Well, I didn't either.
Did you ever read it? Jamie didn't know it either. Did you just crack open your second White Claw?
No, there's a 3 Claw podcast. Those books, and I'm going to start reading. I haven't started yet.
We started with vampires. I don't remember.
Well, the perversion of that. So there's this theme in everything, science fiction, where somebody did something, and for some reason it's my fault for being born. And then the thing that how you're describing all these adolescent kind of species that okay, I'm so sick of the blame being. If they had to train people in kindergarten because not enough people wanted to pull the trigger in war, that's a fact. That's how we got our school system, was a Prussian emperor going, they're wasting bullets because they don't want to kill people. We got to get them younger. So we have killers for the army and workers and good school people.
Well, they were getting people too late, right?
So that means our natural thing is not really. See, they always put it like your scumbag leaders start blowing people up. And it's like, when are we gonna learn? Asshole, we've everybody that voted for Trump want him to not be doing what he's doing now. One thing is good is all MAGA people are calling it out, and good for them. People don't want this shit anymore. So somebody
You're talking
else,
about like the bombings in Yemen.
yeah, and then you got to hear how humans are an immature species. No, somebody is on purpose. Probably our leaders, probably wealthy eugenicists. If you want to get spacey, probably transdimensional trillionaires who transitioned out of having a soul and now cannot transition back. So everything's a scam to trick you. Hey, why don't you astral project out of your body, get out of your body for a little bit. Like get you out of your car so I could take it. I look at all these things like CoffeeZilla scams. So the alien shit where they made a deal with the aliens, that's like a Nigerian prince scam, you know? Like Ukraine is a Nigerian prince scam to me. An old man got a letter. Oh, please, my friend in Christ, I am the rightful ruler of Ukraine. And he just gives all your money. Hey, Grandpa, don't give Ukraine all the money. I got to help the rightful president of Ukraine. You could scale that up to every story, and it's always the same thing, some trickery, like a crypto scam. And then the aliens aren't what they said at first. They're doing bad stuff. There's just themes. Didn't you have Diana Pasolka on here?
Yes.
I don't know if she said this term on here or I saw her another thing, but she called them mythemes. Almost like I interpret it as like Legos that you build the stories. There's so many stories.
Right.
The Bible training was good for me because most of our stories are like just variations on Bible stories.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's all programming. And I'm not saying that because it's bad. I'm saying human nature is programmability. And all these stories that you have, and depending on like if you're Eastern, Dracula, Catholic, Orthodox, they're really big on the symbol programming.
But isn't that the most fascinating aspect of us?
Yes.
Is the programmability.
Who gave these priests, these corrupt priest class, the codes to work us? Because the pharaohs, for example, in Egypt, if you look at their society, there's a guy named Mark Windows that he did a thing about this Wallace Budge book called Egyptian Black Magic from 1910. Wallace Budge apparently is like the real Indiana Jones, like some guy adventurer or archaeologist. So he wrote all about it. So I haven't read the book. Malice has a copy of it, but this guy, it might be his interpretation of Mark Windows, or it might be in the book. But it's a society ruled by OCD. You know, because magic. The leaders are like the least powerful ones at the end of the day. They're like performers. They go out with their stupid headdress. They're being inbred by a priest class like dogs or like dude, right? And they go, you've got to prepare, and they're doing homework for their afterlife. So in the Book of the Dead, it's like then you get to the riverboat man, and you must say how many oars you see, and if there's 2 oars. And it sounds like the Three Amigos Finding El Guapo, like shoot your gun and the singing Bushman. Well, it's like bullshit. And they spend all their day just planning to die, okay? Akhenaten, the guy that they hated because they said he was like monotheist, I don't think he was. I think he was doging their system because they had so many priests and gods getting so much aid money, I guess, that it was getting ridiculous. And I bet this guy was like, look, the sun's the main representative of the thing. Let's just slim down our operation because this is crazy. And that deep state of Egypt didn't like that. And that's why, you know what I mean? Like, I bet you it's some shit like that. I think of it, all these things in those terms. Or the Dalai Lama priests.
Well, wait a minute. There's no fucking deep state if you're running an empire. If you're like the Roman emperor.
Yes, there was.
What kind of deep state is there?
Yeah, they were all in the Mithra cult.
But the thing about the deep state is like the idea of it in this country is that leaders come and go, but these people always remain.
They're not the top leaders. The shadow government's the top leaders.
in secret societies and in secret intelligence agencies, at the very top, there's people, regardless of who's the president, they're running the show, they're in charge of everything. But that didn't exist with like
it's the
ancient
history,
Romans.
Yeah, the history. I think the history.
Do you think that's how it was with ancient Romans?
100%. Mystery schools. Do you know what a mystery school is?
Okay.
Freemasons are a mystery. All of these secret
societies. So there's always like some sort of a secret society that constantly influences leaders.
Here's one: the triumvirate. Remember Caesar and
Scroll up a little, Jamie, so I can read the headline. 10 surprising things about the deep state, starting with the Roman Emperor Caligula. Wow. Some basic truths that never go away. A former dean at the University of Maryland School of Public Policy explains. So they had a deep state?
It's the oldest thing there
is. Same sort of thing.
It's priest and king versus kings. Fascists versus perverts.
Wow, the Roman emperor surrounded himself with a hand-picked Praetorian guard to keep him safe. However, elite members of the guard knifed him in a corridor of what was the White House of its day. Counting on the fealty of even the closest experts isn't always a good bet. Wow.
Yeah, you got to play the game. Wait, but you know
there was people trying to assassinate everybody back then.
But
it's awesome.
Do you know this? Julius Caesar and Pompey and the other guy, the triumvirate was called, where the three of them divided up Rome among themselves. You've heard of that, right?
Look at this. Ancient Chinese emperors discovered they couldn't rule effectively without nonpartisan experts. Long before Caligula met his end, the emperors established a civil service filled with the experts who had passed an incredibly rigorous exam.
Yeah,
Researchers have called it the examination system from hell, which included, among other things, memorizing 400,000 characters of the Confucian text. Cheating on the exam was discouraged. Anyone caught looking on the paper of the person sitting nearby was executed.
That's discouraging.
Well, that sounds like the right way to do it. That's a great idea. Like, make sure that anybody who's going to do that has to go through a crazy rigorous exam. Like, why don't they have that? When you see people that are like Congress people, they're like, how did that fucking kook get in office?
His family's involved and they're connected, and it's giving a favor job.
How about that lady that dresses like a character in a Muppets movie?
Who?
You know that one lady with the blue hair and the crazy glasses? She doesn't even look like a real person.
Not the purple hair witch lady.
Yeah, the witch lady.
Oh yeah, where's she from? Connecticut?
I don't know. But that kind of person.
If you're that old dressing like that, she looks like a mom whose son gets molested by Michael Jackson, and she didn't know. That's what she looks like.
There's no way she's passing that rigorous exam. Like a rigorous exam would be a great idea.
They don't even read the bills they sign.
They don't have to.
Thomas Massey reads them.
Yeah.
Dude, Trump going after him is one of the worst. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm gonna forget.
But wasn't there a thing that was? There's like been multiple versions of bills that got passed where it's not physically possible to read the entire bill within the amount of time they were given.
Oh, that's not grounds to not believe in the entire government, just that alone.
But isn't that true? Like, aren't some of them, like, what is
They do it all the time.
But let's find out. What is the longest bill that's ever been passed? Like, how many pages? Let's just imagine. And let's try to find out what now imagine also, these people are Congress people. So they have very rigorous schedules. You know, they're fucking busy as shit all day long.
Yeah, fundraising.
And they're doing a lot of that too. And then they have to read how many pages?
Well, then they got a trip to Israel with their AIPAC coach.
5,593 pages. The Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021, the longest bill ever passed by Congress. The act was signed into law by President Trump on December 27, 2020. As you can imagine, the act contains a variety of provisions, including $1.4 trillion appropriations package to fund the government through September 30th, 2021, and a long-awaited COVID-19 relief package in the amount of $900 billion.
Yeah,
Now, here's the thing about the COVID relief stuff. Was that loans? Like, how does that work? Like,
it was the biggest upward transfer of wealth in the history of humanity.
It was.
They should have never signed it.
Well,
Massey was against it.
You could see, like, the amount of money people lost and the amount of money people gained, and it's the exact same amount of money.
You know what's the great thing about America?
It's like 3.6 trillion, 3.9 trillion. Just goes right.
This is what I like about America, probably the most, because in Australia they punked out to lock down fascist shit because you know why? The government paid their bills.
Also, they don't have any guns.
And they gave up their guns a long time ago, like suckers. But here, because they don't even want you to have Social Security that you paid into, they're doing everything to get rid of that. Medicare for all, That's not for you. That's for other countries that we give your money to.
Did you see what Elon discovered about Social Security?
What?
Did you see if you can find it, Jamie? About the number of illegal aliens who are receiving Social Security, and
we'll kick them off.
But there's like a scam to it all. This is part of the incentivization. This is how you incentivize people to vote for your party. If you can allow these people to vote, and this is part of the scam. If you got them in the Social Security system, they're getting Medicaid, they're getting food stamps, whatever they're getting. As soon as you can label them, they were talking about this one doctor. We had a video that we played where she was explaining how she's being encouraged to ask questions like, do you have a backache? Do you have headaches?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you can have permanent disability.
You might need to transition. Your head hurt? You're trans.
Do they try to transition immigrants? I heard that was true, but then I said that's too ridiculous.
You don't have to try. Hey, everybody wants it. It's safe, effective. It's as great as a COVID booster.
I heard
Do
it's
it today.
reversible.
Really?
They can make you a dong out of your leg. Take a big chunk of meat out of your leg, make you a dong.
Somebody already did that.
Wait, were we just Googling, Jamie? Yeah.
Well, yeah, nobody wants fraud, okay? But what they don't want is that the government, and look, maybe it's a terrible idea the government does anything. I'm sure it's better to have a corporation the size of a government do it with no constitution and I have no rights with. That's a good idea. And I have an automated response and like an AI telling me if my insurance comes through or not. I'm sure that's better.
Yeah, that's better.
Luigi Mangione didn't feel like that, they say.
I can't find it. Yeah, the free Luigi thing was really crazy.
But if because America treats its own kids like garbage, that's the saving grace. So the next lockdown or bullshit, they've already lost during lockdowns, there ain't nothing to do but look into shit is how I looked at it, you know? And I know a lot of ex-cons that know a lot more current events than me because they were locked down and just got informed.
That is when you got deep, but also you started working with Jimmy Dore. As soon as you started working with Jimmy Dore, you immediately...
Well, first Barry, but he told me Jimmy was a good dude. I didn't
Barry
know
Kremens. Yeah.
And Barry, the things he used to tell me about, by the way, sanctuary cities, that's a Republican thing. You know that, right? I think that's Reagan. The concept of a sanctuary city was Reagan. Because as the great Bernie Sanders sometimes and then not said, that is a Koch brothers proposition, open borders, right? But then the Democrats suddenly hate open borders after they were all like, no, we got to have borders. And then the people that they wind up with their programming are still running around driving their fat scooters into Teslas like it matters.
But those are the same people that I was talking about earlier. Those Tesla protesters, they're the same people that join cults. They're the same people that
don't know Democrats mostly own Teslas.
They're the same people that are getting paid to go to the rallies. There's a certain underclass of really fucking dumb people out there that you can exploit. You can get them to do a lot of shit, man. And
I would say the government employees are that.
But if you're hiring them all the time for protests, they're essentially government employees that are just designed to perform propaganda. If you're using government money and you're paying people to go to a rally and you're giving them signs and you're making them cheer and you're giving them money and food.
So I found this is an article on the Daily Mail, but they're discussing what he said at the Wisconsin rally this week, I think, about Social Security and illegal aliens.
Okay, it says lawfully present non-citizens of the United States who meet all eligibility requirements can qualify for Social Security benefits, the SSA website states. This rule also applies to non-citizens authorized to work in the United States who got a Social Security number after December of 2003.
Well, did they pay into it or no?
I don't know what. Let me finish this. Still clips the explanation and other portions of the Wisconsin event quickly went viral on Musk's social media app X as users cheered the fraud-finding effort. It's absolutely infuriating. One user wrote in response, I hate when they do that, like they'll post people's tweets.
Yeah.
One user said, stop. Biden and you're forming a narrative. There's a lot of users.
Well, look.
Biden and team were bringing in millions of immigrants and putting them on benefits. Another user wrote, reacting to the SSA numbers. I know Elon keeps saying it was for votes, but that can't be the only reason.
They're correct. Our military, people joining the military is all-time low. I think that Dick Durbin talking about we need new cops who don't want the money that old cops got. We need new workers like at Purdue, where they fired citizens from a government program to bring in asylum seekers and pay them less. It's always about lowering your pay. Every single goddamn thing is we got to be competitive.
It says, people sometimes, this is Musk saying, people sometimes think that under the Biden administration, he was simply asleep with the switch. They weren't asleep at the switch. It was a massive, large-scale program to import as many illegals as possible, ultimately to change the entire voting map of the United States and disenfranchise the American people and make it a permanent, deep blue, one-party state from which there would be no escape, the 53-year-old entrepreneur shared. Another user reacted on X. Okay.
He's right, but it's not just that. It's not just that.
Okay.
There's another article I was going to bring up. They said that if these claims are being claimed, but then they ask for evidence, and they have
which claims exactly?
Entitlements, fraud here specifically. Like you brought up on this podcast.
Right. It says in an interview with us. Okay. The single biggest thing they're worried about is Doge going to turn off fraudulent payments of entitlements. Okay. It says this lacks evidence. Unauthorized immigrants are not eligible for most safety net benefits, and there's no evidence to suggest they're committing fraud en masse to obtain them. But hold on, it's not fraud. If you ask people if they have headaches and then you give them permanent Social Security, or you ask them if they have bad back, who the fuck that's 40 doesn't have a bad back? All you have to do is say your back hurts, and bam. If they were really encouraging people to do that, and they really are giving them Social Security numbers, why are you doing that?
Okay, it's not just
but you're not doing it because you're super nice. You're not doing it because you're super
I'll tell you why.
You're doing it because you want them to vote for you.
So, MS-13, right? It's not just voting. Those gangs, MS-13 is now gone from El Salvador. Its birth, and it's in America only. America's a surveillance state. How do you not know you have these people? What I'm worried about here is I'm all for taking the unauthorized people off, show the evidence, obviously. But here's the problem. MS-13, those people they just deported? All them people they rounded up, they're getting, collateral damage that I don't agree with, and I think is pretty fucked up. That gay hairdresser you brought up, we played the clip. He's not in Trinidad. They just had a crown. So when he
had a crown for his mom and a crown for his dad.
There's a soccer player who was fleeing, who got tortured by the Maduro government, who I thought all the conservatives don't like because he's a commie. And that guy came here after towing water for the CIA, basically. It was how I look at it. And because he had a soccer ball with a crown, they threw him on the thing. Never mind the girl, the PhD student, who wrote an op-ed about Gaza and got deported for supporting Hamas. That's crazy.
Yeah, what was the op-ed? Did you read it?
No, but you can write an op-ed. It could have been something really bad.
No, but it was criticizing Israel, right, for their actions.
Oh, that's what she did? I'm sorry. That's bad. She should be deported. My bad. She's guest.
No, but
you don't get to have our rights just because you are here.
But that's a crazy thing to deport someone for. So, if you're talking about horrific damage, horrific. You could see it on video. How could criticizing that? How could you not be allowed to have a perspective on something that's clearly horrific? How could you not be allowed?
Because it doesn't help our team.
But was what she said, did she support Hamas in that paper, or did she just condemn Israel and their attacks?
I don't remember her ever supporting Hamas in paper. I know she said Palestinians. No, but let's say she goes, hey, Hamas, let's say this was in the paper. She goes, you know who supported Hamas? Bibi Milkowski, Netanyahu, the prime minister of Israel for 20 years. You know how I gave up on Hamas in 2006?
Yeah.
Because I'm like, they're no good. Well, Bibi thought it was a good strategy to prop them up to fight the West Bank Palestinians so that they could never have a two-party state, that treaty that they agreed to, but never intended to keep. So that's your fault, motherfucker. This girl supported Hamas not as much as the Prime Minister of Israel did, or tax dollars that we send to them for their great game theory-based strategy. Somebody goes, do you understand game theory?
Who said that to you?
A comic I like, Avi.
Don't say his name.
I like the guy.
Such a crazy thing to say.
I'm not against Israel existing or any of this bullshit that people make up.
Not.
And I'm not anti-Semitic. First of all, I get a lot of anti-Semitism at me. I remember talking about on stage, like, oh, because your nose. Somebody said from the audience, like, yeah, that's probably the problem. If I wear glasses, it looks like my eyebrows and nose were included with my glasses. You understand? So if they I get it, if they round up Jews, I'll be just like one of these Venezuelans that's not in a gang, and I'll be sent to spare Guantanamo, which is what El Salvador is. Again, Venezuelan gangs. Not going to Venezuela, where they're from. You're sending them to the MS-13 prison that, I was worried at first hearing about it because I'm like, what if you get the wrong person? That's my concern.
That's the number one concern.
But luckily, these geniuses have all tattooed MS-13 on their fucking head. So if the gangs ever learn not to do that, we're fucked. If they learn not to tattoo their dumb shit gang symbol on their face, we won't be able to catch them.
Well, it's the only way you can trust a guy.
It's
got to wear the colors.
And you know what's so funny about the gang shit? I mean, first of all, I believe 100% CIA and whoever, in coordination with whatever dumb group, made those gangs in America. Because the drive-by shootings, the Capone era kind of thing, the blacks were not doing that until after Vietnam. The guys coming back from Vietnam were bringing tactics, guerrilla tactics to the hood. You could see it in the document. Yeah, it's in there's a bunch of documentaries about it. So it's people come back from Vietnam, if you notice.
But what about like Al Capone and all that type of shit?
Well, they had Tommy guns and cars, and I don't know. I don't even know how much they did that.
Didn't they do drive-bys?
Yes, but I'm talking about black gangs. Black gangs. They got flooded with guns, Chinese guns, a lot of them, and crack. And right around the same time, private prisons were coming into really getting to be a thing. Then then why'd the rap suddenly turn from like hippity hop hippity to like, gangsta? Right. And the guy is doing the rapping. Ice Cube, he talks about this, and he's like, well, we're poor kids who don't know anything, right? So I understand that. But then you realize the guy that owns, he said to Bill Maher's fucking thing, the guy that owns the record company also controlling shares of a private prison. And they're like, we need to give us more of that drug gangster stuff. Now, the drug stuff is because they were on purpose, obviously, putting crack in the hood. Like all those conspiracy theorist Hotep guys told us, they're like, well, it doesn't mean you have to do it, right? That's the clever response to that. But they did it on purpose. That's pretty fucked up.
What do you mean it doesn't mean you have to do it? You mean
a comic is have a joke like, okay, let's say CIA did put crack in the hood. Does that mean you have to do it?
Oh, right.
Which is a real kind of like, you're not from there and you don't know shit what you're talking about.
Have you ever seen Freeway Ricky talk about it?
Yes, and of course the CIA worked with him. Some dirtbag Cuban.
Crazy.
Yeah, and Rick, now a prison guard, uses his name to sell crime to kids. But Freeway Rick Ross went to prison. Okay?
Yeah.
So, by the way, that cartel, the Mena, Arkansas cartel, run by Bill Clinton, I believe, 100%. It's in Kathy O'Brien's book. Maybe people thought Kathy O'Brien's book was far-fetched when it came out in the 90s, but I would go back and I got an Audible. Go back and listen to it because it's amazing how much of this stuff correlates to stuff right now. So they brought all that in the hood on purpose to finance the Contras, who Ben Shapiro will tell you were the good guys, but they were not. They were scumbags. Barry Crimmins used to always tell me about this stuff, and I go, who cares about Nicaragua in the 80s? Dude, Reagan's dead. That's how I thought about it, because I'm dumb. I'm slow, dude. I'm not smart. I'm slow. It took years for it to dawn on me what he was talking about was 100% relevant. And since I've been on Jimmy's show, and the few good reporters that are left in the universe, I'll see their stuff. Aramate and Max Blumenthal, by the way, both Jews, not anti-Semitic, do great reporting. And they don't, and people call them conspiracy theorists, and they like to be respectable. I can tell, because I want to get into wacky shit. I want to know crazy stuff, and I want to know the boring nerd stuff, so I can try to see where they meet. That's
right.
I'm not respectable at all. I'm a clown, so I don't give a shit if you think I'm respectable.
No, it's the perfect position to be in to look at ridiculous ideas, because there's so many ridiculous ideas that turn out to actually be true.
How many jokes have you had? Because I think I have like a lot of jokes that you already had the thing about it, so I'm like, I have to drop that, because very few people have a similar interest to what I would look at. Right?
You and I, yeah, all the time.
And what do you call it? Like I lost it.
But that's the best way to approach it, because then you're not afraid to be ridiculous. Because the problem
Like
with
comedy.
talking about UFOs or ghosts or anything is like you can look ridiculous. Like if you're a guy who's an accountant and you're working on a big deal for a corporation and you're responsible for a lot of numbers, nobody wants to hear you talk about UFO abductions. That's a retarded thing to talk about.
That's right.
You make people uncomfortable in the office. This is silly.
Right.
But that's probably not even real.
You see Mike Benz talking about it recently on
what did he say?
That guy's great, man. God damn.
He chimed in on that Sean Ryan thing that I sent you to, Jamie. He chimed in on the next page. It was like a multi-page thing that I sent you, Jamie.
Just so everybody understands.
Hold on a second. On the second thing, it was interesting what Mike Benz was saying. That guy, I mean, I'm like, how do you sleep, dude? He's like, not that good. Like, I don't sleep a lot.
Well, it's upsetting to learn stuff, but you know what's the thing that makes you crazy?
They were bribing the Afghan Taliban warlords to keep the drugs flowing. That's what the U.S. Institute of Peace payments were for.
That's exactly right. Because we have a fentanyl problem, and we had our troops guarding poppy fields for pederast warlords. You know about all that, Dancing Boys Afghanistan, and how we would sometimes bring boys to the Northern Alliance.
United States Institute of Peace funded Taliban and Iraqi leaders. The now canceled USIP contracts included $132,000 for Mohammad Qasim Halimi, Afghanistan's former chief of protocol and a former Taliban member, and a staggering $1.3 million to the Al-Tadhamon Iraqi League for Youth.
It's like everything named that, you just assume it's something bad, dude.
Well, that's how they'd like to do it, right? Like, you know, like the Patriot Act. Like that kind of thing. Like you could just say, call it USAID. Give it a nice name.
It's so insulting. You know, that's what I find hilarious is like these people can't believe the same tricks that have always worked don't work forever. You know?
Right. Well, they don't have new tricks. And that's also with the internet now when guys like Mike Benz, who spends like 5 hours a day breaking this shit down online, and then it spreads out, and Whitney Webb and all these different people that are like constant, and Jimmy and you, and constantly talking about this stuff. It's very difficult to hide things anymore.
Well, once you realize, because just for being on the road and talking to people, or when I see like Trump introducing it, my good friend Lindsey Graham, whenever I've been with the left, they talk to Lindsey Graham, and a whole crowd boos. So that's because MAGA is not the brainwashed ones. Right. See, Democrats, I wouldn't even say some are brainwashed, but mostly you literally get paid to be a Democrat. Like if you're an actor or you're anything, the way you get not paid is not being a Democrat.
Do you see what's going on in France?
What happened now?
So this woman who was the head of the...
Marie Le Pen getting arrested. Oh, yeah. She should have made a deal with Israel like Trump.
What happened with her? What would she lost some sort of a lawsuit. And
lawfare. They lawfared her out because she's getting popular because they're swarming immigrants. That plan's real. See, that's the thing. It's not just Democrats. It's NGOs.
But it's also the fact that you can do this with lawfare, not just in America, or attempted to do it in America. You know, I mean, it's essentially the same thing that happened to Trump. I just wonder if it'll have the same type of rebound. I guess she's appealing
no guns.
They have no guns.
They put a giant butt plug in the middle of Paris one time. And they made an article. Everybody was so crazy.
Beautiful piece of art.
They go, why is everybody so afraid of a Godzilla-sized butt plug?
Why are you worried about your anus?
Because I'm not worried about my anus. That wouldn't go in my anus. I want to know who you made that for and when they're going to be
USAID. USAID spent $2 trillion on that butt plug.
Oh, my God.
Show me the butt plug, Jamie.
Yeah, please.
The giant French butt plug statue.
When people say degenerate art, and I saw the tweet of it, and I'm like, because it's so like, that is an uncomfortable Nazi connection to me about it. But there's no other word for making a giant butt plug in the center of your fucking. That's degenerate. There's not a word for that besides degenerate. There just isn't.
There was some crazy violence between. Oh my God!
And then getting mad at the people when they go.
Such an obvious butt plug.
Yo, French people were like, "What?" For the French to say, "What the fuck is this shit?"
Paul
McCartney.
Perverse you are? Hey, click on that. Paul McCartney beaten up.
McCarthy.
Oh, McCarthy.
I hope it didn't.
Double check.
Yeah, no, Paul McCarthy.
Shit. I was hoping that
look,
Paul McCarthy was complaining about it.
Oh, this is his theme.
Oh, he's a butt plug guy. Oh, he's a freak. Can I see a photo of this gentleman? I bet he's a freak.
You know, it wouldn't be a big deal.
Is that him? French president. This is wonderful. I love a good butt plug.
You know what this reminds me of? Remember Sam Smith's Devil Top Hat performance at the Grammys that people got mad about? And they go, there was always satanic shit.
Look at this one he made. Is that dude butt fucking a dog? Is that what I'm seeing?
No, if you make transgressive art, why would you want the government of France to put it in the town square? Like, the point...
This guy is butt fucking pigs.
Well, that's...
What is he making? What is this? So a guy who makes butt fuck statues...
Called Train.
How much did he... It's called Train. How much did he get paid to make that butt plug? Find out how much
plenty.
Find out how much that French butt plug cost. Do you think that stuff like that is done...
Wait. Here, one experiences fully articulated body parts, right down to the male figure's pursed lips and the pig's heaving chest, all in service of a mesmerizing tableau that redefines sculptural form.
Redefines sculptural form.
It's a guy fucking a pig.
Yeah, it redefines sculptural form. It's like the James Lindsay, those fake tapes, those fake papers that they publish.
Exactly.
It's almost like the same thing. But how much did this guy get paid for that butt plug? I want to find out. Hey, take a guess. Let's before we do it.
Okay, wait. It's got to be in the millions, obviously.
Yeah, $2 million.
Is it more or less than we gave the Taliban by mistake?
Well, we give them on purpose every month. Right?
I'm going to say 50 million because that's the standard Illuminati payment for degenerate art.
Wow. I said 2. I think I'm off. I think it's less than 2.
No.
How much?
I hope. And don't forget to convert the francs.
Do they use euros over there?
Yeah.
It's supposed to be a Christmas tree. That's what it's called.
Yeah, it looks like one from a guy who likes butt fucking.
Was it? It's supposed to be a joke.
You know, it is a joke.
It's a joke, but he got paid for it. What do you think that guy paid? I think it's about 2. I remember 1.7. I feel like 1.7 million. I need to know, Jamie.
I bet it's more because it's got to be some kind of money laundering. Because why would you do that?
Even 1.7 million is money laundering. That's a butt plug. It's worth $30.
It's so visible. See, like
it's just so stupid. It's
like,
so obviously a butt plug. It's like if you had a rubber gun and tried to say, no, that's not a gun.
What are you mad?
That's a lighter.
Oh,
have you ever seen a lighter like that? That's all it is. It's a lighter.
Oh, what do you think? There's a war on Christmas?
Yeah. There's a war on Christianity, so I put a butt plug in the middle of town square.
You know who loves Christmas, by the way? Who? China. China. When I was there, it was Christmas.
A lot of stuff.
They took off with Christmas in China. They love it.
Sure, it's a good time to sell things. It's great
they get it.
It's great. Otherwise, like you were not going to spend above your means. We need a few holidays to spend above your means. It's important. Put you in credit card debt.
It keeps the magic going.
Yes.
See, our economy is not even a pyramid. It's Wile E. Coyote before he looks down, basically. So as long as we can keep you from looking down,
let's imagine AI becomes sentient and it looks at the society and says, listen, I'm not going to kill you all, but we gotta change the way you guys run things. You can't run things anymore. What you've done with money and natural resources and all the stuff that you've done has just made the world a worse place, and you're just running towards the bottom.
So it's going to punish the leaders.
Yeah, what it'll basically
no more private
is
jets.
Even out everything. Like it'll probably have to eliminate property.
Again, who's programming the now?
It's probably going to assign us a certain amount of things that we can have in our life, and no one can get greedy, and no one can earn more. So there's no reason to get.
And who's
inspired.
making this? You
AI.
think the person making?
No, AI is going to do it for itself.
Okay, you know what? Yeah, I know the problems. Do you know what a golem is? A golem?
Yes.
Okay.
Made out of clay, right?
Yeah, like a dreidel, but it's a Frankenstein made of mud. And there's a story of this guy Esoterica, or his channel's good. It's very academic. He's not like conspiracy or anything. He just studies the stuff. But the theme of it is like one rabbi makes a golem and he puts Tav. I can't remember the letters, the name of God on his head.
Right.
So it's alive, and sends it to another rabbi. And that rabbi, I'm really paraphrasing, but he's like, oh, this golem's a good guy. That must have been a righteous rabbi who made this golem. And then he erases it and it's not alive anymore. And there's more to it, but here's the theme of the story. If you're a righteous person and you do that, the thing of putting in life, then your creation will be righteous. Okay? But if you're not, like let's say you pour hate and fear and anger into it, right?
Right.
Or whatever the hell you do, it's going to be a reflection of that. So this AI God, I don't think is being programmed by anyone, by God. It's being programmed by creeps, weird, uncanny valley looking, mutated dick motherfuckers with variation on the Epstein dick. You want to believe in aliens? I want every tech billionaire to whip their dick out, and I want to look at what the fuck their dick looks like, because I'm a dick phrenologist. You know phrenology? I don't think it works, but I'll bet on somebody's
What
dick.
is phrenology? Isn't that like
The
kidney
bumps in your
disease?
skull
Oh,
determine your behavior. So
is that pH phrenology? Is that what it is?
Yeah, yes, yeah. Phrenology with pH, yeah. And I want to, and I think all
Phrenology, pH
when
phrenology.
you get your security clearance, they should really analyze, and I'll be glad they should analyze to see if your dick is weird. I feel like you're going to be weird.
You know what's weird about the whole phrenology thing is like we're the smarter ones, right? But the Neanderthals had a bigger brain. So what the fuck happened?
Well, when you told me that, I thought you were exaggerating your Neanderthal DNA. And then when you showed me your hand, because you got the same size hands as me, right?
Yeah, they're
Let's say.
They're basically the same size. The
I'm 6'4".
The freaky thing is the fist size. My fists are crazy.
It's just nuts.
Bizarre. But they were when I was like 15, 16 years old.
I believe you're a Neanderthal.
Fists.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I there's more like people that live in like Nordic countries and Danish countries, like the Northern Europeans. There's a lot of Neanderthal DNA out there.
Oh.
People started fucking each other, and then I guess it was probably I wonder if it was like Neanderthal males and human females, or human females or human males and Neanderthal females. I wonder like which one made, because like there's certain hybrids that can't breed, you know, and then there's certain ones that can.
Right.
So I wonder how close we were to them, where we could breed.
You have to be very close to breed.
How do they do that?
And not have a mule?
Right. Exactly. Mule. It's
I don't
a
think
perfect example. They're
probably,
sterile.
Yeah.
They can't make more mules. You have to make a mule with a horse and a donkey.
Now, I thought Neanderthals died out because they spoke out against an experimental gene therapy posing as a vaccine, and they were destroyed by Cro-Magnon corporations.
I wonder if we're like the upgraded, we're the iPhone 16 of people, you know? And like they probably had a bunch of other ones before.
That's
all.
How
to try it
that's
that
in
way.
A cult shit. The fifth root race and all that bullshit from Madame Blavatsky.
Well, imagine if you're creating a human and you have a bunch of different versions of it. If you're the Anunnaki, you're these 9-foot-tall gods from planet Nibiru, and you come down here, you try 6%. You try 6% with the Neanderthals, and then maybe you try 7% with the Homo sapiens. And we'll see what's the difference.
Well, the lore.
Let's see how it works out.
I'll tell you the lore, as I understand it, is they did all that and all kinds of wild, gross shit.
Right, but just think about the timeline of Neanderthals. So Neanderthals existed unchanged for half a fucking billion years, right? Or 500,000 years. It was like 500,000 years of Neanderthals existing.
Right, and then in a very short burst, all of a sudden the brain. Right. I've heard cooking food. There's a lot of ideas of why.
No.
It's not that.
But Neanderthals had bigger brains, so it doesn't make any sense. So it's even weirder, right?
Dude, Beta's better than VHS, but guess who fucking won?
Yeah, but imagine if you're Nibiru people, you're these aliens, and you're like, these motherfuckers aren't learning shit. They're too animalistic.
Right.
They're too like they had much larger eyes. There's some people speculate they had night vision like a dog does. You know how dogs' eyes glow when they see headlights?
Is that the guy that says that the Neanderthals were scary beasts and we
killed them?
That's another
one. That's another
because they could see in the dark and we couldn't.
But they think that's probably true. I think they think that based on the size of their eyeballs. Like, have you ever seen the size of Neanderthal skulls compared to humans? The eyeball socket is fucking huge.
You know,
so their eyeballs were bigger, and so why would that be the case? Well, it might be like the case with dogs and deer and all these other animals.
I think that eyeball, and I have zero expertise, but because the size of the brain doesn't necessarily mean you're smart. It's like the how deep and wrinkly, which is how I know I have smart balls. And but the eyes, there's something about big eyes that, to me, that indicates some kind of intelligence thing. Because
they were very intelligent. They used tools, so we know all this. But the thing is, there's physical intelligence that they had that's probably way superior to ours. Meaning, like, they're way stronger. Their bones were way denser. and their tendon strength must have been like multiple times what a normal human man is at that size.
Right.
So you're dealing with a physically superior thing that was too primal. So they had to introduce another version, which is slightly less primal, but still kind of fucked up. And that's the one that figured out how to make everything. That's the one that figured out how to do metallurgy. That's the one that figured out industrial enterprise and the combustion engine. And
you hear what you're
planes.
saying? Those are jobs. So here's what I would say. Since human nature is programmability, what they were aiming for
is something curious.
But I don't want, like, you can even see now.
Curious and ambitious makes new alien life. That's all it takes.
Right.
Curiosity and ambition, and that's what two things that human beings
you might have
have.
to stunt it sometimes in people.
Right.
By dumping shit up.
Dude, it's too late now.
Chemtrails, a goofy thing that I thought was absolutely made up. Those are just contrails. No, that's called geoengineering. That's real.
Listen, it's both. This is what's important when it comes to this one. There's a real reality of jet engines getting hot, passing through condensation, making clouds. That's a fact.
Yes.
Regular jets, like a Delta Airlines, it's filled with people that's not trying to be spraying chemtrails, will make clouds behind it. And depending upon the amount of moisture in the air, it'll linger for a long time.
Right.
These streaks across the sky.
That's what I thought it all was, but it's not.
It's not. And this is how you know it's not, because Bill Gates has openly talked about experiments where they use reflective particles and suspend them in the atmosphere to cool off the Earth.
We have a treaty.
But also, that's a crazy fucking idea.
Wait, I told you we have a treaty for weather weapons that was signed in the 70s to agree not to use weather weapons.
Oh, yeah, but we've been able to cloud seed forever.
Right.
Making it rain, how weather manipulation and geoengineering are fueling global tensions. Well, listen, we talked about it the other day, what they did in Dubai. They fucked up. And they went too hard.
Didn't want
with
people
the cloud
filming
seeding.
it.
Well, it was crazy flooding they had because they're not set up for that kind of rainfall. They're in the fucking desert.
They're like something out of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, like the crazy prince makes a chocolate palace. It's like that. Dubai has all the money in the world. And because I have friends that are from Dubai, and like I found out my buddy, she's the coolest chick. I like her, but they're so rich that to distinguish yourself from other people, you have to have the lowest license plate number.
Right. Yeah, you want number one.
Because everybody has all the other crap. So how do you even distinguish?
That's Saudi Arabia as well. They do Saudi summers in LA. Have you ever been around for that?
No.
So in Saudi Arabia, summer is so hot that LA summer seems like a bargain.
Yeah.
So these guys, they all buy these beautiful houses in Beverly Hills, and they all drive these crazy Lamborghinis with Saudi plates.
Right.
So they have like some sort of a diplomatic community.
You can really drive them.
So there's videos of these guys in Beverly Hills before the pandemic racing down local streets, like having drag races in Ferraris and Lamborghinis.
Yeah, what are you going to do about it?
Have you seen it?
No.
And one of them fucked his car up. His car's like smoking. He pulls it into the driveway. Everyone's filming. All the neighbors are filming, and then the guy just gets on a plane and gets out of the country. See ya!
Yeah, a whole bunch of Hunter
jets
Bidens
before they get caught.
It's
and
like
they have like some weird diplomatic community too.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's why they're doing it.
Diplomatic community is a trip. Like that's a crazy thing. Like you could just come to the country, just go wild, run stoplights, race down the street in a
Have
Ferrari.
a slave?
You got a slave, really?
Dude, when I was in New York, this happened like 2 or 3, at least 2 times. But so it was always like an Indian diplomat, and they had some Bangladeshi girl that they took her passport. And I remember it was a big controversy because this has to be like almost 20
I'm gonna
years
send
ago.
you something, Jamie.
But anyway, there's a bunch of Indian newspapers at the time, 20 years, that were outraged that this woman was even arrested because because I don't know if you know, people that come from a lot of money, they think they should have slaves. They genuinely, when they learn Aristotelian philosophy, learn that some people are the controllers and some people are the peasants. And it's for the best. And did you hear that guy at the beginning, Braddock, where he goes, the few have to be sacrificed for the many?
Yeah.
That cokehead, allegedly, in my mind, is saying...
Could have just been nervous.
But the way he said that to me sounds like things I would recite from being in church that are drummed in my head.
That's why it was so important that you said that before the pandemic. Like, I see it. I see the same fucking shit. I see the same shit.
So I've already been like, No, my mother, I still talk. Some people leave and they're Scientology cut-offs. But that wasn't the case with me. Everybody does how they're going to do. But I already went through the thing of like, this is the only thing I've ever known that to be true. And then if I turn my back, then I'm losing like all. So I've done that.
Right.
So I don't give a fuck about it ever again.
Right.
I don't care if everybody's mad at me. I don't care if somebody like, if somebody coaches Coleman Hughes to come on and refute a thing I said. Who I like that guy, but like I would never do that. I would never, dude. If I'm wrong, you could be sure I'm wrong because I'm wrong and not because I got paid to be wrong.
100%. I back you on that 100%. I got to take a piss so bad.
I know,
so
me too.
Let's do it. We'll come right back. We're back. So
Yeah.
where were we? What were we talking about? Do you remember, Jamie?
Yeah.
Something about the world falling apart?
Well, guess what?
AI.
If we go to
Project Sycamore? Dubai?
Oh, yeah, Dubai. Listen, if we go to Iran, because I was going to get rid of this joke at the 20-year-olds in the audience that they were bringing back the draft and you're going for sure. But don't try to get your way out. We're going. Iran, they want that Iran war so bad. And Trump has brought so many snakes to his bosom again, like that Mike Waltz dipshit.
Why do you think they want to do that?
The Greater Israel Project, the thing Wesley Clark talked about back when they mapped out all the countries they wanted knocked out, Libya, Iraq. We've got all of them except Iran, I think. Syria, we got our Al Qaeda guys in there. So great job, everyone.
Jesus Christ.
People from Syria, if you ever talk to them, yeah.
Out of all the things that the government has fucked up, this regime change thing, they fucked that up more than anything. Like, has it ever worked out better for the people that lived there? Think about how many people died during. I know, I understand.
Yeah.
But the thing about like trying to sell the same thing over and over and over
It's
again.
insulting, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, because every single time it's been a fucking disaster.
Even an idiot could put it like me.
Yeah.
When I remember the day where I was like, it was probably 2015, 16. I was like, are we still in Iraq? Like if I left the oven on.
And we're hearing the same thing, like weapons of mass destruction. They're this close. They're this close.
Oh, by the way, everyone, if we do go to war, and if you're dumb enough to sign up to go to Iran, just we can't beat Iran. We haven't won a war in 80 years. I don't know why everybody seems to forget that we don't win these wars. I mean, somebody wins. It ain't you. It ain't you fighting it. That's for goddamn sure. But all of them have So if we go to bomb Iran, Iran has hypersonic missiles that we do not have. So think of how much money.
They do?
Oh, yes.
How do you know what the military has?
Oh, we did a story on it, and I was like this. I'm like, are you shitting me? We don't have the best missiles? No. We were doing things like using
wait a minute.
Ukraine
There's a
as
lot of
missiles.
stuff that the United States always possesses that are top secret. Like there's certain videos that they will not show allegedly of UFOs because then it would reveal the kind of surveillance equipment that they have available and where the surveillance equipment is, including underwater stuff.
Well, the really good stuff I doubt America has. It's the people in charge of America have, but not America. But these missiles, they can't stop them with like Iron Dome kind of shit.
No,
they can't.
they're too fast.
And so
they change direction.
Yeah, Russia has. It's not the same as like a NATO alliance, but they have signed a thing with China and Iran.
Oh, great.
Yeah, so the war with Russia that we're supposed to avoid by this Ukraine thing, I guess Zelensky gave the minerals already to UK a long time ago, which is why Boris Johnson sabotaged the peace deal before, I'm guessing, among other crazy reasons. And so if we go bomb Iran, that might bring Russia into his world. Somebody wants World War III real bad.
Jesus Christ, you're freaking me out, Kurt. This
Whoa,
is like the green room.
I believe in God, so I'm like, I can't wait to tell on everybody. Please kill me. I cannot wait to tell God on you. I can't wait. I'm not telling you I want God to believe me. I'm just saying.
How bizarre is it that you're kind of right? How bizarre is it that you're right that we're inching closer and closer towards World War III, and that's not what people are concerned about. They're concerned with putting a swastika on a Tesla.
It's because it's called mind control. I bring it up nonstop, actually, to the point of annoying, I would say. MK Monarch was the one in the 90s that probably most of these actors and all these figures that are like, why are there like hotter people in government all of a sudden?
I want to show you something. Jamie, put that thing I just sent you. These are the same people that are getting paid to go to the Tesla demonstrations.
Yeah.
Well, same people that get paid to go to the Tesla protests, they do human dog obedience shows like this. These are the people.
That Matt Damon crossdresser from the Nuclear Commission that was stealing luggage.
Yeah,
he was
that
one
guy.
of these. I thought it was him, but they put a thing on.
Oh yeah.
Now, this is a crazy conspiracy that I made up, but
Okay.
you know how Disney? You were talking about Disney that they couldn't find the dwarves.
Right.
There's a story about Walt Disney. They wanted Pinocchio to be on a ballot, so he hired little people to be Pinocchios, and he just left some food and wine up there. And it got real hot, and I think they were stuck on the roof, so they just took off their hats, and they're these drunk dwarves yelling curses at kids at Disneyland. But you know how the employees have to keep their suit on at all times,
right?
And to the point of it's like some kind of Guantanamo torture,
right? So
where did furries come from? I think that, and Disney's part of it. Now I'm just pulling this out of my ass, but
I like where you're going with this.
They're genetically engineering employees who like to be in a fursuit. It's almost erotic to them. They have the minds, even though they're smart, right? And they know math. They love products. Ooh, there's a new lightsaber for. I'm 40, but I'm excited as a child, and I love wearing this suit because that's how I come. And they genetically, like all the stuff they put in is making these employees for the theme parks. That's what furries are for. People that want to be in that hot, awful suit. Wow. I'm just making that up as a joke, but
you might be right. It might be like one of them MK Ultra things.
Well, Disneyland was 100% involved in that. There's no underneath Florida Disney because it's a swamp, but Disneyland, of course, they're patriots. Walt Disney's a patriot. If the intelligence agencies need to do something there, and we're doing a thing with kids, of course he's going to be involved in it. You know, he didn't create all that. It's like Bill Burr's joke about Steve Jobs. Like, you just yelled at a nerd to keep soldering to make the iPhone, but they act like, this Ayn Rand bullshit where it's like a great industrialist came up with that. It's like, did you just tell people what to do, dickhead? That's important. You need that, but
right.
You get all the credit. It's all on you. That seems weird, like a feudalism of some kind, doesn't it?
Well, someone was pointing out all the different companies that were actually started by Nazis while people were freaking out about Tesla. And one of them that I didn't know, did you know that Audi used to make camps? Like Google,
were they reliable?
The Auto Union before Audi, the parent company, the original company Audi was Auto Union, and in 2014, I believe it was revealed that they were making camps for the SS in World War II. Like, this is one of the ways they got started, and they made a fucking car for Hitler. They made a race car for Hitler.
Yeah, well, Ford did that. And
Ford did it?
Yes.
What do you mean? Made Hitler a car?
He made cars for the Nazis. Well, Rick Overton's dad in World War II, they had some car, they popped it open, it was American. They're like, wow, okay, this bullshit.
What? Hold on a second. We'll get to that in a second. Nazi SS division built 7 labor camps where more than 3,700 prisoners were put to work for Auto Union. So this was like for Audi. They had people working at factories in the eastern German cities of, say that word. How do you say that word?
Where?
Zwickau?
Zwickau?
No, it's below Janet. Right there.
Zwickau?
And Chemnitz, what were we pointing out? Historical investigation commissioned by the company found that thousands of concentration camp inmates had been forced to work for Auto Union, an automobile manufacturer founded in 1932 and a forerunner to the company of today's Audi AG. That's wild.
Bayer.
There's a bunch of them. Yeah, Bayer.
They were R.G. Farben.
Right.
Remember the poisoning of Tylenol back when I was a kid? Someone was putting cyanide in Tylenol.
Yeah.
That's why we have the caps.
Yeah.
We have those hard child caps, right? So the guy from Control History has a great video on it, and it might have been sabotage from IB Farben, the makers of Bayer aspirin, because Tylenol was beating them. So an act of corporate sabotage on a corporate competitor was a theory he put forward that I think is very believable, considering it's a Nazi company.
There's so many psychopaths out there. I wouldn't put it past people to do something like that. That's a total.
Well, look at our
house of cards.
Look at our foreign policy, and then look. Jimmy said, not me, but if they do it to other people, they're going to do it to you. That's why if you're laughing when they grab somebody who wrote an article about Gaza being deported, like, well, she's not from here, get her out. Stupid. You just got done watching the Democrats do this.
Right.
You just got done watching them. And now you're going to go because you don't want to let go of the dream. But the most important thing, if you are MAGA, is to hold your principles and make it much bigger than Trump himself. The whole mistake is to get hooked on the cult of personality.
Right.
And who do you like? I like them all. I bet they're nice. Who gives a shit who I like? What do they do? And I'm not seeing the results I should see. Not blaming any one person, but a lot of promises made, promises kept to not anyone here, but Israel definitely. Whoever he promised Greenland to, I don't know what the fuck that is.
I think they're trying to make an example of kids to keep people from protesting.
Of course they are.
Thing. Okay. Of course, obviously. I forgot what I was going to say.
They want to make an example, not to.
No, I forgot what I was going to say. I was going somewhere with it, but it's one of the problems with this is people can't see this being used against them.
Yeah,
that's one of the problems, and people only look at it like, oh, this is a hard, fast thing. Hamas is a terrorist group. This lady supported Hamas, but did she? Like, I want to know what she fucking said. Like,
they don't say
exactly what she said. There has to be a way to read it because
they didn't put the charges out. So the first guy, what Mamu?
I'm gonna get to this. Is what I was going to get to.
Oh,
there's a difference between someone that has an opinion and people that protest organically because they all agree on this opinion versus something that's organized, and a lot of people are spending money on, and they're organizing it, and they're figuring out how to get people there on time, and they're giving them food, and they're giving them signs, and they're giving them the Musk ones, the Tesla ones. Have you seen the list? Have you seen the list that they
I
give
assumed
them?
it was fake. I didn't believe it was organic at all.
What, the list?
The Tesla protest to me is like the Bernie and AOC concerts, fake.
But someone who was there got a copy of like these talking points. And one of the things about the talking points is there was another one. I forget who put that one out, but there were rules of engagement of how, like, if you get in fights, do this, hit people to the body, don't pick up an object unless somebody else does. Like, this is all crazy.
We just did it BLM.
Right. If you're organizing, like, it's essentially you're condoning a certain amount of violence, which opens the door to violence, which can't be controlled. If you're condoning that and you're paying people to go out and scream and protest for something they're not organically going to scream and protest for, like, that's a different thing than just protesting. When you're paying people to protest, you're basically paying someone to harass a business. You're paying them. They don't necessarily have those opinions. They're dumbass fucking dudes. They're idiots. A lot of these guys that get caught keying cars, they're fucking idiots. Exactly. But there's a chant sheet. This guy has several pages in his hands. I know, but it's like they give these out so that they can all have the things to sing together.
You're
Democrats, cars. Fine. Now's the time to draw the line. So they have all these things set up in advance. Which is the point. This is not a small thing, Jamie. This is kind of a big deal that someone would hand these out to people and print them.
But I'm just saying,
pay them to be there.
That's the point. I looked up paying, and I didn't find any evidence of payments.
Well, people have said that they were offered money to go to these.
I looked all over the place.
I wouldn't need any more evidence than this ad copy. Because if you've ever had ad copy for Sheath underwear, you go, Sheath was unelected and can't fuck it. That's ad copy. You're not doing that for free.
Did you see the video of the people all leaving at noon? They left the protest exactly at noon.
No.
Yeah.
I just assumed it.
But that was one of the things that people said. Well, this is evidence of a coordination. Like these people are being paid for a certain amount of time, and then they leave. But that's not illegal. That's what's crazy. What's really crazy,
that is crazy. You're right.
Is that you can hire someone to go fuck with your business, and it's not illegal. And they can say it's a protest, and you can give them signs.
Going back to everything, they have fake. The ones that are real, the government will come out and crush. So, for example, the guy who wrote "War Is a Racket," when the veterans,
Smedley Butler.
Yeah, when the veterans got crushed by tanks. Tiananmen Square didn't do that, by the way. That's fake that people think the guy got run over. He didn't. But we did that to veterans of American.
Well, it's not fake. He got pulled aside, but the images of him in front of the tank are real.
But I thought he got run over this whole until I realized it's like the Kyle Rittenhouse crossing state lines. I filled in the rest of the story in my head.
Right.
Oh, he must have brought a gun. No, you're just saying that. It's subconscious programming.
Right.
They study it. That's what a cult is that it's like Bernays advertising techniques.
Right. Well, there's also people who are very afraid of being criticized and crossing the line where they become the enemy of their side so that they comply. Holy shit, the moment the clock turns 12 p.m. in Texas, liberal activists left the protest.
You have to be paid to be a Democrat.
Well, they're all just leaving that known.
Swastika. I just want to point
I
out.
get messages like knowing there's going to be a protest at a certain time, like right now, like in Texas at 5:30 at a certain time, like watch out for traffic. There's going to be a protest downtown. People know that it's going to happen.
You could have a legit protest we coordinated. I'm not against that. But the thing where you have your talking points,
Someone
like
should
a
do.
think tank made it.
Someone should do a reality show.
Yeah.
Where you just get professional protesters and ask them about their life, just like those people that believed in QAnon, like that were on HBO. Like those people like follow professional protesters around and get a beat on their life.
I mean,
professional protesters and professional like rally attendees.
Yeah, well, then you need a community organizer.
What do we hear? What this lady saying?
As soon as the clock ran out, they were like, yeah, we're going to go home, bye. I think it's ridiculous to rally against an American business that creates American jobs.
Oh, she's pro.
And,
Okay, I just want to point this out because I've seen Bill Burr make a great sister point to Bill Maher where he's like, shut up, stay in your lane. Sometimes Bill's really on point. This is just him. The thing of the Sig Heil from Elon and this bullshit that Elon really runs things and not Trump. Like, are you all dumb that you would think this? First of all, they've been giving your money to not fake Nazis that drive a Tesla. Real Nazis in Ukraine from World War II have been supported by your dumb Democrat dipshit ass with everyone's money for how long now? People that had real swastikas and tattoos and embarrassingly.
That one guy that went up to accept the award and he had to have a sleeve on one of his arms.
Jon Stewart's friend.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't want to hear you talk about Nazis ever the fuck again after I watch Canada salute a war criminal Nazi from the Waffen-SS, and then watching. I know the ADL said it's okay that one group's not Nazis anymore, but I don't think the ADL is reliable. And I know that sounds really anti-Semitic, but I think they're not reliable. What are you talking about? We support the fuck out of it. We went to the moon because of Nazis. We brought them to America to make our moon program. What are you assholes talking about? Audis, all the companies are Nazi companies.
Volkswagen.
Everybody's like, they get you focused on some stupid shit. Do you think this autistic man, do you know how easy it is to make that gesture, gesturing? That's why there's videos, everybody else doing it.
Yeah.
It's the original pledge to the flag, by the way. The Bellamy salute. Remember I texted you that?
That's
the original flag salute of America was a Sig Heil, everybody.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know that.
It wasn't until World War II that they changed it to put your hand over your heart. It used to be, see if you can find an image of it, because it's crazy to see that classroom where everybody's Sig Heil and like, what?
It's a funny story too, because first of all, do you even have a Pledge of Allegiance to the flag? Like, I'm not a military
it used
motherfucker.
To be God before, what was it, Truman or Eisenhower?
Used to be, I will speak English.
Who removed the God part, or who put the God part in? It was during the 50s.
That's
right?
like at the end.
But wasn't it like, it wasn't until like the 1950s.
Not until later. But the fight at first was, look at him Sig Heiling.
Yeah.
The fight at first was if you have to speak English because they have an immigration problem.
Look how crazy that is.
Yeah, there you go.
That's our Pledge of Allegiance.
This would be a good game show. Like, is this Nazi?
But they put God in because of the communist scare. That's when God got into the Pledge of Allegiance. It used to be one nation under God, not under God, just one nation indivisible with liberty and justice
They
for all.
didn't say what
and then
God,
they decided to put it under God.
Yeah, Jobulon
When
is
did
the God.
When did they add that, Jamie? What year did they add that? That's a fascinating thing, because people are like, this country was founded by Christian values.
No, it was founded by Freemasons, and they are Luciferians, which is not a Satanist. That's not a Satanist. The Satanist is like a hot topic thing. A Luciferian, Lucifer embodies the good and the bad. Like your leaders that you make excuses for, not you specifically, but, well, he has to kill those Yemenis. He has to. That's Luciferianism, where, Wolverine, Superman is a punk-ass Christian, I guess, the way he's a goody two-shoes, but like an anti-hero.
Right.
Hillary Clinton, she was an ambitious woman, had to do what she had to do. So, some people are dead, and shut up. That's a conspiracy. That America loves Luciferianism, whether it's de facto. It don't matter whether you think you do. You're doing it. I don't call you a Christian unless you act like one. You know what I mean? Like, I would never call myself a Christian, but sometimes I will act Christian, but a lot of times I don't. So I'm not going to claim a thing that I'm not living up to. America's living up to a God. It ain't Bible God. I don't know who the hell people think it is, but how could you even go to the military and be a Christian and learn war no more?
Because you want to protect America from the evil people.
Oh, like from what Jesus said.
Yeah.
Oh, like Jesus said, it's okay if it's to protect
that's
America.
what Jesus said. That was some missing books.
If everybody stops lying, that's all you gotta do. You don't have to kill nobody.
Well, listen
just
to this.
don't lie.
What's more demonic than a robot drone powered by AI that's coming over to fuck people up and makes a decision to kill a certain amount of civilians because it has to get this one bad person?
I'll tell you what, one that grew some organic brain tissue around the chip because they can't get that AI to be alive because it's not, and so they're growing brain tissue. You seen that?
No, but what I was going to get to was what's more demonic is a person doing it.
Yeah.
Instead of an AI that makes his calculation and coldly assesses that it's valuable to kill 30 civilians to get this one Al-Qaeda guy. What is more demonic might be a person. Because one of the things that's fucked up about it is the people that are actually doing it are just following orders. So there's a person who can make a decision. So there's a person that can make a decision that you're going to launch Hellfire missiles into an apartment building. But the person who makes the decision isn't actually pressing the button. So he might feel a little bit removed from the crime. But the person who is forced to operate the drone, they say these guys have to study them for days sometimes. And they watch their patterns, they see them play with their kids, and then they get that green light. And then they get the order. It's time to do it. And then they have to fucking press a button and launch missiles and watch that guy get eliminated from thousands of miles away.
Well, you know how we know 90% innocent people got killed? I remember I was telling you that because the drone operators, it bothered them.
Yeah.
And the drone operator, I don't even remember the guy's name. I feel bad, but that guy's in prison for revealing the truth about the criminals that run your government.
There's a guy in prison for revealing the truth about drone strikes.
We did 3 years ago. The guy's speech about I watched people
find out who that guy is.
the drone operators that got put away under that act. Trump's abusing it now.
How's he
Obama
abusing it
loved
now?
to abuse it.
How's he abusing it now for that?
That's what they're grabbing these people with no charges and taking them out because they supported Hamas. That's under the not sedition, the Espionage Act. They're doing shit like that.
So talking about the drone bombings is an espionage thing? Is that what it is?
It's top secret.
Is that
we killed all those people. We're worse than terrorists. We're worse. 90% civilians? That's not collateral. That's who you killed. The collateral will be if you hit a fucking terrorist.
Right.
That's real. That happened.
Yeah.
And a guy's in prison for telling us. That's Obama, the one that the ones that Bill, I guess, thinks there's not Nazis. Even though, boy, you should kill like Nazis, don't they? And again, Bill's right about a lot of things, but that is just such like a dude. You don't know what. Just look like.
There's a lot more to the story.
You're focusing on the sports
narrative. Yeah, there's a narrative that gets out there, and then people have opinions on the narrative, but it's so nuanced. The story behind it, like when people, there's a lot of people that want to talk about whatever the conflict is, whether it's Ukraine or Israel and Palestine. Like, if you want to become an expert on Israel and Palestine, you need a lot of fucking time, man. You need a lot of time and a long history that you have to follow.
Daniel Hale, yes.
He's an American whistleblower, former National Security Agency's intelligence analyst who sent classified information about drone warfare to the press. Hale served the United States military, United States Air Force, 2009, 2013. Pled guilty to retaining, transmitting national defense information, sentenced to 45 months in prison. Incarcerated, United States Penitentiary. He was released on July 5th, 2024, right after Independence Day. Yeah, bitch. Didn't even get a beer on 4th of July.
Meanwhile, they're not going to investigate hot to it. I got to put
he's
the
out
Trump
there
shirt
right
back
now.
on.
He's out there right now, this guy?
I don't know. I
wonder if he's allowed to do podcasts.
Well, the guy who
ran it. Are you allowed to do podcasts when you get out of jail?
Yeah, John Kiriakou does them. He's from
Yeah, but like a guy like that probably doesn't want to talk. That's what got him in jail in the first place.
Well,
right. If he talks about it now, isn't that the same thing? Isn't he doing it all over again?
Well, now that it's out, I think it don't matter, right?
I don't know. But this is the question. Like, if you get tried and you go to jail for something, and what you did was tell the truth about crimes, the last thing you want to do is talk more about those crimes, right? I would think.
Yeah. Well, what's Julian Assange doing now? Is he talking?
I don't know. Is he completely free? Like,
there's no way. He owes money for them transporting him. They charge him like $1 million. It's so despicable. Dude, look, I don't know. I know people want to believe and they're dumb, but why? Why do you believe it when you get? It's like if you're being cheated on and you're like, no, he would. Dottie Sandusky. That should be the national bird of America. Jerry Sandusky's wife, who thinks nothing happened to this day.
Does she really?
Yeah, she just. Dottie stays upstairs, and Jerry helps those boys in the basement and get freedom.
Jesus Christ.
That's America. And then people you tell the truth to. The thing that makes you crazy is not knowing the truth. It's when you tell people, and they either don't want to know it, or they go, I just want to keep my head down and do my job, which friends of mine that are not dumb, smart people say. Right. Yeah, that's the American spirit. I want to keep my head down and do my job. I can't wait to Sig Heil the flag now. Oh, how inspiring. But it's changing. It's changing.
A lot of people think like that once they have a mortgage and kids. They really do. They think, I just don't want to rock the boat.
I understand
I'm
that.
barely staying above water right now as it is.
What if you're rich? You want your kids to see that you're not going to knuckle under.
Let me tell you something. What happens to rich people? They get scared they're not going to be rich anymore.
Yeah,
and they want to keep the party rolling.
Yeah, no, I know.
I'm serious. That's what happens. You feel that fear. There's this fear. It's the same thing that it always pops up. It's famine mentality. It's the same reason why people want all the attention.
Right.
People want, they want everything. They want to be number one. It's the same thing. It's famine.
Well, those buttons you're talking about, you think they didn't study these extensively to figure out exactly which ones to press to get what reaction? Hey, we need people to pretend that Tesla, he was unelected. You don't elect the guy that does that, dipshits, unelected. Is that a good point? Right. You get appointed. Just like how Kamala was unelected?
Well, they did it during the Obama administration. They did it during the Clinton administration. Like, government efficiency programs are not new. It's not a new thing. And the thing is, I understand that he's polarizing because of a lot of things, unfortunately, that he did. There's a lot, but there's a lot about what he's uncovering that's important for you to know. Oh, that your money's being wasted, and that's not a partisan thing, and it shouldn't be.
And you should know that the savings are not going to, if you're worried.
But you should also know that this fucking protest against him is probably funded. It's too organized. It's too often. It's too regular. There's people that are involved. There are chants that they hand out. Someone's paying money for this stuff. Whether they're paying those people or not, I think they are. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am.
The soda people,
but
right?
The point is, it's organized. It's not natural.
We just saw them. This is amazing. We did a story. I sent it to you because the soda, I don't know, Ameribev or whatever it's called.
Right.
So they got MAGA people, and I've seen these people apologizing up and down, a bunch of them, because they got, maybe they did it willingly or not. I mean, willingly, but duped or not, they were like, it's an embarrassment because, like I said, to the credit of MAGA people, not that I don't vote. I would have if Trump did anything that I thought he would. They go, oh, they're trying to control how people use their SNAP, like their welfare, to buy soda. They're like, don't say they can't buy soda because RFK's, soda's poison.
American Heart Association fought it. Did you know that?
Yeah.
That's adorable. American Heart Association fought poison.
Have some
heart. No, come on.
So, but do you remember when these same stupid fucking conservatives were mad that they were spending their welfare on lobster? Remember that? They're buying lobster with welfare.
What are you talking about?
You never heard of this?
No.
This well, Reagan did it first with the welfare fat queen that gets in her Cadillac and buys lobster with your welfare.
What? Really?
Oh, he was the best, that guy. Then, one of the greatest presidents. And then after that, I would hear this come up. This a few years ago. There's something about wealth. It's always like, oh, yeah, that's where we're losing all our money on the welfare. We are. Not for this country, though, just so you know.
Well, the idea, I think, of the SNAP thing is to encourage lobster and steak. Food stamp myth refuses to die.
So do you know why they're doing it?
1976 campaign speech. In Chicago, they found a woman who holds the record. He told the assembled crowd she used 80 names, 30 addresses, 15 telephone numbers to collect food stamps, Social Security, veterans benefits for 4 non-existent deceased veteran husbands, as well as welfare. Her tax-free income alone has been running $150,000 a year. Sounds like this lady's pretty cool. Reagan's story turned out to be a gross exaggeration of a minor case of welfare fraud. Well, I don't know who to believe, because I want to believe that she pulled this off, because I think it's kind of badass. If you're going to duck the welfare system, doing it with 80 different people is kind of fucking hilarious. In 1976, 150K in 1976. What do you think that is today, in today's money?
He combined her with a CIA op, I'm sure.
How much is that in today's money, Jamie? Let's guess. $150,000. I say that's 2.7 million.
I think you're right. And I think I could put on a transgender play in Guatemala with that money.
Gives you fun Sesame Street.
But so that's the conservative.
Can you find out what that is? That's it? Oh, I thought it'd be millions. So we've been lied to you about inflation.
Wait, so the soda people.
It's only worth $853. That's if you just left it.
Oh, interesting. That's kind of crazy.
Wait, so the soda people, so they're mad that welfare people are getting things. Now this fake thing that they try to filter through MAGA is, don't tell people that they can't spend their money on what they want. Well, it's welfare money. Well, can they buy lobster again? Asshole. They're paying, and they go, Trump likes Diet Coke. And they gave them a list, just like that list you showed me, of emotional buttons to try to push. And people did believe in Maha. Okay, now, in fairness to RFK,
people still do.
Well, he learned there's a bigger threat to American health, which is anti-Semitism. Not the fluoride. That fluoride thing, which I didn't believe, it turns out is real.
Utah just banned fluoride.
Did they?
Yep, they just banned fluoride.
They just banned sexual ritual abuse, too.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
Did they really?
Yeah, because...
They had to ban that? That's not already illegal?
You would think.
I thought this...
Dude, the lawyer...
This is the law.
That story is crazy, because his DA... So some creep... There's a lot of, like...
let's get on the fluoride thing for a second before we scatter. Huberman had a great episode of his podcast with this woman who's a doctor who discussed the impact of fluoride, rather. Florida. maybe that explains Florida.
There's Florida in the water.
Maybe that explains Florida and Florida. Pretty fucking close. That might be it. We might have stumbled onto something.
Waste from, I don't know.
Well, it's just fucking crazy. But the thing is that it's a known neurotoxin, and there's no reason for it to be in the fucking water. And yet there's still people that are saying it should be in the water. These crazy fucking which impacts dental health of impoverished people, and shut the fuck up.
We'll check where their money comes from.
Meanwhile, these are the same people. This is like the whole fucking sugar and sweets thing. Why do you think they're getting so many cavities? Why is anybody getting so many cavities?
That's right.
Because we're eating some shit you're not supposed to be eating.
So when we were doing the story, and they're talking about, and I go, what did they make all their money off poor people spending welfare on soda? Because my girlfriend, when she saw it, she goes, who still drinks soda? Oh, people on welfare. So most of their budget, just like if your budget came from running a prison full of convicts,
right?
The people are from people spending their SNAP benefits on soda that kills them, and they don't want to lose that income. It's like,
well, they also have
billions.
They recognize the influence that these companies that sell this stuff have on these different commissions that decide what gets